Chapter 1: Refusal to Execute the Mission. After dinner, it was time for the group activity. In the special activity room of the Thunder Falcon assault team, the sound of the news broadcast echoed at a moderate volume. On the large LCD screen, the host sat upright, reporting on major domestic and international events. Below the screen, a group of men in camouflage uniforms appeared somewhat distracted. Feng Yi leaned back in a single sofa, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the armrest. His gaze passed through the screen, and his thoughts drifted far away. He had been in this world for 8 years, a parallel universe that seemed similar yet different from his previous life. Everything here was good, except for one thing that made him, who had military spirit ingrained in his bones, unable to endure. In this world, entertainment was paramount. The appearance fees for celebrities were jaw-dropping, and the fervor of fans could paralyze a city's traffic. In contrast, the status of soldiers was pitifully awkward. No one was willing to shed blood at the borders. Everyone was eager to get into the spotlight. He spent 6 years climbing from an unnamed soldier to the position of deputy commander and major general of the group army. In the remaining 2 years, he devoted all his energy to the Thunder Falcon assault team he had personally established. Today, Thunder Falcon was the sharp blade of the entire Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. It was a dream place out of reach for countless soldiers. He looked at the soldiers he had dug from the original work. He Cheng Wang, Wang Yanbing, Lei Sha. Each of them was a king among soldiers. Under his guidance, they were even stronger than in the original work. Yet even so, the sense of emptiness in Feng Yi's heart never dissipated. As a major, general, and deputy commander of a group army, he should have been commanding with great authority, surrounded by capable generals. But in reality, apart from the few people in front of him, he could hardly find any talents of great use. The quality of soldiers in the entire country was visibly declining at an alarming rate. Report. A crisp voice interrupted Feng Yi's thoughts. At the door stood a young messenger. Standing straight, his eyes held admiration for everyone in the activity room. Deputy Commander Feng. Commander, he wants you to come over. Feng Yi slowly withdrew his gaze, a flash of sharpness passing through his eyes before returning to calm. Understood. He waved his hand to the Thunder Falcon members. Continue watching. After saying that, he stood up and followed the messenger out, leaving a room full of teammates exchanging glances. As soon as Feng Yi left, the tense atmosphere in the activity room relaxed instantly. Hey, do you think the commander is looking for the boss this late because there's another big mission? Wang Yanbing was the first to break the silence, shifting his position closer to He Cheng Wang and lowering his voice. Most likely. He Cheng Wang frowned slightly, a subconscious action when he was thinking. And it must be an international major task. I think so too. Lei Sha grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Every time the commander looked for the boss, it's never a small matter. That's for sure. Su Tianlong leaned back in his chair, speaking lazily yet with excitement in his tone. Our boss is Thunder Killer. That name isn't just for show. Who in the Southeast military region doesn't know that wherever he strikes, there's no such thing as failure? Thunder Killer Feng. This nickname spread during a joint counterterrorism exercise overseas. That time, Feng Yi single-handedly took down a simulated terrorist stronghold in less than 10 minutes, while all participating parties were a loss. His ruthless methods and strong style shocked all the foreign special forces commanders observing. Since then, the name Thunder Killer spread like wildfire. Within the Thunder Falcon assault team, the members held Feng Yi in the highest regard. They had sparred privately. None of them could match Feng Yi when they all teamed up. It was a pure, overwhelming kind of power. Seriously, even though staying at the base is very safe, I still want to go out and stretch my muscles. Wang Yanbing cracked his knuckles, making a series of popping sounds. If I don't shoot a few rounds soon, I might forget how to hold a gun. His words resonated with everyone. They were soldiers, special forces. The battlefield was the place they longed to return to the most. Southeast Military Region Commander's office. He Jijun was sitting behind his large desk, frowning deeply. Feng Yi pushed the door open and entered, standing at attention and saluting. Commander, you called for me. He Jijun lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Feng Yi sat down as instructed, still sitting tall like a pine tree, gazing calmly at his superior. He Jijun pushed a document in front of him. Take a look. Feng Yi glanced at the title and then pushed the document back. He didn't even open it to look at a single page. His movements were decisive and brisk, without the slightest hesitation. Ji Jun's brows furrowed even deeper. What do you mean? Report, Commander. Feng Yi's voice was firm, clear-cut. I refuse to execute this mission. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Ji Jun's eyes narrowed sharply, a glint of light flashing from them. In the entire office, only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Ji Jun lightly tapped his knuckles on the large desk. Each sound felt like a hammer striking the heart. He stared at Feng Yi, those weathered eyes revealing no emotion. But Feng Yi knew this was the calm before the storm. Feng Yi, do you know what you were saying? Report, Commander, I am very clear. Feng Yi straightened his back even more, like a spear piercing the sky. The Thunder Falcon Assault Team is the sharpest dagger of the Southeast military region. Its mission is to penetrate the enemy's heart, to execute the most dangerous orders at the most critical moments, and not to be a babysitter for a bunch of celebrities. Chapter 2, the true backbone of the country. Ji Jun fell silent. He stood up, walked to the window, turned his back to Feng Yi, and looked out at the twinkling lights in the military camp. After a long time, he slowly spoke. You're right, Thunder Falcon is a dagger. But have you considered that the battlefield now is no longer just on the border? Ji Jun turned around, his gaze piercing. Public opinion, culture, ideology, these invisible fronts, if we do not occupy them, will be taken by the enemy. Now, the higher-ups have made a decision to take strong measures against the current unhealthy culture of the entertainment industry. They want young people to see what a real man is, what the true backbone of our country is. His voice carried an undeniable conviction. This task has been specifically assigned to us by the higher-ups. If we're to do it, we must do it to the best of our ability, that we need to make a big bang, to showcase the true might of the military. Therefore, it must be you, Thunder Falcon. Only the strongest soldiers can produce the strongest results. Only with you, Thunder Killer, personally leading the charge, can we hold the ground and show everyone our determination as soldiers. Ji Jun returned to his desk and sat down, his gaze becoming sharp. This isn't a discussion, Feng Yi. This is an order. The last 4 words he spoke slowly and heavily. Feng Yi fell silent. He was a soldier. For a soldier, obeying orders was their duty. Even if this order seemed to him so absurd, he can charge into the dens of dragons and tigers all by himself, facing gunfire without flinching. But asking him to lead a group of pampered celebrities to participate in some variety show is even more unbearable than facing an enemy battalion. In the office, a dead silence fell once again. Feng Yi's mind was in turmoil. Finally, he slowly raised his head, and all his resistance transformed into absolute obedience. Yes, a single word, strong and powerful. I guarantee to complete the task. Ji Jun's furrowed brow finally relaxed a bit, but he nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead. The specific plan will be sent to you by the political department tomorrow. Remember, you are the overall person in charge. Everything is up to you. Yes. Feng Yi saluted again, then turned around and walked out of the commander's office with firm steps. The moment the door closed behind him, the calmness on his face vanished in an instant. In the activity room, the members of the Thunder Falcon team were still gathered together. The news broadcast was playing on the TV. The host's clear and precise voice echoed, but no one was paying attention. Everyone's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards the door. Creak, the door was pushed open. Feng Yi's chiseled face appeared at the entrance. Everyone's hearts lifted. Boss, the boss is back. Feng Yi's gaze swept over everyone, his eyes calm like a deep pool. This calmness made everyone's hearts race even faster. All gather. Swish. The 7 people who were previously slouched and sitting awkwardly instantly stood in a straight line in less than 2 seconds. Their movements were synchronized and so fast that only afterimages remained. Chengwang stood at the front, his posture upright. Report, Deputy Commander. The Thunder Falcon Assault Team is assembled, with 7 present and accounted for. Please give instructions. His voice was loud and commanding. Feng Yi nodded and walked up to them. Feng Yi spoke lightly. Everyone relaxed a bit, but remained tense, waiting for further instructions. Sit down. Feng Yi pointed to the chairs nearby. Everyone exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled, but still followed orders and sat down. This mission is a bit special. Feng Yi's opening line instantly piqued everyone's interest. Special? How special could it be? Are we going to bomb a terrorist base in Myanmar with J-20S? Or dive into the deep sea to retrieve some secret weapon? The situation is very complex, and the opponent is tricky. Feng Yi carefully chose his words, his expression more serious than ever. So, I need to lead the team myself this time. Boom! This statement struck like thunder in each team member's heart. The boss is leading the team personally. The last time the boss led the team was 3 years ago during the world-shocking Thunder operation. They uprooted a major drug lord who had been entrenched in the Golden Triangle for years. That operation was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could have led to total annihilation. Could it be that this time is even more dangerous? Everyone's eyes lit up, their breathing became heavy, and their blood began to boil. Wang Yanbing's face turned red with excitement. His fists clenched, joints cracking. He Chengwang frowned, his mind racing through various possibilities. Li Erniu, on the other hand, was grinning foolishly, thinking that as long as he could follow the boss in a battle, he would go anywhere, I guarantee, to complete the task. The seven shouted in unison, their voices shaking the room. That surge of fighting spirit almost lifted the roof off the activity room. Feng Yi watched them, all pumped up, and couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling even more frustrated inside. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Chen Shanming, distribute the documents. Yes. Chen Shanming took a stack of documents from Feng Yi and began to hand them out. The documents were thin, just a few pages. Wang Yanbing was the first to grab one, rubbing his hands in excitement. Let me see, are we going to Myanmar to catch drug dealers, or to the beautiful country to kill spies? He said while flipping open the cover. Maybe we're going to Canada to protect some big shot and have a showdown with those so-called royal mounties. Song Kai-fei also leaned over, looking eager. I guess it's definitely to confront those terrorists in the color country. Only those desperate criminals would be worth the boss taking action personally. Su Tianlong lazily analyzed, his tone revealing uncontainable excitement. They had already started planning which guns to clean and how much ammunition to prepare for the return. This kind of mission that required Thunder to take action personally was bound to be life-threatening, but it also meant supreme glory to however in the next second. All actions of flipping through the documents abruptly stopped. Wang Yanbing's eyes widened like copper bells, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. No mistake. In black and white, the title clearly stated. Implementation Path for Strengthening Military Cultural Construction and Promoting the Development of the Entertainment Industry. What the hell? Wang Yanbing was stunned. Military? Cultural construction? What? What is this? Li Erniu was also dumbfounded. He scratched his head and handed the document to He Chengwang beside him. Chengwang, the words on this are. Why can't I understand them? He Chengwang didn't take it. His face was darker than a pot bottom. He stared fiercely at the document in his hand, as if he wanted to burn 2 holes in it. Damn! A curse exploded from the usually calm Su Tianlong's mouth. They want us to participate in a variety show? Let celebrities? Song Kai-fei almost choked on his breath, nearly bursting out laughing. But after glancing at Feng Yi's dark face, he forcefully stifled his laughter. Boss, this isn't a joke, right? Wang Yanbing was the first to explode. He jumped up, the document in his hand crumpled. What the hell is going on? They want us to do a variety show? This is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This is using a damn Italian cannon to swat a mosquito. Exactly. I've been waiting for almost half a year. My bones are getting rusty. And this is the job I get? Lead celebrities? Can they even shoot? Can they fight? If they have to run 5 kilometers, won't that kill them? This is pure nonsense. The activity room erupted instantly. Complaints and doubts rose and fell. They are the Thunder Falcon, the sharp blade of the nation, the special forces that make enemies tremble in fear. Now, they're being asked to play babysitter, to put on a show. This immense gap was something every proud team member couldn't accept. Their guns thirst for the blood of enemies. Their hands long for the smoke of battle, not for the camera lenses and a bunch of spoiled celebrities. Chapter 3 Tempering Steel. Shut up. Feng Yi's roar instantly silenced all the noise in the activity room. The group of soldiers who had just been indignant were suddenly like roosters with their necks squeezed. Each of them held their necks high, their faces flushed, but they could not make a single sound. He Chengwang took a deep breath and broke the suffocating silence. He took a step forward, looking directly at Feng Yi, his tone filled with pleading. Boss, can we reflect this to the higher-ups? This mission is really not suitable for us, the Thunder Falcons. Yes, boss. We wouldn't t-bat an eye if we were asked to catch drug dealers. But what's the difference between this and monkey tricks? Wang Yanbing chimed in, though his voice was much softer. Not appropriate. Before Feng Yi could speak, the usually steady Su Tianlong shook his head. He cast a sidelong glance at He Cheng Wang and said slowly, the order has been given, and we VE promise to complete the mission. Backing out now would just be slapping ourselves in the face. Our Thunder Falcon-S reputation is more important than any mission. Moreover, military orders are like mountains. When did it become our place to pick and choose? A harsher voice rang out. Gong Jian pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharp as a knife. Gong Jian is right. Feng Yi finally spoke. His voice was deep and powerful, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. I know you feel wronged and think it's a waste of talent. To be honest, when I first received this order, I also wanted to curse. Feng Yi's honesty stunned everyone for a moment, and the pent-up frustration in their hearts inexplicably dissipated by more than half. It turned out the boss felt the same way as we did. But let me ask you a question. Feng Yi's gaze slowly swept over each person. Why has recruitment become increasingly difficult in recent years? Why do many young people prefer to become internet celebrities and live streamers rather than join the military to protect their country? This question left everyone silent. It was a harsh reality they were reluctant to face, because the soldiers they saw were not like them. Feng Yi's voice carried an indescribable pain. What they see are those ridiculous military dramas, where soldiers in uniforms flirt and treat the battlefield like a showcase. Each one of them is all made up, powerless, and knows nothing but to show off and chase girls. After seeing too much of this, who will still have respect for soldiers? Who will think serving in the military is glorious? If this continues, the country will no longer be a country. The last 4 words Feng Yi almost shouted. The air in the entire activity room trembled. The Thunder Falcon team members clenched their fists, their knuckles turning white. It felt as if a raging fire was burning in their chests. They thought of those shoddy TV dramas. They thought of those so-called special forces portrayed as love-struck fools. And a surge of anger shot straight to their heads. So this mission is not about making you babysitters, nor is it about putting on a show. Feng Yi looked at their ignited eyes, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The higher-ups want us, this sharp blade, to pierce into the entertainment industry, to let them see what a true soldier is. Let those fans see how their idols compare to real soldiers. As for those weaklings who can't carry a shoulder bag and look like women, Feng Yi's eyes turned incredibly cold as he said each word deliberately. Make them suffer. Let them know that the military is not a stage, and the battlefield is not a showcase. Once you put on this military uniform, you must have the demeanor of soldier. Do you all understand? Understood. The deafening roar echoed throughout the activity room. This time, there was no reluctance, only soaring combat spirit. It turned out to be like this. This is not nonsense. This is rectifying chaos. This is not a show. This is defending glory. We guarantee to complete the mission. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Rectifying the entertainment industry? Taking down those sissies? This sounds even more thrilling than going to Myanmar to catch drug dealers. Just as the Thunder Falcon assault team unified their thoughts and were filled with fighting spirit, outside, a storm of public opinion was quietly brewing. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo of the CCTV military channel released a major announcement. CCTV Military, in response to the call for strengthening military culture construction, promoting the development of the cultural and entertainment industry. The large-scale military national defense education documentary program, Tempering Steel, is officially launched. We will publicly select 100-star artists to enter real military camps and live and train with elite special forces for 4 months. No script throughout. Aimed at showcasing the demeanor of soldiers in the new era and reshaping male masculinity. This Weibo post was like a deep-water bomb, instantly exploding on the comm internet. In just a few minutes, shares and comments surpassed 100,000. The comment section was a chaotic mess. Wow. The military is personally getting involved in variety shows? What kind of divine collaboration is this? 100 stars? Training with special forces for 4 months? I must be seeing things. This is a rhythm to kill people. I'm dying of laughter. I'm already looking forward to it. I want to see those little fresh meats crying and begging after running 5 kilometers. The upstairs, have some decency. My brother is just thin, not weak. Why should he be ridiculed like this? Exactly. My idol works so hard every day for schedules. Do you know that? Now he has to suffer this kind of torment. I really feel heartbroken. I firmly oppose it. What kind of giant baby fan is upstairs? Not going is better. Don't take up the spots. Support the country. Support this program. I've long been unhappy with those sissies. It's just right to send them to the army for training. Well said. Support. Must support. This is positive energy. This is the idol we need. In an instant, the internet was filled with noise. Fans were worried about their idols, while bystanders applauded the excitement. Countless patriotic netizens and military enthusiasts hailed this program as a purifier. The heat continued to rise at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room of a high-end club filled with lights and excess, the heavily made-up Wu Yifan, with his fingers elegantly poised, brought a glass of red wine to his lips. Looking at the news on his phone, he let out a sneer. Tempering steel? Hell, what a cheesy name. Opposite him, Zhang Yixing, who also wore exquisite eyeliner, lazily leaned back on the sofa, disdainfully curling his lips. Isn't it? They're really going to select 100 stars. Do they think they're doing a talent show? Just to attract attention. Let us suffer in the military? Can they afford my appearance fee? What if my skin gets tanned? What if my face gets scratched? Wu Yifan pinched his voice, filled with exaggerated disdain. Exactly with this time, I'd rather take on a couple more endorsements. Mixing with a bunch of stinky soldiers, just thinking about it lowers my worth. Zhang Yixing agreed, and the two exchanged smiles filled with contempt for this program. However, what they despised was what others dreamed of. This program is interesting. The strong actor Lei Sha looked at the news on his phone, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He had played too many soldiers, but had never truly experienced military life. Without any hesitation, he retweeted CCTV's Weibo. Lei Sha, if there is a war, I will return upon summons. Always ready. CCTV military tempering steel program team. At the same time, Huang Bai, who had just become famous across the country with a comedy film, also saw this news. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of signature teeth. Wow, this is great. This is great. I want to experience it too. Beside him, Baoqiang was so excited that he jumped up from the sofa, speaking with a strong regional accent. Brother, I want to go. I wanted to be a soldier since I was young. This is finally an opportunity. The next moment, 2 Weibo posts were sent out in quick succession. Huangbo, I heard meals and accommodation are provided and there's training. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Forging Steel Program Team. Baoqiang, my dream is to be a soldier like Su Sanduo. Program Team, take a look at me. Forging Steel Program Team. Several highly popular and powerful actors publicly voiced their opinions, instantly pushing the discussion around forging steel to a new climax. Chapter for the most real military training in a high-end apartment on the top floor of a residential complex in Haicheng. A delicate fragrance filled the air, isolating the chaos of the city outside. Yangmi curled up on a soft cashmere sofa, her fair fingers gently sliding across her tablet. The light from the screen reflected on her flawless profile. Mimi, you can't be really watching this, right? A woman with a facial mask on the opposite sofa spoke indistinctly. She was Yangmi's close friend, the big star Baba. This program is a big pit. Whoever jumps in will be unlucky. Baba tore off her facial mask, revealing a similarly exquisite but more flamboyant face. Look at those young fans online. They're about to storm the TV station. Yangmi didn't look up, her long eyelashes casting a light shadow under her eyes. Baba, I want to go. What? Baba almost jumped up from the sofa, staring at her in disbelief. You want to go? Are you crazy? What position are you in now? A top-tier star in the country, winning awards left and right. And you're going to suffer in this kind of military reality show? Do you know what that place is like? No phones, rolling in the mud every day, exposed to wind and sun. With your delicate skin, you won't last 3 days before peeling. Baba felt her friend must have lost her mind. I know. Yangmi finally lifted her head, her eyes devoid of any joking element. Baba, do you remember? 5 years ago, when I married him, he said he was going to a faraway place to defend the country. Baba's movements froze. This was the biggest secret between them. A top star, at the peak of her career, quietly married a man without a wedding, without a public announcement, only a marriage certificate she kept hidden. And that man disappeared from her world the day after they registered, leaving only the occasional letter that needed to go through layers of scrutiny to be delivered. It's been 5 years. I don't even know what his unit is like or what he goes through every day. Yang Mi's fingertips gently brushed over the words forging steel on the screen, as if trying to touch another fiery world through the cold screen. I want to see. I want to be a little closer to him, even if it's just a little. I want to know what it feels like to walk the path he has walked. Baba looked at the stubborn light in her eyes, and all the words of persuasion got stuck in her throat. She understood Yang Mi too well. This woman, who appeared gentle and weak, was more stubborn than anyone else. Once she made up her mind, even 10 bulls couldn't pull her back. After a long time, Baba let out a heavy sigh, like a deflated balloon. Crazy. Really crazy. She grabbed her phone and opened the registration channel. Fine. You go. I'll go with you. If you die in there, at least I can collect your body. Yami looked at her puffed-up expression, her eyes slightly reddening. Meanwhile, in another entertainment company's conference room, the atmosphere was particularly tense. The manager of Popular Star Naong slammed a data report on the table, speaking excitedly. Naong, this is an opportunity. A huge opportunity. Look at your current public image. Proud and acting like a diva, these labels are about to stick to your forehead. The manager pointed to the negative word cloud on the report, distressed. Naong sat in the main seat, her legs crossed. Her expression was unreadable, but her tightly pressed lips revealed her displeasure. This program is the best stage for you to turn your image around. Just think, as long as you can humble yourself in there and accept the training honestly, even if you cry, as long as you show a resilient side, the audience will buy it. That's called contrast cuteness. The manager's words were very stirring. Naong's eyes flickered for a moment. She certainly knew her issues, but her nature made it harder for her to please others than to kill her. But what if I can't hold on? She hesitated. Wouldn't that just confirm the bad reputation? It would be even harder to turn things around then. This risk was something she had to consider. The manager fell silent. This was indeed a gamble. Win, and she would gain fame and fortune and turn her reputation around. Lose, and it would be a complete disaster. The entire entertainment circle was caught in a strange atmosphere because of the newly launched Forging Steel program. Everyone could see that this was a project strongly promoted by the Yin country's officials. The exposure it contained was incomparable to any commercial variety show. It was a huge cake, fragrant and tempting. But beneath the cake lay real steel knives and iron thorns. If you wanted to eat it, you had to be prepared to be covered in blood. Most pampered stars, after weighing the pros and cons, chose to keep their distance. The opportunity was good, but there was no need to sacrifice their comfortable lives for an uncertain future. Just as the discussions online intensified, the true Storm's Corps remained as calm as a deep sea. Southeast Military District, Group Army Command. In a simply furnished office, the air was filled only with the scent of file papers. Wu Tong, the country's top variety show director, sat upright, his palms slightly sweaty. He had been in the industry for 20 years and had seen countless big scenes, but never had he felt as tense as today. Because the man sitting across from him was far too young. Too young, in fact. Moreover, the brilliant star on the other's shoulder constantly reminded him. The man who looked to be only in his 20s was a real major general. The deputy commander of the group army, Feng Yi. He was also the military's overall leader for this Forging Steel program and the creator of the legendary and most mysterious Special Forces team, the Thunder Falcon Assault Team. Director Wu, there's no need to be so nervous. Feng Yi's voice was deep and steady, but not aggressive. He pushed a document over. Sit. Wu Tong awkwardly shifted in his seat, feeling as if the chair beneath him was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Major General Feng, hello. The program venue has been confirmed. We'll use the abandoned Red Mountain base of the military district. Feng Yi got straight to the point, not wasting any words. The facilities there are complete. The environment is enclosed, and it doesn't involve any current military secrets. Your team can have free reign. Wu Tong quickly nodded. Understood, understood. We will definitely comply with the regulations and cooperate fully. I have only one requirement. Feng Yi's profound gaze locked onto him like two sharp knives. Authenticity, real training, real assessments, real life. Here, there are no stars, only soldiers. I don't care who they are or what background they have. Once they're on my territory, They must obey my rules. If they can't do it, they can withdraw immediately. Wu Tong felt a chill rise up his spine, but more than that, it was an unprecedented excitement. He could almost foresee the waves this program would create once it aired. I understand. Wu Tong nodded heavily, a flame igniting in his eyes. Please rest assured, Major General Feng. Our production team will definitely present the most genuine military training to the people of the nation. Chapter 5. Let others invite them a few days later in the same office. Wu Tong sat across from Feng Yi once again. This time, the file bag in his hand felt even heavier than the last, but upon opening it, the contents inside were pitifully thin. He cleared his throat and pushed a printed list forward with both hands. Major General Feng, this is the list of confirmed artists so far. His voice carried a weakness he didn't even realize he had. Feng Yi did not immediately look at the list. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Tong's face, those deep-set eyes seeming to see right through him. After a long pause, he extended his long fingers and pulled out the thin stack of paper. The pages made a soft, rustling sound as they slid across the table. 20. Feng Yi's voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. He was merely stating a fact. A fine layer of sweat formed on Wu Tong's forehead. Yes, there were only 20 for now. Across the entire entertainment industry, only 20 people had been found. Feng Yi's fingertips lightly tapped on the list. Each tap felt like a hammer, striking Wu Tong's heart. Several names on the list did carry weight. There was the award-winning actor Huang Bo, known for his tough guy image. There was Bao Chong, who rose from humble beginnings and was famous for his hard work. And there was a middle-aged actor, recognized as a true talent and affectionately referred to as Teacher E by the audience. But aside from these few, the rest were either struggling third or fourth-tier artists or internet celebrities looking to gain fame from the show. Suddenly, Feng Yi let out a light laugh. The sound was low but carried a chilling aura that seemed to drop the temperature in the office by several degrees. Director Wu, do you think the military's requirements are too high, scaring these big stars away? No, of course not. Wu Tong hastily waved his hands. His shirt soaked with cold sweat. Major General Feng, you misunderstood. It's mainly that many artist schedules are already full. Some of them have contracts with brand endorsements and can't casually participate in risky activities like this. The penalties for breach of contract are too high. He scrambled for reasons. Yet these words felt so pale and powerless under Feng Yi's calm gaze. Schedule? Contract? Feng Yi leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed on the table. Ultimately, it's still about disrespect. They look down on the identity of soldiers and are even less willing to endure this hardship. His voice suddenly turned cold. In their eyes, putting on a military uniform for a performance is the greatest tribute to the army. Forcing them to train with real weapons, to bleed and sweat, is cutting off their livelihoods. It's asking for their lives. Each word felt like a heavy hammer, leaving Wu Tong breathless. He understood that Feng Yi was speaking the truth. How could those pampered stars give up their comfortable lives to participate in such a dangerous show? How about our production team steps in and specifically invites a few influential artists? Use public opinion to put some pressure on them? This was a common tactic in the entertainment industry. First, create some buzz, then let fans and online influencers pressure the artists into compliance. Specifically invite? Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. And then what? Let the whole nation see how our military bullies people and forces the common folk to serve? Wu Tong was left speechless. He was only thinking about the show's effectiveness, forgetting the other party's identity. This was not just a variety show. It represented the military's reputation. We don't do coercion. Feng Yi stood up and walked to the window, looking at the soldiers training on the field. But we want our willing soldiers, not actors forced onto the battlefield. The office fell into a long silence. Wu Tong's mind went blank. He felt as if this project was about to be stillborn. Just when he felt hopeless, Feng Yi turned around. However, there are still options. Wu Tong suddenly raised his head, hope reigniting in his eyes. Since they want to come, let others invite them. Invite? Wu Tong didn't understand. Feng Yi's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Let the official Weibo of Forged into Steel post an announcement. Just say, in response to the voices of the people, this program will open a public voting channel online. We will vote for the 100 stars the people most want to see donning military uniforms and undergoing military training. The top 100 votes will receive official invitations from the production team. Wu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Feng Yi. What kind of divine operation is this? Kicking the ball directly to the netizens? Letting fans decide the fate of their idols? Major General Feng, this. Wu Tong was so excited he was speechless. This move was simply brilliant. He could already foresee the terrifying storm this voting would unleash online. This was no longer a matter of who the production team invited. It was about who the people wanted to see. Which star would dare to openly defy public opinion? Which star's team would risk offending the entire audience by rejecting this honor? Feng Yi looked at him calmly. Go handle it. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. An hour later, the official Weibo of Forged into Steel released a pinned message. National voting for 100 forged stars. Everyone has a responsibility for national defense. Which star do you most want to see put on a military uniform and undergo inspection by the people? Cast your precious vote, and we will invite the top 100 artists with the most votes to participate in the program. Let them forge themselves into steel in the military. Below is a link. Clicking it brought up a long list of stars, nearly covering the entire entertainment industry. This Weibo post instantly ignited the entire internet. Initially, it was the fan clubs of various stars that sprang into action. Take my brother away. No official announcement. Brother has his own work schedule. Our Kuan isn't well. Not suited for such intense activities. Please let the production team off. Refuse to be bound. My fans movie is about to release. No time. The comment section quickly turned into a battleground for fans trying to clarify their positions. They desperately tried to distance their idols from this dangerous program. However, at this moment, a strange shift in sentiment quietly emerged. I voted. I want to see my brother in a military uniform. He must look incredibly handsome. Yeah, this is the best opportunity to prove himself. Let those haters see. My brother isn't just some pretty boy. Support. Let my brother train in the military, toughen his will. That's true love. Who says my Zhuanzhu can't endure hardships? I'm the first to vote for him. Let him slap everyone in the face with his strength. These sentiments spread rapidly. What started as a few scattered comments quickly evolved into a wildfire. The fans' mindset underwent a remarkable shift. Their logic changed from protecting their brother to realizing this was for his own good. Voting was not harming him, but giving him a chance to prove himself. Thus, a massive movement to send idols to the military unfolded across the internet. Fans transformed into the most fervent supporters, frantically campaigning, determined to push their idols to the top of the voting list. In just 1 hour, the topic of national voting for 100 forged stars surged to the top of the trending list, followed by a series of explosive red numbers. The vote counts for major stars skyrocketed at a visible pace. Wu Yifan, Diong Yi Xing, Goi Kun Kuwen. These top-tier young idols, who usually have exquisite makeup and eyeliner that is more enchanting than that of female celebrities, are leading in votes by a large margin, firmly securing their spots ahead of powerhouse actors like Huang Bai and Bao Chang. The entire internet has fallen into a bizarre atmosphere of frenzy. In the command center office, Wu Tong is holding a tablet, grinning from ear to ear. Major General Feng, look, it's exploded, completely exploded. It hasn't been long, and the total votes have already surpassed 100 million. At this rate, the top 100 candidates will be settled soon. He points to the rapidly rising numbers on the screen, his face lighting up with joy. Your strategy of using the name of the people is truly brilliant. Now, let's see who dares to refuse. Feng Yi merely glances at the screen calmly, but there is not a trace of joy in his eyes. He looks at the names being fervently voted for by fans and frowns slightly. Director Wu, don't you find this sad? Huh? Wu Tong's smile freezes on his face. A group of immature individuals can be easily stirred and redirected with just a few slogans. They even push the objects of their admiration into the abyss they originally feared the most. They think this is love, but it is merely a frenzy that satisfies their vanity. So easy to fool. Feng Yi utters these 3 words, as if making an evaluation or expressing a sentiment. Wu Tong's excitement slowly fades, and he seems to understand, yet also not understand. He only knows that this young Major General thinks about issues on a completely different level from him. Feng Yi turns his gaze back to the window. However, the goal has been achieved. 100 spots are enough. He pauses, the playful curve at the corner of his mouth reappearing. Now, those young idols who have been voted to the front must be in a state of panic. Chapter 6. The good show has just begun. The frenzy on the internet is just the beginning. After the topic of a nationwide voting for 100 forged stars topped the trending list for an entire night, some are happy while others are worried. More accurately, those who want to go are worried, while those who don't want to go are even more worried. Powerful actor Huang Bai, unable to sleep in the middle of the night, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes, posted on Weibo, "I, Huang Bai, have acted my whole life just to experience real military life. Currently ranked 108. Everyone, please lend me your little hands and vote for me." The accompanying picture is a selfie of his troubled face. The comment section instantly exploded. "Ha ha! Brother Bai is personally campaigning. Everyone vote for me." Exactly. Brother Bai's acting is so good. Let us fulfill this little wish of his. On the other side, teacher, he looks at his vote count, stuck at 97. And his heart is in his throat. 98, a dangerous number. Standing on the edge of a cliff, looking at the abyss below, it's terrifying. Dear audience friends, please vote more. Bao Chang's side is even more peculiar. He started a live stream, his face glowing, speaking with a strong local accent. I want to go. I wanted to be a soldier since I was a child. I heard you can touch the real deal in the army. My buddies, vote for me. Get me up there. I want to go to the army to train. Now, the netizens are completely hyped up. An unwritten rule quietly formed in the comment section. Brothers, remember our slogan. If you want to go, don't vote. If you don't want to go, vote as much as you can. Sorry, Brother Bao. You want to go too much? We won't let you. As a result, Bao Chang is getting anxious in the live stream, begging for votes. But his vote count seems to be stuck, not increasing, but decreasing instead. Huang Bai is also at home sighing. He refreshed Weibo and saw a popular comment. Brother Bai, as long as you like this comment, we will get you on the list. Huang Bai, in a moment of impulse, clicked like. The next second, his Weibo automatically logged him out. When he reopened it and clicked on the voting page, he was dumbfounded. 20th place. Huang Bai, in this nationwide frenzy. First-line actress Yang Mi suddenly updated her Weibo. I've admired soldiers since I was young. They're the most lovely people in this country, silently guarding our iron wall. If given a chance to personally experience their lives and feel that honor, it would be the greatest honor of my life. Soon, another young star, Baba, retweeted her post. Sister Me is absolutely right. Who says women are not as good as men? Protecting the homeland, we girls can do it too. Sisters, let us show our girls strength and vote. This operation quickly stirred up the comment section. Some netizens express support. Wow, Mimi has such a good perspective. Support. Let's show them that girls can also go to the battlefield. Baba, good job, bringing glory to female stars. But more were skeptical. Come on, stop riding the wave. If you really go, can you handle a gun? Laughing to death, if you have to take off your makeup and be exposed to the sun, would you be willing? Regardless of the external debates, the vote counts for Yang Mi and Baba indeed began to steadily rise, quickly squeezing into the top 100 list. Meanwhile, those truly at the center of the storm, Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing, were like ants on a hot pan, in a luxuriously decorated top-floor apartment. Wu Yifan slammed his phone hard onto the soft carpet. Crazy. They're all crazy. His handsome face twisted slightly in anger, his usually well-groomed hairstyle now messy. Second place. I can't believe I'm second place. Next to him, Zhang Yixing's expression was equally grim. He paced back and forth in the room, his fingers nervously tapping against his pants. My phone has been blown up with calls, all asking if we are really going to participate in this show. It's driving me crazy. We can't go. Absolutely cannot go. Wu Yifan declared firmly. Our persona is that of exquisite, fashionable, trend-setting idols. We are the perfect dream lovers in our fans' hearts. Going to that kind of place exposed to wind and sun, rolling in the mud, our persona will completely collapse. Then what do? The votes are so high now, and the whole nation is watching. If we refuse directly, we will definitely be cursed to death. Zhang Yixing stopped pacing, distressedly scratching his hair. We might even be labeled unpatriotic, and then we're completely finished. After a long while, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu Yifan's eyes. There's only one way. Fake an illness. Declare to the public that we have a recurrence of a back injury due to long-term high-intensity training. The doctor strongly recommends bed rest and that we cannot participate in any strenuous activities. He paused, adding, I'll contact a private hospital doctor now. The diagnosis certificate can be prepared quickly, ensuring it's seamless. Zhang Yixing's eyes lit up. Good, let's do it this way. 3 days later, the voting channel officially closed. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the official Weibo of Forged into Steel announced the final list of 100 selected individuals. It was a long image filled with names, almost encompassing half of the entertainment circle. From the firmly established Wu Yifan, Zhang Yixing, and Kai Kunken, to Huang Bai and Teacher Yi, who were lifted by netizens, and even Yang Mi and Baba, who actively campaigned. There were even a few comedy internet celebrities and gaming streamers with millions of fans. The lineup was unprecedentedly strong. The entire internet boiled over once again. Wow, this lineup, it's like a battle of deities. Ha ha, I can't wait to see Kai Kunken rolling in the mud. Looking forward to the broadcast. Hurry up. Just as the netizens were incredibly excited, the official Weibo of Forged into Steel dropped another heavy bomb to ensure the authenticity and fairness of the program. This episode of Tempering into Steel will adopt a 24-hour unedited, unscripted, all-weather, multi-camera live broadcast. From now on, viewers can log onto the official platform and choose any trainee's exclusive camera to watch. As soon as this Weibo post was released, the entire internet erupted with enthusiasm. Unedited, live broadcast. This is too big a deal. This means that the star's every move will be fully exposed to the eyes of the national audience. Any showboating, any disguise will have nowhere to hide. The production team is amazing. I take back what I said about them seeking attention. Wow, this is what a real reality show is all about. Mom asked me why I'm watching my phone on my knees. Expectations soared instantly. At the same time, in the command office, Wu Tong was holding the final list, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at Feng Yi, who was sitting behind the desk with a calm expression. His eyes filled with awe. Major General Feng, you really managed to invite half of the entertainment industry here. Feng Yi's gaze shifted from the window back to Wu Tong's excited face. The good show has just begun. He stood up and walked to the huge electronic battle map. Notify them. Tomorrow morning, start broadcasting on time. Chapter 7 break, 1,000,000 the next day at 8 in the morning. There was still half an hour left until the official broadcast time of Tempering into Steel. The entire internet had already entered a frenzy ahead of time. Countless netizens were clutching their phones or sitting in front of their computers, frantically refreshing the official live broadcast platform. In the center of the black screen, there was only a constantly jumping countdown and a real-time online viewer count. That number was climbing at a visibly rapid pace. It broke 10 million. Wu Tong stared intently at the data on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. Major General Feng, it's only 8 o'clock, and there is still half an hour until the official broadcast, and the online viewer count has already surpassed 10 million, and it's still rising. At this rate, we might hit 30 million by the time we start. This is absolutely phenomenal, unprecedented. In the office, Feng Yi's expression remained as calm as water. He did not look at the huge screen, merely picked up the teacup on the desk and gently blew at the floating tea leaves. No need to rush. Let them wait. His tone was flat, as if those 10 million viewers were merely insignificant numbers. Notify them at 8:30, not a second late. Yes. Wu Tong straightened his back and responded loudly, his eyes filled with even deeper awe. At the same time, 3 military green old-fashioned buses were driving down a road leading to the suburbs. The bus bodies shook, and the engines emitted a dull roar. Inside one of the buses, Yang Mi was curiously leaning against the window, watching the rapidly retreating cityscape outside. There was no trace of complaint on her face. Instead, it was full of anticipation. Wow, where are we going? It feels like we're getting further and further away from the city. Sitting next to her, Baba looked a bit pale, weakly leaning against the back of the seat. Mimi, I'm feeling a bit karsik. This bus is so old, it doesn't even have shock absorbers. A man's voice came from the front. It was the artist Feng Feng. He irritably tugged at his collar. What era is this? Can't the army get a few better buses? The air conditioning is practically non-existent. It's sweltering. Sitting next to him, Huang Bai had his eyes closed, seemingly dozing off, and merely replied blandly, "Stay calm, and you'll feel cooler." Feng Feng pouted, stopped talking, and took out his phone. only to find there was barely one signal left. On the other bus, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing were sitting side by side, both looking sullen enough to squeeze water out of their faces. The promised recurrence of a back injury, the promised medical certificate, all went down the drain. Just the night before they were about to contact a doctor and prepare to release a statement, their manager suddenly intervened. "No, you can't fake an illness." The manager's tone was decisive. "I just received news that this program is led by the military and is highly valued by the upper echelons. If you dare to be a coward at this crucial moment, you will be directly classified as a poorly behaved artist and completely blacklisted. The only way now is to participate honestly and do your best. This is your only way out." Recalling the manager's serious face, Zhang Yixing irritably scratched his head. "Damn it, we've been set up." Wu Yifan snorted coldly, his eyes darkly gazing out the window. Their gazes unconsciously landed on a seat diagonally in front of them. The man was dressed in understated trendy wear, wearing headphones, leaning against the window with his eyes closed. Since getting on the bus, he hadn't said a word, exuding a cold aura that seemed to ward off strangers. Xiang Zhua, the heir of the Ian Group, young Master Xiang. A true child of privilege born with a silver spoon. Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. The only way to break the deadlock now might be to latch onto this big shot. They adjusted their expressions and approached him. "Young Master Xiang, hello." Wu Yifan. Zhang Yixing. Xiang's was slowly opened his eyes, took off one headphone, and his cold gaze swept over their faces. "What's the matter?" His voice was as cold as he was. Wu Yifan put on a flattering smile. "It's nothing important. We just want to get to know you, young Master Xiang. It's truly our honor to participate in the program with you this time." The corners of Xiang's was mouth curled into a mocking arc honor. He put his headphones back on, closed his eyes, and directly issued the dismissal order. "Stay away from me." Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing's smiles froze on their faces, awkwardly standing in place, unsure whether to leave or stay. Several other artists around cast gloating glances. A back row artist familiar with Xiang Zhua whispered gossip to his companions. "Did you see that? They hit a wall. This young Master Xiang won't give face to anyone. He is not here voluntarily. His dad is the chairman of Ian Group, and he can't stand him idling all day, wanting him to come to the military to tough it out. I heard that for this voting, his dad personally stepped in and paid someone to get him voted in. They're just trying to force him in." In the third bus, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Tan Song and Wen Qi, two young girls, were sitting together, excitedly discussing. "Wow, I've always wanted to attend a military school, but unfortunately, I didn't get in. This time I can experience it. It's like fulfilling a dream." Tan Song's round face was full of excitement. Yes, let us treat it as attending a super real summer camp." Wen Qi nodded vigorously. However, Dong Jia, sitting in front of them, wore a worried expression while touching her freshly done hair. "But what if they don't let us wash our hair here? My hair can't get wet." Next to her, Du Jiang comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, it won't be that exaggerated. Basic personal hygiene will still be ensured." In the corner, Lu Han carefully took out a pack of crushed cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he was about to pull one out, a hand suddenly reached over. "Hanye, can I borrow a lighter?" Lu Han looked up to see Wang Yuan winking at him. There's only one left. Lu Han felt a bit reluctant. "Don't be so stingy in the army. There won't be a place to buy them," Wang Yuan said, directly pinching that last cigarette from his pack. Lu Han pouted, but ultimately handed over the lighter. Time passed minute by minute. 10 minutes later, the bumpy bus convoy slowly left the highway and turned onto a dirt road. At the end of the road, a heavily guarded military camp gradually appeared in front of everyone. High walls, strict sentry posts, and the red flags fluttering in the wind. The carriages fell silent in an instant. Everyone subconsciously straightened up. Almost at the same time, all the cameramen on the 3 buses received clear instructions from the director team in their earpieces. "All cameras, pay attention. 3, 2, 1. Start broadcasting." Chapter 8. Not here to be criminals buzz. After a slight electric sound, the dark screen lit up instantly. In the center of the screen were the 4 large golden characters quenching to steel with a background of raging flames. As soon as the live broadcast started, the number of online viewers skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. In just a few seconds, The number surpassed 30 million and continued to rise. The barrage of comments flooded the entire screen like a burst dam. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally waiting for you. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Everyone sit tight. I'll phone. Mom is here to see you. Looking forward to Kuin's military uniform. Definitely going to be super handsome. The scene shifted, and the camera cut to the interior of the first bus. Several popular young artists were huddled together, seemingly playing some game, the atmosphere lively. Then, the camera moved to the second bus. Xiangzhuo was still leaning against the window with headphones on, looking unfriendly. Zhang Yixing sat not far away, his expression somewhat unnatural. Clearly, the previous attempt at flirting had left them feeling awkward in front of the camera. On the third bus, the artists appeared more genuine. Some were touching up their makeup, others were chatting, and some, like Lu Han, were looking pained as they stared at their half-smoked cigarette. Wow! Teacher Huang Bo shaved his head. A sharp-eyed netizen immediately spotted the detail. The camera zoomed in on Huang Bo, who sported a crew cut almost shaved to the scalp. He grinned at the camera, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Wow, Teacher Huang Bo is really committed. This is a true shave, as expected of an Oscar winner. The attitude is different. Haha, the brother next to him, Dong Jia, looks dumbfounded, his face saying, "What about my freshly done hair?" Hey, don't talk. It's visually engaging now. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was joyful and harmonious. Just as the online viewer count officially broke the 40 million mark, the three buses almost simultaneously came to a halt. The camera switched to a long shot. On the dusty training ground, rows of camouflage tanks were neatly lined up, their barrels pointed skyward, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Nearby, several armed helicopters lay quietly on the helipad, their rotors reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. On the tall watchtower stood sentinels armed with live ammunition. At every corner, soldiers in camouflage uniforms with painted faces were patrolling. The iron-blooded and solemn atmosphere seemed to penetrate the screen and directly hit the faces of all the viewers. Wow, this is real stuff. Isn't this a film studio? This scale is too realistic. Did you see those soldier brothers? Their face paint is identical, and their gazes are intimidating. The production team is amazing. They really brought people to the army. Inside the bus, the previously relaxed atmosphere vanished. All the artists were stunned by the sight before them. They instinctively straightened their backs, their smiles fading. A sharp electric sound rang out. A cold, loud voice echoed through the loudspeaker, resonating across the entire training ground. Attention, everyone. Get off the bus within 3 minutes. Assemble on the training ground. 3 minutes. Do you understand? As soon as the voice fell, a burly officer in camouflage training gear appeared on camera. He held a megaphone, his gaze sharp like an eagle. His name was Chun Shanming, one of the instructors responsible for training the new recruits. With a loud bang, the bus doors were pulled open from the outside. A wave of hot air mixed with dust rushed in. Quick, quick, quick! Everyone get down. Several equally dark-skinned, serious-looking soldiers stood at the bus door, urging them on. The stars finally awakened from their daze and hurriedly started to disembark. Oh my God, it's so hot. A female artist frowned as she stepped off the bus, feeling the heat hit her face. Where's my suitcase? Where are we staying? Is anyone in charge? This sun is too intense. Complaints arose one after another. They clearly had not transitioned from their star identities. They habitually expected staff to arrange everything for them. Gong Jian and He Cheng Wang, standing next to Chen Shaming, wore dark expressions. Gong Jian's fists were clenched, making a cracking sound. Silence. Chun Shanming roared, his voice booming like a bell, making everyone's ears ring. The training ground fell silent for a moment. But soon, the crowd began to stir again. After all, these were stars used to being pampered. They had never experienced such pressure. Only a few, like Teacher Yi and Huang Bo, remained silent from the moment they got off the bus, standing straight in the designated spot as required. They may not be soldiers, but they understood that once in the army, they had to present themselves like soldiers. Psst! A fine misting sound was heard. Feng pulled out a bottle of sunscreen spray from a small bag and began spraying it on his face vigorously. His serious demeanor made it seem as if he was performing some sacred ritual. Nearby, Zhang Yixing saw this and smirked disdainfully. TCH, what a show-off. Who was he trying to impress? Meanwhile, Kai Kunken appeared even bolder. He stepped forward, furrowing his brows as he questioned Chen Shanming. Hey, what else with your attitude? We're here to participate in a show, not to be treated like criminals. He was completely unaware that countless cameras were focused on him from all directions, broadcasting his defiant demeanor clearly live. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded after a few seconds of silence. What did I just see? He asked, questioning the instructor. Is he crazy? This is the army, dude. Do you think it's a fan meeting? Turning against him now. I had a bit of good impression of him, but he is so brainless. Kunken, don't be afraid. Mom supports you. What a terrible show. How can they treat our Kunken like this? All you delusional fans, get out. This is a military camp, not your home. The comments and barrage were uproarious, opinions quickly dividing into several factions. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, in a command vehicle, the show's chief director, Wu Tong, was intently staring at the monitor. He glanced at the thermometer inside the vehicle, showing an outdoor temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. This was still in the shade. The surface temperature on the training ground would be even higher. Wu Tong felt a wave of worry. He turned to the man sitting in the main seat. Major Feng. Wu Tong tentatively spoke. You see, the weather is really too hot. The artist just got off the bus. They might be struggling a bit. Wouldn't it be better to arrange for them to go to the dorms to rest for a while? Chapter 9. Look, it's done otherwise if something really happens. It would be good for us or for the army. Wu Tong spoke cautiously, afraid of offending the man beside him, sitting in the main seat. Feng Yi's gaze never left the monitor. His profile was sharply defined, like it had been chiseled, his jawline tight. The vehicle was eerily quiet. Only the faint sound of equipment running could be heard. Feng Yi did not respond. This silence puts more pressure on Wu Tong than any severe reprimand. Meanwhile, in a closed conference room in Jingping, everything happening on the training ground is being live-streamed on a giant screen. Smoke fills the air as several men in dark uniforms, with golden stars on their shoulders, watch the screen with serious expressions. One slightly plump propaganda minister slams his teacup down on the table. This is ridiculous. Is this the idol that young people are chasing now? They don't even have the most basic discipline. It's simply nonsense. What is the name of that one questioning our soldiers? Kai Kuan. Someone next to him immediately whispers the answer. Whatever Kai or Kuan. I see him as just a giant baby who hasn't grown up. Another elegant officer furrows his brow. Public opinion has already started to ferment. I took a look, and the wind direction is not good, mainly because the fan base is too large, and their ability to twist right and wrong is strong. Xiaofeng has a lot of pressure this time. Sitting at the head of the table, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, looking sprightly, speaks up. A sharp light flickers in his murky eyes, as if he sees through everything. What are we afraid of with public opinion? We want the whole country to see what these so-called stars are really like on a daily basis. The old man's voice carries an undeniable authority. The topic of rectifying the entertainment culture was unanimously approved last week. Since we have entrusted this task to Feng Yi, we must believe in him. This first step must be taken well. In the command vehicle, Feng Yi finally moved. He reached out and pressed a button beside his seat. The car door silently slid open. I'll handle this. He dropped this line and stepped out. Wu Tong was momentarily stunned, then nervously leaned toward the car window, his heart leaping to his throat. Feng Yi's figure appeared under the blazing sun. He wasn't wearing a hat, and his neat short hair seemed to be edged with gold in the sunlight. His military boots struck the scorching concrete, producing a steady and powerful sound. Step by step, he walked with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his posture tall like a pine tree. An invisible sense of pressure enveloped the entire training ground with his approach. The barrage in the live stream momentarily froze in an eerie pause. Wow, who is this person? The aura is so strong. Mom asked me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. This is a real man. Compared to stars in front, these are just a bunch of chicks. Brothers run. The big boss is coming. The stars who were still whispering felt this overwhelming momentum. They all fell silent, their gazes turning in unison. Yang Mi's heart skipped a beat at that moment. It's him. How could it be him? He in the southeast war zone? Yang Mi suddenly looked up, peering through the crowd and the rising heat waves. Feng Yi's gaze happened to sweep over her location. Their eyes met. His eyes were as deep as the sea, swirling with too many emotions she could understand. 1,000 words melted in that brief exchange. Yang Mi quickly lowered her head, hiding the panic in her eyes, but her heart raced wildly, almost bursting from her chest. She knew that in this occasion, they could not have any communication. The fact that they were married was a top secret. Feng Yi soon withdrew his gaze, as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. He stood firm at the front of the line, his sharp eyes slowly scanning each person. No one dared to meet his gaze. The previously assertive Kai Kuan had now shrunk to the back of the crowd, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The entire training ground was silent, with only the sound of the wind. "Report, sir." An untimely voice broke the silence. Xiang's was stepped forward. He raised his chin, his face carrying a self-important arrogance. "We are here to participate in the program, not to stand in punishment. It's already past mealtime, and the weather is so hot. Shouldn't you arrange for us to go to the dormitory first?" He felt that his wording was very appropriate, expressing a demand while also giving the other side face. He believed that with his status as the son of Yang Group, the other party would give him some consideration. As soon as he spoke, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Zhang Yixing immediately followed up. "Yeah, if we stay out any longer, we'll suffer from heat stroke." Feng weakly echoed, "My sunscreen is almost used up." Wu Yifan pushed up his sunglasses, speaking with a tone of entitlement. "I demand a single room. It must have air conditioning and 24-hour hot water." The female artist Dong Jia was even more direct. "I don't want a single room. I want a suite, and it must have a bathtub. My skin needs daily milk baths for maintenance." As soon as this was said, the whole place erupted in an uproar. Even the soldier standing guard nearby couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The barrage in the live stream exploded. "What did I just hear? A milk bath? Does she think she is Cleopatra? A bathtub in the military camp? Why doesn't she ask for a swimming pool? I can still understand Wu Yifan wanting air conditioning, but this lady truly thinks this is a vacation hotel. Refreshing my worldview. Do these people even know where they are?" In Jinping's conference room, the slightly plump propaganda minister was so angry his face turned red. "Absurd. Simply absurd. Is this the entertainment benchmark of our time? The country's face has been completely lost by them." The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit also darkened, tapping the table, his gaze more resolute. "It seems our determination is still not strong enough. This unhealthy trend must be thoroughly rectified." On the training ground, facing this series of outrageous demands, Feng Yi's face still showed no expression. He simply listened quietly. Until everyone finished speaking, he slowly opened his mouth. His voice was calm, revealing no anger or joy. "So, your many demands ultimately stem from the hot weather and discomfort, right?" "Yes." Xiang Zhua immediately nodded, thinking the other party was looking for a way out. He felt a surge of pride. It seemed that his status as the son of Yang Group was still quite useful. The surrounding stars also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Xiang Zhua with admiration. Brother Xiang is awesome. He hit the nail on the head with one sentence. It seems this officer isn't unreasonable after all. They thought they were about to welcome the dawn of victory. Feng Yi nodded. Understood. The hot weather is indeed a problem. He even spoke with a tone of agreement. This issue must be resolved immediately. After saying that, he turned around and shouted to a soldier not far away. "Li Irnyo?" "Yes." A soldier with dark skin, strong build, and an honest appearance ran over with a standard salute. "Please instruct, sir." The smiles on the stars' faces grew even broader. Xiangzhu even started to imagine himself lounging in an air-conditioned room, sipping iced drinks in comfort. He proudly exchanged glances with Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing, as if saying, "See, it's all settled." Chapter 10. Cooled down well, inside and out at the headquarters of Yang Group, in the chairman's office. A huge floor-to-ceiling window captured the bustling city outside. However, the atmosphere inside was icy, contrasting sharply with the sunny weather outside. Boss Xiang, the helm of Yang Group, was currently staring at the massive high-definition screen on the wall. On the screen was the live broadcast of forging steel. When he saw his son, Xiang Zhua, stepping forward with a savior-esque posture, using that self-righteous tone to make demands of the officers. His hand holding the purple clay teapot trembled slightly. When he heard the surrounding stars admiring his son, calling him impressive, the veins on his forehead began to throb. The secretary stood by, observing carefully, even holding her breath. He knew the chairman's temper too well. This was the precursor to a storm. Unfilial son. Bang! A valuable purple clay teapot was smashed onto the golden Nama desk, shattering into pieces. Scalding tea mixed with tea leaves flowed everywhere. Boss Xiang trembled with anger, pointing at the screen, displaying his smug son, his lips quivering. This unfilial son. I sent him to the army to temper his character, to let him endure some hardship, not to let him flaunt his power. What does he think he is? The young master of Yang Group? In the military, he is nothing. How much effort did I put in? How many connections did I use to get this useless son into this program? My intention was to let him correct his bad habits through military discipline. Also, to gain some goodwill in front of a national audience, to pave the way for his future succession. Now it seems I was completely wrong. This is not about reforming him. It's clearly about embarrassing ourselves. The secretary quickly handed over a clean towel, softly advising, Chairman, please calm down. Young master might just not be adapting to the environment. Not adapting? Boss Xiang snatched the towel, wiping his hands harshly, but his gaze remained glued to the screen. I think he has adapted too well to his lawless young master identity. He watched as Feng Yi called over a soldier on the screen. The smug expression on Xiang's face only fueled his anger. He could almost foresee that soon his old face would be thrown into the Pacific Ocean by this foolish son. It's over. Boss Xiang sat back down in his leather chair, rubbing his throbbing temples. This fool will definitely make a big mistake under that instructor. The secretary hesitated to speak. He also felt that the instructor named Feng Yi had a gaze that was eerily calm. It was not compromise. It was more like a hunter watching its trapped prey. Chairman, should I call the production team? Call what? Boss Xiang suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce look flashing in them. Let him fall. Let him fall hard. If he doesn't experience some unforgettable hardship, he will never know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. I'm willing to risk my old face today. He glared at the screen, his heart bleeding. At this moment, the livestream's comments were also divided into several factions due to Feng Yi's seemingly compromising attitude. No way. He compromised just like that? What happened to a soldier's backbone? Don't rush. I think things are not that simple. That officer named Feng, he has an unusual look in his eyes. The young master of Yang Group really has a lot of power. Even the army has to give him face. Disappointed, so disappointed. I thought we could see a crackdown on the entertainment industry's bad practices. But it turns out capital is still the strongest. Just wait and see. I bet a pack of spicy strips that these stars are going to be in big trouble. On the training ground, the stars' camps began to subtly divide. Naturally, Wu Yifan, Fo Feng, and Dongjie gathered around Xiangzhua. Xiangge, you're amazing. Wu Yifan pushed up his sunglasses, sincerely complimenting for the first time. I thought it would take a lot of persuasion. I didn't expect you to handle it with one sentence. Dongjie also put away her proud demeanor, adding a hint of flattery to her tone. Yeah, Xiangge, we'll have to rely on you in the show from now on. Feng Feng followed like a little tail, his eyes filled with admiration. I knew it. Following Xiangge means we'll have meat to eat. As Xiang's will listen to these compliments, his chin lifted even higher. He enjoyed the feeling of being admired, as if he were the center of the world. Meanwhile, a few older, well-regarded artists subtly gathered together. Among them, Teacher Yi looked at Xiang's with smug face and shook his head gently. He whispered to Zhang Xiao and Lao Hu beside him. Do you really think that Officer Feng will be so easy to deal with? Zhang Xiao, a sunny-looking big boy, now wore a serious expression. Good, do you mean? Teacher Yi's gaze fell on the expressionless Feng Yi not far away. Look closely at his eyes. From start to finish, his gaze hasn't changed. Calm as a deep pool. This isn't called compromise. It's called digging a pit. He's waiting for us to present our demands, exposing the ugliest side in front of a national audience, and then he'll sweep us all away. Lao Hu, a seasoned actor with over 20 years of experience, nodded in agreement. Teacher Yi is right. I've played a soldier. I know that real soldiers have spines harder than steel. How could they compromise because of a few threats? The previously silent Wu Jing also spoke up at this moment. That Officer Feng is a ruthless character. Zhang Xiao felt a chill in his heart and instinctively moved a bit further away from Xiangzhua. What should we do then? Should we band together? Zhang Xiao suggested. It's going to be tough from now on. It's better to support each other than to fight alone. I agree, Teacher nodded. Lao Hu and Wu Jing also expressed no objections. They looked at Xiangzhua and his group still basking in their self-satisfaction, their eyes revealing sympathy. The young people are still too naive. Just then, Feng couldn't help but lean close to Xiangzhua and whispered, Xianggu, what do you think that soldier is going to do? Is the officer sending him to arrange our dorms or to fetch us ice-cold watermelon? Xiangzhua glanced at the direction where the soldier, namely Erniu, had run off, smirking. Just wait. He is definitely going to pick us up. In this hot weather, he can't expect us to walk to the dorms, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Erniu returned. He wasn't driving. He was carrying a terrifyingly thick object on his shoulder. It was a yellow, seemingly heavy high-pressure water gun hose. Like a sleeping python, it coiled around his shoulder. At the end of the hose was a shiny metal nozzle, glinting coldly in the scorching sun. Seeing this, Teacher E.'s pupils suddenly constricted. He understood instantly. Zhang Xiao and the others were puzzled, wondering what this operation was. Fire drill? Only Lao Hu and Wu Jing exchanged glances, both involuntarily, smiling bitterly. As expected, what was meant to come would always come. Xiangzhua was momentarily stunned, but he quickly found an explanation, adopting a tone as if inspecting work. He said to the approaching Feng Yi, Officer, you've worked hard. Are you preparing to let us wash our hands, wash our faces, and cool down? He thought his guess was reasonable. A subtle smile appeared on Feng Yi's face. He nodded, his voice still calm. You only got half of it right. It's not about washing hands and faces. His gaze swept across every pampered star present, and he said slowly, it's to let you all cool down thoroughly. Inside and out. Before his words fell, he suddenly waved his hand, his voice booming like thunder. Chen Shaming, Gong Jian, step forward. The two tall instructors immediately stepped forward. Connect the water guns. Feng Yi ordered. Chen Shanming and Gong Jian moved quickly, swiftly taking the other two rolls of water gun hoses from Li Erniu and running to the nearby fire hydrant. With a few clicks, they completed the connection. The three instructors, each holding a metal nozzle, formed a triangle aimed at the stars who hadn't yet reacted. The smile on Xiang's face froze. Sir, what do you mean by this? Dong Jia also sensed something was off and instinctively took a step back, screaming, What are you doing? My clothes are haute couture. They can't touch water. Wu Yifan pushed his sunglasses up, revealing eyes filled with disbelief. What a joke. Feng Yi ignored their outcries. He slowly raised his hand, making a downward chopping gesture toward the three instructors. Prepare the water guns. With a whoosh, three thick hoses were instantly filled with high-pressure water, straightening up like three enraged giant pythons. The instructors used all their strength to hold onto the violently trembling nozzles. The stars were completely thrown into chaos, and the scene turned into a mess. Xiang's face changed from pale to green, then to purple. He finally realized that throughout this whole time, he had been like a clown. The other party was not giving him a way out. They were digging his grave. He shouted in a fierce but cowardly manner. You dare. My dad is Xiang from Yang Group. Feng Yi's cold gaze pierced his heart like a sword. The word dong was stuck in his throat. Feng Yi's lips curled into a cruel arc. He parted his lips and uttered a single word, spray. Chapter 11. I want to complain about you. That one word, spray, seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking everyone's hearts. Before the sound faded, a sharp tearing sound split the air instantaneously. Three thick streams of white water gushed out from the shiny metal nozzles with the force of thunder, accurately covering the entire star formation. The cold water beads exploded into a piercing chill upon contact with the scalding skin. This was not cooling down, this was punishment. Dong Jia's scream was the first to ring out, so shrill it was nearly piercing. Her expensive haute couture dress was instantly clung to her body by the water, outlining her awkward curves, with the fabric's color darkening in patches. My clothes! My clothes! She wanted to hide, but the curtain of water enveloped her, leaving nowhere to escape. Are you crazy? Wu Yifan was knocked off balance by the spray, wiping his face as the water mixed with his meticulously styled hair gel, blurring his vision. Damn it! The scene was a complete mess. The male stars instinctively covered their heads and fled, only to find themselves surrounded by an invisible wall of water. No matter where they ran, another stream of water would catch them precisely. They dodged, collided, screamed, and looked utterly ridiculous. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded at that moment. What the hell? They really sprayed them. This instructor is giving no face at all. So cool. This is what an instructor should be. Show these pampered stars some real consequences. Well done. I've been annoyed by Xiangzhou for a long time. Let him act. Haha, look at Wu Yifan's face. The foundation is washing off like dough. I'm dying of laughter. In stark contrast, a few female stars, Ba Ba and Yangmi, clung tightly to each other, gritting their teeth and closing their eyes. They stood tall, allowing the cold water to wash over their bodies. Water beads slid down their hair tips, cheeks, and necks. They trembled, but did not retreat. The two young girls, Tan Song Song and Wen Qi, clung tightly together like two chicks seeking warmth in a storm. Although their faces were filled with fear, their feet did not move an inch. The most shocking was Teacher Yi. From the moment the water hit him, he maintained a standard military posture, hands tightly by his pants seams, chin slightly tucked. His gaze was steadfastly directed forward, as if the high-pressure water gun was not spraying him, but rather a gentle spring breeze. The water soaked his hair and drenched his clothes, yet he stood firm like a pine, tree-rooted in place. The direction of the comments in the live stream instantly divided. This is too much. This is abuse. I want to report it to the military channel. Exactly. Celebrities are human too. This could make them sick. To the saint in front, stop shouting. Are you blind? Look at Yangmi and the others. They're also being sprayed, but they can stand firm, right? This is the true test. Those male stars running around have lost all their dignity. Amid the chaos, director Wu Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He saw that several male artists had rushed to the edge of the formation, seemingly trying to escape the filming area. He picked up the intercom, his voice calm yet cruel. All cameras. Surround them. Camera on Xiangzhou. Camera on Wu Yifan for close-up. Free camera work. Whoever tries to run, the camera follows them. Capture their most embarrassing expressions clearly. The photographers, who had hesitated before, immediately grabbed their equipment and rushed forward upon hearing the orders. The dark lenses of the cameras pointed at them from all directions like rows of cold gun barrels. The stars who were about to make a run for it froze in their tracks. They could endure the chill of the water, but they could not bear to see their images destroyed before a national audience. The cameras were like invisible shackles around their necks. The spraying continued for a full 3 minutes. When Feng Yi slowly lowered his hand, the 3 water streams abruptly stopped. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Only the sound of dripping water and the heavy breathing of the crowd remained. The training ground was in shambles. Everyone was soaked, water beads sliding down their hair tips and clothes. On the scorching concrete floor, dark patches of water spread out, quickly evaporating in the high temperature, rising in puffs of white steam. The female star's makeup was nearly all washed away, with eyeliner and mascara running down their faces in streaks of black tears. The male stars were even more disheveled, their hairstyles collapsed, designer shirts clinging to their bodies, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Feng Yi stepped forward, his military boots making a steady sound on the wet ground. He walked in front of the group, calmly scanning each person. How is it? Feeling cool now? A dead silence fell. No one dared to answer. Humiliation, anger, and coldness intertwined, choking their throats. Just then, a clear and powerful voice broke the silence. Report. It's Teacher Yi. He still stood upright. Feng Yi's gaze fell on him, a flash of approval in his eyes. Speak. Report, Chief Instructor. Teacher Yi raised his head and replied loudly. It's very cool. Feng Yi nodded. Good. Return to formation. With Teacher Yi leading the way. The others seemed to find their backbone in an instant, standing at attention and eagerly shouting in unison. Report. It's cool. Report, Instructor. Especially cool. Feng Yi's face remained expressionless. But at that moment, a voice holding back anger came from the ranks. I refuse. Xiangzhou stepped forward, his face ashen, his lips trembling with fury. The expensive Trini brand he wore was now dripping wet, clinging to him like a drowned rat. You must give me an explanation. He pointed at Feng Yi, his voice sharp with agitation. We came to participate in the program, not to be treated like prisoners. We just arrived, and we don't even know the rules of the military, and you treat us this way? This is not training. This is humiliation. I want to complain about you. I must complain about you. He shouted hysterically, tried to regain the face he had lost through this method. All eyes were focused on Feng Yi. The barrage in the live broadcast room became dense again. The young master is going wild. There's a good show to watch. The rich second generation is confronting the iron-blooded instructor. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the instructor will make him know what regret is. Feng Yi quietly listened to Xiang's roar, and the expression on his face could even be described as somewhat amusing. After Xiang's finished shouting, he slowly spoke. Explain? He seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Didn't I already explain it just now? Feng Yi took a step forward, closing in on Xiang's, looking down at him from above. It was you who said it yourself. It's too hot, and you want to cool down. I satisfied your request. What else are you dissatisfied with? Xiang's was choked into silence, his face turning the color of pig liver. Feng Yi pointed to a nearby office building. My office is on the 3rd floor of that building. There are paper and pens inside. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Write a complaint letter. And write it now. After you finish, hand it to me in person. At the back of the team, Brother Chow couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was like lighting a powder keg. Feng Yi's gaze instantly became sharp as a knife, sweeping over. Who's laughing? Brother Chow's smile froze instantly, his body stiffening. Feng Yi's voice was extremely cold. Step forward. Brother Chow dared not disobey and trembled as he stepped out. Reporting, it's me. Feng Yi stared at him, speaking each word clearly. 50 push-ups. Now. Immediately. Start. Chapter 12 break their illusions. 50 push-ups for a pampered star was nothing short of torture. Brother Chow's body had just been drenched with cold water. At this moment, his wet clothes clung to his skin, and with every descent, his palms sank into the muddy water mixed with gravel. The rough ground rubbed against his palms, sending waves of pain. Sweat mixed with mud slid down from his forehead, dripping into his eyes, both stinging and painful. The other artist stood to the side, silent as the grave. The atmosphere that had just been amusing disappeared without a trace. Feng Yi's gaze moved away from Brother Chow, slowly sweeping over everyone present. From the first second you stepped in here, your identity is only one. A rookie. Not some big star, not some traffic idol, and definitely not some capital young master. He paused, his eyes becoming even colder. Here, what I say is the rule. Whoever does not comply will be punished. The 50 push-ups just now were only a beginning. If you think this is an insult, then good. It means you're not completely stupid, because next you will experience more, deeper insults. After saying that, he no longer looked at the crowd, but turned to a nearby officer with the rank of captain, Chen Shanming. Chen Shanming. Attention. The officer named Chen Shanming stood tall, his voice booming. Organize the formation. Yes. Chen Shanming immediately stepped forward, using his strong voice to command the messy group of artists. Feng Yi retreated to the side, standing next to Gong Jian. Gong Jian looked at the frightened artists in front of him and then glanced at Brother Chow, who was still struggling in the distance. Revealing a look of concern, he lowered his voice. Boss, is this too reckless? After all, they are here to participate in the program. If we go this hard on the first day, what if we scare them away? Feng Yi's gaze remained fixed on the formation, showing no signs of wavering. It's to let them know that this is not an amusement park. You and I both know that the public outside knows too little about our military uniforms. They think that wearing a military uniform, running a few 5 kilometers, and shouting a few slogans is being a soldier. They think the army is a place to show off, a place to attract attention. The corners of Feng Yi's mouth curled into a self-deprecating arc. I want to use the most direct and brutal way to shatter their illusions. Not just for them to see, but for the millions of viewers in front of the screen to see. I want them to know what true discipline is, what true obedience is. Gong Jian fell silent. He understood Feng Yi's meaning. To correct a mistake, one must go to extremes. To plant a seed named respect in the hearts of these pampered artists. Only a thunderous method would work. The formation was soon organized. Although it was still a bit crooked, It had improved significantly compared to the previous disarray. Just then, Shun Tung in the formation, possibly unable to withstand the cold wind, cautiously raised his hand. That instructor, he hadn't finished speaking when He Qingguang, who was responsible for their class, shouted sternly, "You must report before speaking." Shun Tung jolted and quickly straightened his back, mimicking the instructor's posture. "Report." Feng Yi's gaze finally fell on him. "Speak." Reporting to the chief instructor, "Can we change into dry clothes? It's just too cold." Shun Tung's voice held a plea. Feng Yi's response was simple and straightforward. "No." Those two words hit everyone's hearts like two blocks of ice. Shun Tung's face fell. Feng Yi seemed not to notice the disappointment on his face and continued to issue commands. "Do you see the boxes behind you?" The crowd turned around and saw two types of boxes not far away, one black and one white. The black box is for your miscellaneous non-essential items. The white box is for your personal toiletries and change of clothes. Now, I will give you 5 minutes. Rearrange your luggage. After 5 minutes, all black boxes must be handed over for unified storage. He Qingguang, Wang Yanbing, Lei Sha, you guys take turns supervising them to complete this. Yes. Several young instructors immediately responded and walked towards their respective teams. The artists were completely dumbfounded. 5 minutes? What kind of international joke is this? Which of their suitcases wasn't stuffed full? Instructor, what about my phone? Does it have to be handed in? My computer? I still have work to finish. What about my cosmetics? I can't be without my cosmetics. In an instant, the training ground was in chaos again. The instructor's shouts rose and fell. Phones, hand them in. Computers, hand them in. Snacks, hand them in. All electronic products, everything unrelated to training, must be handed in. Wang Yanbing, with the worst temper, shouted at a slow-moving male artist. What are you dawdling for? If I tell you to put in, then put it in. Can't you understand human language? On the other side, Lu Han's expression also turned somewhat ugly. He quietly pulled aside Wu Yifan and Xiang Zhua. Hey, what about the cigarettes? Xiang Zhua had just been reprimanded by Feng Yi and was filled with anger, replying irritably. How would I know? They all have to be handed in. Wu Yifan's eyes turned, lowering his voice. We can't bring the whole pack. Let's break them up and divide them. Lu Han's eyes brightened, instantly understanding. He took advantage of instructor He Qingguang's inattention, quickly opened his suitcase, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from under a pile of clothes. His movements were swift as he tore open the packaging and took out the cigarettes one by one. Then he split some of the cigarettes, stuffing part into his socks and part into the front pocket of his pants. After doing all this, he tossed the empty cigarette boxes along with the outer plastic wrap into the black box, thinking he was being clever and unnoticed. However, what he did not notice was that not far away, on the trunk of a large tree, a miniature camera was clearly recording his every move. The live stream's comments section instantly exploded. Wow, Lu Han is actually smoking? I always thought he was the sunshine, good boy type. This hiding cigarette technique is a bit skilled. It doesn't look like the first time. His image has collapsed. But why do I think he looked a bit cool sneaking around? Sisters in front, you're not right. But I think so too. Ha! If the instructor searches him, it'll be a good show. Meanwhile, on the other side, the camp of female celebrities was in disarray. When they heard that all cosmetics had to be surrendered, several young actresses turned pale instantly. No way. Cosmetics have to be collected too? What about our on-screen appearances? Oh no, my bare face cannot be seen. Director, production team, this is not what we agreed on. Compared to their breakdown, Baba and Yangmi and the team appeared much calmer. Baba even took a curious glance at the female star next to her who was about to cry. Perfect. Let the audience see who the real beauty is and who is made up. Yangmi nodded, wearing a confident smile. However, Tan Song Song, with her cute doll-like face, was filled with distress. She wasn't afraid of going barefaced. She was worried about her skin. She approached the instructor responsible for their group, Lei Sha, and spoke softly, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Instructor Lei Sha looked like a simple and honest young soldier. When Tan Song Song called him like that, his face instantly flushed. Report. He subconsciously corrected her. Report. Tan Song Song quickly reacted. Instructor, can I keep my sunscreen? My skin is particularly prone to sunburn. It's not for looks. I really need it. Lei Sha looked at her sincere little face and felt a bit troubled. As a big man, how would he know whether sunscreen counts as cosmetics? He scratched his head, feeling a bit at a loss. I need to ask our squad leader about this. After saying that, he hurriedly ran to Chen Shanming. Report. Squad leader. A female comrade asked if sunscreen can be kept. Chen Shanming was also caught off guard. Just then, Gong Jian spoke up. He gently explained. Sunscreen is a skincare product used to prevent sunburn. It doesn't count as cosmetics. Also, facial cleansers and basic skincare products can be kept. The previously gloomy group of girls suddenly erupted into small cheers. The few female stars who were about to cry finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 13. The ice sleeves prepared for my husband. As soon as Gong Jian finished speaking, Wu Yifan's face immediately showed hope. He took a step forward, raised his hand, and spoke cautiously. Report, instructor, can our male soldiers keep it too? As soon as he asked this question, several male artists nearby instinctively gave him strange looks. Wang Yanbing, who had been sternly supervising everyone to surrender prohibited items, raised his eyebrows sharply upon hearing this. He turned around, his sharp eyes fixed on Wu Yifan, as if looking at a rare species. What? You, a big man, are afraid of getting tanned? He looked Wu Yifan up and down, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you're really that afraid, you can compete with the female soldiers to see who is whiter. Puff. Someone in the line couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wu Yifan's face instantly turned red, as if he had been slapped in public. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word, only lowering his head awkwardly under Wang Yanbing's intimidating gaze. Ha ha! Instructor Wang Yanbing is my internet spokesperson. Well said. Did Wu Yifan's brain get flooded? Asking such questions at this time? I'm dying of laughter. His survival instinct is zero. Does he think he is at some fashion party? Brother just has sensitive skin. Don't roast him. Wu Yifan didn't dare to say more, quietly retreating, but he started plotting in his heart. During the break later, he would find a friendly female star to borrow some. On the other side, He Ching-Wang walked up to Wu Jing. Wu Jing's luggage was quite simple, just a white hardshell suitcase. When He Ching-Wang opened the suitcase, he was stunned. It was completely empty. Besides a few changes of underwear, there was nothing else. Where are your things? He Ching-Wang was a bit surprised, looking up at Wu Jing. Wu Jing stood straight, with a calm smile on his face. Report, instructor, I believe the army will arrange everything we need for our daily lives. His voice was loud and resonant. He Ching-Wang looked at him, his eyes showing satisfaction. Well said. With your awareness, you will definitely gain a lot from this military training. Jingu is awesome. This is a real man. Came with an empty suitcase. Vision. What is called vision? This is called vision. It's a world of difference from those who secretly hide cigarettes and cry for cosmetics and sunscreen. Not far away, Zhang Yixing looked at this scene with disdain, curling his lips. He whispered to Feng Feng beside him, really good at flattering. His voice was very low, but in the quiet environment, it was clearly picked up by the miniature microphone on his clothes. The live stream's comments instantly shifted direction. Did I hear wrong? Zhang Yixing said, Wu Jing flatters? The little sheep image has completely collapsed. Actually speaking ill of his senior behind his back. Can't do it yourself, but resent others, really digging to the core. Turning dark, I originally thought he was quite hardworking. Didn't he expect his character to be so poor? Meanwhile, another drama unfolded in the female soldiers group. Dong Jia looked at Li Erniu's honest face, feeling extremely anxious. She had hidden a box of contraceptives in her bag. If that was found out in front of the live audience, how could she show her face in the future? Just as Li Erniu turned around to handle another female, Star S surrendered snacks. Dong Jia acted quickly. She swiftly took out the small square box from her bag and shoved it into the hands of Du Jiang next to her. Honey, quick, catch this. Du Jiang was in a daze, looking at his luggage that had been emptied by more than half. Suddenly being handed something, he instinctively caught it. He didn't have time to see what it was when Li Erniu turned back around. Dong Jia immediately pointed at the thing in Du Jiang's hand and said to Li Erniu, Report, instructor, this is the ice sleeves I prepared for my husband. For training use, to prevent sunburn. Li Erniu glanced at Du Jiang and then at the small box in his hand. Although he was simple-minded, he knew that ice sleeves didn't look like that. But Dong Jia had a sincere expression, and Du Jiang looked confused. Li Erniu scratched his head, following the principle of less is more, and directly took the box from Du Jiang's hand. This also 1 Du, prohibited item, confiscated. After saying that, He casually tossed it into the huge black box. Dong Jie breathed a heavy sigh of relief, feeling like she had just been pulled out of the water. Du Jiang finally reacted, looking down at his empty hands. He glanced at the black box and, with a puzzled expression, asked Dong Jie, "What did you buy me ice sleeves? I didn't know about it. And that thing isn't even for me." The surrounding artists exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. Dong Jie, without turning a shade, leaned closer to Du Jiang and quietly explained, "Oh, it's just that I'm worried about getting bumped or something unexpected happening during training. Better to be prepared." Du Jiang suddenly realized after hearing this. He nodded vigorously and seriously patted Dong Jie on the shoulder. "You really thought it through. Haha, is Du Jiang really silly or pretending?" I can't stop laughing. Dong Jie's quick response is a shame not to be in a comedy skit. I feel sorry for Du Jiang for a second, being sold out and still helping to count the money. These two are here to be funny. They've taken all my laughter for today. In another corner of the break area, Shun Tung slumped on his suitcase, looking utterly disinterested. He poked Old Qin beside him. "Old Qin, seriously, do you regret it?" Old Qin smiled bitterly. "Is it still too late to say I regret it?" "A little. Not far away." Meng Hetong overheard and immediately leaned over, lowering his voice. "Senior brother, you have to be careful. Artie Yun's reputation cannot collapse here." Time passed minute by minute. Just sorting and handing in these prohibited items took nearly half an hour. The number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed to nearly 60 million. The screen was flooded with dense bullet comments, almost drowning the entire image. On the training ground, Chun Shanming glanced at the military watch on his wrist, his brows already furrowed into a knot. The slowness of these stars had seriously exceeded his expectations. His patience had finally run out. Chun Shanming took a deep breath, suddenly raised his head, facing everyone. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder. "All present." The roar instantly silenced the noisy training ground. Everyone's movements froze as they turned to look at him in unison. "Attention! Chapter 14, Inconvenient. Disliked. Unacceptable." That roar was like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. The noise in the entire training ground was instantly shattered by this voice. All the stars, whether they were sorting their luggage or whispering to each other, froze in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison to the source of the voice, Chun Shanming. He stood tall and straight, but his dark face held no trace of superfluous expression, only cold seriousness. "I'm giving you 2 minutes." Chun Shanming's gaze swept across the entire area like a knife. 10 people per class, divided into 10 classes. He Chang Wang, Wang Yambing, Li Erniu, Su Tianlong, Song Kai-fei. The 5 instructors called out stepped forward almost simultaneously. Their movements were uniform, their voices resounding like bells. "Now, you 5 will be responsible for the daily training of classes 1 to 10. Now, immediately memorize the names of every person in your class. After 2 minutes, I will check." The order was given crisply and cleanly, without any hesitation. The 5 instructors showed no signs of doubt, responding affirmatively and turning to march towards their respective areas. Chun Shanming glanced at his watch again, then spoke out once more, his voice echoing throughout the area. "Here, I am your new recruit company commander, Chun Shanming." He paused for a moment, pointing to another equally upright officer beside him. "This is your instructor, Gong Jian." Gong Jian stepped forward, his expression different from Chun Shanming's sternness, yet his gaze was equally sharp. "Hello everyone, I am Gong Jian. You can come to me with any training or life-related issues." His words eased some tension, as they finally had someone who seemed approachable. However, Gong Jian's next sentence instantly dropped the atmosphere back to freezing point. He turned to the silent figure, standing not far away. "Finally, let me introduce our overall commander for this training session." Everyone's gaze involuntarily followed Gong Jian's eyes, converging on that man. He simply stood there quietly, without Chun Shanming's authoritative roar or Gong Jian's gentle speech. Yet he exuded an undeniable oppressive force, like a massive magnetic field. Feng Yi, codename Thunderkill. Thunderkill? Everyone recalled the chilling methods he had just used to cool everyone down, involuntarily shivering. Chun Shanming seemed pleased with the effect, his cold gaze surveying the group of stars. Now, all present. Pick up the white box on your right. Follow your class leader and run into the dormitory. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At the command, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily grabbing the half-meter-tall, white plastic box beside them. The box wasn't heavy, but after the series of impacts just now, it felt heavy in their arms. Finally, they could go to the dormitory. The thought energized many, believing that the harsh phase had come to a temporary end. As they ran, suppressed discussions began to quietly arise again. Hey, how many people are supposed to be in a dormitory? I hope there's air conditioning. It's too hot. 4-person room? 8-person room? It wouldn't be a big dormitory, would it? The female stars huddled together, chattering away. Schwanger, let's share a room later, okay? Sure, let us bring Xiaoya. Just the 3 of us. Just don't room with that Dong Jia. He looks scheming. They completely failed to notice the knowing smirks on the faces of the leading instructors. The dormitory building soon came into view. A gray concrete building that looked rather unremarkable stood there all alone. The walls bore some mottled marks, filled with a sense of age. Everyone stopped at the foot of the building, and Chun Shanming pointed upstairs, expressionless as he announced. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, boys' dormitory. 4th floor, girls' dormitory. Once inside, find your bed with your name on it. Dismissed. As soon as the words were spoken, the boys were fine, although they were a bit disappointed with the dormitory conditions. They could finally drop off their luggage. All of them rushed inside eagerly. However, the female stars exploded like a lit powder keg in an instant. What? A female star screamed. We have to live in the same building as the boys. How? Is that acceptable? It's too inconvenient. What about washing up and using the toilet? There's no privacy at all. I refuse. We must change to a different building. Voices of complaint rose one after another. The female stars who had just been looking forward to sharing dormitories now wore faces full of resistance. Schwanger was the first to step forward, hands on her hips, adopting an uncompromising stance. Instructor, we demand to change dormitories. On the other side, a few young male idols who had already rushed upstairs peeked out upon hearing the commotion below. Instead of looking displeased, they wore expressions of delight, as if they were enjoying the show. The noise from below grew louder, even drowning out the sounds of moving luggage inside the building. Just then, a cold voice came from behind the crowd. What is the commotion? Everyone turned to see. It was Feng Yi. He had come over at some point. Standing at the edge of the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, he calmly observed the agitated female stars. Chun Shanming and Gong Jian immediately stood at attention, stepping aside to let the overall commander take the stage. Schwanger saw Feng Yi and didn't back down. Instead, she felt she had found someone who could make a decision, and she immediately approached him. She raised her chin and spoke with determination. Report, Commander. We female artists cannot live in the same building as the male artists. Feng Yi's gaze fell on her, showing no emotional fluctuation. Reason? Inconvenient. Disliked. Unacceptable. Schwanger asserted all 3 negatives in one breath, her momentum strong. We girls need personal privacy. Living in the same building as the boys, how can we guarantee our privacy? She emphasized the word privacy as if it were a basic right. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's lips seemed to curve up slightly at the corners, almost imperceptibly, making one think it was an illusion. He fixed his gaze on Schwanger. So, you think the men downstairs would sneak up to the 4th floor to check on you when you're not paying attention? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The expression on Schwanger's face froze instantly. She suddenly realized and instinctively turned to look back. She saw the surrounding male stars, whether seasoned actors or fresh faces, all looking at her with extremely displeased expressions, as if her previous statement had publicly questioned their character as men. Chapter 15. Better not lie on the bed, that's not what I meant. Schwanger quickly defended herself, her voice slightly pitched. Alarm bells rang in her heart. Oh no, I spoke too much and offended all the men. She quickly adjusted her expression, forcing a smile she thought was appropriate, and looked at the male artists around her. Dear teachers and colleagues, of course, I believe in your character. I just think that there are differences between men and women. It's basic respect, right? She shifted her tone, directing it at Feng Yi again. We live in the same building. Washing up, resting, and various things will be very inconvenient. This is just a reasonable request. Is that not acceptable? She sneered inwardly. This is a variety show, recorded the whole time. If you, a chief instructor, can't even agree to this reasonable request, there are ways to guide public opinion after the show airs. At that time, the label of being unkind and discriminatory against women will stick to you, and let's see how you handle it. The fans' backlash could drown you. She didn't believe he would dare to stick to his opinion while risking being attacked online. Feng Yi looked at her, his eyes showing no waves, as if he saw through all her little thoughts. He stated the facts in a calm tone. First, the girls' dormitory is on the 4th floor, the top floor. Second, during training, besides sleep time, none of you will stay in the dormitory. Third, there is an iron door at the staircase leading from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor that will be locked. No male, including us, can go up without orders, except for the female instructors. Feng Yi paused, his gaze landing on Shuang'er like a tangible weight, filled with amusement. Were you planning to go downstairs without clothes on? Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and laughed. Although they quickly stifled it, the sound was particularly jarring in the dead silence. Shuang'er's face instantly turned red. Humiliation and anger erupted in her chest like a volcano. This was a blatant insult. She trembled all over, pointing at Feng Yi, her sharp voice almost piercing eardrums. This is personal attack. You shut up. Feng Yi's voice was like a thunderclap, booming in everyone's ears. Those 2 words carried an undeniable authority, as if frost had formed, instantly suppressing all noise. Shuang'er felt an invisible pressure rushing toward her. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She opened her mouth, but the words were stuck in her throat, unable to say a single word. All that remained in her heart was endless panic. This man had a terrifying aura. Feng Yi didn't look at her again, turning his gaze to the various male stars with different expressions. Does anyone want to go up? In an instant, all the male stars shook their heads like rattles. Wu Jing was the first to speak, his voice loud. Report to the instructor? Absolutely not. We're not that kind of people. Zhang Yixing and Wu Yifan, along with several other popular idols, quickly expressed their stance. No. Instructor, don't worry. Who would dare to touch that bad luck at this time? Besides, being publicly questioned by a woman about their character left them all feeling frustrated. Very good. Feng Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Now, everyone go back to the dormitory. If anyone thinks the dormitory here is unbearable, the playground is big enough. You can sleep over there. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a cold and hard silhouette. The crowd looked at each other, and no one dared to say another word. Although the female stars were still unwilling in their hearts, they could only grit their teeth, dragging their suitcases, and walked back into the building, dejected. Shuang'er stood in place, her face alternating between green and white, ultimately following reluctantly after her assistant support. Outside the dormitory building, Song Kaifei wore a bitter expression, leaning toward Feng Yi and Chen Shanming, whispering complaints. Boss, this job is too hard. The classes I'm in charge of, Class 9 and Class 10, happen to be all female artists. He lamented. These ladies have so many demands, so many issues, each one delicate like a flower. If I say something too harsh and they shed a few tears, their fans could drown me in spit. Those online reports and complaints would drive me crazy, right? Chen Shanming patted his shoulder, also looking helpless. After so many years of leading troops, he had never encountered such a situation. Feng Yi stopped, turned to look at him. Fans? He asked back. Can fans' complaints change the rules of the army? Song Kaifei was taken aback. Right? This is the army, a sacred and inviolable place. How could I let my worry about so-called public opinion make me forget the fundamental principles? He suddenly realized, shame washing over him as he lowered his head. Boss, I was wrong. Feng Yi's gaze showed no sign of softening. You know you were wrong? 1,000 push-ups. Yes. Song Kaifei didn't utter a single word of protest and immediately dropped to the ground, doing push-ups perfectly. Feng Yi watched it before turning to Chen Shanming. Go. Call Tan Xiaolin and Yi Suanxin over. Female soldiers need female instructors to lead. It's more convenient. Chen Shanming's eyes lit up. Yes. Meanwhile, everyone dragged their luggage into their respective dormitories. Then, they collectively went dumbfounded. Wow, a 10-person room? Feng looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but curse. In a nearly 40-square-meter concrete room, 5 iron bunk beds were placed against the walls on either side. The bedboards were bare wooden planks, with no mattress at all. Behind the door stood a row of simple iron cabinets. Facing the door, under the window, was a long wooden table and several long benches. The only highlight in the entire room was probably the brand new air conditioner hanging on the wall. "This bed is too narrow, right? Just rolling over would make you fall off," a young male star complained, knocking on the hard wooden bed with a frown. "How are we supposed to sleep like this?" "Exactly, at least give us a mattress." Teacher E was quite easygoing. He set down his suitcase and looked around. "Not bad." He pointed to the air conditioner on the wall. "In the army, ordinary dormitories don't have air conditioning for you. This must have been specially requested by the production team for us, which is quite considerate." Hearing this, everyone's faces improved a little. Zhang Yixing, Wu Yifan, and several other young and strong ones were truly exhausted. They had been bustling since morning, traveling, and after the earlier intimidation, their bodies were worn out. They didn't bother to complain anymore, directly throwing their suitcases onto the ground. With a thud, they collapsed onto the lower bunk like they had no bones. Xiangzhua also chose a lower bunk, lying on his back and letting out a long breath. "Whatever, just lie down first." Just as the few young people were about to close their eyes and take a quick nap, Teacher Yi's steady voice suddenly resonated in the dormitory. "I advise you, it's best not to lie in bed." Chapter 16. The distinct two factions. Wu Yifan didn't even lift his eyelids, only letting out a light grunt from his nose. Zhang Yixing, however, opened his eyes, looking somewhat tired, as if he didn't quite understand the meaning behind the words. Xiangzhua turned to the side, propping himself up on the bed with his elbow. Half closing his eyes, he looked at Teacher E, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Another senior from the entertainment industry, Wu Jing, also set down his luggage. He walked over to Teacher E, crossed his arms, and scanned the young people. Teacher E was right. Wu Jing pointed to a pile of green small stools stacked in the corner. The military had regulations during non-rest hours. You couldn't sit or lie on the beds. If you're tired, just sit on the small stool. It's sturdy. His tone was much firmer than Teacher Yi's, carrying the crispness honed from military training. Hearing both seniors say this, the young people lying down didn't refute, but none of them moved either. Fatigue was the best excuse. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. Xiang's was suddenly scoffed and spoke without reservation. "I say, both of you masters, just take care of yourselves. There's no instructor here. What's the big deal about lying down? Is the sky going to fall?" As soon as he said this, the dormitory instantly fell silent. Teacher E and Wu Jing exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes, and said no more. Some truths can only be understood after hitting a wall. On the other side, in the female soldiers' dormitory, the complaints were almost about to blow the roof off. "Oh my God, is this a 10-person room? There's not even a separate bathroom?" Schwanger looked at the rudimentary and almost primitive furnishings. Her face instantly fell, and her tone rose by 8 degrees. "How are we supposed to live here? I've never stayed in a place like this. How is this any different from being in jail?" Dongjia also wore a face of disdain. She pinched the edge of the bare bedboard with 2 fingers, as if there were something dirty on it. "Exactly. We're here to participate in a show, not to suffer through military training. If they can't even guarantee the most basic living conditions, the production team is being too unreasonable." Schwanger looked around, seeing faces filled with dissatisfaction. Her eyes sparkled with a glint. She cleared her throat and raised her voice. "Sisters, we can't just let this go. We need to unite and collectively protest to the production team. Demand a change of dormitory. Right? Protest." Dongjia immediately echoed. Several young actresses nodded along, feeling that this proposal was spot on. Just as everyone was indignant and preparing to form a protest alliance, a cold voice interrupted. "I advise you not to go." The speaker was Yangmi. She was organizing her belongings, taking items out of her suitcase one by one. Shuang looked at her defiantly. "Yangmi, what do you mean? Are you really okay with living in this horrible place?" Yangmi raised her head, her gaze calm and unruffled, scanning the crowd. "Of course I don't want to. But have you thought about where this is? This is the military." Her voice wasn't loud, but it calmed the agitated crowd a bit. "Our protest target is the production team. But who really has the final say? It's the military. If you cause a ruckus like this, do you think you're embarrassing the production team or challenging the military's rules?" Yang Mi picked up a neatly folded shirt and placed it in the metal cabinet. Don't let others use you as a pawn. In the end, it's still us who will suffer. Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. Baba, who had been silent, finally spoke up, her voice bright. Sister Mi is right. Were these conditions? When I first debuted, I stayed in a shed worse than this while filming. There wasn't even air conditioning. It was as hot as a steam chamber in summer, but I got through it. Didn't I? Now that we're here, let us just go with the flow. What can they really do to us? Tan Song and Wen Qi nodded repeatedly. I think Sister Baba is right. Since we're here, we might as well settle in. In an instant, the female stars split into two distinct factions. The resistance faction, led by Shuang'er and Dongjia, was numerous and still indignant. The rule-abiding faction, led by Yang Mi and Baba, though fewer in number, was clear in logic and common attitude. Both sides refused to yield, and the air in the dormitory felt like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. At this moment, a military off-road vehicle with a special license plate came to a steady stop in front of the base office building. The car door opened, and two spirited figures stepped out. Leading the way was a dashing female major. She stood tall, had a beautiful face, and her gaze was sharp as an eagle. It was Tan Xiaolin, the captain of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Following her was a younger and more youthful-looking female, second lieutenant. The one-star rank did nothing to conceal her rebellious spirit. Special Forces member, Yi Tsuanshin. The two walked briskly into the office building, familiar with the layout, and arrived in front of an office. Tan Xiaolin adjusted her military attire and knocked on the door. Report. Come in. A familiar voice came from within. Tan Xiaolin and Yi Tsuanshin pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the familiar figure behind the desk, the two instantly stood at attention and saluted with a standard military gesture. Feng Yi looked up, meeting the eyes of these two soldiers he had personally trained, a softness appearing in his gaze. Back then, he had molded a group of girls from different backgrounds into a special operations team that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Now, Tan Xiaolin had grown into a capable major officer. You're here. Feng Yi gestured for them to sit. As soon as Yi Tsuanshin sat down, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Chief, you are now managing a vast army. Why did you decide to take on this task? Having a bunch of female celebrities come to the military to experience life? Isn't that just making things difficult for them? Feng Yi leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. You don't understand. This is a mission. He didn't elaborate further and got straight to the point. Out of the artists coming this time, 40 are female. There are quite a few troublemakers. That kid Song Kai-fei is almost driven mad by them. Tan Xiaolin immediately understood. Chief, you mean exactly? Feng Yi's gaze fell on them. Female soldiers still need female instructors to guide them. It's more convenient. You two will each be responsible for 2 squads, 20 people. As for the specific training tasks, Song Kai-fei will coordinate with you. Understood. Tan Xiaolin and Yi Tsuanshin replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. To be able to take orders from their old leader again was a tremendous honor for them. Feng Yi nodded and pressed the internal intercom on the table. Gong Jian, come to my office. Soon, instructor Gong Jian, dressed in military attire, pushed the door and walked in. Chief, Feng Yi pointed to Tan Xiaolin and Yi Tsuanshin. These are the female instructors I found for you. Tan Xiaolin and Yi Tsuanshin. Take them to coordinate with Song Kai-fei. Then go downstairs and explain the situation to those new recruits. Gong Jian nodded. Understood. Feng Yi glanced at his watch. Notify them. New recruit squad. 5 minutes later, assemble downstairs at the dormitory. Chapter 17, everyone, please return to the dormitory 5 minutes later. The sharp assembly whistle suddenly shattered the tranquility of the base. The sound seemed to have a penetrating quality, directly piercing the eardrums, causing hearts to skip a beat. In a male soldier's dormitory, almost at the same second the whistle sounded, Teacher Yi's body sprang up from the bed like a tightly wound spring. It wasn't a thoughtful action, but an instinct ingrained in his bones. He swiftly put on his clothes and rushed out the door. Right behind him was Wu Jing, who also showed no hesitation, his gaze calm from having weathered storms as he quickly tidied his outfit. Pang Yuyin watched the reactions of the two seniors and felt a jolt in his heart, immediately scrambling to put on his clothes. Meanwhile, Wu Yi was irritably covering his head with a pillow. What's going on? Can't anyone get some sleep? Next to him, Xiang's was sat up leisurely, a disdainful smirk on his face, moving with the grace of someone selecting a suit for the next day in a luxurious bedroom. To them, the piercing whistle was merely a clumsy tactic by the production team to create hype. In the female soldier dormitory, the scene was equally polarized. Yang Mi and Baba jumped out of bed almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Without saying a word, they quickly got dressed, tied their hair, and hurried out of the dormitory. Downstairs in the dormitory building, on the empty grounds, Chen Shanming, He Cheng Wang, and Wang Yanbing stood like three iron towers, completely still. Teacher Yi was the first to arrive, slightly out of breath, but quickly joining the lineup. Wu Jing, Peng Yi, Yang Mi, and Baba followed one after another, automatically forming a crooked line. Time ticked by second. More and more latecomers arrived, in small groups, reluctantly, with disgruntled expressions. Wu yawned while Xiang's had his hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, Shuang Er and her group strolled over as if walking down a red carpet at a gala. When the last person finally stood in place, Chen Shanming raised his wrist to check the numbers on his tactical watch. The air froze at that moment. 15 minutes. 28 seconds. Chen Shanming's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking everyone's hearts. Do you know what 15 minutes means? He stepped forward, his sharp gaze slicing through every face. On the battlefield, that's enough time for the enemy to encircle you, enough for your position to be shelled 3 times. You all are nothing but cold corpses. His chest heaved violently, clearly enraged. Still thinking of being stars? Still thinking of being idols? You're just a bunch of moving targets. Most of the artists were stunned by this sudden outburst of fury. But soon, disdain began to quietly brew in some hearts. It's just a variety show. Does it really need to be taken so seriously? Do they really think they're important? The barrage in the live stream exploded. Wow, this instructor is so fierce. My poor brother, he must be scared to death. What is so fierce? A battlefield? This is just a variety show. The saint upstairs should shut up. Soldiers should have the demeanor of soldiers. Support the instructor. At that tense moment, Shuang Er took a small step forward and raised her hand. Her movement wasn't T-standard, even carrying a hint of provocation. Report, instructor. Chen Shanming frowned. Speak. We demand to change dormitories. Shuang Er's voice was clear and loud, showing no fear. The conditions of this dormitory are simply too poor. 10 people crammed into a small room, damp and hot, without even a separate bathroom. She looked around, seemingly seeking support. We came to experience military life and spread positive energy, not to suffer. Only in a comfortable environment can we maintain our best state to complete the upcoming training, right? As soon as she finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted from behind. Yes, Shuang Er is right. These conditions are too basic. My skin is allergic. If we don't change dorms, we 1T train. The last statement was like a spark that ignited a powder keg. Not training? Chen Shanming's eyes narrowed, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Just as he was about to explode again, a steady voice interrupted. You said if we don't change dormitories, you 1T train? Everyone turned to see Feng Yi standing on the steps in front of the building, having appeared there at some point. He was dressed in neat casual clothes, the stars on his shoulder shining under the lights. Gong Jian stood behind him, his expression serious. The atmosphere changed subtly with Feng Yi's arrival. His imposing presence, exuding authority without anger, was far beyond what the young instructors like Chen Shanming could compare to. When Shuang Er saw Feng Yi, she felt even more confident. In her view, such a high-ranking leader would surely prioritize influence and understand how to be flexible. Yes, she stood tall and replied loudly. We believe our request is reasonable and justified. Indeed, we all think so. The crowd behind her echoed loudly, as if sheer numbers could make it truth. Feng Yi's calm gaze swept over the angry faces. Okay, I understand. He nodded, his expression unreadable. I approve your request. Approved? Shuang Er and the others were taken aback. Was it that simple? Immediately, triumphant smiles appeared on their faces as they exchanged victorious glances. See, I knew it would be like this. In the face of capital, all rules must yield. Feng Yi's next words made them think victory was assured. Now, all those who find the living conditions unbearable and are unwilling to continue training, he paused, his gaze sharpening, can immediately go back to rest. Then he turned to Chen Shanming and ordered, Chen Shanming, come here. Bring these people back to the dormitory to rest. Feng Yi emphasized the word please. Excitement flashed in Chen Shanming's eyes. Yes, I guarantee completion of the task. He waved his hand, and He Cheng Wang Yambing, and several nearby soldiers immediately stepped forward. Shuang Er and the dissatisfied group thought they were really being asked to go back to rest. They could already imagine the production team would hurry to arrange 5-star hotel accommodations for them tomorrow. Each one feeling proud, they turned back to head upstairs. Watching the departing female stars, some male artists couldn't help but follow suit, heading towards the dormitory as well. Feng Yi didn't stop them. The originally nearly 100-person team was suddenly reduced by more than half. Downstairs, only about 30 artists remained, standing alone in the empty space. Among those left were Teacher Yi and tough guys like Wu Jing, as well as Yang Mi and Baba, who had followed the rules from the start, and some small stars who were usually spoiled but dared not break the rules. Gong Jian looked at the scene before him, worried. Agreeing to their demands so easily would likely undermine the instructor's authority. The subsequent work would probably be even harder to carry out. The barrage was also in chaos. So easily compromised? Looks like it's still a game of capital. Disappointing. To the one upstairs, our sister made a reasonable request. Okay? Don't throw around baseless accusations. It seems even the instructor can't handle these spoiled stars. Shuang Er just wants to fight for a better environment. What's wrong with that? The Shuang Er fan upstairs should leave. Is the military a place for bargaining? Did you forget that when Xiang's made a request, Instructor Feng also agreed quickly? Wu Jing and Teacher Yi are real men. Amid the noise, no one noticed Feng Yi's lips slowly curling into a meaningful smile. That smile carried the composure of a hunter seeing its prey step into a trap. Yami noticed it. She knew this was far from over. For those resting, the real show was just beginning. Chapter 18. The hot wind in the open field. The wind blew, stirring up a few dry leaves, making the 30 or so remaining people feel even more lonely. Feng Yi's gaze fell on this group. What about you? Do you also want to go up to rest? No one answered, and the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. At this moment, Teacher Yi stepped forward, standing straight. He had a military background, and at this moment, the discipline ingrained in his bones was fully awakened. Report, Instructor. His voice was loud and resonant, with the unique cadence of a soldier. We obey all arrangements. What a good statement of obedience. The corner of Feng Yi's mouth seemed to twitch, but was too quick to catch. Teacher Yi's words were like a calming pill, quickly stabilizing those who had been wavering around him. Yes, we all obey the arrangements. Whatever the instructor says, we will do. Among the crowd, Bao Chong scratched his head and spoke somewhat foolishly. That instructor, our clothes are all muddy and sweaty. Can we change first? He pointed to a set of well-worn brand-name leisure clothes, a hint of embarrassment on his face. This was a very practical and down-to-earth question. Compared to the grand narratives about the poor living conditions of those upstairs, the need for a clean set of clothes seemed incredibly simple. Feng Yi's gaze shifted to Bao Chong, and this time, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to dissipate a bit. Sure, he said decisively. Then he looked at Chen Shanming. Chen Shanming, here, take them to the warehouse to get their training uniforms. From now on, until you leave here, the training uniform will be your only clothing. Training uniform? Hearing these 3 words, the artists present, especially the male ones, instantly lit up. It was a dream belonging to men. Who didn't have a military dream? Now, they actually had the opportunity to wear real training uniforms. Even a few female artists showed expressions of anticipation. Yes, Chen Shanming took command and turned to the crowd, waving his hand. Everyone follow. Move quickly. The 30 or so people immediately formed a crooked line and jogged after Chen Shanming toward the warehouse. Yami mixed in with the crowd, trying hard to mimic the instructor in front, straightening her back and swinging her arms. However, her running posture was somewhat awkward, and she nearly twisted her ankle several times. She didn't dare to say she was tired. She just gritted her teeth and tried to keep up with the pace of the group. Feng Yi stood still, not moving. His gaze followed the petite figure struggling to run in the line. Watching her stubbornly refuse to fall behind, Feng Yi's expression unconsciously softened. In his deep eyes, it was as if the shattered starlight had turned gentle. He and she had been married for 5 years. There was no wedding, no banquet, not even telling anyone. In these 5 years, he had spent much more time in the army than by her side. He owed her a grand wedding, owed her a recognized status, known by everyone. A strong sense of guilt surged in Feng Yi's heart. After this variety show ends, he silently vowed, once it's over, he must give her a grand wedding. This thought flashed by. When he raised his eyes again, that fleeting gentleness had vanished without a trace, replaced by a hunter-like coldness. This instant change in expression was sharply captured by the live broadcast cameras. The comments exploded. Wow, did you see Feng instructor's gaze just now? I felt a chill even through the screen. Yes. It was normal 1 second, and the next second it suddenly became terrifying. This guy has definitely been on the battlefield. He must have seen blood, otherwise he wouldn't have such an aura. Don't guess blindly, those upstairs. Is there anything scary about being a soldier? That's called killing intent. It's the momentum of protecting the home and the country. But still, I feel it quite scary. It seems that if he smiles, someone is going to be in trouble. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit sympathetic toward those spoiled stars upstairs. The audience couldn't understand the reason for his change in expression and could only instinctively feel fear. Feng Yi turned to He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing beside him and said lightly, "Go, give me some sturdy iron chains." He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing exchanged glances. Although they didn't understand the chief instructor's intentions, a soldier's duty is to obey. Yes. The two immediately turned to carry out the order without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Shanming had already brought the artists to the clothing warehouse. Huge boxes were piled like mountains, filled with brand new camouflage training uniforms. Report your sizes, get your clothes, and change in your dormitory. You have 10 minutes. With Chen Shanming's command, everyone immediately began searching for their suitable sizes. Once back in the dormitory, another problem arose. In the male artist dormitory, Shun Teng, Lao Qin, Tang Tang, and others looked at each other in confusion. There are cameras here, how do we change? Shen Teng pointed at the black hemisphere in the corner, looking troubled. Bao Chong, quick-witted, pulled over his blanket. Come on, let's form a circle and change inside. The few of them quickly got to work, using bed sheets to create a makeshift changing room in the center of the dormitory. On the female artist side, it was even more troublesome. Yang Mi and Baba, holding the training uniforms, stood under the camera, none daring to be the first to make a move. In the end, it was a female staff member who received instructions from above. She came in with a piece of black cloth, temporarily blocking the camera's view. Just as everyone was hurriedly changing clothes, another team was dispatched to transport the outfits. Shen Teng had just changed into his training uniform and hadn't yet had time to feel the soldier's aura when he was called to be a mover. He was carrying a heavy clothing box, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Oh, my old back, he muttered to himself as he walked. If I had known it would be this tiring, I might as well have gone upstairs to lie down with Shuang. At least there's air conditioning. Before he finished speaking, he saw He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing walking by, carrying several heavy iron chains. The chains dragged across the floor, making a clattering sound that pierced the silence of the corridor, making it particularly eerie. Shen Teng's eyes widened. He instinctively shrank his neck and whispered to Lao Qin beside him, "These things, they aren't going to be used to whip us, are they?" Lao Qin was also quite scared, swallowing hard and not daring to respond. Downstairs, Feng Yi looked at the chains brought back by He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing, nodding in satisfaction. After all the remaining artists changed their clothes and came out, he picked up the intercom, his voice as cold as ice. Chen Shanming, here. In order to ensure that the comrades resting upstairs can have an undisturbed environment, Feng Yi paused for a moment and spoke clearly. Lock the main door of their dormitory from the outside. Yes. Chen Shanming's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Hearing this order, Shun Teng and the others downstairs, who hadn't walked far, as well as the live broadcast audience, all thought this was just a simple lockdown. Ha ha ha, the door is locked. Physical lockdown. This move is brilliant, leaving them calling for help with no response. Is that it? I thought the chains were for something else. Turns out it's just to lock a door. How boring. What do you upstairs know? This is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. And it's aimed at the loudest chicken. In the upstairs dormitory, Schwanger and a group of pampered stars heard the sound of the door being locked downstairs. Instead of being afraid, they became even more smug. Did you hear that? They locked the door. They're afraid we'll run away. A female star laughed. I see they are afraid we will cause trouble again and affect the filming of the show. Schwanger lay on the bed, crossing her legs, her tone full of disdain. Just wait. Within half a day, the production team will be begging us to leave. At that moment, the central air conditioning in the room made a beep and started operating. A gust of wind blew out from the vent. Oh, they even turned on the air conditioning? Guess they're smart enough. They still have some humanity, knowing we are afraid of the heat. The crowd showed satisfied smiles, finding a comfortable position, ready to take a good nap. However, a few minutes later, they felt something was off. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising instead of falling. The air blowing from the vent was not cool at all, but rather carried warm, tepid air. What's going on? Is the air conditioning broken? Someone walked under the vent and reached out to feel it. Oh no, this is hot air. With her exclamation, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. The temperature in the room continued to climb, quickly turning it into a steam room, hot enough to make it hard to breathe. Sweat began to pour down their bodies, hair sticking to their faces, looking disheveled. Open the door. Hurry, open the door. It's scorching hot. We want to go out. Chapter 19. The upstairs is in deep water, while the downstairs is peaceful and serene. Bang, bang, bang. The frantic knocking on the door, mixed with the hoarse screams of the female stars, came from upstairs. Open the door. Let us out. It's too hot. Help. The voice was filled with panic, no longer the arrogance from before. The artists downstairs listened to the commotion, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock. They weren't fools. The air conditioning suddenly turned on upstairs. The door was locked down with iron chains downstairs. Then came the screams from upstairs, as if they were being steamed alive. The three events connected in their minds, and a terrifying truth emerged. Shintang's face turned pale in an instant. He instinctively looked up at the dormitory building, as if he could see through the walls into the hellish sauna inside. The clanking of chains now rang in his ears, no longer just a simple locking tool, but the final desperate sealing sound as a lid was placed on a steamer. His throat tightened. He swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. Thankfully, he and T foolishly followed them upstairs. He leaned close to Lao Qin, his voice extremely low and trembling with the relief of surviving. Brother Qin, that instructor Feng is not a devil. He is the king of hell. Lao Qin couldn't say a word, just nodded vigorously. The barrage in the live broadcast room erupted after a brief silence. Wow, I get it. The air conditioning is blowing hot air. This is physical heating, a forced sauna. Oh my God, this is too ruthless. I thought locking the door was the limit, but I didn't expect this operation. Killing with intent. Killing with intent. Instructor Feng is the master of tactics. Aren't those people upstairs living in luxury? Well, now they get what they deserve, a good heating. Soon, the fans of the trapped stars upstairs reacted, flooding the live broadcast room with messages. You are abusing the artists. I want to report your production team. This is outrageous. Let our Schwang go out. If she gets heat stroke, can you take responsibility? Boycott the unethical show. Give us our idol back. However, their complaints lasted only a few seconds. A bright red system prompt coldly swept across everyone's screens. User, Schwange Universe Support Club has been muted for 30 days for disturbing the order of the live broadcast room. User Guardian of the Best Kuan Kuan has been kicked out of the live broadcast room. A series of ban notifications flashed by, and the previously noisy barrage instantly quieted. The remaining audience stared in disbelief. What the heck? They even dealt with the fans? Is the production team backed by the military? This is too tough. They aren't afraid of your commotion at all. Awesome. This is how it should be done. The chaotic fan circles need to be managed. Downstairs, Chun Shanming walked expressionlessly in front of Shun Tung and the others, ignoring the screams from above. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. The crowd felt as if they had been pardoned, each one collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Although their bodies were extremely exhausted, compared to the people upstairs, they felt like they were in paradise at that moment. Feng Yi's voice came through. Have the cooking team prepare some chilled mung bean soup for the comrades downstairs who are following the rules to cool off. Shen Tang's ears perked up. Chilled mung bean soup? A few minutes later, A cook in a white chef's uniform pushed a stainless steel cart over. On the cart was a huge thermos. When the lid was opened, a wave of cool air mixed with the fragrance of mung beans instantly spread. The cook took a large ladle, stirred it in the bucket, and filled a bowl with icy mung bean soup. The dark green soup and plump beans emitted a deadly temptation in the evening glow. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to be the first to step forward. It was a daring male artist who hesitantly walked over and took a bowl. He tentatively took a sip. The next second, his eyes lit up. Gulp! He downed the entire bowl of mung bean soup in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. I feel alive. This shout was like the sound of a charge. Everyone rushed forward like crazy. Master, give me a bowl. I want a big bowl. Thank you, Master. Shen Tung squeezed into the crowd, finally managing to grab a bowl. The icy liquid slid down his burning throat, instantly dispelling all the heat. Every pore seemed to open up at that moment, emitting a pleasant moan. So blissful. This military life, isn't so bad after all. A nearby artist finished the soup, wiped his mouth, and sincerely exclaimed. The surrounding people nodded in agreement, completely forgetting the fear they had felt just a few hours ago. Soon, those who finished their first round of soup lined up again, eagerly waiting for a second bowl. Ha, look at Shuntung. A bowl of mung bean soup has bought him off. Upstairs is in deep water, while downstairs is peaceful and serene. The contrast is too stark. Don't fight. Don't fight. Can you leave a bowl for me in front of the screen? I declare, this is no longer a simple military variety show. This is a song of ice and fire. Meanwhile, upstairs in the dormitory, the real song of ice and fire was unfolding. The temperature in the room had risen to a suffocating height. The air was scorching, burning as it entered the lungs. Several female stars were completely exhausted, collapsed on the floor, lacking even the strength to cry out. Wu Yifan, the most hot-headed star among them, had bloodshot eyes like a trapped beast. He roared, kicking the sturdy door with all his might. Bang! There was a loud crash, but the door didn't budge. Wu Yifan clutched his foot, hopping on one leg in pain, cursing under his breath. A female star pointed at the air conditioning vent on the ceiling, her voice weak yet frenzied. Tear it down. Let's smash it. This suggestion instantly ignited the last hope in everyone. Yes, smash it. As long as there's no hot air, everything will be fine. Just as Wu Yifan picked up a chair, ready to smash the air conditioning, the loudspeaker in the corner of the room suddenly crackled to life. Chen Shaming's emotionless voice echoed clearly in the room, a friendly reminder to everyone. All facilities in the dormitory are public property of the military. His voice paused, as if giving them time to digest this information. According to Article 49 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, those who intentionally damage public or private property shall be detained for not less than 5 days and not more than 10 days, and may also be fined up to 500 yuan. In more serious cases, they shall be detained for not less than 10 days and not more than 15 days, and may also be fined up to 1,000 yuan. Wu Yifan's action of lifting the chair instantly froze. Everyone was stunned in place. Detention? Fine? These two words felt like 2 buckets of ice water poured over their heads, instantly waking them from their rage. They were public figures, stars. Having such a criminal record, even if it was just administrative detention, would mean the complete end of their performing careers. No one dared to take that risk. Clatter. The chair in Wu Yifan's hands fell to the ground. Schwanger slumped on the floor, unwillingly shouting at the loudspeaker. This is illegal detention. This is abuse. I want to go out. I want to sue you. In the loudspeaker, Chen Shaming's voice remained calm. Okay. Everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Now we can open the door and let you out. A glimmer of hope lit up in their eyes. Then, all personnel, armed cross-country for 8 kilometers, execute immediately. The light of hope was extinguished in an instant. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of the central air conditioning blowing hot air remained, as if mocking their naivety. 8 kilometers of armed cross-country. In their current state, nearly dehydrated, running that distance would definitely cost them half their lives. Downstairs, Shenting finished his second bowl of mung bean soup with satisfaction. He felt that as long as they obediently listened, Instructor Feng was actually quite easy to get along with. Upstairs, Wu Yifan clutched his red and swollen foot, glaring fiercely at the air conditioning vent. But he no longer dared to make any move. Schwanger had completely given up resistance, curling up in the corner by the door. Her eyes were vacant, with only faint sobs occasionally escaping. Their pride, their sense of superiority, was crushed at this moment by the steaming heat wave. Chapter 20. Who else is disobedient? Beside the training ground downstairs, sparse tree shade barely filtered a patch of mottled coolness. Teacher E held a porcelain bowl, savoring the last mouthful of cold sweet mung bean soup, and sighed deeply. Old Hu beside him also looked satisfied, putting down his bowl and gazing at Chun Shanming not far away. He could no longer suppress his curiosity. Captain Chun Shanming turned his head at the sound, his dark face showing little expression. Just now Instructor Feng had everyone call him Thunder Killer. Is there any special meaning to it? Old Hu asked cautiously, with a hint of probing. Teacher E also perked up his ears. Although he had military experience, it had been in a regular army. He felt equally alarmed by the almost tangible murderous aura surrounding Feng Yi. That codename sounded extraordinary. Chun Shanming walked over, his gaze sweeping over their faces, his voice steady as if reciting regulations. Do not ask what you shouldn't. All member information is confidential. Old Hu wanted to ask something more, but was stopped by Teacher Yi's look. Understood, it's our problem. The comments in the live broadcast room were also speculating about Thunder Killer's background. I thought Instructor Feng had an unusual aura before, and now it seems he is indeed a big shot. What identity does he have? Still keeping it a secret, making it sound so real. No wonder those stars look like little chicks in front of an eagle. Aren't they just little chicks? Could you stop bragging upstairs? It's just a variety show, making it sound so serious. It might just be a script arranged by the production team. Script? Let Wu Yifan and Schwanger try to act. Even an Oscar winner couldn't portray that kind of desperation of being nearly steamed to death. Exactly. The nitpicker in front. Please exit left. Don't affect our viewing of the big shot bullying the weak. The debates in the comments had no effect on the sauna room upstairs. Hot. An indescribable heat, like countless scorching steel needles, pierced every pore of their bodies. Several male stars finally couldn't take it anymore and randomly tore off their shirts. Wu Yifan, even more agitated, ripped off his clothes and pressed his bare back against the cold wall, trying to seek comfort. However, the wall had long been warmed up and could offer no relief. Oh, are they starting to strip? Ladies in front, wipe your drool. Let me see my brother's 8-pack abs. In a live broadcast room, countless female netizens instantly perked up, eagerly widening their eyes. The next second, when the camera clearly focused on the bare-chested male stars, the comments suddenly froze in a strange silence. The expected chest muscles, abs, and V-lines were all absent. Instead, there were just thin frames that were almost rib-showing. Their skin, under the steam, flushed abnormally, resembling dried meat thrown into a steamer. Is this it? My eyes have suffered an injury. Compensation. So painful to look at. It's simply visual pollution. I might throw up the leftover food I ate yesterday. Is this the body management that the brothers are usually proud of? Laughing to death, they look like malnourished refugees. Where are those delusional fans? Come out and wash. Why are you silent? Do you also find it hard to look at? In fact, even the most loyal fans fell silent at this moment. They simply couldn't find any angle to praise. They could only watch helplessly as those unbearable comments flooded the screen, their hearts aching. Feng Yi leaned back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed, hearing various curses coming through his headphones. He didn't even open his eyes, just slightly frowned. Too noisy. He casually uttered 3 words. Chun Shanming, who had been standing behind him, immediately understood, picked up the intercom, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Ernyo, raise the temperature upstairs by another 2 degrees. On the other end of the intercom, Li Ernie was clearly taken aback, but he immediately responded, yes. Soon, the central air conditioning vent in the upstairs dormitory not only did not weaken its blowing, but the wind became even stronger. An even hotter wave surged out. Wu Yifan, who was pressing his ear against the vent, trying to feel the coolness, was knocked back by this heat wave. He stared incredulously at the vent, completely dazed. Not just him. Everyone in the room was bewildered. Why? Why is it still getting hotter? This kind of torturous and unpredictable torment could break a person's will more than mere corporal punishment. Despair, like rapidly spreading vines, tightly wrapped around everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Jingping, in a spacious and bright office, several distinguished elderly men were gathered around a huge display screen. One elderly man wearing reading glasses frowned as he watched the miserable state of the stars on the screen. Isn't this Feng Yi going a bit too far? After all, it's a live broadcast. The impact isn't good, right? What if something really happens? Another elderly man appeared quite calm. The entertainment industry has been getting worse over the years. These young ones only know how to sing and dance and put on makeup. It's time for someone to teach them a lesson about discipline and rules. He paused, put down his teacup, and turned his gaze back to the screen with appreciation in his eyes. This Feng Yi has a sense of proportion. The other elderly man, who had been silent, pointed to a data corner on the screen. Look, just a few hours into the broadcast, the number of viewers online has already exceeded 80 million, and it's still rapidly increasing. What does this indicate? The people want to see this. They want to see the iron-blooded spirit of our soldiers and how they deal with these so-called top stars. A few elderly men exchanged glances, seeing mutual recognition in each other's eyes. Time passed second by second. At exactly 11 o'clock, the dormitory upstairs was completely silent, with only the relentless roar of the air conditioning still blaring. Liu stood in the corridor, occasionally moving to the door but hearing no sound at all. He felt uneasy and picked up the intercom. Squad leader, there's no noise from upstairs at all. If this continues, I'm afraid it might really lead to a tragedy. Chun Shanming was silent for a moment, seemingly consulting with someone. Soon, his cold voice rang out again. Open the door. Immediately, that icy voice echoed through the dead silence of the dormitory via the loudspeaker. Everyone, you have 1 minute to gather downstairs immediately. Latecomers will bear the consequences. Click. The tightly closed door opened in response. A beam of light shone into the dim steamer. The stars, originally slumped on the ground like a puddle of mud, seemed to be injected with a stimulant at the moment they heard the command to gather. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all their humiliation. They scrambled to get up, stumbling toward the door, rolling and crawling out. In the corridor and on the stairs, a chaotic sound of footsteps erupted. In less than 40 seconds, everyone appeared downstairs, disheveled. They stood awkwardly, like a group of defeated soldiers who had just escaped from the battlefield. Chun Shanming stood in front of them, his gaze sweeping over each person's disheveled face. Now, his voice was not loud, but it struck every heart like a heavy hammer. Is there anyone who disobeys management? A dead silence ensued. No one dared to speak, not even to make eye contact with him. They only lowered their heads, breathing in the hot, yet incredibly fresh air outside. Compared to that hellish sauna, this place felt like paradise. In the silence, someone in the crowd, with a hoarse voice tinged with tears, quietly complained, "It's all Wu Yifan's fault for wanting to go against him." This statement acted like a fuse. Exactly. And Schwanger, if it weren't for you leading, how could we suffer like this? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Crazy. You two are just insane. Complaints began to spread among the crowd. The allies who had just shared a common enemy instantly crumbled under absolute pressure, starting to tear at each other. Feng Yi ordered the instructors beside him. Class leaders. His voice was as calm as ever. Take them back and clean them up. The phrase clean them up ignited hope in the stars' hearts, making them think they would be allowed to wash up and tidy themselves. Only the instructors had meaningful smiles at the corners of their mouths. Feng Yi glanced at his watch. It's 12 o'clock, time for lunch. Chapter 21. Endless Nightmare. As soon as Feng Yi's order was given, a tall young instructor stepped forward. His name was He Chengwang, and he would be in charge of their class from then on. He Chengwang's gaze swept over everyone, his voice clear and powerful. All classes, target dormitory building, march and run. The command was given without hesitation. The stars, who had just crawled out of hell, dragged their leaden legs and started moving again. Returning to the familiar dormitory building, everyone's feelings were incredibly complex. This was where their nightmare began. But at this moment, compared to the sun-scorched open space below, the shadow of the building seemed somewhat endearing. In the corridor, dozens of army green canvas duffel bags were piled up. Each bag had a name sprayed in white paint on it. Yi Chengwang pointed at the pile of bags and continued issuing orders. Find the bag with your name on it and immediately carry it back to your dormitory. Inside are all the personal items you will need for the next half month. His voice paused, his gaze becoming sharper. Each person gets 2 sets of training uniforms and 1 set of summer uniforms. You must wear the training uniform during training and change into the summer uniform at night for sleeping. All personal belongings must be locked in the bedside cabinet. Remember, from now on, except during sleep, no one is allowed to touch the beds in any form. No lying down, no sitting. If you need a rest, sit on your stool. The bathroom is at the far right of the corridor. In formation, 2 by 2, 3 in a row, no whispering. Now, you have 20 minutes to wash up and change clothes. After 20 minutes, everyone must gather downstairs in training uniforms. Start with the command given the stars, who had just been lifeless, seemed to be fast-forwarded. They immediately rushed toward the pile of duffel bags. Finding their own bags, they hoisted them up and dashed toward their respective dormitories. The whole process was filled with chaos. After returning to the dormitory, they fumbled to open their duffel bags, stuffing the clothes inside the cabinets. Then they grabbed their toiletries and rushed to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. The men's bathroom was instantly crowded. The wash basin was a long concrete trough with a row of equally spaced old-fashioned faucets. What made them even more uneasy was the red dot of the camera in the corner, recording everything without reservation. What the hell? There's surveillance here. Someone couldn't help but curse under their breath. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was crowded at the sink, desperately splashing cold water on their burning cheeks. The real trouble occurred in the shower room. With only 10 stalls available, they had to serve nearly 80 male artists upstairs and downstairs. Hey, those downstairs. Let's wash first. We still have to go downstairs to gather later. A male artist from upstairs, taking advantage of the crowd, spoke quite rudely. Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling annoyed. But looking at the dark mass of people on the other side, she chose to remain silent. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. Just as everyone was pushing and shoving, arguing about who should go first, Xiangzhou walked directly to the door of the first stall with his toiletries. The person who had been shouting immediately stepped aside, instinctively upon meeting his gaze. Xiangzhou walked in without any obstruction and slammed the door shut. The surroundings fell silent instantly. No one dared to voice any dissent. The instructor watched this scene, shaking his head without saying a word. He turned on a faucet, scooped up a handful of water, and leisurely washed his face, saying to the nearby Lao Hu, "Back in our day, there were no stalls. Just a big bathhouse with dozens of naked men. A row of faucets, all scrubbing each other's backs. That was lively." His tone carried a hint of nostalgia, in contrast to the tense standoff among the male artists. The female artists were much more harmonious. 20 people shared 10 stalls, more than enough. Yang Mi splashed water while playfully teasing Baba. "Baba, don't steal my water. You're so big. Can't you find your own spot?" Baba laughed and splashed water back at her, and the two of them giggled in the stall, water flying everywhere. Not far away, Ten Song and Wen-Chi watched them with eyes full of envy. "Sister Mi's figure is just too good," Ten Song whispered to Wen-Chi. "Yeah, unlike us, still developing." Wen-Chi pinched the flesh on her arm, feeling a bit dejected. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When everyone changed into their brand new training uniforms and stood in front of the dormitory mirror, they were all slightly dazed. They always talk about being a soldier, mocking this profession. But when the military uniform, which represents honor, is actually worn on oneself, an unprecedented sense of sanctity arises. The fabric of the clothing is somewhat rough, even a bit prickly, but when worn, it seems to instantly straighten one's spine. The originally lazy and decadent aura is completely washed away by this army green. Wow, my husband looks so handsome in military uniform. It's explosive. Can the brainless fans in front please roll out? Brother, didn't you see how he acted before? To be honest, some people don't look like princes even in dragon robes. These young fresh meats in military uniforms exude a kind of effeminacy, lacking any masculine vibe. What the person above said is right. Look at Teacher Yu and Wu Jing. That's what real military demeanor looks like. In the live broadcast room, the topic of military uniforms sparked a new round of debate in the comments. At exactly 12 o'clock, everyone appeared on time in the open space downstairs. This time, their formation was much tidier than before. Although it still couldn't be called standard, at least it had some semblance. He Cheng Wang paced back and forth at the front of the line, examining each person. "Very good. No one is late. He nodded, seemingly satisfied. Next, they would go to the cafeteria for a meal. Hearing the words meal, everyone's eyes lit up. From morning until now, they hadn't had a drop of water. And after enduring such torment, they were already starving. However, He Chengwang's next words made their hearts sink again. But before that, there is one more thing. He stopped, his gaze sweeping towards the dormitory building. Make your beds. If anyone's bed isn't made properly, everyone will wait here. When it's done, then we'll eat. Make the beds. Most of the stars were stunned for a moment. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief. What is the big deal? Isn't it just making a bed? Even a 3-year-old can do it. They even thought this instructor was making a mountain out of a molehill. Among the crowd, only teacher Yu and Wu Jing exchanged a glance the moment they heard the words make the bed. There was a seriousness in their eyes. Others didn't know, but they, who had actually spent time in the army, knew all too well. The phrase make the bed was simply an endless nightmare for new recruits. The crisp edges, like tofu blocks cut with a knife, were built up from countless sweat, tears, and even breakdowns. Chapter 22. Mental tempering. The crowd turned and walked towards the dormitory building. Most people's steps were relatively light, even carrying a sense of relief from having survived. Just making the bed. Compared to the life-threatening formation training earlier, this was simply heaven. However, Lao Hu noticed that teacher Yu, walking at the front, had an unusual expression. He quickly took a few steps to catch up with teacher Yu, curious to ask, Teacher Yu, what's wrong? It's just making a bed, but your expression looks like you're about to run 5 kilometers. Teacher Yu paused, turned his head, and looked at Lao Hu with an unusually serious gaze. Let me tell you, I would rather run 5 kilometers right now than make that bed. Huh? Lao Hu was completely stunned. It can't be that bad, right? Feng Yi, who was behind, also caught up, patting Lao Hu's shoulder and lowering his voice. Just wait and see, you'll know soon. In this age of entertainment, most ordinary people's understanding of the military is limited to heroic images in movies and TV shows. They're almost completely unaware of these tedious and grueling details. Their confusion was quickly answered. In the dormitory of Class 1, instructor He Chengwang was already waiting there. With his hands behind his back, he coldly scanned each person. Look at your living arrangements. Towels, toothbrushes, cups, shoes. Is there a uniform direction? Everyone subconsciously looked at their own beds. As expected, things were scattered all over the place. Completely chaotic. All items must face the same direction. All toothbrush bristles must face left. All towel openings must face outward. He Chengwang issued a series of commands. The crowd hurriedly began to tidy up, but their confusion deepened. Is this really necessary? Now look at me. He Chengwang's voice rang out again. He walked to an empty bed where a military green blanket lay. He suddenly shook the blanket, which spread out in the air. Like a green blanket, it floated gently onto the bedboard. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. It's coming. The classic project of making a bed. What is so interesting about this? I can do it too. Brothers in front, are you naive? Making a bed in the army is not the same as when your mom asks you to make your bed. He Chengwang ignored the crowd's gaze. His movements flowing like water, quick to the point of dazzling. He first bent down, his hands pressing down like iron plates. He forcefully flattened the blanket, squeezing out the last bit of air inside. Then, he measured the width with his eyes and accurately divided the entire blanket into 3 equal parts. With his right hand, he grabbed one corner and flicked it sharply towards the center. With his left hand, he covered it. A long strip shape instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. Before anyone could see clearly, he divided the strip into 4 equal parts, using both hands. One pressed down, one flipped, one tucked. Finally, the most crucial step, sharpening the corners. His fingers seemed to possess magic, pinching, pulling, stretching, and tucking at the edges of the blanket. In just a few seconds, the originally rounded corners became sharp and defined, as if measured with a ruler. A standard, square, green block of blanket was presented before everyone. The entire dormitory fell silent. All the stars widened their eyes, mouths agape, as if witnessing something incredible. Is this a blanket? Chen Chi rubbed his eyes, asking in disbelief. This is completely different from how he imagined making a bed. Wow, 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 wow. Is this magic? Can a blanket really be folded like that? This is the legendary tofu block. My cousin who served in the army bragged about it, and I didn't believe him, but now I do. So cool. This technique, this precision, it's simply a work of art. But I just want to ask, what is the use of folding it like this? You can't eat it, and you have to unfold it to sleep? It's just a hassle. The comments in the live broadcast room were also filled with shock. Soon, a retired veteran came out to explain. Don't you understand? Making a bed isn't about the bed itself. It's about discipline. It's about obedience. It's about ingraining the words, obey orders into your bones. Exactly. Only when all your details are standardized can you achieve absolute obedience on the battlefield. This is a mental tempering. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, and making a bed is the most basic training. If you can't conquer a blanket, how can you conquer the enemy? I see. Suddenly it all makes sense. I was too superficial. I suddenly understand why some young, fresh meats look so effeminate in military uniforms. Because what they lack is this sense of discipline that comes from deep within. Jing Ping, an elderly man with gray hair, looked at the screen with a satisfied expression in his murky eyes. In the dormitory, Yicheng Wang clapped the dust off his hands and scanned the crowd. Do you understand? 3 parts folding, 7 parts tucking. The rest is just practice, again and again. Now, let us start. Remember, you only have one chance. Whoever's blanket is substandard, just throw it down to the pool downstairs. Then fish it back up and continue folding. When it's folded properly, that's when we eat. As the command was issued, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream and rush to their beds. However, when they actually placed their hands on the military green blankets, they truly experienced what despair meant. Oh my, why is this blanket so hard? It won't flatten at all. My goodness, I can't get the corners to fold no matter what. Cries of distress arose one after another. The blankets in their hands seemed to have a life of their own, refusing to obey. There were bulges here and collapses there. Forget about folding them into tofu blocks. Managing to form a bun would count as success. However, among the crowd, teacher He, upon touching the blanket, was momentarily stunned. Then, a barely noticeable surprise appeared on his face. This blanket is old. Others may not know, but he was well aware. For folding tofu blocks, new blankets are truly hellish. Because the cotton inside new blankets is too fluffy and elastic. No matter how hard you press, it will stubbornly return to its original shape, making it extremely difficult to mold. On the other hand, this old blanket, which had been slept on by veterans for years and compressed tightly, was easier to shape. It seemed teacher E.'s gaze inadvertently glanced out the window. The person in charge, Feng Yi, didn't actually want to make things difficult for them. Giving them old blankets was meant to help them get the hang of it faster. This way, they wouldn't waste all their time on this task, leaving room for the upcoming training. Having figured this out, teacher E felt much more relaxed. He took a deep breath and began to operate step by step according to the steps he remembered, pressing down, folding, shaping the corners. Though his movements weren't as swift as Yicheng Wang's, they exuded a sense of familiarity. Soon, a tofu block that wasn't perfect but already had some shape appeared on his bed. Wow, Teacher E, you're amazing, Peng Yuyan from the adjacent bed exclaimed. This remark drew everyone's attention. They all gathered around to admire Teacher Yi's creation. Teacher E didn't keep it to himself and patiently began explaining the key points to those around him. Don't use brute force, use finesse. For this edge, you should first tuck it in, then slowly rub it out with the joints of your fingers, with a good student leading the way. The enthusiasm for learning among the others began to rise. Over at Wu Jing's side, he also managed to complete his work with the experience he had learned from filming in the past and began guiding his classmates, Lao Hu and Chinchichi. For a moment, the entire dormitory was filled with a strong atmosphere of learning. After all, no one wanted their blanket to actually be thrown into the toilet pool for a soak. However, there are always exceptions. Just as the members of Class 1 and Class 2 were getting into the swing of things under the guidance of the top students, the area of Class 3 was enveloped in an atmosphere of despair. Wu Yifan looked at the pile of soft, crumpled blankets in front of him, resembling a puddle of mud. For the first time, cracks appeared on his handsome face. He had exerted all his strength, yet this blanket wouldn't listen to him. His teammates beside him were in a similar situation. One by one, they wore worried expressions, drenched in sweat, feeling helpless against their blankets. In fact, Not a single person in Class 3 could fold anything resembling a decent shape. Time passed second by second, and the area of Class 3 was terrifyingly quiet. Wu Yifan, known for his exquisite looks, was now filled with confusion. This thing doesn't make sense, he muttered to himself. Beside him, Kai Kunkin had already given up using his hands and was attempting to press down on the blanket with his entire body weight. Feng wore a look of utter disinterest, slumped against the edge of the bed. Zhang Yixing was still putting in some effort, carefully pinching a corner. But the blanket was as soft as if it had no bones. Just when he managed to pinch it into a shape, it collapsed again when he let go. The entire Class 3 felt like a disaster zone awaiting judgment. At the center of this disaster zone sat Xiangzhua. He hadn't even folded his blanket, as he thought such trivial matters were beneath him. He looked around at his incompetent teammates, his gaze akin to observing a group of uncivilized primitives. What is wrong with you guys? Can't you even handle such a small task? Hurry up and finish folding my blanket too. His tone was so assertive that several people fell silent. There were only 10 minutes left before mealtime. If you all delay us from eating, the consequences will be yours to bear. The faces of the few turned pale. Being punished was one thing. Offending this guy would make future days difficult. They disregarded their own blankets and hurried to Xiangzui's bed to help him fold. After a chaotic flurry of flipping and tugging, the blankets not only didn't improve, but became even messier. Xiangzui's face turned completely dark. Just then, in the thick air of tension, Zhang Yixing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke weakly. Why don't we find someone to help? His words shone like a light, illuminating the valley of despair. Right? If we can't do it ourselves, we can find someone who can. Wu Yifan and Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Who do we find? Kai Kunkin was still a bit confused. Feng rolled his eyes and immediately leaned closer to Zhang Yixing, lowering his voice. Your idea is great. Let us do that. He glanced at the grim-faced Xiangzhua and added, if we go in Xianggu's name, someone will definitely be willing to help. Xiangzhua didn't speak, which was taken as tacit approval. Feng immediately understood the spirit of the matter and dashed out of the dormitory. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with a young man who was small in stature, dark-skinned, and looked a bit shy. This was a grassroots player from the next class, named Xiao Ding, who had always wanted a chance to curry favor with these big stars. Xiang Yi, Yifan Yi, Kun Yi. As soon as Xiao Ding entered, he greeted each person, his attitude humble to the point of flattery. Feng pointed at the several pitiful blankets and cleared his throat. Xiao Ding, look, we've run into a small situation here. Could you lend a hand? Of course. Xiao Ding nodded repeatedly, his excitement turning his face a bit red. This was a tremendous opportunity. Without saying a word, he immediately walked to Xiangzui's bed, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. Surprisingly, this seemingly inconspicuous young man had some skills. Press, unfold, fold, cut, rub. A series of actions flowed smoothly. In no time, a well-shaped tofu block was freshly made. Although it couldn't compare to what the instructor folded, it was already much better than what the others had managed. He then swiftly tidied up the mess for Feng, Kai Kunkin, Wu Yifan, and Zhang Yixing. Their beds instantly looked revitalized. Thank you so much, brother. Wu Yifan patted Xiao Ding on the shoulder. Xiao Ding smiled bashfully, scratching his head and saying, it's nothing, really. If you brothers need anything in the future, just call me. I'll be there. This scene was clearly presented to the audience in a live broadcast room through omnipresent cameras. Wow, this can be done? ISNT, this cheating? Calm down. This isn't cheating. It's called resource integration. Laughing to death. This is the real state of the entertainment industry job market. The big names command the small ones, and the small ones have to be grateful. Xiao Ding is quite clever. He knows how to cling to the powerful. Suddenly, I feel like my brothers are not so unreachable. This inability to fold blankets is just like me. The content you provided is a narrative and dialogue excerpt in Chinese. Here is the translation into English. Upstairs, you can't fold the quilt without anyone helping you. They won't fold the quilt. Some people are eager to help. Can it be the same? Heartbreaking. I previously thought Xiangzhua was aloof, but now it seems he's just a giant baby who can't do anything. The fan filter shattered all over the place. It turns out that when the brothers left their assistants, they couldn't even handle their quilts. In the monitoring room, Wu Tong looked at the masterpiece of Class 3 on the screen, his mouth twitching. He glanced at the expressionless Feng Yi beside him, carefully considering his words. Instructor Feng, look at this young person's quick thinking. He knows how to solve problems. Feng Yi stared at the back of the young man, named Xiao Ding, leaving the screen, and said lightly, not stupid. He knows how to exploit the loopholes in the rules. His tone was hard to interpret as praise or criticism. Wu Tong immediately chimed in, meticulously defending the artists. Their practical skills are indeed lacking, but they still want to do well and not disappoint the instructors. Of course, such opportunistic behavior is not to be encouraged. Feng Yi did not respond, merely picked up the enamel cup on the table and took a sip of strong tea. Gather. Outside the dormitory building, the instructor's loud shouts rang out. The time for cleaning was over. Everyone immediately stopped their work and quickly lined up in the corridor. The members of Class 1 and Class 2 stood tall and proud, their faces relaxed with the completion of their tasks. With Teacher Yi and the top student Wu Jing present, their quilts were neatly arranged. Class 5 and Class 6 had a few artists who had spent time in the Shaolin Temple in their early years. A few had also acted in military-themed dramas, so folding quilts was not difficult for them. As for the later classes 7, 8, 9, and 10, they were all female stars. Girls are naturally meticulous. Although they couldn't fold the quilts into standard blocks, at least they were clean and tidy, which was acceptable. The instructor in charge of the inspection, Chun Shanming, nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the results. It seemed the first day's show of authority had worked well. He walked to the front of the line, ready to announce mealtime. A tall figure approached leisurely from the direction of the office building. It was the chief instructor, Feng Yi. The previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. Feng Yi's gaze did not linger on anyone, but walked straight to the door of Class 3's dormitory. He said nothing, merely glanced inside. The few people in Class 3 felt their hearts drop. Wu Yifan even instinctively held his breath. Class 3, who is the class leader? Feng Yi's voice was as cold as ice. A burly soldier stepped out from the line, stood at attention, and saluted. Report to the chief instructor, Class 3 class leader, Su Tianlong. His voice was loud and full of energy. Feng Yi nodded and turned his gaze to Xiang Zhuo in the line. Xiang Zhuo, he called out directly. Xiang Zhuo was stunned for a moment, but still stepped out of the line. Did you fold the quilt on your bed yourself? Feng Yi's question was like a precise scalpel, cutting straight to the core. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes were on Xiang Zhuo. His expression changed. He remained silent for a few seconds before finally squeezing out a word through clenched teeth. Yes. Then now, in front of everyone, folded again. Xiang Zhuo's face instantly turned a shade of liver color. This was to humiliate him in public. He stood there, his lips moving, but ultimately lowered his gaze and whispered, I can't. Those 3 words floated lightly, but detonated like a heavy bomb in everyone's ears. The barrage in the live stream went completely crazy. What the hell? Public execution scene. Young Master Xiang actually admitted he can't do it. I thought he would be stubborn to the end. Instructor Feng is amazing. So tough. I love watching him discipline these big stars. However, Feng Yi's next action exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not spare another glance at Xiang Zhuo, but redirected his attention to Class 3's leader, Su Tianlong. One person makes a mistake, the whole class is responsible. The leader did not fulfill the duty of supervision and guidance, which is a dereliction of duty. Class leader Su Tianlong, 2,000 push-ups. Right now, start executing. 2,000 push-ups. Everyone gasped. This was not a number that a normal person could complete. It was clearly a punishment meant to be brutal. Even Wu Tong in the monitoring room stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. Xiang Zhuo also raised his head abruptly, unable to believe what he was seeing. He thought Feng Yi would punish him, humiliate him, but he never expected that Feng Yi would punish Su Tianlong. Su Tianlong's face showed no expression. At the moment he heard the order, he shouted, Yes. The sound was thunderous. He then took a step back, placed his hands on the ground, and his body formed a straight line as he began doing push-ups without any hesitation. 1, 2, 3. With each push-up, he loudly counted. All the artists, including Xiang Zhuo, were stunned. They watched the soldier silently enduring a punishment that did not belong to him. An unprecedented shock struck their hearts. Is this what a soldier is like? Chapter 24, 5-kilometer armed cross-country. 37, 38. Su Tianlong's voice was already hoarse, and sweat dripped down his resolute jawline. His arms began to tremble slightly, but his movements remained textbook perfect. The entire class 3 of artists stared at him, not daring to breathe. The heavy counting sounded like a hammer, striking repeatedly at their hearts. It was too painful. This feeling was 1,000 times worse than being punished themselves. Wow, this class leader is a real man. Not a word said, just gotta work. This is a soldier. When orders come down, there's no second thought, but execution. It's heartbreaking to watch. It's clearly not his fault. Xiangzhu must feel worse than anyone right now. He is the one making him bear the blame. Xiangzhu indeed felt terrible. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. His gaze never left Su Tianlong. Why? Just because he was the class leader? Just because he wore that military uniform? 79, 80. When the 80th push-up was completed, Wang Yuan and Xiao Zhan could no longer hold back. Wang Yuan stepped out of the line and gave Feng Yi a not-so-standard military salute. Report to the chief instructor. This matter is our fault. We did not remind Xiangzhu. It was a dereliction of duty from our entire dormitory. Please do not punish the class leader anymore. We are willing to take the punishment for him. Xiao Zhan immediately followed suit, his face filled with anxiety. Yes, instructor. We are willing to be punished together. Feng Yi's gaze was as cold as ice. He slowly scanned the two of them, but his questions were casual. Did you fold your quilts yourselves? Wang Yuan and Xiao Zhan's expressions froze instantly. Yes, we folded them ourselves, Wang Yuan answered with a stiff neck. Feng Yi nodded. Since you folded them yourselves, it shows you know the standards. Why didn't you teach him? Why didn't you remind him? Or do you think his status is special? So you dare not, and do not want to manage it? A series of questions came like a barrage of bullets, leaving Wang Yuan and Xiao Zhan speechless. Their faces pale. They indeed thought that way. Who was Xiangzhu, the heir of the Ian group? Who dared to meddle in his business? Feng Yi no longer looked at them, his gaze returning to Xiangzhu. At this moment, Xiangzhu seemed to have made a certain decision and suddenly raised his head. Reporting to the chief instructor. It was me who didn't fold the blanket. The responsibility is solely mine. I will fold it. His pride prevented him from saying something like I will take the punishment, so he tried to regain some dignity in this way. However, Feng Yi just looked at him indifferently. Folding blankets? Is there any meaning in doing it now? Feng Yi's voice was laced with mockery. Your class leader has already paid the price for you. If you want to make amends, you can. His finger pointed to the nearby standard 400-meter track. 5 kilometers of armed cross-country. If you finish running, your class leader's punishment will be lifted. 5 kilometers. Armed cross-country. They usually struggled to run 800 meters. Now they were being asked to run 5 kilometers, which was simply life-threatening. 5 kilometers of armed cross-country. Are they crazy? I ran it during the university physical test, and it felt like I lost half my life. Is Instructor Feng a devil? Can Xiangzhu's small frame handle it? Let's see how Xiangzhu chooses now. Let the class leader continue to suffer or fight for himself. Xiangzhu looked at the red-tinted plastic track under the blazing sun, his throat bobbing slightly. He hesitated not at all. Okay. The word was spoken with determination. Feng Yi's gaze slowly swept over the remaining few artists in Class 3. Was it only him? Was the honor of the dormitory going to rely solely on him? In the team, Feng, Kai Kuan, and Zhang Yixing's expressions suddenly turned extremely ugly. They instinctively glanced at Xiangzhu. Offending the chief instructor would result in punishment at most. But if they offended Xiangzhu, could they still survive in the entertainment industry? The four exchanged glances, seeing the struggle in each other's eyes. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overcame their fear of physical exertion. Reporting. I'm in. Feng gritted his teeth and stood up first. I'm going too. Kai Kuan and Zhang Yixing also gritted their teeth and stood up one after another. Feng Yi looked at these four people with different expressions, and the smirk on his lips became even more pronounced. Very good. Everyone, line up and head to the field. With a command, everyone was led to the side of the field. The 5 artists about to challenge the 5 kilometers lined up, each of their expressions resembling that of someone heading to the gallows. Feng Yi's gaze turned to Su Tianlong, who had just gotten up from the ground. You, go to their side. Su Tianlong was taken aback, but immediately followed orders and walked to the edge of the track. You still have 2,000 push-ups to complete. When they start running, you start doing push-ups. You can only finish when they finish running. Do you understand? Yes. Su Tianlong shouted again, placing his hands on the ground to begin his push-ups. This time, however, he deliberately slowed down his movements. He understood Feng Yi's intention. This was giving the 5 artists a chance, while also placing the heaviest psychological shackles on them. Gong Jian couldn't help but exclaim from the side, "This move is ruthless enough." Letting them watch their class leader expend his strength bit by bit is 100 times more painful than directly punishing them. His gaze then landed on Xiang Zhua. This Xiang Zhua, despite his many flaws, still has a bit of blood in him. He's not beyond saving. Feng Yi it. Rough jade needs to be hammered to become a useful tool. As for the other 4, he left his words unspoken, but the disdain in his eyes already explained everything. Gong Jian nodded in agreement. You want to force out their sense of responsibility this way. Let them understand that they are not here to become superstars. They are a collective. The value of their efforts will directly reflect on their comrades. Only by working hard to relieve the team from punishment will they truly feel a sense of belonging. Feng Yi picked up a cup of water from the table and took a sip. Whether they can understand this will depend on themselves. I hope this group of pampered artists can give me a little surprise. Under the blazing sun on the field, run. With Feng Yi's command, Xiang Zhua and the other 5 took heavy steps. 1,000 meters per lap, a total of 5 laps. Su Qianlong's counting voice rang in their ears, steady and unhurried. You're like a death drumbeat. 1. Xiang Zhua gritted his teeth and ran in the front. He didn't understand pacing or breathing rhythm. He only had one thought. Run faster. Even faster. As long as he finished running, the class leader wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Sweat quickly soaked his training uniform, clinging tightly to his body, making him feel both stuffy and hot. His lungs felt like they were on fire. Every breath he took brought a metallic taste of blood. After 2 laps, Feng and the others behind him were clearly unable to keep up. Their pace slowed down from running to fast walking and finally to shuffling. I can't do it anymore. Who the hell can run this? Kai Kuan stopped and sat down on the plastic track, gasping for breath. Zhang Yixing looked at Xiang Zhua, who was still persisting in front, his eyes filled with despair. Xiang Zhua's speed also slowed down, but he did not stop. His eyes remained fixed on the front. In his ears, Su Qianlong's clear counting continued. 131, 132. Those numbers carved into his heart like a knife. He couldn't stop. Absolutely couldn't stop. Chapter 25, Shared Honor, Shared Suffering 49 minutes. When Xiang Zhui used his last ounce of strength to stumble across the finish line. The timer's number froze at this unforgettable moment. His legs went weak, and he fell like a pile of mud, crashing straight down to the ground. The plastic track was scorching under the sun. Pressing his face against it felt like being burned by a hot iron. But he could no longer feel it. His lungs were empty, and every breath felt like swallowing knives, with a rusty sweetness in his throat. He just wanted to lie there until the end of time. Not far away, Wu Yifan, Feng, Zhang Yixing, and Kai Kuan had long collapsed on the ground. They looked like they had just been pulled from the water. Unable to lift a finger, their bodies uncontrollably twitching. Meanwhile, at the front of the line, the remaining artists had been standing under the blazing sun for nearly an hour. The initial schadenfreude had long been replaced by impatience. The scorching sun hung overhead, with no clouds to block it, pouring heat down without reservation. How much longer do we have to wait? This sun is going to melt me. Zhao Yanzi frowned and complained quietly, fanning her face with her hands. Exactly. It's just running. Why is it taking so long? Dong Jie beside her couldn't help but chime in, his tone full of impatience. If I had known it would be like this, I would have rather taken the punishment together. At least running would feel a bit refreshing. Shuang'er pouted. Everyone shut up. A thunderous roar exploded in everyone's ears, like thunder on a clear day. Chun Shanming approached with a dark face, striding over. Who do you think you are? Just spectators here to watch the show? I tell you, here, you are a collective. Shared honor, shared suffering. While those 5 are being punished, you will stand here and watch. Chun Shanming's spittle nearly sprayed on Zhao Yanzi's face. Anyone who dares to say another word will face 15 kilometers of armed cross-country. Right now, immediately, this instant, the field instantly fell silent. Everyone was intimidated by the frightening aura emanating from Chen Shanming. They straightened their backs and stood up straight, not daring to even breathe. Xiang's will lay on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a pair of military boots stopped in front of him. A shadow fell over him, blocking the scorching sunlight. Feng Yi squatted down, looking at him calmly. Get up. Xiang's eyes moved slightly, too weak to speak. Lying on the ground, lactic acid would accumulate faster, and you would feel worse tomorrow. Get up, walk a couple of laps, it will do you good. Xiang's struggled a bit, but couldn't lift his body. Feng Yi didn't say anything more, just reached out his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Once Xiang's stood firm, Feng Yi handed him a bottle of water with the cap opened. Take small sips. The icy liquid slid down his throat like a long-awaited rain, instantly extinguishing the flames within him. Xiang's greedily drank a few large gulps before feeling like he had come back to life. He licked his cracked lips and looked at Feng Yi. Instructor, can I eat now? Feng Yi's gaze passed over him, looking at the 4 people who were still sprawled on the ground not far away. They haven't finished yet. Xiang's followed his gaze and froze. Yes, 5 kilometers meant 5 people completing it. He had finished, but those 4 still had a long way to go. Feng Yi's rules never mentioned that they could be counted separately. Damn it, he muttered under his breath and turned to walk towards the 4. What the hell? What is Xiang's going to do? Wouldn't he actually go and beat them up? Would he? That temper of his. Ha ha ha, I can't wait. Get into a fight. Get into a fight. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. However, Xiang's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. He walked up to the nearest Wu Yifan, grabbed his arm, and forcefully dragged him up from the ground. Run. Wu Yifan was like a pile of mud that couldn't be propped up, his face full of despair. Brother Xiang, I really can't do it anymore, just let me die. Stop the damn whining. Xiang's shouted, dragging him towards the finish line. Then it was Feng, then Zhang Yixing, then Kai Kunken. By himself, he pulled up all 4 people who were almost incapacitated, dragging them forward. After more than 10 minutes, when all 5 of them crossed the finish line in a very disheveled manner, everyone on the playground was stunned. No way, did I see that right? Is this still the Xiang Zhua who confronts heaven and earth? This script is wrong today. What happened to individualism? How did it turn into a team hero? I'm dying of laughter. Those 4 people were dragged like human ornaments. This variety show is too entertaining. I've decided I'll eat while watching it. The weight loss effect will definitely be good. With all 5 completed, on the other side, Su Tianlong, who had been doing push-ups, finally stopped. Sweat dripped down his chiseled cheeks, falling onto the hot plastic track and evaporating instantly. The back of his training uniform was already soaked with sweat, tightly clinging to his bulging muscles. 1,200. A full 1,200 standard push-ups. Wu Yifan and the others collapsed behind the finish line. Unable to stand, looked at Xiang's with complex emotions. There was gratitude, but also shame. Xiang's turned around and walked straight towards Su Tianlong, wearing a smile that seemed to seek praise. Squad leader. Su Tianlong looked up, wiping the sweat off his face with the back of his hand. His gaze calmly fixed on him. Did you see? I finished the 5 kilometers. Xiang's raised his chin, his tone full of pride. I saved you 800 push-ups. How about that? Pretty generous, right? He leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. How about giving me some convenience in the army? He thought that such a great feat would earn him some preferential treatment. However, Su Tianlong's expression darkened the moment his words fell. Convenience? Su Tianlong's voice was hoarse but as cold as ice. He slowly stood up, looking down at Xiang Zhua, who was half a head shorter than him. Do you think I did 1,200 push-ups for whom? You. If it weren't for you 5, would I be doing push-ups here? Su Tianlong stepped closer. The fierce energy he had just escaped from extreme physical limits pressed down on Xiang Zhua, making it hard for him to breathe. You come to me now and say you saved me 800 push-ups? Are you trying to take credit? Let me tell you. Su Tianlong's gaze was like 2 sharp daggers, piercing directly into Xiang Zhua's heart. Not holding a grudge against you is already my greatest mercy. You still want me to give you convenience? He sneered, his face full of mockery. Get back in line. Chapter 26. Orders must be followed. Xiang's mind went blank. Su Tianlong's shout was like a heavy hammer, making his ears buzz. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze, whether sympathetic or eager for show, was now focused on him. He wanted to refute, wanted to say something to save face. But looking at Su Tianlong's eyes, which seemed to be spitting fire, he couldn't say a word. In the end, he could only turn around under the watchful eyes of countless people, like a defeated rooster, and return to the back of the line. Wu Yifan and the others moved a bit to make space for him, their expressions complex, and no one spoke. The gratitude they felt earlier had long been washed away by this sudden change. Now, the five of them were truly brothers in hardship. At 1:10 p.m., when everyone dragged their leaden legs to the cafeteria entrance, a rich aroma of food forcefully invaded everyone's nostrils. It was the most primal and deadly temptation of grease. Gurgle. It was unclear whose stomach growled first, like a signal flare being fired. Immediately, a symphony of stomach growls echoed through the line. Everyone instinctively swallowed. What body management? What self-discipline of artists? In the face of extreme hunger, these things were fragile and easily crushed. The only thought left in their minds was to eat. Eat quickly. Since being dragged to this hellish place in the morning, apart from a bit of mung bean soup midway, they hadn't eaten anything. The massive physical exhaustion had long drained their bodies. Everyone before eating one song. Chun Shanming's loud voice interrupted everyone's fantasies. He stood at the front of the line, his expression serious. The song title is Strong Army War Song. I'll sing a line, you follow me, and all you better be loud. Listen, the horn of a new journey is sounding. Chun Shanming started with a high pitch that resonated powerfully. The artists looked at each other, weakly humming along. Listen. The horn of a new journey is sounding. Their voices were as small as mosquito calls. Haven't you eaten? Chun Shanming frowned and shouted. We haven't eaten. Someone muttered in the line. Louder. Show me the energy you have when performing at a concert. Chun Shanming didn't care about any of that. The strong army goal is calling ahead. The strong army goal is calling ahead. Everyone had no choice but to strain their voices, barely raising the volume a little. After finishing one song, everyone felt more exhausted than running 5 kilometers. All right, now, in order for people to table, stand in front of the dining table. With a command from Chun Shanming, everyone immediately sprang into action. Dozens of long tables were neatly arranged in the cafeteria. When Xiang Zhua and Wu Yifan, Xiaozhan, and others just stood still at their table, they plopped down into their seats. They simply couldn't stand anymore. But just as they sat down, they realized something was off. Teacher Yi, Feng Yi, an old who stood straight by the table like javelins, not moving at all. Hey, why aren't you sitting down? Wu Yifan asked, a bit puzzled. Teacher Yi shot him a glance, but unfortunately, Wu Yifan was so hungry that he completely missed it. Who told you to sit down? Chun Shanming's roar exploded in the cafeteria. The air in the entire cafeteria instantly dropped to freezing point. A few people who had just sat down were startled and jumped up from their chairs. In the army, orders must be followed. Stand until I give the command. Chun Shanming walked up to them. Don't you understand? The crowd fell silent. Although they felt 100 grievances, no one dared to touch that sore spot again. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the cafeteria. Feng Yi entered with several instructors, including He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing. He didn't look at anyone and walked straight to the main table, sitting down decisively. The other instructors followed suit. The entire process was quiet, swift, and without any unnecessary movements. Feng Yi's gaze swept across the room, landing on the group of artists standing awkwardly, looking pale. He picked up his chopsticks and gently tapped them on the table. Seat. One word, clear and steady. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and all sat down at once, the legs of the chairs scraping against the ground, making a harsh sound. Soon, the soldiers from the kitchen came in carrying several large buckets. The lids were lifted and steam rose. It was noodles. However, these noodles looked rather shabby. The broth was clear and watery, with just a few bits of green onion and cilantro floating on top, and upon closer inspection, one could barely find a few slices of meat as thin as a cicada S-wing. Shentang and Chinchichi exchanged worried glances. Would this be enough to fill them up? Liurniu seemed to see through their thoughts and smiled innocently. Don't worry, it's enough. There are pickled vegetables and steamed buns over there. Take more if you need. Only then did the two of them relax. Is this it? It's too plain. Zhao Yinzi complained softly. Dong Jia also pouted beside her, clearly dissatisfied with the lunch. I think it smells pretty good, Yami said softly, picking up her chopsticks and taking a small bunch of noodles, blowing on them before putting them in her mouth. Seeing this, the others hesitantly followed suit with their chopsticks. In the next second, everyone was stunned. The noodles were smooth and chewy. Delicious. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. When you're extremely hungry, the taste of any food is magnified infinitely. Moreover, the noodles were indeed well made. For a moment, the cafeteria was filled with the sound of slurping noodles. No one complained anymore or spoke. Everyone was buried in their bowls, devouring the food. Those with big appetites, like Peng Yi and Old Hu, finished their first bowl in just a few bites. They went for a second bowl and even grabbed 2 large steam buns. Gong Jian sat at the instructor's table, watching the group of stars devouring their food, a slight smile on his lips. You can eat, but no wasting. If anyone leaves even a little in their bowl, they won't sleep tonight, he suddenly said. Chun Chi-Chi, who was about to go for a third bowl of noodles, silently put her bowl down. It seemed that the morning's thunderous methods had indeed intimidated this group of proud children. On the other side, Baba watched Yangmi eat with concern. Mimi, slow down, don't choke. Yangmi sipped some soup, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Sister Baba, you don't understand. She wiped her mouth and lowered her voice. This is an old tradition in the army called dumplings on the bus, noodles off the bus. He must have eaten noodles like this when he started his military career. Her voice was soft, filled with nostalgia. At the neighboring table, Tan Song Song and Wen Chi's ears perked up, vaguely catching a few words. He? Who is that? The two exchanged curious glances, wondering if Yangmi knew someone in the army. This scene happened to be in a blind spot of the camera and was not broadcast live. Otherwise, the next day, Yangmi's military friend would probably have skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches. Discussions were also happening at the instructor's table. These kids are starting to show some promise. He Chengwang commented, looking at the artists who were focused on eating. A few of them seem to have potential. Wang Yambing scoffed, his tone dismissive. I think they can barely manage. Each one looks delicate, like girls. Li Erniu chimed in innocently. Those in our class really do look weak. They seem like they fall over with a gust of wind. Weak. Song Kaifei snorted coldly, stirring his chopsticks in his bowl. That's not called weak, that's called a sissy. As soon as he said this, the live chat exploded. What? Did I hear wrong? This instructor actually said people are sissies? Wow, this quality is too low. Can a soldier insult people like this? The brothers just look delicate. How does that make them sissies? Who is this Song Kaifei? I want to report him. Calm down. I think the instructor isn't wrong. Some men really are. You know what I mean? Gross, what era is this? There's still people who engage in gender discrimination? What kind of people does the production team choose? I'm switching to anti-fans. I originally had a good impression of the Soldier Brothers, but now it seems they are just a bunch of simple-minded brutes. Chapter 27. The hardships not seen. Lunchtime ended abruptly. The aroma of food in the cafeteria had not completely dissipated. 20 minutes later, Chun Shanming's loud voice rang out at the entrance of the cafeteria. Class leaders, fall back. The command was straightforward and left no room for procrastination. The artists dragged their leaden legs and stood up one by one. The drowsiness after a full meal surged over them like a tide, almost drowning their reason. The short walk from the cafeteria to the dormitory felt like hundreds of kilometers. At 1:30 p.m., the dormitory building was lifeless. Everyone lay on their beds like fish thrown onto the shore, gasping for breath. Bro, can we lie down for a bit? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked weakly. Didn't he, the class leader, tell us to tidy up? Someone reminded softly. The mention of tidying up made everyone's hearts sink. The sharply folded military blankets, like tofu blocks, made one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. Fold the blankets? Spare me. I'd rather run another 5 kilometers. Chun Chi-Chi wailed, burying her face in the pillow. How could this thing possibly be folded? It's pure, inhumane design. Amidst the sighs and groans, Teacher E, who had been silent, suddenly sat up. He glanced at the camera in the corner and then scanned the crowd. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. All eyes instantly focused on him. Teacher E lowered his voice as if imparting some martial arts secret. I heard from old soldiers that if you don't have time to fold the blankets, you can just pick the whole blanket up and put it on the table or the floor. He paused before continuing. As long as you smooth out the sheet from the door, the bed will look clean. This method was like a ray of light in a desperate situation. Wow, Teacher E, you're a genius. Is this even possible? You're an old soldier. Let us do it. Everyone instantly felt revitalized. A few people quickly picked up their completely shapeless blankets and hid them in the gaps under their beds. They carefully pulled the thin, military green sheet straight. After doing all this, they flopped back onto their beds again. They were even too lazy to take off their shoes, lying down sprawled out. The hard-wooden bed hurt their backs, but no one complained. Compared to the inhumane torment of the morning, this brief peace felt like heaven. Meanwhile, the bullet comments in the live stream exploded over another matter. Can this bed be slept on? Just looking at it makes my back hurt. Hard beds are good for the lumbar spine. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Brothers usually sleep on mattresses worth millions. And now sleeping on this, I'm really crying. Hey, upstairs, don't be too funny. This is to join the army, not a vacation. That's right. I'm a veteran. I can responsibly tell you. When you're truly exhausted, don't say a wooden bed. Even if you let me sleep on a stone, I could fall asleep in 3 seconds. This veteran is right. Being a soldier is about a certain spirit. When you combine physical fatigue with a sense of mission, many material things become unimportant. Suddenly had a new understanding of the military profession. Behind that sacredness lies countless hardships we cannot see. In the dormitory, there was silence. Heavy breathing, sounds rose and fell, just as everyone was dozing off. A slight buzzing sound, accompanied by a cool breeze, came from the corner of the wall. The air conditioner had started. Almost at the same time, several people jumped up from their beds like startled rabbits. The fear of the heating air conditioner from the morning was still deeply imprinted in them. Oh no, it's coming again? Turn it off, turn it off. However, a few seconds later, what they felt was not heat, but a refreshing coolness. It was cooling. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief and slumped back down. Saved. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt the long-lost coolness and let out a comfortable hum. He looked towards Wang Yanbing, who was leaning against the door. Squad leader, can you lower it by 2 degrees? This temperature seems a bit weak. Wang Yanbing's gaze swept over, like 2 sharp knives. 26 degrees, standard temperature. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is too great. You all want to collapse during afternoon training? He looked around, his tone carrying the weariness of someone who had been through it. Back in my recruit company, we didn't even have an electric fan in summer. The dormitory was like a steamer. You could wring water out of the mats. Be grateful. The last 3 words seemed to drop the temperature in the entire dormitory by a few degrees. Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately closed his mouth. The others also dare not breathe, fearing that if he got angry, he would turn off the life-saving air conditioner. Wang Yanbing looked at their cowardly expressions, and the corner of his mouth subtly twitched. Just a reminder. He cleared his throat, and everyone perked up their ears. At 1:50, the wake-up whistle will blow. At 2 o'clock sharp, the assembly whistle will blow. When you hear the assembly whistle, no matter what you are doing, you must rush downstairs to assemble at the first moment. Understood? Understood. Everyone replied weakly. In the silence, Lei Jiayin suddenly sat up from his bed. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the young instructor standing straight at the door. That young man. The way he called him young man made Wang Yanbing's eyebrows twitch. Lei Jiayin seemed unaware, and he seriously asked a question that had been troubling everyone for a long time. I want to ask, do we have to go downstairs to the public area for the restroom and shower? Chapter 28, Lessons Learned with Blood. This question hit the nail on the head. I'm curious too. Young man Lei really carries a kind of friendly elder aura. Oh no, I feel like the instructor's expression isn't quite right. Wang Yanbing's gaze slowly shifted from the door to Lei Jiayin. That gaze had no emotion, as flat as looking at an inanimate object. But it was this flatness that made the air in the entire dormitory freeze. The restroom, washing, and showering are all in the public area on the first floor. His voice had no fluctuations. As for the assembly whistle, Wang Yanbing paused, his gaze sweeping over every tense face. Well, I just said, when you hear the assembly whistle, rush downstairs to assemble. This sentence specifically refers to the emergency assembly whistle. That kind of whistle is short and sharp, as if it wants to tear your eardrums apart. His description made a few artists instinctively shrink their necks. When you hear that sound, whether you're in the restroom or showering, even if you just wet your head and are halfway through lathering, you must appear downstairs within 3 minutes. There are no dress requirements. As long as you aren't naked, wearing big shorts is fine. No one cares. A slightly bolder young idol couldn't help but ask quietly, "Does the emergency assembly whistle blow often?" Good question. I want to know too. I feel like the instructor is going to do something. I'm looking forward to it. Please, let me see the brothers in big shorts during an emergency assembly. I'll do anything. The corner of Wang Yanbing's mouth suddenly curled into a tiny arc. Everyone looked at his meaningful expression, their hearts sinking together, a sense of ominous foreboding rising. Just then, Wang Yanbing's gaze fixed again on Lei Jiayin. The smile disappeared, replaced by seriousness. "You." That one word came out of his mouth cold and hard, like ice shards. Lei Jiayin was taken aback, pointing to himself. "Me?" Wang Yanbing didn't answer, just stared at him. "Just now, what did you call me?" The dormitory was terrifyingly quiet, with only the slight sound of the air conditioner blowing. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. Lei Jiayin apparently hadn't realized the seriousness of the issue. He recalled for a moment, then honestly replied, "Young man." He even added a bit of confusion, trying to explain. "I see you're not very old, about the same age as my son. At my age, calling you young man isn't a big deal, right?" "Oh no, lay teacher, stop talking." It's over, stepped on a landmine, a real disaster. This isn't a film set outside. This is the army. Addressing someone is a huge deal. It's over, Lei Daitu will pay the price for his friendliness. Wang Yanbing's eyes instantly turned sharp as knives. He didn't say another word. Push-up preparation. The cold 4 words crashed down on everyone's hearts. Lei Jiayin was completely confused. Huh? He didn't understand why he had to do push-ups just for calling someone young man. This was completely different from being exhausted by the heat of the air conditioner in the morning. "I said, push-up preparation." Wang Yanbing's voice rose a bit, the undeniable authority instantly enveloping the entire space. "Don't you understand?" Lei Jiayin looked at his emotionless eyes, his heart jolted. Years of habit from the film set to obey the director made him instinctively move. He climbed down from the bed, awkwardly lying on the cold cement floor, hands on the ground. The others watched this respected senior in the entertainment industry lying on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Is this really punishment? Just for a title? This instructor is a bit too much, right? Teacher Lei is an elder. What's wrong with calling him young man? Hey, the righteous ones upstairs, get out. This is the military, not your living room. Discipline. Understand? That's right. Once you enter the military camp, there are no stars or elders, only soldiers and officers. I feel a bit sorry for Teacher Lei. He must be completely confused. Wang Yanbing walked over to Lei Jiayin and looked down at him. 30, start. Lei Jiayin gritted his teeth and began to lower himself. After all, he was not young anymore and usually neglected exercise. His body had already started to gain weight. The first, the second, the muscles in his arms began to ache, and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His movements were slow and even somewhat unstandard, but he persisted. In the dormitory, only his heavy breathing could be heard. The others watched him struggle, feeling a sense of anxiety in their hearts. Finally, when he counted to 30, Lei Jiayin used up his last bit of strength to lift his body. Then he relaxed, his hands went limp, and he was about to stand up. "Who told you to get up?" Wang Yanbing's voice rang out again, like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Lei Jiayin supported himself on his knees, panting heavily, with a look of confusion on his face. "I finished." Wang Yanbing's gaze was as cold as ice. "Get down." Lei Jiayin's movements froze. He looked at Wang Yanbing, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. "I said get down." Wang Yanbing enunciated each word, his voice not loud, but carrying immense weight. The young people around him turned pale with fear. They finally realized that this place was unlike any they had been before. The rules here were completely different from the societal rules they were familiar with. Lei Jiayin's chest rose and fell violently, but ultimately, he complied and lay back down on the ground. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the floor, spreading a small dark stain. Wang Yanbing looked down at him, as well as at everyone else. In the army, there are rules. Between superiors and subordinates, Speaking and acting must be reported. His gaze turned to Lei Sha. If you want to stand up, you have to ask me first if you can stand up. You need to say, report, instructor, I have completed 30 push-ups. Requesting to stand up. Do you understand? Lei Sha lay on the ground, silent for a few seconds. Sweat blurred his vision. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly understand something. This was not a personal attack. This was not meant to humiliate him. This was to teach him, to teach all of them. A fundamental, yet crucial rule. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and shouted loudly, report, instructor. 30 push-ups have been completed. Requesting to stand up. Wang Yanbing's expression showed no change. Stand up. With permission granted, Lei Sha pushed himself off the ground and stood up unsteadily. He did not speak again, merely walked back to his bed, sat down, lowered his head, and breathed heavily. This scene had a far greater impact on everyone than the heated air conditioning earlier that morning. It was a shock on a mental level. Oh wow, so that's how it is. Learned that in the army, everything requires a report. Good job, Teacher Lei. Even though he was punished, he immediately understood the rules. He's a real man. Oh, even though I know it's the rules, I still feel so sorry for Teacher Lei. This instructor Wang Yanbing is really tough, but he is genuinely teaching something. I don't quite understand. Is it necessary to be so strict? Everyone is here to experience life, not to actually go to battle. Hey, your way of thinking is the most dangerous. Since you put on this military uniform, even if it's only for one day, you must hold yourself to the standards of a true soldier. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room sparked intense discussions because of this incident. Wang Yanbing scanned the room, taking in everyone's complex expressions. He spoke again, his voice returning to its previous calmness. I know many of you don't understand, especially Teacher Lei. By age, you my elder. Outside, everyone here is a top performer in their respective fields. You're used to being respected, accustomed to speaking based on age, experience, and fame. But here, that doesn't work. He paused a moment to allow them to digest his words. From the moment you step into this military camp and put on this uniform, you have only one identity, soldier, and I am your squad leader, your instructor. Our relationship is one of superior and subordinate. This is not me trying to show off. This is discipline. This is an order. His gaze swept over each person. Why emphasize the concept of hierarchy so harshly? Why make you engrave the words report into your bones? Let me give you an example. If we were on the battlefield right now, and shells were flying over our heads, as your commander, I give the order for you to immediately drop down. If your first thought is, why should this guy order me? And you hesitate for just a second, Wang Yanbing's voice suddenly turned cold. That second, you're already dead. Your hesitation could not only cost you your life, but could also expose the entire team's location, putting all your comrades in danger. On the battlefield, orders are paramount. There is no time for you to think, no opportunity to question. The only choice is to unconditionally, immediately execute. His words left everyone speechless. Those who had felt some resentment earlier were now left only with shock. For the first time, they clearly recognized that every seemingly harsh rule in the military might be a lesson bought with blood. Wow, what the instructor just said gave me goosebumps. So true. Sweat more during training to bleed less in battle. Discipline is life. I take back what I said about the instructor showing off. I apologize. He is teaching them how to save their lives. Suddenly feeling so inspired. This is the place a true man should be in. Lei Sha lifted his head and looked at Wang Yanbing. His gaze truly changed. He nodded, a genuine acknowledgement. Wang Yanbing noticed the change in everyone's expressions and knew they were listening. His tone softened a bit. Of course, we're not on the battlefield right now. During regular training, you can relax a bit, joke around with each other, and get along like brothers. That's fine. However, as long as we are on the training ground, as long as I'm still your instructor, the necessary rules cannot be lessened at all. This is the bottom line. He glanced at the clock on the wall. All right, make sure to rest well. There is still some time before the wake-up call. After speaking, a smile appeared on his face that made everyone's hearts race. Treasure this time. The afternoon training will be tough for you. Chapter 29. Online public opinion. As Wang Yanbing's voice fell, the corridor of the male soldiers' dormitory was left with only heavy breathing. Silence. An unprecedented silence. In stark contrast to this nearly stagnant quietness, the atmosphere in the female soldiers' dormitory was entirely different. Oh my God, what kind of place is this? A sharp female voice pierced through the pre-lunch tranquility, filled with strong disdain. It was Zhao Yanzi. She was standing in front of a mirror, looking at her bangs stuck to her forehead with sweat, her expression twisted in frustration. This food is worse than pig feed, and this uniform, so thick and stiff, it's chafing my skin red. She pulled open her collar to reveal red marks near her collarbone caused by the rough fabric, as if she had suffered a great injustice. In this bed, it's as hard as an iron plate. If it weren't for the company signing a death contract, I would have run away on the first day. Her complaints were like pebbles thrown into water, immediately stirring up ripples. Several female artists who usually got along with her immediately echoed her sentiments. Exactly. The skincare products I brought feel useless. This sun is too harsh. I didn't sleep well last night. The blanket has a weird smell. The entire dormitory was filled with complaints, and a sense of dissatisfaction hung in the air. Seeing that she had successfully stirred the atmosphere, Zhao Yanzi's eyes flashed with pride. She shifted her gaze to the fairy sister, sitting quietly in the corner. This sister was known for her cool demeanor and held the highest status in the circle. If she could pull her to her side, the power of public opinion would be vastly different. She deliberately approached her, softening her tone with concern. Sister, are you getting used to it? Your skin is so good, and you take such meticulous care of it. It must be hard for you to be here. Do you regret coming? The fairy sister was sipping water from bottle. Upon hearing this, she merely raised her eyelids slightly, her gaze as clear as an ancient well. It's fine, she said softly. Just think of it as a different way of living to experience something new. You'll get used to it. This plain statement felt like an invisible wall, blocking all of Zhao Yanzi's inciting words. Zhao Yanzi's smile stiffened for a moment. She hadn't expected the other party to completely ignore her. Frustrated, Zhao Yanzi cursed inwardly at the lack of appreciation, but didn't dare show it on her face. She turned her eyes and focused on another target, Yangmi. Yangmi was known in the circle for her high emotional intelligence and had a huge fan base. If she could persuade her, the effect would also be significant. Just as she was about to speak, Yangmi suddenly turned her head, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, and spoke to her friend Baba. Baba, my waist hurts so much. I don't know how we're going to endure this afternoon. Let us lie down and rest for a bit. Or we really want to be able to hold on. After saying that, she pulled Baba, and the two lay back on their respective beds, using their actions to indicate a refusal to join any conversation. Zhao Yanzi's prepared words were thus forcibly held back. She was so angry that her teeth itched, her nails digging deeply into her palms. These two key figures, one was unyielding, the other was slippery, making her feel like a jumping clown. I'm dying of laughter. Yangmi's move is so clever, perfectly avoiding it. Zhao Yanzi, I'll play a little dragon girl first. Opponent, King Bomb. Zhao Yanzi, then I'll play Yangmi. Opponent, I choose to run away. This emotional intelligence, I've completely wasted it. Zhao Yanzi must be furious now. Just look at her expression. Ha ha ha. At that moment, another troublemaker, Schwanger, stood up. She tugged at her sweat-soaked training suit, looking irritated. I can't take it anymore, it's all sticky. I need to change clothes, she said, walking towards her locker to take out the neatly stacked summer uniform. I want to change too. Let's all change. It will be more comfortable for a nap. Dongjie and Baihe immediately responded, and several of them took out their summer uniforms, preparing to change. The chat in the live stream instantly became excited. Oh wow, is something big about to happen? Hurry up, hurry up. I'm ready to take screenshots. Just as a few female stars pulled back the curtains to change clothes, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open with a creak. A figure stood at the door, silhouetted against the light, her posture upright like a pine tree. It was their class leader, Yi Xuanxin. She had a cold expression, her gaze fixed on Schwanger and the others who were holding their summer uniforms. The previously noisy atmosphere in the dormitory instantly dropped to freezing point. What are you doing? Reporting to the instructor, we are preparing to change clothes and rest. Schwanger, relying on her seniority and being bold, was the first to answer, her tone laced with a sense of entitlement. Yi Xuanxin stepped inside. Put the clothes back, she ordered. Use your time to rest. Don't waste it on changing clothes. As soon as these words were spoken, Schwanger's expression changed instantly. Dongjie and Baihe also showed signs of dissatisfaction. They were all big stars outside, used to being pampered. Why had they ever been subjected to such discipline? Moreover, the one disciplining them was a girl who looked only a few years younger than them. Feng Yi scoffed coldly. Instead of putting down her clothes, she stepped forward and stared directly at Yi Tsunshin. Instructor Yi, we've trained all morning and are all sweaty. Changing into dry clothes to rest doesn't affect anything, right? Or do you want to decide what we wear during our nap time? This statement was quite heavy, especially with the live broadcast cameras rolling. She deliberately directed the question towards the realm of freedom, hiding a huge trap within. As long as Yi Tsunshin answered carelessly, she would be labeled as abusing her power and lacking empathy, immediately becoming a target for online criticism. Everyone looked at Yi Tsunshin, waiting to see how she would handle this provocation. In the corner, Wen Qi, who had been quiet, timidly spoke up. Zista Shvangya. I think instructor, you might not mean it that way. She is doing it for our own good. Before she could finish, Schwanger shot her a glare. Who asked you to speak here? Shut up. Wen Qi trembled in fright, immediately lowering her head and not daring to speak again. Wow, Schwanger is too overbearing. That's a personal attack. Good heavens, I can't believe it. This is a trap for the instructor. How sinister. Honestly, what's wrong with changing clothes during a nap? I think Schwanger is right. Support clothing freedom. Those upstairs don't understand anything. This is the military. Freedom? She asks, provoking discipline using online sentiment. When she is so pitiful, just a glare and she is scared. This girl must have been bullied a lot in the circle. Facing Schwanger's aggressive questioning, Yi Tsunshin's expression showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. She didn't even look at Schwanger, but raised her wrist to check her watch. Then, she calmly spoke. It is now 1:35 p.m. Her voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet dormitory. At 1:50, the wake-up whistle will sound. At 2 o'clock sharp, the assembly whistle will blow downstairs. She raised her eyes, finally focusing on Schwanger, her gaze calm and unwavering. From the wake-up whistle to the assembly whistle, you have 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, you need to fold your blankets into standard tofu blocks, organize your belongings, and change back into your training suits, then rush downstairs for assembly. She paused, her tone suddenly turning cold. Do you think 10 minutes is enough? Or do you want to explain to Chief Instructor Lei Sha why you were late? As soon as Lei Sha's name was mentioned, the temperature in the dormitory seemed to drop a few more degrees. The few female stars who had just been so confident instantly deflated. Yes, changing clothes was more comfortable. But if they were late because of it and got caught by that living hell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Tsunshin's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing all their little thoughts and feelings. It turned out she wasn't showing off her authority, nor was she restricting their freedom. She was using the most direct way to tell them the rules and help them avoid risks. Those who had been watching the show also retracted their schadenfreude thoughts. Everyone's gaze finally focused on Schwanger. She had become the center of attention. This issue was initiated by her, and now everyone was waiting for their mainstay to make a decision. Should they continue to push back, betting on their speed, or should they give in and comply? Schwanger's face flushed red and white, the uniform in her hand feeling like a hot potato. She could feel countless eyes, including the live broadcast cameras, focused on her. She knew she had been outmaneuvered. Yi Tsunshin had not fallen in her trap about freedom. Instead, she had kicked the ball back with an undeniable, harsh reality. Chapter 30. The sudden bombshell: this woman actually didn't play by the rules. Now she was stuck. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a major social death scene. Schwanger's face is being slapped hard. I'm cringing so hard. Is this girl really brainless or just pretending? The instructor clearly has good intentions. To die for face and live for suffering, this is exactly her. In this almost stagnant atmosphere, Schwanger forced out a stiff smile. She raised her chin, her eyes revealing a stubbornness that refused to yield. Instructor Yi made a valid point. She first nodded in apparent agreement, but then abruptly changed her tone. However, I have my own considerations. Lunchtime is originally our private time. Do we really need to report to our superiors about what we want to do? Her voice was filled with a sense of justification, as if she were encouraging herself and those around her. It's just 10 minutes. I believe in our speed. After saying this, she looked at Zhao Yinzi and Dongjie beside her. Zhao Yinzi was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, eagerly echoing, "Yeah, Schwanger is right. If we move a bit faster, we'll definitely make it." Dongjin nodded vigorously as well. Exactly. If we don't take a break during lunchtime, how will we have the energy for training in the afternoon? The few of them sang in harmony, trying to hold up the crumbling situation. Yi Kunshin watched their clumsy performance, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She said nothing, merely cast a casual glance at them. Whatever. She dropped these two words, no longer looking at anyone else, and turned to leave the dormitory briskly. Damn, the word whatever is a killer. The implication, you can mess up, but don't drag me into it. You'll bear the consequences. Ha ha ha, a palace drama. Schwanger is going to hit a wall and not turn back. Instructor Ye's level is too high. Zhao Yinzi and Dongji are also something else, typical followers. Whatever Schwanger says goes. ISNT, this the legendary warming by grouping together? The entertainment industry's old routine, first forming a small group to exclude those who don't listen. Poor Wenqi. She was the only one helping the instructor just now. She probably won't have good days ahead. Once Yi Kunshin's figure disappeared at the door, the extreme tension in the dormitory instantly dissipated. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. A thin layer of sweat on their backs felt cool under the air conditioning. Schwanger tightly pressed her lips together, her face still looking bad. Although she regained a bit of face verbally, she knew in her heart that she had lost that confrontation completely. Schwanger, don't be angry anymore. Zhao Yinzi leaned over and whispered comfortingly. That Yi Kunshin, she asked, just a little instructor. What is there to be proud of? We have a lot of fans. We can guide public opinion later, saying military instructors bully female artists. We're the vulnerable group. Netizens will definitely stand by us. Dongjia chimed in. Right, we can package it nicely later, even get some sympathy from the fans, and solidify our personas. They exchanged words, seemingly already seeing the hope of turning the tables. In the corner, Xiang Gongzhu, who had hardly spoken, suddenly said softly, Are we still changing clothes? Schwanger abruptly turned her head, shooting a glare. But when she saw it was Xiang Gongzhu, the words that were about to spill out, Are you stupid? Were swallowed back down. Xiang Gongzhu was someone she couldn't afford to offend, who didn't know that behind her stood the director of this program, Wu Tong. Offending her was equivalent to offending the director's team. A wave of frustration surged in Schwanger's chest. Her unnamed anger had nowhere to vent, so she could only suppress it. She let out a heavy huff, not answering Xiang Gongzhu's question. She turned and tossed her uniform onto the bed, then laid down herself. She neither said to change nor to not change. The others, seeing this, all tacitly understood. No one dared to truly challenge the limits of that living king of hell named Lei Sha. Thus, an odd scene unfolded in the dormitory. A group of female stars, dressed in sweaty training uniforms, didn't even dare to take off their jackets. They lay half reclined on the bed with their eyes closed, not speaking to one another. It was supposed to be a lunch break, but it felt more like waiting for the final verdict on a gallows. Only Yami showed no signs of sleepiness. She turned to pull at the edge of Barbara's clothes on the adjacent bed. Barbara, who was wearing a mask to catch up on sleep, was pulled at and impatiently lifted her mask. What now, my lady? Barbara, do you think the afternoon training will be intense? Barbara sighed, readjusting her mask. Her voice muffled from underneath it. You're only thinking about this now? It's too late. Since we're here, whether it's a dragon or a tiger, we have to endure. I'm just a bit worried. Yang Mi's gaze drifted outside, watching the air distorted by the scorching sunlight. A figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. That figure, also wearing this military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree. She wondered if he had gone through the same things back then. Her voice dropped lower, almost to herself. In a blink, it's been 5 years. He must have had a hard time. Barbara suddenly lifted her mask, sitting up and warning her in a low voice, Keep your voice down. There are cameras everywhere. Yami stuck out her tongue, realizing she had misspoken. Barbara looked at her with a hint of pity in her eyes, but her tone remained serious. This is his own choice. You couldn't stop him back then. So worrying now is useless. I know. Yami lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes casting a dark shadow under her eyes. I just miss him a little. It's been a full 8 years. Her fingers unconsciously curled up, lightly picking at the edge of the bedsheet. He had been in the army for 8 years now. I signed up for this program just to find out what the place he spends every day is like. I want to be a little closer to him, even if it's just breathing the same air under the same sky. wearing the same style of clothes. It would make her feel that the distance between them wasn't so far. In the monitoring room, the air conditioning was turned up high. Dozens of screens occupied an entire wall, capturing every corner of the dormitory and training ground. Wu Tong leaned back in his chair, his gaze lazily roaming between the screens. He watched the little squabbles in the female star's dormitory from beginning to end, a playful smile on his lips. Interesting, it's starting to look like something. His gaze continued to move, ultimately fixing on the small screen where Yang Mi was. On the screen, Yang Mi and Barbara were huddled together, whispering something. Increase the audio for dormitory 12, Wu Tong instructed. The staff immediately complied, and soon, Yang Mi and Barbara's conversation came through clearly. It's been a full 8 years. He has been in the army for 8 years. I signed up for this program just to be a little closer to him. Wu Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. He slammed his coffee cup down on the table. Stop. Rewind and play that again. The staff, not daring to be slow, immediately replayed the earlier segment. He has been in the army for 8 years. Wu Tong's fingers lightly tapped on the table, his mind racing. Yang Mi, a top-tier female star, possessing both popularity and talent, yet a breath of fresh air in the industry. After so many years, zero scandals, zero hype. The capital behind her is herself. She established her own studio. She calls the shots on her own matters. No one can force her to do things she doesn't like. The strangest thing was, she never filmed kiss scenes during shooting, and even slightly intimate hugs were done with a stunt double. It was rumored that she had a cold personality and was a neat freak. But now it seems, Wu Tong's mouth broke into a wide smile. A neat freak? Perhaps it was because someone had long taken residence in her heart. A man who had been in the army for 8 years. This is simply a windfall of a storyline. A popular female star has a mysterious boyfriend in the army, and they might even be married. She is experiencing the life of her beloved. In order to get closer to him, she didn't hesitate to appear without makeup and participated in this so-called most brutal military reality show in history. What a divine love story. It's 1,000 times more exciting than all the conflicts and scripts he arranged. Hurry! Wu Tong stood up excitedly, pointing at the screen of Yang Mi, his voice trembling. Switch to cameras 3 and 5. Give close-ups of Yang Mi and Baba's faces. Make sure the audio is crystal clear. Not a single word can be missed. This is definitely the biggest explosive point of our show. Keep your eyes glued to it. Chapter 31. Popularity is everything in the monitoring room. The dead silence was completely ignited by Wu Tong's loud shout. Hurry! Hurry, hurry, hurry! The nerves of all the staff instantly tightened, and they started operating with a flurry of activity. Director Wu, cameras 3 and 5 have already switched. The close-up is already pushed to the front. The audio equipment is at maximum power, ensuring clarity. Wu Tong stared at Yang Mi's exquisite profile on the screen, as if he were gazing a huge gold mine just unearthed. Yang Mi, this name represents a miracle in the entertainment industry. She truly carved out her path with one work after another, firmly securing her position at the top. What is even rarer is that she is clean. Wu Tong, who has been in the industry for half his life, has seen all kinds of people. He knows too well how much energy or perseverance an artist needs to maintain such a pure persona. He always thought Yang Mi was the former, backed by capital that he couldn't afford to provoke. But now it seems there is no mysterious capital. Her greatest asset is her steadfastness in her heart. Her commitment to a man who has been in the army for a full 8 years. Wu Tong's Adam's apple rolled up and down, feeling parched. He could almost see how the entire internet would go wild when this news was detonated by his own hands. Weibo's servers would crash again. The more Wu Tong thought, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, which sounded particularly jarring in the small monitoring room. The assistant director leaned over, looking obsequious. Director Wu, you are truly impressive. You managed to dig this out. Our show will be a hit for sure. Wu Tong proudly raised his chin. His mind was already racing to devise a follow-up publicity plan. Step 1. First cut a suspenseful trailer. Release Yang Mi's line about how she has been in the army for 8 years, paired with sad music to guide netizens to guess. Step 2. Release some insider leaks, vaguely pointing to a certain military bigwig, sparking a large guessing game online. Step 3. When the hype reaches its peak, release evidence. like hidden photos of Yang Mi or tokens of affection. The more Wu Tong thought, the more beautiful it seemed, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. After this combination of punches, not only would Yang Mi not be criticized, but she would also establish a devoted and loyal military wife persona, gaining popularity among the public. And his show would become a phenomenal hit. Perfect. Just as Wu Tong was immersed in his grand blueprint, the urgent voice of the director suddenly came through the intercom. Director Wu, the 12th dormitory is still chatting. Should we switch the live broadcast camera over? Wu Tong's smile froze. Switch to live? He instinctively wanted a nod, but the remaining rationality held him back. No, we can't do that. What level are Yang Mi and Baba at? The combined fanbase could crash Weibo. If we broadcast their private conversation now, the nature of it changes. It would no longer be a show effect, but a malicious invasion of privacy. Yang Mi's studio and Baba's company would definitely send a lawyer's letter immediately. Wu Tong wouldn't do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. No switching. Wu Tong growled into the intercom. Keep all cameras and audio focused on the 12th dormitory. Not a second should be missed. But do not switch to the live broadcast. Do you understand? The director on the other end paused for a moment. Though confused, he quickly replied. Got it, Director Wu. Wu Tong hung up the intercom, letting out a breath. He leaned back in his chair, picked up the now slightly cold coffee, but his heart was ablaze. At that moment, the door of the monitoring room was gently pushed open from the outside. A tall and upright figure walked in, backlit by the hallway lights. The originally noisy monitoring room fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button and a pin drop could be heard. Wu Tong was facing the screen and hadn't reacted yet. He frowned impatiently. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out. He was in a crucial moment of inspiration and hated being disturbed. However, no footsteps could be heard leaving behind him. Wu Tong's heart sank as he finally sensed something was off. He stiffly turned his head. When he saw the visitor's face, his impatience instantly faded away. Major General Feng? Wu Tong abruptly stood up from his chair. What brings you here? Feng Yi's gaze fell on the flustered Wu Tong. His voice was very calm, devoid of any emotion. Can I come? No. Of course not. Wu Tong quickly waved his hand. What I meant is, if you have any instructions, just give me a call. In front of Feng Yi, Wu Tong felt like a mouse that had seen a cat. But then, Wu Tong's mind started racing again. Fearful as he was, an opportunity seemed to have arrived. He was worried about how to handle the explosive point of Yang Mi. Feng Yi's appearance was like a pillow sent to someone who was sleepy. Who is this man? The youngest general in Yin country. Behind him stands the entire army. The nation. As long as he can get Feng Yi's approval, he can let loose and go all out. With that thought, Wu Tong's eyes lit up again. He rubbed his hands together, putting on a smile, and cautiously approached. You came at just the right time. I just discovered a huge piece of good news and was about to report it to you. Feng Yi's expression remained flat. Speak. Wu Tong lowered his voice, mysteriously pointing to the small screen where Yang Mi was. Look, this is Yang Mi's dormitory. We just intercepted that she seems to have had a boyfriend for 8 years. And he is also a soldier. After saying that, Wu Tong looked up, eagerly watching Feng Yi's reaction. However, Feng Yi's face showed no signs of change. Wu Tong's heart raced a bit, but the arrow was on the string, and he had to fire. He could only steel himself and continue embellishing. You may not know much about our entertainment industry, but this is definitely a huge, explosive point. A popular actress, a mysterious soldier boyfriend, an 8-year-long love. If this topic gets out, our show will absolutely soar. The more Wu Tong spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see success beckoning him. My idea is, we don't need to say it directly, just edit some suggestive clips to release, letting netizens fill in the blanks themselves. This way, the hype will build and the topic will explode, even if Yang Mi comes knocking. We can say this is an overinterpretation by netizens and has nothing to do with our production team. This is what we call winning without a fight. Wu Tong passionately described his plan, completely unaware that Feng Yi's gaze was gradually turning colder. It was a chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of a glacier, devoid of any warmth. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. It wasn't until Wu Tong finished speaking that Feng Yi slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through Wu Tong's heart like an ice pick. Evidence? Wu Tong was taken aback. Huh? He was a bit slow to react. Feng Yi's gaze was fixed on him, and he repeated the question, this time with a tone that carried a sense of pressure. I ask you, where's the evidence? You said she has a military boyfriend. Where's the proof? Only then did Wu Tong come to his senses. He instinctively waved his hand, his face wearing a slick smile unique to those in the industry. Oh, look at you. You're being an amateur again, aren't you? We're doing publicity, creating topics. We don't need any solid evidence, right? What we need is this kind of vague, ambiguous feeling. As long as we throw out the bait, there'll be plenty of people helping us find evidence and weave the story together. By then, the whole internet will be buzzing about it. Who cares about the truth? Popularity is everything. Wu Tong wanted to continue bragging about his tricks, but suddenly realized that Feng Yi's expression had darkened to the point where it seemed ready to drip water. In those bottomless eyes, there was a turbulent undercurrent that he couldn't comprehend, yet sent chills down his spine. Chapter 32. The family affairs of actors are known to all. Wu Tong felt as if an invisible hand was choking his throat, the words stuck in his throat. He felt his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. He wanted to laugh, to joke his way through the awkward atmosphere. But the corners of his mouth were stiff, as if frozen, unable to move. Feng Yi's gaze was too cold. It was not mere anger. It was a contempt that saw through the dirtiest corners of the human heart, mixed with the murderous aura that crawled out from a sea of corpses and blood. After years of mingling in the entertainment industry, Wu Tong had never felt such a terrifying sense of oppression from anyone. In front of Feng Yi, his proud social skills were like a sandcastle built by a 3-year-old, easily shattered with a poke. Feng Yi slowly withdrew his gaze and stopped pressing for answers. He simply turned around and looked at the surveillance wall again, his voice not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the entire broadcasting room. I'll ask you one question. What is the original intention of this program? Wu Tong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the topic had finally veered off course, and hurriedly answered. Publicity. Of course, it's to promote the glorious image of our country as soldiers. He pounded his chest, righteous and indignant. Let the whole nation see how brave and fearless our soldiers are, how worthy of respect they are. This is the greatest honor for our production team, and our unshirkable responsibility. After listening, Feng Yi did not turn back. His profile, illuminated by the cold light of the screen, had lines as hard as iron. The publicity team? He repeated softly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. 5 years ago, the Nanjiang River burst its banks, causing an unprecedented major flood. Feng Yi's voice was calm, as if recounting a historical event unrelated to himself. The first to rush in was the station bridge-building brigade. They fought continuously for 72 hours, using their flesh and blood to block 3 main breaches, saving a downstream county with a population of 300,000. In that battle, 127 soldiers from the bridge-building brigade sacrificed their lives. Their average age was under 20. In the broadcasting room, everyone stopped their work. I remember very clearly that day. The military invited the media to properly publicize the deeds of these heroes. Feng Yi paused, his voice turning icy. However, not a single mainstream media outlet was present, because on the same day, a traffic star was holding a concert in a neighboring city. The entire internet was flooded with trending topics and reports about how successful his concert was and how crazy his fans were. 127 lives could not buy a headline in the entertainment section. Wu Dao, tell me, is this what you call publicity? Wu Tong's face had gone from pale to a dead gray. Feng Yi did not give him a chance to argue, continuing to speak. His voice was like it came from a distant time and space, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. 5 years ago, I was still a rookie soldier in that bridge-building brigade. My squad leader, my best buddy, sacrificed himself at 19 while trying to save a little girl trapped on a rooftop. He was sucked into the whirlpool and never surfaced again. Just before he died, he had shown me a photo of his fiancée, E, smiling like a fool. Feng Yi's fists quietly clenched at his sides. I went to his hometown to deliver his belongings, including a letter he and T had the chance to send. And what did I see? A bulldozer. His old neighborhood was being demolished. A celebrity was marrying into a wealthy family, and her in-laws wanted to flatten that land to build some European-style town as a wedding gift. When I arrived, his elderly parents were being dragged out from the ruins, crying their hearts out. Meanwhile, online, everyone was wishing that star a happy marriage, praising how romantic her love story was. No one knew that beneath the foundation of that so-called charming town lay the home of a hero. No one knew that the hero's parents had their legs broken while trying to hold onto their son's last wish. Feng Yi's eyes were slightly red. I couldn't help but injure the leading demolition team captain. For that, I was locked up for a month. But I have no regrets. Wu Tong's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The despair and anger resonated with him, sending chills down his spine. 3 years ago, in the southwestern border, there was a massive mudslide disaster. Feng Yi's voice rang out again. A regiment was urgently airdropped into the disaster area for indiscriminate rescue operations. Communications were cut off, and supplies were severed. They rescued over 1,300 trapped civilians from that hell on earth. In the end, 32 soldiers remained forever in that mountain. And during those days, what was your entertainment industry doing? Feng Yi's gaze swept over the terrified faces in the broadcasting room. A rising young star was celebrating his 20th birthday. His fans pooled their money to rent a private jet, flying around the city all day with a banner to celebrate him. Another celebrity couple was exposed for cheating, later confirmed to be a fake news stunt orchestrated by their management for a new drama. These two incidents occupied the headlines for an entire week. Did anyone remember the names of the 32 border soldiers? No. People only remembered how many luxury gifts that young star received. Only remembered how scandalous the couple's affair was. The soldiers' achievements went unnoticed, while the family affairs of actors were known to all. Feng Yi's voice grew colder. Each were like a knife. Last year, in the northern border, heavy snow blocked the mountains, trapping hundreds of tourists and herders. The border defense unit braved temperatures of -40 degrees, trekking 30 kilometers to deliver their rations and supplies. They gave their last piece of compressed biscuit to a trapped child. On the return journey, 4 soldiers froze to death, and 2 more starved to death. At this point, Feng Yi suddenly turned around, his bottomless gaze fixated on Wu Tong. And during that time, your new variety show had just premiered and was trending all over the internet. Tell me, who remembers those 6 border soldiers? No one. Feng Yi stepped forward, the immense pressure causing Wu Tong to uncontrollably back away until his back hit the cold equipment cabinet, with nowhere left to retreat. You used those vague rumors, those carefully crafted publicity stunts, to attract everyone's attention, making a fortune. And those who truly protect this country with their lives, their sacrifices, their achievements, have been completely drowned out by the trash information you created. Now, you stand here and tell me you want to promote the military? Feng Yi's voice suddenly rose, like thunder crashing. What do you have to promote? Are you really going to use those despicable tactics you just mentioned? To fabricate a female soldier's private life? To create a so-called hot topic and guide netizens into a dirty frenzy? What do you think the military is? What do you think a soldier's honor is? Is it just a tool for you to hype topics and boost ratings? The entire broadcasting room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the staff looked down, not daring to breathe. Wu Tong's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He looked at Feng Yi, whose excessively young face carried an unimaginable heavy past. The flames burning in his eyes were forged from blood. Feng Yi's chest heaved violently, the anger in his eyes gradually subsiding, transforming into a cold abyss. He looked at the trembling Wu Tong and asked word by word, Wu Tong, I'll ask you one last time. What is the purpose of this program? Chapter 33, the grandest wedding in the world. Those eyes, burning with flames, seemed to ignite Wu Tong's very soul. Wu Tong trembled all over, making raspy sounds in his throat, but not a single word escaped his lips. He felt like a stripped clown. All his dirty thoughts and underhanded tactics laid bare under the sunlight. I. Wu Tong opened his mouth, his voice as dry as sandpaper. I. He could no longer hold himself up, his body sliding down the cold machine cabinet, collapsing onto the ground. Feng Yi looked down at him. Stand up. Wu Tong shook, frantically trying to push himself up, but his legs were as weak as noodles, offering no strength. Feng Yi did not urge him again, just quietly watched him. That silent pressure was more suffocating than any roar. Eventually, Wu Tong leaned against the wall, trembling, and stood up straight, bowing his head like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Wu Tong, look at me. At his words, Wu Tong stiffly raised his head, his gaze involuntarily drawn into those deep eyes. The purpose of this program, promoting the military, is just one of the goals. Feng Yi paused. More importantly, is to use this program to tell everyone and to tell all of you in the entertainment industry what kind of idol this country needs. Is it one that wears thick makeup, relies on gossip to attract attention, and treats fans as nothing more than wallets? Or is it someone who can guide young people to be positive, convey positive values, and truly deserves the title of a role model? Feng Yi's voice echoed in the empty broadcasting room, vibrating in everyone's eardrums. The country does not need trash that only serve capital. The people do not need it either. Wu Tong's mind went blank. He finally understood. This was not just a program. This was not merely a military promotion. This was the will of the nation. It aimed to use this highly publicized platform to conduct a thorough and top-down rectification of the entire distorted entertainment industry. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This time, it was not from fear, but from the realization of the consequences. I was wrong. Wu Tong bowed deeply to Feng Yi. I really was wrong. I promise, I will never again use those underhanded tactics. I will definitely follow your instructions and make this program meaningful. Feng Yi looked at him expressionlessly, and after a long while, slowly spoke, remember what you said today. After saying that, he no longer looked at Wu Tong, turned, and walked out of the broadcasting room with large strides. It was only when that upright figure disappeared completely that the air in the broadcasting room, which had been frozen, seemed to start flowing again. All the staff let out a long breath, but still did not dare to breathe loudly. Wu Tong remained in a bowing position. His clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat, clinging tightly to his body, and the wind blew, chilling him to the bone. He slowly straightened up, his face pale. National will, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with relief. This is more than just something to avoid. It's a matter of life and death. Then he recalled the hymn mentioned by Yang Mi. Could it be Feng Yi? This thought flashed through Wu Tong's mind, but was immediately dismissed by himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What status does Yang Mi hold? One of the top female stars in the country. And Feng Yi, the youngest general in Yin country, enlisted 5 years ago, promoted to general 5 years later. Such a speed of promotion is simply unbelievable. A young man with a formidable background and great military achievements. The more Wu Tong thought about it, the more frightened he became. He would rather believe that Feng Yi was some relative of Yang Mi or a scion of a well-connected family than associate the two of them together. Director Wu. The director beside him cautiously leaned over, his voice trembling. The feed from camera 9 just went live. Should we cut it? Cut. Wu Tong suddenly snapped back to reality, glaring at the director. Cut what? Keep broadcasting. Extract that segment and put it online, make it trending. He now understood. Feng Yi's earlier words were not just for him. They were meant for everyone, for the millions of viewers in front of the screen, and for the entire entertainment industry. For those colleagues still dreaming of traffic. This was a warning, and it was also a declaration. Wow, has Wu Tong finally come to his senses? I take back what I said about him earlier. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. Wait, didn't you all notice the key point? Instructor Feng said this program is to rectify the entertainment industry. My God, is the official finally going to take action? I've been fed up with those monsters for a long time. Support. Push me up. The country needs positive energy idols. Whoa. We're not just watching a simple variety show. We're witnessing history. Feng Yi was unaware of everything happening in the broadcasting room. He returned to his simple office. A military cot, a desk, a chair, and a file cabinet. That was all. He opened the drawer of the desk and took out a leather wallet from the back. Inside was only a photo and a small red booklet printed with the national emblem. A marriage certificate. He gently traced the smiling face of the girl in the photo with his fingertips. That was Yang Mi 5 years ago, without the current superstar aura, still carrying a youthful innocence, but her eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. In the photo, he wore a plain white shirt, his hair cut short, grinning foolishly. This was taken on the day they registered their marriage, right in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. 5 years. In these 5 years, the number of times they met could be counted on one hand. He could not even remember how long it had been since he last held her properly. Guilt wrapped around his heart like vines, making it hard for him to breathe. He owed her too much. What would happen if they went public with their relationship now? This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly extinguished. No, absolutely not. Once it was public, the nature of this program would completely change. Everyone would focus on the gossip about the general and the female star. What he just said in the broadcasting room would become a joke. The fire he had ignited would lose its intended momentum because of this trivial private matter. This would not only be irresponsible to the program and the military, but it would also show disrespect to her, to his wife Yang Mi, who had silently dedicated herself over the past 5 years. Feng Yi took a deep breath, carefully putting the marriage certificate back into his wallet and stowing it away in the deepest part of the drawer. Once this task is over, once the atmosphere in the entertainment industry is completely turned around, he wants to give her the grandest wedding in the world. The sharp and urgent wake-up whistle suddenly shattered the afternoon tranquility without warning. In the dormitory, the artists who had just lain down were startled by this sudden sound and sprang up from their beds. Wu Yifan rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking displeased. What time is it? It's all because of Xiang Zhuo and Wu Yifan. If it weren't for them getting punished, could we have slept this long? A male artist complained quietly, drawing a chorus of agreement. Exactly. They got into trouble and implicated all of us. Stop talking. Hurry up and get dressed. Didn't you hear the whistle? The entire dormitory instantly fell into chaos. Hey, where's my belt? Who saw my belt? That's my hat. You took the wrong one. Where are my shoes? Where did my right shoe go? A few people almost bumped into each other while searching for their things, especially those rigid standard training shoes, which made these pampered stars suffer a lot. The shoes were too stiff, the laces too long. They were so used to wearing brand-name sneakers that they didn't know how to handle them at all. Chapter 34. The greatest insult to military uniforms. While everyone was in a flurry, wishing they had 8 hands, one figure stood out. Teacher E. When the lunch break bell rang, he didn't even take off his shoes, just laid down on the bed fully dressed, resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he jumped down from the bed, his movements crisp and clean. Watching the dormitory that looked like it had been ransacked, he calmly picked up his towel and toothbrush and walked towards the washroom. In contrast, the situation on the female artist's side, while also tense, was slightly better. This was thanks to their class leader, Yi Tsunshin. Before the lunch break, Yi Tsunshin had left a message. Put your hats, belts, shoes, and all small items by the pillow and cover them with the quilt. At that time, some didn't understand, but now they all did. In the dark, as long as they touched the pillow, they could find all their gear. Even so, panic remained the main theme. A young female artist, after hurriedly putting on her training uniform, even remembered to pull out a bottle of sunscreen from her bag and quickly applied it to her face. This scene was faithfully recorded by the omnipresent live-stream cameras. Wow. Applying sunscreen during an emergency assembly? Is this person a deity? I'm dying of laughter. Is this the self-awareness of a star? Not to mention, look at this no-makeup state. She really can pull it off. Zhao Yanzi's big eyes are still so spirited, not changing at all. Dong Jia's skin is too good. Her fair skin is truly deserved. A Satan Song. That baby face is too advantageous. Just like a college freshman, when she is also so cute, looking all dazed and not awake. Where's Yang Mi? Where's my sister Mi? Gamera. Focus on sister Mi. I see her. She is in the corner putting on her shoes. My sister Mi looks stunning even without makeup. Just looks a bit tired. Baba is next to her, and it seems like they're helping each other. What good best friends. To be honest, these stars look glamorous usually, but without makeup, they don't look much different from us regular people. You up front, are you sure your no-makeup look is at this level? Don't joke around. Just as everyone finally got dressed and was ready to rush out of the dormitory, someone inadvertently glanced back at their bed. The blanket was all twisted and crumpled from their sleep, looking like a mess. Meanwhile, the merciless round wall clock on the wall had its second hand spinning rapidly. Only 3 minutes were left until assembly time. My God, we still have to make the bed. A desperate scream hit everyone like a thunderclap. Their phones had all been confiscated on the first day of camp. The only way to check the time now was that clock. 3 minutes. To fold this soft, sagging cotton quilt into the legendary tofu block. This was simply an impossible task. Forget it. There's no time. Let us go down for assembly. If we don't finish folding, we'll definitely be punished. If we don't go down for assembly, the punishment will be worse. Everyone instantly fell into a dilemma. In the end, the instinct for survival overcame everything. A group of people abandoned the struggle with the blanket and rushed out of the dormitory building. Downstairs, in the open space of the camp area, Feng Yi, dressed in a neat training uniform, stood quietly at the front of the line. Beside him, Yi Tsun also stood tall, her gaze sharp. The artists ran down the stairs in a disorganized manner, forming a crooked line in the open space. So didn't T wear hats, exposing messy hair. Some ran too fast, and the hem of their shirts had escaped from their pants, fluttering in the wind. Many others had their belts improperly fastened, with their pants hanging loosely at their waists. The shoelaces of the training shoes were tied into a tangled mess, resembling two dying earthworms. The entire line looked like a ragtag group hastily assembled. Finally, Feng Yi slowly spoke. "Look at yourselves. Look at what you're wearing. Hats not worn properly, clothes not put on right, belts not fastened, shoelaces not tied. Do you know what this uniform represents? This is military attire. It represents honor, responsibility, and sacrifice. It is not a prop for you to catch eyes on stage, nor is it a costume for you to show off." Feng Yi's voice suddenly rose, like thunder on a clear day. "You all look like this, disheveled and not standing properly. This is the greatest insult to this military uniform." Chapter 35. Not here to really be soldiers. The word insult was pronounced heavily. Many artists' expressions changed instantly. They could accept being criticized and punished, but the term insult was too severe. They merely hadn't made their beds or worn their clothes properly. How could it escalate to the level of insulting the military uniform? This seemed too much an overreaction. Damn, the chief instructor's words are a bit harsh, right? I think so too. It's just not wearing clothes properly. Does it need to be like this? The people upstairs don't understand anything. For soldiers, military appearance and discipline are everything. Instructor Feng is not wrong. Support the instructor. These stars need to be disciplined. Let them experience what discipline is. The atmosphere feels tense. It's about to get heated. The debate in the comments did not affect the solemn atmosphere at the scene. Finally, an incongruous voice broke the silence. "Report." Xiang's was stepped out from a line, his eyes filled with unhidden provocation. "I refuse to accept it." Feng Yi's gaze turned to him, his expression calm and unwavering. "Speak. We admit that we didn't do well, that we didn't meet your military standards." Xiang's voice was loud, ensuring everyone could hear. "But to use the word insult, we do not accept it. We came here to experience life, to showcase the army's demeanor to the audience, not to actually be soldiers. It is discriminatory to hold us, who have only trained for less than a day, to the standards of professional soldiers. It is unfair." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yifan immediately stood up in agreement. "Yes, we refuse to accept it. We trained hard all morning, didn't even have a good lunch, and slept for less than an hour. And we were called up in this manner. Who can react in time?" Feng also stood up in indignation, looking frustrated. "Exactly. You're treating us differently. We demand an explanation." 3 people stood side by side, forming a small group, openly confronting the chief instructor. Everyone's heart was in their throat. "This is a rebellion." Feng Yi just quietly watched, as if he were watching a performance by 3 clowns. At that moment, there was more movement in the line. Teacher Yi and Old Who also stepped out from the ranks. Everyone's heart sank again. Even these 2 respected seniors were going to cause trouble? Xiang's showed a smug smile. However, the words that teacher Yi said next instantly froze the smile on his face. "Report to the chief instructor." Teacher Yi first gave a not-so-standard military salute. "I do not agree with their statements." He turned a glance at Xiang's and the others, then faced everyone again. "I admit, I also did not do well. But I also believe that the chief instructor is right. The military uniform is the face of soldier. We have put on this uniform. Regardless of whether we're truly soldiers or not, we should respect it and uphold its dignity. If we cannot do this, it is our problem. Being criticized and punished is justified." His words were firm and without the slightest hesitation. Old Who nodded in agreement, speaking sincerely. "Chief instructor, we indeed did not do well, and we accept the criticism. But please believe us. Give us some time, and we will definitely train hard to meet the qualified standards as soon as possible." The statements of the 2 were like a loud slap in the face, harshly striking Xiang's and his group. They were instantly isolated. They had originally thought they could incite everyone to resist the instructor, but unexpectedly, they were backstabbed by their own people. Xiang's face turned from pale to flushed, looking extremely ugly. Feng Yi's gaze swept over teacher Yi and Old whose faces and finally landed back on Xiang's. He took a step forward. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Step forward. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Just then, there was also movement from the ranks of the female performers. Zhao Yanzi, Shuang and several other female performers unexpectedly stepped forward as well. The suppressed arrogance of Xiang's seemed to have found a new spark. His pale face instantly flushed with an unusual redness. Very good. Excellent. He wanted to see how Feng Yi would handle the situation. The bullet comments in a live broadcast room were also momentarily frozen, then started to scroll even faster. Wow, what's going on? The female performers have also stepped forward? Shuang Yanzi, what are they going to do? Are they also going to confront the chief instructor? This is getting interesting. Teacher Yi and Old who just managed to regain control, and now these ladies are coming out to ruin it. Xiang's expression brightened, like someone who had been constipated for days, finally found relief. Feng Yi's gaze slowly fell on the ranks of the female performers. He just watched, without speaking. But that silence was more powerful than any questioning. The leader, Shuang met Feng Yi's gaze. Report to the chief instructor. We also believe that your demands on us are too harsh. We are girls, and our physical strength is inherently inferior to boys. Zhao Yanzi quickly followed up, her voice filled with grievance. Yes, we have already used all our strength to stand here. You don't empathize with us, and yet you use this method to humiliate us. We do not accept it. The other female performers behind them chimed in. We are not here to be soldiers. There is no need to torture ourselves like this. Exactly. We are just here to experience and feel the military spirit, not to actually go to the battlefield. Their words were more straightforward and more justified than Xiang's group's earlier statements. The atmosphere on site was completely divided. On one side were the artist group, led by Xiang's and Shuang, openly expressing their discontent. On the other side were teacher Yi, Old Hu, and many others who remained silent, struggling internally. All eyes were focused on Feng Yi. The camera also zoomed in on him. The live broadcast room was in complete chaos. Wow, these people really dare to speak. They directly stated that we are just here for show and not to be taken seriously. Are Shuang and the others stupid? Can't they see that teacher Yi and Old who are trying to give everyone a way out? They are not stupid. They're doing it on purpose. They are in cahoots with Xiang's, trying to put Feng Yi in a difficult position. I feel for the chief instructor. It's so hard to manage. What kind of monsters are these artists this year? Now his authority will be in shambles. He just got the men under control, and now the women are causing a ruckus. Let's see how Feng Yi handles it. Very good. Feng Yi spoke, his voice still steady. Is there anyone else? If you think this military uniform is too hot, if you feel wronged or think it is unfair, step forward now. There was another stir in the ranks. A few people clearly hesitated, swaying their bodies and lifting their feet. But when they met Feng Yi's bottomless gaze, they all silently shrank back. In the end, no one stepped forward. Chapter 36. Are you brave enough to go to battle? Feng Yi's gaze swept over the artists who were looking down. What? Is it just you few? His tone carried obvious disappointment. I thought all of you had some backbone. This statement changed the expressions of Xiang's and the others again. What does this mean? Is he mocking them? Or is he trying to stir up hatred against them? However, Feng Yi did not look at them again. His gaze turned to the silent majority in the ranks. Now I ask you, who believes that wearing this military uniform means you should honor it? Who believes that you can persevere and are worthy of the title of soldier? Step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. This question was more cutting than the earlier one about who was not convinced. To admit that one is worthy? Looking at their current disheveled appearance. Who has the confidence to say that? But if they do not step forward, does that mean they fundamentally agree with Xiang's statements? To admit that they are inadequate and only here to put on a show? This was a dilemma. Time passed, second by second. Just then, swish. A figure stepped forward without any hesitation. It was teacher Yi. He stood straight, his gaze firm like a silent mountain. Immediately after, Old who also stepped forward, standing beside teacher Yi. Then came the relatively inconspicuous Bao Chong, who had never complained during training. More and more people took that step out from the ranks. In the end, the ranks were clearly divided into two groups. One group stepped forward, choosing to believe in themselves and also believe in the instructor. The other group remained stationary, isolated in place. Xiangzhua, Wu Yifan, Feng Feng, and Shuang are a small group. Chen Shanming, standing not far from Feng Yi, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, giving Feng Yi a knowing glance. And Feng Yi just smiled faintly. This scene was also clearly captured by the live broadcast camera. Wow, what a masterstroke. I get it. The chief instructor is amazing. He is not asking who is not convinced. He is screening. He is forcing everyone to choose sides. From the very beginning, he split the factions, completely separating the troublemakers from those who want to work hard. That's brilliant, truly brilliant. Now it's clear who is who. Xiangzhua and the others are completely isolated. I take back what I said earlier. The chief instructor's authority hasn't been diminished. It has been firmly established. This strategy is too brilliant. You see, Feng Yi and the instructor next to him are laughing. They anticipated this long ago. Everything is planned. This is not training at all. It's clearly a real-life version of the art of war. I love it. Feng Yi looked at the group of people standing before him, a smile growing on his face. He glanced again at Xiangzhua and the others, his tone even carrying a hint of admiration. I admire your courage. You dare to publicly question your chief instructor in front of millions. Xiangzhua and the others were taken aback, not understanding what Feng Yi was getting at. Complimenting them? Is that possible? Sure enough, Feng Yi's next words made their hearts sink. But I only admire your courage. Feng Yi stepped forward, his gaze piercing into their hearts like a knife. I ask you, since you think the training is too hard and the requirements too strict, then tell me, what is a soldier? He paused, his voice suddenly rising. Is it to let you sleep in every day, then put on delicate makeup and pose for the camera? Or do you think that just because you put on this uniform, you can enjoy being called teacher by others? I ask you again. Feng Yi's voice roared like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Do you dare to go to battle? Can you shoot? Do you know how to hide from artillery fire and how to bandage your comrades' wounds? Don't talk about these things. Feng Yi curled his lips into a mocking smile. During this morning's 5-kilometer cross-country run, you all collapsed on the ground halfway, like dead dogs. With your current state, you wouldn't even qualify to be a target on the battlefield. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? What qualifications do you have to say this uniform shouldn't be worn like this? His words were like a series of slaps, hitting every protesting artist hard on the face. Their faces burned with pain. The entire group was silent. The live broadcast room also fell into an eerie quiet. The fans who had been defending their idols were now all silent. Indeed, compared to real soldiers, what they had endured was nothing. Seeing their lost expressions, Feng Yi's tone softened slightly. Let me tell you why I am here. Because in the next 4 months, my task is to train you, a group of nobodies, into at least looking like qualified soldiers. To make you understand what it truly means to wear this uniform. These 4 months will be tough and exhausting. Some will be eliminated, and some will certainly withdraw voluntarily. His gaze swept over everyone. But I assure you, after 4 months, all who can persist until the end, I will personally award you your ranks. But now, Feng Yi's gaze returned to Xiangzhua and the others. You are nothing, just a bunch of rookies in military uniforms. Rookies, report. At that moment, Teacher Yi's loud voice broke the silence. Everyone's gaze focused on him. He stood tall and saluted Feng Yi with a much more standard salute than before. Chief Instructor, please remember what you said today. For a month from now, I hope you can personally place that shoulder insignia on me. His voice was strong and resonant. Feng Yi looked at him, his gaze calm. Good. I'll be waiting. The air in the dormitory became heated because of He Chengwang's last words. Everyone's breathing became heavier, their eyes shimmering with a flame called desire. Bao Chong licked his dry lips, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. What rank does this chief instructor he have? This question ignited everyone's curiosity like a fuse. Right? What kind of rank and identity could make the elite of the Thunder Falcon Commando envious to the point of madness? For a moment, dozens of eyes locked onto He Chengwang, filled with inquiry. He Chengwang met their gazes but didn't answer immediately. He looked around as if surveying a group of ignorant kids. His rank? He Chengwang softly repeated, then slowly shook his head. I can't tell you that right now. Chapter 37, I don't want to say, huh? The anticipation instantly deflated, and a chorus of disappointed sighs filled the dormitory. Yicheng Wang seemed not to hear and continued. I'm not joking with you. His eyes swept over everyone, carrying an oppressive force that made people unable to look him in the eye. Because I'm afraid that if I say it now, it will directly scare you to death. One sentence made the entire dormitory instantly quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, doubting if they had heard wrong. Scared to death? A military rank can scare someone to death? Is this a movie? I'm full of question marks. What rank can scare someone to death? Exaggerated. This is definitely an exaggerated rhetorical device. I don't believe it. Could it be the legendary general? No way. Absolutely impossible. I guess it's a major general. The youngest major general. Wasn't there a rumor online? But it was never confirmed. Wow. If it's true, then this production team is too incredible. They managed to invite a real god. The live broadcast room exploded with comments, various guesses emerging one after another. Meanwhile, all the artists in the dormitory were stunned by Yicheng Wang's words. Yicheng Wang looked at their dazed expressions, seemingly satisfied with the effect. He paused, giving them a direction to strive for. When you can truly pass the final assessment after those 4 months, you will have the qualification to stand before him. By then, you will naturally know the weight of the glory he carries on his shoulders. These words were like a huge magnet, firmly attracting everyone's hearts. The unknown is the most enticing. Yicheng Wang successfully stirred everyone's primal curiosity with a massive suspense. Teacher Yi's gaze became incredibly firm at that moment. He must persist until the end. He must see with his own eyes what kind of rank can scare people to death. After a long silence, someone stubbornly approached from another angle. Then, Instructor He, we won't ask about the rank anymore. A young artist named Xiao AI cautiously spoke up. How old do you think Chief Instructor is? How many years has he been in the military? This question was relatively mild, seemingly not touching on any secrets. However, the smile on Yicheng Wang's face instantly vanished without a trace. His expression darkened. A cold aura spread from him, making the temperature in the whole dormitory seem to drop several degrees. Besides the codename Thunder Slasher, Yicheng Wang's voice was as cold as ice. All information about him belongs to our country's highest-level military secrets. Remember, this is the first and last time. From now on, any attempt to pry into the chief instructor's personal information in any form will be treated as espionage against state secrets. Everyone was stunned. The hearts that had just been curious and somewhat restless instantly cooled down completely. Wow, are we playing this big? I take back what I said earlier. This show isn't just for fun. It's a matter of life and death. Scared me to the point I almost dropped my phone. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. It's over. It's over. No one dares to speak now. Thunder Slasher's identity seems destined to become the biggest unsolved mystery of the century. I'm even more excited now. What should I do? This is a real soldier. Mysterious. Powerful. This persona is so captivating. In the dormitory, everyone was scared out of their wits by Yicheng Wang's warning, not even daring to breathe. Bao Chong mustered up his courage, trying to change the topic and lighten the atmosphere. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and looked at Yicheng Wang. What about you, Instructor He? Your rank should tell us, right? This question was finally not so frightening. Once again, everyone's gaze focused on Yicheng Wang. He glanced at Bao Chong without immediately getting angry. My rank? He raised an eyebrow. I can tell you, it's not a secret. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Yicheng Wang quickly changed his tone. However, I don't want to say, the crowd. Is this instructor a devil? Breathing heavily while talking could kill you. Ha ha ha. I died laughing. The expressions of these stars look like they've eaten flies. Instructor He, I can, but there's no need just playing around. Bao Chong looked shocked. Why not? Yicheng Wang crossed his arms and looked at them leisurely. Because you're not qualified to know yet. His tone was flat, but carried a hint of arrogance. When your performance earns my recognition, I will naturally tell you. The translation teacher's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, how can we earn your recognition? Yicheng Wang extended a finger. It's simple. First, last a month without being eliminated. A month? Someone muttered, a hint of skepticism in their tone. It's just a month. It doesn't sound that hard. Yi Wang sharply caught that trace of disdain and sneered. Do you think this training camp is the same as regular new recruits entering the army? Let me tell you, it's far from it. His eyes deepened, seemingly lost in a bad memory that even carried fear. Regular new recruit training is meant to turn an ordinary person into a qualified soldier. However, our chief instructor, Lei Sha, the soldiers he personally trained, Yi Wang instinctively rubbed his arm, as if the cold sensation still lingered there. He only turns people into killing machines, or turns them into useless shells. The intensity of this training is more than 3 times that of regular new recruit training. Yi Wang took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress the chill rising from his heart. Don't say you, even I, when I think back to the days he trained me, can't help but shudder. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the dormitory. Even someone like Yi Wang, who looked like an elite soldier, felt fear towards Lei Sha's training. What about this group of delicate artists? A month? Now it seemed this month was simply a gateway to hell. Seeing the serious expressions finally appearing on everyone's faces, Yi Wang nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should be. Only by making them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts will they not treat this training camp as a game they can quit at any time. He turned around and brought out a thick stack of books from a military canvas bag in the corner. Bang! The stack of books was thrown onto the table in the middle with a dull thud. This is the Internal Affairs Regulations, Disciplinary Regulations, and Formation Regulations. Yi Wang patted the top book with a red star on the cover. I'll distribute them. Each person gets a set. Read them when you have time. Even if you don't have anything to do, you should read them. Looking at the thick regulation books that were comparable to bricks, all the artists' faces instantly fell. Their expressions were even more desperate than when they heard about probing national secrets. Chapter 38. Rookie Soldiers. Damn, this book is thicker than my college entrance examination review materials. Haha, smiles disappeared in an instant. I seem to see myself in school, my eyes going dark at the sight of textbooks. Feeling sorry for the brothers, one moment they were fantasizing about the glory of being awarded ranks. The next they were brought back to reality. An artist known for his top student persona trembled as he picked up one book and flipped through it. The densely packed small print made him dizzy. With a choked voice, he asked in despair, "Instructor, you can't expect us to memorize all of this, right?" Another artist was close to tears. With so many words, how long will it take to memorize them? Yi Wang looked at them with an expressionless face. I don't care if you memorize, copy, or even swallow a whole. His voice held no sympathy. I only require one thing. Starting tomorrow, your every action must conform to every word in the regulations. If anyone violates it, don't blame me for not reminding you. At that time, the punishment will not be as simple as copying the regulations a few times. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the crowd's wails and turned to leave the dormitory, leaving a room full of people staring at the 3 brick-like tomes. They looked at each other on the verge of tears. The ambition that had just ignited was instantly crushed by these 3 bricks. The 3 hefty regulation books lay quietly in the center of the table, like 3 insurmountable mountains pressing on everyone's hearts. Are you kidding me? An older artist, his voice dry, broke the silence. He was nearly 30, having left school over 10 years ago. His memory had degraded to the point where he could only remember lines. How could I possibly memorize so many words? I graduated high school and came out to chase gigs. I get a headache just looking at books. Another younger idol echoed, his face paler than after running 5 kilometers. Complaints erupted like a lit fuse in the crowd. Exactly, we came to be soldiers, not to be top scorers. This is even more ridiculous than the college entrance examination. Large-scale academic failure breakdown scene. Feeling sorry for the brothers? It feels like their IQ is facing an unprecedented challenge. Don't even say it. I'm in my 20s, and if I have to memorize this, I'd go crazy. Am I the only one who thinks this is the real face of the army? Discipline comes first. Amid the wailing, only 2 girls, Wenqi and Tan Song, in the corner quietly picked up the books and began flipping through them page by page. They were young and had just left school not long ago. Their memories were still at their peak, although their faces showed some seriousness. There was more of an acceptance of reality. Out of the more than 100 people in the dormitory, only less than 30 could truly calm down and read the books. The rest either sighed in despair or whispered together, discussing some strategies to avoid collective punishment. He Cheng-Wang did not walk far. He stood in the corridor outside the dormitory, leaning against the cold wall, listening clearly to the sounds inside. He did not go in to stop them because he knew that this level of complaint was just an appetizer. Sure enough, not long after, a second-tier artist who often loved to argue couldn't hold back anymore. He walked boldly to the door, holding a copy of the disciplinary regulations, raising the brick in his hand. Instructor He, I don't believe it. I don't believe you soldiers can memorize this thing word for word. His tone was filled with provocation. He Cheng-Wang didn't even lift his eyelids. Disciplinary Regulations, Chapter 3, Article 15, Clause 4. He simply stated a few words flatly. The artist was taken aback, instinctively lowering his head to search through the book. The surrounding people also curiously gathered around. The entire dormitory instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of pages turning. Found it. The artist found the corresponding clause and was about to read it out loud to refute He Cheng-Wang. But He Cheng-Wang's voice had already sounded first. After the soldiers took their oath, unless warned by the law, they would face expulsion from the military. Every word, every pause and punctuation was exactly as printed in the book. The provocative performer held the book aloft, his hand frozen in midair. What the hell? A humanoid walking regulation printer? I'm done, completely done. How can we even play like this? Instructor, you can take the exam if you can't memorize it. Consider my loss. Is this the Soldier King? Not only can he fight, but his brain works so well too. I'm on my knees. He Cheng-Wang finally lifted his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. I'm not asking you to memorize it all today. He paused, seemingly giving this group of stunned, new recruits a moment to breathe. You have 4 months. Within these 4 months, you must become basically familiar with these 3 sets of regulations and be able to instinctively comply. This is also one of the final assessment items. If you can't even do this, his words trailed off, but the meaning in his gaze was understood by everyone. For months, this time limit slightly relaxed the tense nerves of the crowd. From the despair of memorizing everything in 1 day to the small goal of becoming familiar in 4 months. This huge contrast made them feel, in an instant, that it didn't seem so hard to accept after all. At least, there was hope. Just as everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp and urgent whistle suddenly rang out in the hallway. Beep! Immediately afterward, a strong voice pierced through the entire dormitory building. All personnel, assemble downstairs. 5 minutes. Get dressed quickly. It was the voice of Company Commander Chen Shanming. The atmosphere that had just eased was instantly tightened again. The performers hurriedly began to tidy their uniforms. Unfamiliar with their gear, struggling with their military hats. The entire dormitory turned into chaos. 5 minutes later, 100 people stood awkwardly in the open space below the dormitory. The sun was blazing in the afternoon, as harsh as a fire. The sunlight scorched the concrete ground, causing a wave of heat to rise, making the air feel scalding as it entered their lungs. Chen Shanming stood at the front of the line. His uniform was crisp, and his eyes, sharp as an eagle beneath the brim of his cap, slowly scanned the seemingly disorganized group before him. Some wore their hats askew. Some didn't have their collars properly folded, but he didn't explode immediately. On the contrary, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Very good. Seeing you like this now, I'm quite satisfied. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Satisfied that you finally know fear, that you understand this is not a place where you can do as you please. His gaze suddenly turned stern. From the moment you put on this military uniform, you must abandon all your past identities. Superstar, film emperor, top idol. Here, you have only one identity, rookie recruits. The military is not a place you can come and go as you please. Chen Shanming raised his voice slightly, carrying a cold warning. I'll emphasize again, during this training, no one is allowed to withdraw for any reason at any time. Chapter 39, 50 push-ups. If anyone dares to be a deserter, he paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over several clearly distracted performers. It will be permanently recorded in your files as refusing military service. You can weigh the consequences of that yourself. I have confirmed with the chief instructor that this time regulations will be even stricter than those of regular troops. Anyone who dares to test the waters will face consequences far more severe than you can imagine. Refusing military service? These 4 words made the hearts of most performers sink. They didn't know much about military regulations, but they understood that this was definitely a very serious stain. However, there were always a few who thought they understood everything. Among the crowd, a popular star known for his hype sneered. He whispered to the person beside him, "Who are they trying to scare? We're not officially enlisted. It's just a variety show." Refusing military service has a big impact on ordinary people, but what impact could it have on us? At worst, we'd pay a fine and have the company do some PR, and that would be it. Just hang in there, get some camera time, and if it gets too unbearable, find an excuse to slip away. Their voices were quiet, but in the silent line, they still sounded somewhat jarring. Chen Xiaoming heard them, but he merely sneered coldly and did not expose them on the spot. "Class leaders," Chen Xiaoming barked. "Yes." He Cheng Wang and the others immediately straightened up in response. "Take them to the training ground. Proceed with the training as planned." Yes. On the first day of training for new recruits, the content was usually very tedious. Formation training, standing at attention, practicing turns, marching in step. These seemingly basic movements felt like torture for a group of pampered performers. Especially under this scorching sun, just standing at attention made many of them cry out in pain. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, stinging their eyes, but they didn't dare to wipe it away. Their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, sore and numb, feeling as if they would lose sensation at any moment. At the front of the line, Wang Yanbing, known for his chattiness, couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Li Ronghao, who had a pained expression, and couldn't resist teasing him. "Li Ronghao, open your eyes a bit, otherwise people might think you're sleeping." Hearing this, Li Ronghao's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but daring not to. But the person standing next to him, Xue Qianqian, couldn't hold back. A soft laugh erupted, like thunder in the silent line. Almost instantly, Wang Yanbing's eagle-like eyes locked onto him. "Who is laughing?" Xue Qianqian's face instantly fell. "Reporting. It's me," he shouted, bracing himself. He Cheng Wang's expression showed no change, only pointing with his chin to the empty space beside him. "Is it funny? Step out. 50 push-ups now immediately." Wang Yanbing's gaze was like a searchlight, locking onto Xue Qianqian and also sweeping to Zhang Xiaoxiao beside him. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao hadn't made a sound just now. The curve of his mouth, that was trying hard to hold back a smile, was impossible to escape Wang Yanbing's eyes. "You too." Wang Yanbing raised his chin, pointing at Zhang Xiaoxiao. "Is it funny too?" Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression instantly froze, looking worse than crying. He just thought Xue Qianqian's little laugh was indeed somewhat funny, and subconsciously smiled. But how did it turn into reporting? No. Zhang Xiaoxiao wanted to cry without tears. Together, Wang Yanbing was succinct. 50 push-ups. Now, immediately at once. Xue Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, both seeing despair in each other's eyes. 50. It didn't sound like a lot. But for performers who usually couldn't even be bothered to twist off a bottle cap, it was an astronomical number, especially under the blazing sun, with their bodies already at their limits. "Ha! Qianqian really has the worst luck." A low laugh point led to a disaster. Feeling sorry for Xiao Xiao, purely caught in the crossfire. Instructor Wang Yanbing is too strict, right? Just for laughing, it's 50 push-ups? Those upstairs, stop being naive. Didn't you hear what Chen Xiaoming said before? It will only be stricter. Exactly. Can you still laugh in the military camp? 50 push-ups is nothing. Back in our rookie squad, the live stream's comments instantly became lively, saying all kinds of things. Xue Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They immediately stepped out and lay down on the scorching concrete ground. As soon as he went down for the first push-up, Xue Qianqian felt like his arms were about to break. Zhang Xiaoxiao's situation wasn't any better. He gritted his teeth, his face turning crimson. The surrounding artists watched the miserable state of the two, each falling silent. Just moments ago, a few had smiles on their faces, but now all expressions had disappeared. They stood straight, fearing they might be next. The atmosphere in the queue turned heavy due to the sudden punishment. Yi Cheng Wang scanned the line with an expressionless face. "Stand straight, chest out, tuck in your stomach, chin slightly up, eyes forward. Look at how crooked you all are. You can't stand or sit properly." Suddenly, Yi Cheng Wang named and praised the translator and Wu Jing. The two, being acknowledged, stood tall and firm, their gaze resolute, indeed displaying a more soldier-like demeanor than most of the other artists. Wow, Translator and Brother Wu Jing are so handsome. They really are trained. Their aura is different. Other young idols should learn from them. Stop just focusing on makeup all day. Exactly, men should look like men. Hearing He Chengwang's praise, the other artists felt a mix of envy and jealousy. However, despite their envy, their physical exhaustion was very real. In the queue, Wu Yifun's face had turned somewhat pale. He felt he was about to faint from the heat. Sweat beads dripped down his forehead, and his camouflage uniform was already soaked, clinging tightly to him, making him feel hot and stuffy. I can't take it anymore. Wu Yifun murmured, his voice barely audible. I'm about to pass out. Next to him, Feng quietly turned his eyes and lowered his voice. Keep it down. Don't let the instructor hear. When they aren't looking, lift your heels slightly to let your muscles relax. Don't keep tensing up, or you really will faint. Feng was a few years older than Wu Yifun and understood a few tips on how to slack off. Hearing this, Wu Yifun cautiously glanced at Wang Yanbing and He Chengwang not far away, who were focused on Xue Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao doing push-ups. He quietly tried to move his ankles, as Feng suggested. Indeed, the tightness in his calf muscles eased up a bit, making him feel slightly better. A few other artists nearby who were also complaining heard Feng's tip. As a result, heads in the queue began to subtly sway, and small movements started happening underfoot. On the other side of the line, Xiangzhua was bolder than Wu Yifun. Taking advantage of his relatively rear position, he directly began to move his ankles slightly. He even secretly twisted his neck. In his view, the law does not punish the crowd. With so many people suffering, the instructor surely couldn't punish each one individually, right? They thought their small actions were unnoticed. Little did they know, the seemingly inconspicuous cameras around the training ground had already clearly recorded their every move. At the temporary command center on the edge of the playground, under a makeshift shade, Gong Jian and Chun Shanming were sitting side by side, with several large screens in front of them clearly displaying real-time footage for various corners of the training ground. Look at these little guys, they're quite clever. Gong Jian pointed at the figures trying to slack off on the screen. Just like us back in the day. Chun Shanming took a sip of water, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Couldn't he play a few tricks when they were new recruits? However, these little tricks can be deadly in a real battlefield. Gong Jian nodded in agreement. He turned to look at Feng Yi, who had been silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the screen. I say, Lao Feng, how did you get through your new recruit days? Gong Jian asked with curiosity. You must have been a bit of a troublemaker back then, right? He had known Feng Yi for many years and had never heard him mention his experiences as a recruit. Feng Yi's gaze shifted from the screen, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The memories of the new recruit days were as deeply etched as a brand. He thought of those who had fought alongside him, but were forever left on the battlefield. A chill emanated from Feng Yi. The originally smiling Gong Jian and Chun Shanming quickly sensed the change in his mood, their smiles fading. You too, Feng Yi slowly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Have you been too comfortable lately? The new recruits are baking under the sun, and you two are here enjoying the breeze and watching the show. What? They are slacking off, and you are too? Gong Jian and Chun Shanming shivered at his words. They immediately stood up straight from their chairs, backs rigid. Report, Chief Instructor. We didn't Gong Jian hurriedly explained. We were just observing the enemy situation. Chun Shanming quickly added. Yes, observing the enemy situation, keeping track of the first-hand information. Feng Yi snorted coldly. How is the observation going? Any constructive feedback? Gong Jian and Chun Shanming exchanged glances. This guy was not easily fooled. Report, Chief Instructor. Gong Jian braced himself to speak. This batch of new recruits has uneven qualities. Most of them still have a fear of difficulty and lack the spirit of hard work. Especially those who are slacking off, they need to see some consequences. Chun Shanming chimed in. Right? If we don't give them a taste of something tough. They want to know how many eyes the King of Hell has. They think this is a resort. Feng Yi looked at their back-and-forth banter, his eyes still cold. Since you've identified the problem, what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to give you a certificate? Go. Let them know what discipline and rules are. Gong Jian and Chun Shanming felt as if a great weight had been lifted and immediately stood tall. Yes, We guarantee to complete the task. After speaking, the two turned and quickly walked toward the training ground. As they walked, Gong Jian muttered softly, "These little brats, each one delicate and soft. Doesn't he look like any of them have ambition?" Chun Shanming lowered his voice in response. "Who says otherwise? Still thinking of using tricks to get by. Not even looking at where this is. Just wait. They'll all have their crying moments." Feng Yi watched the two hurriedly leave, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. These two really needed to be dealt with. On the training ground, the scorching sun baked the earth. The surface temperature was at least over 35 degrees. The artists, dressed in thick camouflage uniforms, stood in military posture, already drenched in sweat and suffering. Shui Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao were still struggling to do push-ups. 50 push-ups felt like an eternity for them. Wu Yifan felt his consciousness becoming a bit hazy. He secretly moved his ankles, hoping to relieve the soreness in his legs. "This is too uncomfortable," he quietly complained to Zhang Yixing next to him. "This sun is too fierce. It feels like I'm going to melt." Zhang Yixing was also struggling, his brow furrowed and lips pale. "Yeah, this is harder than filming in the desert." Xiang Zhua, hearing their complaints, felt equally agitated. He was not a person with a good temper, and, at this moment, the tedious training was pushing him to the brink. "Are these instructors out of their minds?" Xiang Zhua whispered fiercely. "What is the point of making us stand here in this heat? Do they really think we're livestock?" Exactly. Just as he finished speaking, a few low murmurs of agreement came from behind him. Xiang Zhua felt a surge of joy. It seemed he wasn't the only one dissatisfied. He instinctively wanted to turn around and see who his allies were. However, when he strained to glance back with the corner of his eye, the expression on his face instantly froze. He saw Gong Jian and Chun Shanming, who had appeared at the back of the line without him noticing. The two had their hands behind their backs, wearing a half-smiling expression, and were looking at him with great interest. The gaze made Xiang Zhua feel a chill run down his spine. What the hell? When did Instructor Gong and Deputy Captain Chun get here? Haha, Xiang Zhua is in an awkward position now, caught talking behind someone's back. This is going to be good. I bet a pack of spicy strips that Xiang Zhua is in trouble. Do these two instructors walk silently? They scare the hell out of me. This is a major social death scene. Even through the screen, I feel suffocated for Xiang Zhua. Gong Jian cleared his throat. His voice not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. It seems that some comrades have quite a few opinions about the training content. Gong Jian's teasing tone was like a bucket of ice water poured over the restless hearts of the performers. Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing almost froze in place at the same time. Wu Yifan struggled to pull a smile, trying to look flattering, his voice dry. Instructor Gong, Captain Chun, when did you two arrive? We just thought that the sun is really nice, especially suitable for training our willpower. Zhang Yixing quickly nodded in agreement, his expression looking worse than crying. Yes, it's all about honing ourselves. Chun Shanming's cold gaze did not linger much on them. His eyes finally landed on Xiang Zhua, who had just been indignant. You, step forward. Chapter 41. The standard military posture? Xiang Zhua's body trembled violently. Here it comes. What was bound to come eventually? He internally wailed, but his face didn't betray any emotion. Here it comes. The main character has been called out. Xiang Zhua, why was I so brave just now? Now I'm as timid as a quail. Ha ha ha. A large-scale surrender scene, front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Look at Xiang Zhui's expression. He is almost crying, but doesn't dare to. So frustrating. Xiang Zhui dawdled, moving out of the line at what felt like the slowest speed of his life. He kept his head down, not daring to look at Gong Jian and Chun Shanming. Gong Jian crossed his arms, watching him leisurely. Speak up. Which instructor do you have opinions about? Is it me or the captain? Or maybe it's Instructor Feng. It could also be that you have issues with all of our instructors, or with the entire training plan. Gong Jian's voice was slow and steady. One question after another. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Xiang Zhui's forehead. How could he answer this? His brain was racing, and his survival instinct peaked at this moment. He suddenly looked up, his voice loud. Report, instructor. It's me. I had a problem. I was just talking nonsense because I was full. I hold all instructors in high esteem. I wholeheartedly agree with the training arrangements. I was just momentarily confused and spoke out of turn. Please punish me, instructor. After saying this, he straightened his chest, looking like a single man willing to accept his fate. This performance left the surrounding performers dumbfounded. Even the viewers in the live stream were in awe. Wow, Xiang's reaction is impressive. Instant surrender, good attitude. A man who can bend and stretch. Although he is timid, at least keeping his life is a priority. Ha ha. Is he admitting he has a problem? He is really trying hard to get through this. Survival instinct fully activated. Assessment complete. Chen Shanming stepped forward, his face still serious. Since you know you have a problem, let us wake you up. 50 push-ups, consider this a wake-up call. Let your brain feel the discipline of the military along with your body. Xiang's breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it was just 50 push-ups. Thank goodness. It's not some scarier punishment. Report, instructor. I guarantee I will complete the task. Xiang's almost shouted, fearing that if he spoke too softly, the instructor would change his mind. After saying that, he immediately lay down, perfectly getting into position, and started doing push-ups. The other performers, seeing Xiang's plight, immediately straightened their previously relaxed military postures. No one dared to move, fearing that they would be the next ones to be called out. Watching Xiang's struggle yet persist, Chen Shanming slightly nodded. Still has some backbone. He then scanned the line again. Wu Yifan, Zhang Yixing, Wu Fengfeng, Kai Kunken. Chen Shanming called out the names of 4 people in succession. The 4 named felt their hearts skip a beat, an ominous premonition washing over them. Chen Shanming looked at the 4 of them, his expression even colder than before. What were you for doing just now? The usually calm Wu Fengfeng spoke first, forcing himself to stay composed as he raised his head. Report, instructor, we were standing at attention seriously. Oh, standing at attention? Seriously? Chen Shanming raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with clear sarcasm. Really? Wu Fengfeng gritted his teeth and answered loudly, yes. Kai Kunken quickly chimed in. Report, instructor, we were all standing at attention seriously. Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing seemed to have grasped the lifeline, nodding eagerly. Yes, we were standing very seriously. Absolutely no slacking off. After hearing their words, Chen Shanming's face instantly turned ashen. Good, very good. Standing at attention. Huh? It seems your posture is more standard than everyone else's. And you have a lot to share. The 4 felt a chill run down their spines, realizing the gravity of the situation. Since your posture is so good and exemplary, then step forward, go to the front of the line. Let all comrades, let the entire audience see how you 4 stand in standard military posture. Let's all learn well. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 4 turned pale. Go to the front of the line for military posture? What does that even mean? That meant every move they made would be exposed under the watchful eyes of all the instructors. Slacking off? No way. The 4 were filled with regret. Had they known it would turn out like this, they might as well have honestly admitted their mistakes earlier and taken a few push-ups like Xiang's. Now, not only would they be punished, but they would also embarrass themselves in front of so many people. Reluctantly, the 4 slowly walked out from a line, gritting their teeth. They moved to the front of the line, standing in a row under everyone's gaze. The scorching sun continued to bake the ground. Sweat blurred their vision and dampened their pride. In the live stream, opinions on Chen Shanming's punishment also diverged among viewers. No way, this seems a bit excessive, right? They just whispered a few words. Exactly, celebrities are also human. Standing for so long, can't they relax a bit? I think Deputy Captain Chen is right. Soldiers should have the demeanor of soldiers. Discipline is discipline. The saints in the comments should calm down. What kind of show are they participating in? It's a military experience program, not a vacation, right? No whispering in line. That's the most basic rule. Since they came, they should abide by it. And the key point is they lied. Xiang's has admitted his punishment, but they still want to deny it. They deserve it. Exactly. Those who dare to do, but not to admit it are the most annoying. Punish them by making them stand in front. Let them wake up properly. I feel for my brother. He usually works so hard, he definitely didn't mean it. Work hard. Working hard to find loopholes. Stop trying to cover it up. The more you wash it, the dirtier it gets. Now everyone in the country knows that they not only slacked off, but also lied. A major public embarrassment scene. Inside the director's exclusive monitoring booth. The atmosphere is completely different from the sweltering heat of the training ground. The air conditioning is set to a low temperature. Wu Tong is currently fixated on the largest screen among the dozens in front of him. It is showing a live feed from the training ground, along with a barrage of scrolling comments. As Wu Tong reads the comments from fans defending their brother, he feels a chill run down his spine. Shocked, deeply shocked. He knows very well that public opinion is a deep water, but there is also a large space for manipulation. However, he still underestimated the brainless nature of certain fan groups, or rather, their loyalty. Wu Tong gives a bitter smile. He is very aware of the current atmosphere in the entertainment industry. Many newcomers, especially those so-called traffic stars, do not need any solid acting skills at all. As long as they have brainless support from fans and impressive data, capital will naturally come knocking. Chapter 42. Time will prove everything acting? What is that? Can it be eaten? How many fans truly care about what you acted? They only care about whether their brother is handsome or how many camera shots he gets. This phenomenon makes traditional directors like Wu Tong feel a chill in their hearts. After years of filming, he has seen too many talented actors who worked hard but were buried due to a lack of traffic. He has also seen too many stars who can easily gain huge profits just by relying on their looks. This is also why, when the military proposed to create a military experience variety show, he accepted without hesitation. He feels it is time for these stars, who are held high by fans, to experience what true discipline and true effort are. It is also time for those fans who only know how to drool over screens to see another side of their brother in a real environment. Rectifying the unhealthy trends in the entertainment industry, that is significant. However, at this moment, looking at the comments on the barrage that are still stubbornly oblivious, Wu Tong's heart sank again. He secretly glanced at Feng Yi, who was sitting next to him, expressionless and staring at the screen. This gentleman, Major General Lei Sha, is not someone with a good temper. Wu Tong has witnessed Feng Yi suppressing his anger before. That gaze is like one that could eat people. Although most of the time, Feng Yi appeared quite composed, even with a calm demeanor that exudes authority. But Wu Tong knows that the weight of this major general's identity is not something those young artists can imagine. They do not even know they are facing a real general. If this gentleman sees these twisted comments, what if he gets angry? Wu Tong shuddered. He cautiously leaned over and lowered his voice. Major General Feng. Feng Yi did not even lift his eyelids, only grunting in response, signaling him to continue. Wu Tong swallowed, organizing his words. Do you think these comments are a bit too outrageous? How about we temporarily block the comment section, or restrict some of the comments? He said this for the sake of the show, and even more so for Feng Yi's sake, to spare him from feeling upset. Who knew? Feng Yi slowly turned his head, looking at him calmly. Blocking is not as good as guiding. If we block it, they'll just go somewhere else to talk. Restricting comments will only cause greater negative public opinion. They will think we are guilty, that we are manipulating things. Wu Tong was stunned for a moment. Then what should we do? Just let them talk nonsense? Feng Yi's mouth seemed to twitch slightly upwards, as if smiling, but not quite. As long as the comments themselves do not involve illegal activities or personal attacks, just ignore them. He paused and added, I have long experienced the irrationality of these fans. They live in their own constructed world. The more you suppress them, the crazier they become. The more they feel their brother has been wronged and needs saving. Let them be. The clear will remain clear, and the muddled will remain muddled. Time will prove everything. Wu Tong opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back what he wanted to say. All right, you are the boss, you decide. He is just someone who makes films. On the training ground, Chun Shanming looked at the 4 stars standing at the front of the line, who were already about to be sun-dried, with no pity in his eyes. At this moment, it had been about half an hour since they were instructed to stand at attention. The other artists were not in much better shape. Many of their cheeks were sunburned, and their lips were slightly cracked. Chun Shanming's gaze was sharp as he scanned the entire line. He turned around and waved to several instructors standing nearby, who were also standing straight. He Cheng Wang, Wang Yambing, Li Erniyu, and 7 squad leaders quickly jogged over and stood in front of him. How is it? Chun Shanming asked in a low voice, but his tone remained stern. Have you clearly emphasized the key points of standing at attention? He Cheng Wang answered first. Report, Company Commander, it has been emphasized clearly. Wang Yambing followed up. Hands should be close to the seam of the pants, fingers together, with the thumb at the second joint of the index finger. Li Erniyu added innocently. Legs must be straight, heels together, toes about 60 degrees apart. Su Tianlong said solemnly, head up, chest out, abdomen in, chin slightly tucked, eyes looking straight ahead. Song Kaifei smiled broadly, but quickly composed himself, body slightly leaning forward, with weight on the balls of the feet. Yi Tsunxin, looking valiant, reported, report. All key points have been repeated multiple times and corrected. Tan Xiaolin, as a female soldier instructor, observed more meticulously. Most people have a proper attitude, but their willpower still needs to be honed. Chen Shaming nodded. Standing at attention, the key points may sound simple. Anyone can demonstrate them, but the difficulty lies in persistence. If they can't endure this little hardship, then their coming here is truly meaningless. This not only trains their bodies, but also their will, their discipline. This is the foundation of foundations. If they can't even stand the most basic military posture properly, then they shouldn't expect to endure the subsequent training. They might as well be eliminated directly to save everyone time. The instructors all nodded, agreeing deeply. They are all elite soldiers who have come through the most grueling training, so they naturally understand this principle. Chen Shanming took another look at the lineup, his voice cold. Notify them. 1 hour of standing at attention. Until the time is up, no one is allowed to move. Even if you faint, you will be carried to the side to wake up and continue standing. Yes, the 7 instructors responded in unison, then dispersed. Returning to their respective areas, they focused their sharp gazes on every artist. Under the high pressure, the expressions of the artists became more pained. Louis Dao, who usually commands the live broadcast room like a queen, was also struggling to hold on. Her eyes, usually lively and clever, were now filled with impatience. She came to participate in this program not because she genuinely wanted to suffer. Military experience? It was just a gimmick. Her real purpose was to ride the wave of popularity and increase her exposure. Secondly, she wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to these popular stars in the industry. After all, these people could potentially become her big clients in her live broadcast room. If she can invite a few top stars to guest in her live room, wouldn't the traffic and sales soar? During the previous group division, she had already been robbed of many shots by that Schwanger and a few other girls. She had been holding in her anger for a long time. Now, this opportunity seemed to have come. She looked around at the artists who were swaying and on the verge of collapse. Her eyes flickered, and a good idea surged into her mind. It could save everyone from a crisis, gain her some goodwill, and also showcase her sense of collective honor in front of the instructor. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The more Lu Yidao thought about it, the more she felt this idea was brilliant. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound less weak while still carrying just the right amount of pleading. Instructor, may I report? Her voice echoed in the silent training ground. Everyone's gaze, including the 4 stars still enjoying special treatment, turned towards her in unison. Chen Shanming frowned slightly, his eyes shooting towards Lu Yidao like lightning. Speak. Lu Yidao straightened her back a bit, though her legs were already starting to tremble. Report. Instructor, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have any small actions and should strictly follow the rules. But it's just too hot. She glanced at the blazing sun above, a pained expression appearing on her face. Many of us are about to suffer from heat stroke. Instructor, could you let us train in the shaded area below the dormitory? We promise. Once we're in the shade, we'll stand even better than we do now. There will be absolutely no more small actions. As soon as she said this, many artists' eyes flashed with hope. Training in the shade? That would be great. Although they still had to stand at attention, at least they wouldn't be roasted by the sun. For a moment, the looks directed at Lu Yidao included more agreement. Lu Yidao felt a surge of joy in her heart. It worked. She could almost see the scene after the show aired, where her act of speaking out would win her countless fans. She could also envision the artists she had saved all flocking to her live stream after the show ended. However, her little scheme could hardly escape the eyes of someone like Chen Shanming, an experienced scout. Chen Shanming's suntanned face showed no extra expression. Are you implying that there's something wrong with my training method? His questioning voice made Lu Yidao's heart tighten sharply. And no, instructor, that is not what I meant. Lu Yidao quickly explained, her tone filled with a more genuine panic. I just think that our purpose of standing at attention is to train our will and discipline. This purpose can also be achieved in the shade. She forced herself to look Chen Shanming in the eyes, trying to show her sincerity. And, instructor, We are artists after all, and many of us rely on our looks for a living. This sun is so harsh, and the UV rays are so strong. If we get sunburned, it will affect our work later. And look, several people are already pale and have dry lips. These are signs of heat stroke. Her words were reasonable and carried a sense of collective consideration. Beside her, Chuang quickly found her backbone and chimed in, yes, instructor Sister Edao is right. We really can't hold on any longer. We feel dizzy and lightheaded. Dongjia also weakly shouted, instructor, please just let us go into the trees. If we keep baking the sun, I'll be disfigured. This is not training. It's deliberate torture. Zhao Yinzi joined in with complaints. For a moment, requests rose one after another. Most of the young artists felt Lu Yidao was their savior, voicing what they dared not say. However, among the group, several slightly older and more experienced artists remained silent. Teacher, he could only shake his head helplessly. Peng Yi and Wu Jing exchanged glances and smiled wryly. They had both undergone similar military training for roles in film crews, even more grueling than this. They understood better than these sheltered flowers that standing at attention in the blazing sun was never about sun protection. It was the most basic and direct method to train new soldiers' willpower. In the army, orders are absolute. Lu Yidao's seemingly clever suggestion was, in this environment, nothing short of an open provocation to the instructor's authority. Now, with so many people egging each other on, it would only make matters worse. Sure enough, Chen Shanming's expression had darkened to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. Just as he was about to speak, letting these clueless individuals understand what discipline meant, a sudden voice broke the deadlock again. Report. The voice came from the other side of the line. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Xiang Zhua, who had stood out from the beginning, lazily raising his hand. His fingers even insultingly brushed against his nostrils. Yet, his gaze passed over everyone, staring directly at the nearby command tent, the only place that enjoyed coolness. Let's bake in the sun, fine, but shoot tea that guy called Lei Sha, the chief instructor, also come out and bake with us? Why is he hiding under the tent while we're sweating it out here? That is not fair. Boom. These few sentences exploded in the silent training ground like a heavy bomb. If Lu Yidao's request was merely probing the boundaries of the rules, then Xiang's words were a blatant table flip, directly challenging the authority of the highest commander. Are you crazy? Was the first reaction of all the artists, including Lu Yidao. They looked at Xiang Zhua in shock, their expressions as if they were gazing at a reckless warrior. Holy crap, is he really that bold? Directly naming the chief instructor. Impressive. I respect you for being a man. Now, there's a good show to watch. I love seeing rebels challenge authority. Fairness? You've got to be kidding me. Does he think this is his backyard? Don't be sour. Does he have a point? Can someone in the military get special treatment? Just to clarify, Xiang Zhua is the young master of Ian Group, with a fortune in the billions. Got it? He has the capital to flip tables. Ian Group? The real estate one? Holy crap, a top-tier, rich second generation. No wonder he is so confident. Turns out he is a R&B player. Now the production team is in trouble. The barrage in the live stream instantly exploded, with discussions about fairness and privilege flooding the screen. After Xiang's identity was revealed, the drama of the situation peaked. Under the shadow of the tent, Feng Yi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep like an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. As if the uproar outside that could ignite the entire internet was merely a ripple in a pond to him. It's hooked, he said softly. Wu Tong was taken aback. Major General, what has hooked? He asked, puzzled. To him, this rich young man named Xiang Zhua was simply courting death. Even if he were the young master of a conglomerate, or even if his father, the chairman of Ian Group, came personally, they would still have to be polite and humble in front of Feng Yi, the youngest major general in Yin country. This Xiang Zhua, relying on his family's wealth, had gotten used to being unruly outside and really thought the military was a place where he could run wild. Feng Yi did not explain. He simply stood up slowly, adjusted his military cap, and then stepped out of the tent. The sunlight instantly elongated his shadow. He walked step by step, unhurriedly, towards Xiang Zhua. Though it was flat ground, with each step he took, the air pressure in the training ground seemed to drop a notch. Chapter 44. Hitting people, but not faces. Those artists who had been whispering or exchanging glances now dared not even breathe. An invisible killing intent spread from Feng Yi, enveloping the entire training ground. This aura was more suffocating than the blazing sun overhead. Feng Yi finally stood firm in front of Xiangzhua. He was half a head taller than Xiangzhua, looking down at him from a height, his gaze terrifyingly calm. Do you think it's unfair? His voice was light, yet it pierced through everyone's eardrums like a cold dagger. Xiangzhua felt a tingling sensation on his scalp from his gaze. For the first time, he experienced a fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul. But the words had already been spoken in front of so many people, with live cameras rolling. He couldn't back down. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his neck, bracing himself to meet Feng Yi's gaze. Yes, I refuse to accept it, whether you accept it or not. It's not up to you, Feng Yi said. The next second, without warning, he raised his right foot. That booted foot, with the sound of air being split, violently kicked Xiangzhua in the abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, Xiangzhua's feet left the ground, his body bent as he flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground 2 meters away. He curled up on the scorching concrete, clutching his stomach, his handsome face twisted in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't understand. How dare he? How could he actually strike someone? All the artists were stunned by this sudden scene. They had imagined many forms of punishment, running laps, doing push-ups, or even cleaning the entire camp's toilets. But they never expected this ruthless chief instructor would be so straightforward and brutal. A disagreement, and he directly resorted to violence. Moreover, he was hitting Xiangzhua, that rich heir of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Could this program still continue? Would the in-group let this go? In a live stream? The barrage of comments that had been fiercely debating just a second ago fell into a long silence for several seconds. Then, it erupted into even wilder chaos. What the hell? Did he really hit someone? Did I see that wrong? The chief instructor kicked someone flying? This is a live broadcast. Hitting someone in front of the entire nation? Is the production team crazy? Feng Yi is awesome. If you don't accept it, just fight back, specifically dealing with all forms of discontent. It gets my blood boiling. This is too much. Even if Xiangzhua was wrong, you can't hit someone. This is violence. Yes, support Xiangzhua's rights. Sue him. Sue him until he takes off that military uniform. Saints upstairs, get lost. Didn't you see that kid provoked first? In the military, challenging the authority of superiors is already a light punishment. Not shooting him dead is already a mercy. So cool. This is a real soldier. Iron-blooded. Dominant. Love it. The barrage completely split into 2 factions. One side condemned Feng Yi's violent behavior, while the other cheered for the might of Feng Yi, with both sides arguing fiercely. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Feng Yi didn't even glance at the pain-stricken Xiangzhua on the ground. His gaze slowly swept over every artist present, all of whom were pale-faced. Who else feels it's unfair? No one answered. No one dared to answer. Just in this suffocating silence, an angry roar suddenly erupted. It was Xiangzhua. He struggled to rise from the scorching concrete. The excruciating pain in his abdomen made the veins on his forehead bulge with each movement. But he could not care less. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the overwhelming resentment in his heart. He, Xiangzhua, the heir of the Ian group, from childhood to adulthood, he had always been the center of attention, never having faced such a humiliating disgrace. In front of so many people, in front of tens of millions of viewers nationwide, being kicked like a dog. He couldn't swallow this anger. I will kill you. Xiangzhua's eyes turned bloodshot, his rationality completely burned away by rage. Like an enraged beast, he swung his fists and charged at Feng Yi without hesitation. At that moment, many artists had a flicker of hidden anticipation in their eyes. Fight! It would be great if Xiangzhua could land a few punches on this chief instructor. Let him know that artists are not to be trifled with, and the power of capital is not something a mere soldier can contend with. As long as Feng Yi lost his prestige, their lives might become a bit easier. However, the instructors standing at the front of the line, such as Chen Shanming, He Chengwang, and Yi Tsuanxin, merely watched coldly. Their eyes even held a hint of pity. Pity for Xiang's overestimation of himself. Fighting the chief instructor? Don't even mention him, a pretty boy drained by indulgence. Even if all the artists present teamed up with this group of battle-hardened special forces instructors, whether they could win was still uncertain. This young Major General's strength had long surpassed the comprehension of ordinary people. Under everyone's gaze, Xiang's twisted face, filled with rage, rapidly enlarged in Feng Yi's pupils. His punch, wildly thrown without any technique, seemed terrifying. But in Feng Yi's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. Just as that punch was about to reach Feng Yi's face, he moved. His action was not even considered fast. He simply raised his right hand casually. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the training ground. Xiang's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. His entire body spun like a top, and he sat down hard on the ground. He covered his right cheek, completely stunned. His ears buzzed, the world spun around him. Everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that Xiang's once handsome right face was now marked with a clear 5-finger imprint, rapidly swelling up to the naked eye. That slap was too brutal. All the artists gasped, feeling their own cheeks burning in sympathy. Kicking the abdomen might still be explained as a form of training punishment. But this direct slap changed the nature entirely. Hitting someone but not the face. This was not just an attack on Xiang's face. It was an attack on the Ian Group's face. It was an attack on Xiang's father, the boss Xiang, whose stomp could shake the entire Yin country. The Ian Group was a colossal entity with national influence, its business spanning various fields, with an immeasurable impact. There were even rumors that the rise of this business empire had a murky background that couldn't be cleaned. How dare this Feng Yi? Didn't he fear that Boss Yang would get angry and directly call the military high command to exert pressure? Didn't he fear being stripped of this military uniform? In a live stream, the comments had gone completely wild. What the hell? What the hell? He hit again. This time it was a direct slap. Oh my God. I can feel the pain of that slap, even through the screen. So brutal. It's over, this is going to escalate. Hitting the abdomen and hitting the face are two different concepts. The heir of the Ian Group was publicly slapped. This absolutely cannot end well. Why do I feel a bit exhilarated? Special treatment for all rich second generations. Are the people upstairs crazy? This is unilateral violence. I demand immediate police intervention. The PR department of the Ian Group is probably in chaos right now. Just wait. This chief instructor is done for. Chapter 45. Endless fear on the training ground. Everyone thought Feng Yi would stop here. After all, he had already taught a lesson and established his authority. Continuing would truly make it impossible to wrap things up. However, Feng Yi's next move completely overturned everyone's understanding. He had no intention of stopping at all. With a sudden step forward, he instantly closed the distance to the bewildered Xiang's was still sitting on the ground. In Xiang's terrified gaze, Feng Yi extended his right hand. That hand, with distinct joints, was long and powerful. Yet, like a pair of iron pliers, it precisely clamped down on Xiang's neck. Then, in the dead silence of the room, under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast, Feng Yi's arm muscles bulged slightly as he effortlessly lifted Xiang's off the ground with one hand. Both feet left the floor. The entire body hung in midair. This scene brought an unprecedented visual shock to everyone present. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room instantly broke through 70 million. What am I seeing? He lifted someone with one hand. Is this something a human can do? Even if Xiang's is thin, he must weigh around 130 to 140 pounds, right? Is this fake? Is he using wires? This isn't scientific. Don't show off your IQ upstairs. This is live. Where would the wires come from? Is this chief instructor a monster? Superman? Or Captain America? This strength is too terrifying. I am suffocating. Just watching makes me feel suffocated. Let him go. Someone's going to die. Xiang's was held in the air by Feng Yi with one hand. His hands desperately grabbed Feng Yi's wrist, trying to pry open that iron-like hand. His feet kicked wildly in the air, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Feng Yi's clothes. A strong sense of suffocation surged to his brain. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, and his vision started to darken, with stars flashing before his eyes. He could clearly feel that his vitality was rapidly fading with the thinning air. At that moment, he finally felt fear. The instinctive fear of death instantly broke down his pitiful self-esteem. He didn't want to die. He still had a lot of money left to spend. There were countless beautiful women he hadn't pursued yet. His life had just begun. I give up. Xiang's used his last bit of strength to squeeze out these words from his throat. His voice was hoarse and filled with pleading. Hearing this, Feng Yi's gaze remained completely unfazed. He relaxed his wrist. With a thud, Xiangzhu collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. He propped himself up with his hands, greedily gasping for fresh air, tears and mucus streaming down his face, utterly embarrassed. Feng Yi looked down at him from above. Then, he raised his head, his gaze slowly sweeping over the already silent artists. Now, let us talk about what fairness means. In your world, you are the chosen ones, the stars in the spotlight. The money you earn from filming a movie, singing a song, or participating in a variety show is wealth that an ordinary person watching from their TV will never reach in their lifetime. The bottle of wine you drink or the bag you buy may be worth more than what a migrant worker earns under the scorching sun for a month. With their blood and sweat, Feng Yi paused, his gaze sharpening like a knife. Tell me, what is this called fairness? He pointed at a female artist who had just been the most evasive. You earn $50 million a year, and I'll give you a chance to pursue the fairness you want. Now, donate half of your wealth to establish a charity fund, specifically to help those children who cannot afford to go to school and the poor who cannot afford medical treatment. Are you willing? The female artist's face instantly turned pale. Her head lowered even further, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Feng Yi sneered and withdrew his hand. Look, your so-called fairness is merely a double standard based on the premise that your own interests are not harmed. You enjoy the greatest benefits of this society, yet turn around to accuse the rules of being unfair to you. Don't you feel it's ridiculous? In the military, there are no such twists and turns. Here, only one thing matters. That is rank. My rank is higher than yours. My position is higher than yours. I am a rule here. My words are commands. What you have to do is obey, obey, and obey again. Of course, you can choose not to obey. The corners of Feng Yi's mouth curled into a cold arc. His gaze fell on the still, gasping Xiangzhu on the ground. The premise is, you must be able to defeat me. As long as any one of you can stand here and take me down, I will give you this chief instructor position. Can you do it? The entire venue fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. No one dared to make any sound. No one dared to question even a single word. Only endless fear remained in everyone's hearts. The absolute pressure created by Feng Yi weighed heavily on each person's heart. Wu Tong stood behind the monitor. He watched the tall young major general on the screen. Then he looked at the pile of mud that was Xiangzhu on the ground, his Adam's apple rolling uncontrollably. So terrifying. This was no longer just fighting skills, but a crushing power. One hand, holding up, a 160-pound adult man. This scene completely overturned his understanding. Previously, he thought that Feng Yi was so young, yet held such a high position. Surely there was some extraordinary background behind him. But now that thought wavered. Or rather, it was completely shattered. With such a monstrous physical quality, what kind of killing machine would he be on the battlefield? Achieving merit. For such a person, it might really not be difficult. Background? He himself is the hardest background. Wu Tong's directorial instincts raced at this moment. He keenly sensed the taste of a breakthrough in the air. Feng Yi violently beating Xiangzhu. No, the chief instructor publicly executing the provocation of a wealthy heir. This title, this scene, this conflict, it was simply a ratings password delivered to his door. Most importantly, Feng Yi had just warned him not to engage in false propaganda, not to maliciously edit for hype. Yet everything happening now was live. It was a real record. It was 100 true. He didn't need any processing. Just releasing this video as it is would be enough to explode the entire internet. This would not only not anger Feng Yi, but rather help him. Help him establish authority. Help him promote the iron discipline of the army. Killing two birds with one stone. Wu Tong's eyes grew brighter. He suddenly turned around and waved to a young man wearing a headset not far away. Xiao Lu, come here for a moment. Assistant Xiao Lu jogged over, still wearing a look of shock on his face. Director, you called for me. Wu Tong pointed at the screen, his voice lowered. Immediately, contact all our media channels and those leading self-media accounts. Push this video out across the entire internet. Chapter 46, We Only Report the Truth. Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment, slightly hesitant. Director, but this is Xiangzhu, the heir of the Ian Group. If we do this, will it? Wu Tong's gaze swept over, carrying a coldness. What are you afraid of? We only report the truth. He emphasized each word. Remember my requirements. No false propaganda. No deliberate exaggeration, and absolutely no embellishment. The video is the best evidence. Let the audience see for themselves and judge for themselves. Let us use this title. Wu Tong squinted, pondering for a moment. Shocking. The young master of the Ian group openly provokes the chief instructor and is subdued with one hand. And another one. Human weapon? Chief instructor Lei Sha displays inhuman strength. The scene spirals out of control. Xiao Lu's eyelids twitched, thinking to himself, "Isn't this exaggeration?" But he immediately nodded, his professionalism quickly bringing him into work mode. Understood, director. I'll take care of it right away. I'm familiar with this. Xiao Lu turned and quickly left, immediately starting to make calls to gather people. Wu Tong then redirected his gaze back to the scene. Just 10 minutes later, the online world experienced a sudden upheaval. Major social media platforms, entertainment media, short videos. Almost simultaneously, several posts with similar content but increasingly sensational titles flooded the screens. Annual Grand Drama. The ultimate showdown between a wealthy heir and a tough instructor. Young master Ian beaten publicly. Scene gets out of control. Single-handed lift of an adult. What kind of superhuman strength is this? Each title was accompanied by a carefully edited, yet absolutely authentic high-definition video. The video began with the arrogant provocation of Xiang Zhu, followed by Feng Yi's calm response. The climax featured the shocking scene of a single-handed chokehold and Xiang Zhu being lifted like a chick. It concluded with Feng Yi's cold speech about fairness and hierarchy. Initially, most netizens clicked in with a mindset of wanting to see the commotion or criticize clickbait titles. What garbage marketing account is trying to grab attention? Ian Group's legal department has issued a warning. Laughable, who dares to hit Xiang Zhu? Are they tired of living? It must be scripted just for the show's effect. Today's variety shows have no bottom line. However, after watching the video, the entire tone of the comment section flipped instantly. Holy SHT. Holy SHT. What did I just see? Is this real? Is this special effects? This doesn't comply with Newton's laws. The upstairs person must be stunned. This is an official live broadcast, unedited. How can it be? My God, is this instructor a devil? He really lifted Xiang Zhu with one hand. So cool. This is a real man. That Xiang Zhu looks like a joke in front of him. Well done. I've long been annoyed by these lawless stars. Do they think a bit of money makes them great? What's this chief instructor's name? Lei Sha. Such a powerful code name. I'm a fan now. The barrage of comments swept across the internet like a tsunami. Terms like Xiang Zhu beaten and chief instructor Lei Sha shot up the trending charts on various platforms at rocket speed. Countless onlookers rushed into the live broadcast room, wanting to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. The number of viewers for the program instantly broke a historical high. Numerous netizens frantically tagged Ian Group's official account and Xiang Zhu's legendary father. Ian Group chairman, hurry out and see your good son. You better manage your son. He's about to be beaten to death. Waiting for Ian Group's counterattack. I'm supporting the soldier. Meanwhile, at the Ian Group headquarters, inside the office, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Behind the desk, a refined middle-aged man silently stared at the enormous LCD screen on the wall. The screen displayed the live broadcast of Tempered into Steel. He was Xiang Zhu's father, the leader of Ian Group. To watch his son's debut, he had deliberately canceled all meetings today. He saw his son's initial confidence and now witnessed his son's current embarrassment. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. A well-dressed female secretary hurried in, her face anxious. Chairman, it's bad. The female secretary handed over a tablet, which displayed a deluge of news articles about the young master on the program. It's now trending #1 across the internet. Countless netizens are tagging our company's official account and your private account. The PR department is almost overwhelmed, asking if we need to use the group's resources to suppress this negative public opinion. Xiangwen did not look at the tablet. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, where his son was still slumped on the ground, gasping like a dead dog. The air pressure in the office dropped to freezing point. The female secretary cautiously speculated. The boss must be furious. His precious son was humiliated in front of the national audience. This was a slap in the face for Ian Group. It seemed that the instructor named Feng Yi would be in big trouble. However, The next second, bang! With a loud slap, he slammed his palm on the desk. His face pale with anger, pointing at Xiang Zhuo on the screen, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Waste. This useless piece of trash. The female secretary was startled by this sudden outburst, completely bewildered. What's going on? The boss is scolding the young master? He pushed against the desk to stand up, pacing back and forth in the office, continuously cursing. What did I tell him? To control his temper, to go to the army and learn the rules properly. And what happened? This is just the first day. The very first day. What has he done? He confronted his highest officer in front of everyone. In the army, this is a serious offense. Does he know what this means? Such behavior would have gotten him fired 100 times in the company. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at the screen. The female secretary finally realized, but evidently misunderstood the situation. She thought the boss felt the army's actions were excessive and was venting his frustration. So, she quickly went along with it. Chairman, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset over someone like this. The army has indeed gone too far. Even if it's a show, they shouldn't have embarrassed you like this, making the young master suffer such injustice. I'll contact the military liaison immediately. We must get an explanation. Before she finished speaking, the chairman suddenly turned his head. Shut up. The angry rebuke silenced the female secretary instantly. Is your brain filled with mush? Injustice? What do you mean by injustice? Let me tell you, when a rookie just enters the army, getting kicked a couple of times by the squad leader is just routine. This is called insubordination, openly provoking. That instructor only lifted him to scare him a bit. It's already showing mercy. The army is a place for defending the country. The most sacred place. It has its own rules. Use our Group S resources to pressure the army? To demand an explanation? Chapter 47 is tarnishing our Group S reputation. He sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you helping him? No, you are insulting the army and tarnishing the face of Ian Group. The female secretary's face turned pale as she was scolded, her head hanging low, not daring to breathe. She finally understood how wrong she had been. Sorry. Chairman, I didn't think it through. He sat back down in his chair, his gaze once again falling on the screen. Do nothing. Just let it stay trending. Let the whole country see. His chest heaved violently. His anger had not subsided with the earlier outburst. Instead, it was like being doused with a ladle of boiling oil, burning even hotter. He actually dared to strike. He pointed at the screen where Xiangs were rushed towards the instructor, as if that punch had landed on his own face. This idiot, does he know what he is doing? Attacking an active duty officer, especially in a military base. Does he want to end up in a military court? Such audacity. It's simply lawless. Every speck of dust in the office seemed to carry the chairman's fury, weighing heavily on the shoulders of the female secretary. She now fully understood that the boss's anger was truly directed at the young master, without a hint of exaggeration. The constant push notifications popping up on her phone made her heart race. A clash with the instructor led to the heir of Yang Group being thrown. The words Lei Sha instructor felt like sharp daggers, piercing into the already glamorous facade of Yang Group. The comments section was already flooded, with an overwhelming number of onlookers sharing their opinions. She cautiously lifted her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Chairman, should I temporarily disable the comments feature on the group's official Weibo? This was a routine public relations operation intended to silence dissent and prevent further escalation of public opinion. However, boss, she seemed to find it the funniest joke in the world, suddenly turning his head with eyes sharp as an eagle. Disable it? Why should we disable it? If we did something wrong, we can't let people speak about it? The female secretary was left speechless by his question and could only lower her head further. Boss, she took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress his emotions, but his voice remained cold. Not only will we not disable it, but you also need to send out a statement. Use the group's official Weibo. The female secretary was taken aback. A statement? Issuing a statement at this time will only add fuel to the fire, right? Are we trying to pressure the military? But the chairman just denied this idea. She didn't dare to ask further and could only take out her phone, open the Notes app, and prepare to record. Listen carefully. Not a single word should be wrong. Boss Shi's voice echoed in the quiet office, clear and resolute. Right like this. My son Xianzhua has been mischievous since childhood and has been poorly disciplined. His intention in participating in the program was to hope he could temper his character in the military. Today's incident arose due to his lack of discipline and disrespect towards his superior. Instructor Feng's handling of the situation is reasonable and justified. Yang Group fully supports this and has no objections. I, myself, have been too busy with business for many years and have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a father, which I deeply regret. Here, I sincerely apologize to the program team, to the military, and to all netizens concerned about this matter. We firmly believe that the People's Army is the best school for cultivating and shaping individuals. I hope my son can sincerely repent and truly grow into a person useful to society in the coming days. Finally, I kindly ask everyone to continue following the program and supervise my son's reform process. After finishing, he paused and added, "Once it's sent out, pin it to the top." The female secretary's finger froze on the screen, her whole being stiffened. She lifted her head, incredulous as she looked at her boss. The content of this statement was beyond her wildest expectations. This was not a statement. It was a declaration of determination to transform her son. Between the lines, there was not a hint of support for her son, but rather a lowering of their stance to the ground, taking all the responsibility onto herself and her son while elevating the military. What are you still dawdling for? Boss Xi's voice pulled her back to reality. Yes, I will send it immediately. She dared not hesitate any longer. Hurriedly copying the text she had just recorded without missing a word into the editing box of Yang Group's official Weibo and clicked send. Then, following the instructions, she said to the top, "This post, which was completely contrary to everyone's expectations, detonated like a deep water bomb in the already turbulent ocean of the internet." The first to react were the netizens who had been building the community under the official Weibo. What? Did I read that wrong? Yang Group's pinned post? First row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water, witnessing a historic moment. I've read this statement 3 times. I recognize every word. But together I just don't understand it. Translation: my son is an idiot. He deserved that beating. Please increase the intensity. Don't give me face. Haha. Is the one above a devil? But the translation is really incisive. After a brief shock, the comment section was immediately filled with various witty remarks. Xianzhua, I suspect I'm not biologically related, but I have no evidence. Best out of the year, certified. This operation I would call a righteous paternal public relations move. Well, now the whole country knows that the heir of Yang Group is a dog. Laughing to death, it was embarrassing at first. Now it's officially certified embarrassment. Besides the overwhelming mockery, some more rational analyses began to surface. Do you all think that being rich makes you invincible? Wake up. No matter how rich Boss Xi is, does he dare to challenge the military? Exactly what stands behind the military? The country, in front of the national machine. Capital is nothing. Many people have a misconception, always thinking that capital can run rampant. They just haven't encountered a real wall. Boss Xi's move isn't cowardly. It's smart. He knows the big picture. He is very clear where the red line is. That's right. Using the businessman's circle to apply military rules is ignorance in itself. In the military, discipline is everything. Don't say you're a group heir. Even if you were the king, if you dare to challenge the hierarchy, you'll still get dealt with. Boss Xi's operation was like a vivid public lesson, making countless onlookers instantly understand the true boundaries of capital in front of the national machine. This storm also ignited the enthusiasm of the entire internet like a prairie fire. The incident continued to ferment. More and more bystanders, who had initially had no interest in this variety show, were drawn in by this dramatically real conflict. The label of Xianzhua being beaten was explosive enough, and the fact that the assailant was fine while the victim's father came out to apologize made the magical degree of this incident reach its peak. The most critical point is that this definitely could not be scripted. Chapter 48. Strength is your only dignity. Who would believe that the heir of 100 billion group would cooperate with the program team to stage a scene where he was publicly humiliated? It doesn't add up. Since it was not scripted, it meant that everything was real. In an instant, the question of who dared to hit Xianzhua became the greatest curiosity in the hearts of countless netizens. Countless viewers, like a flood breaking through a dam, rushed into the live stream of Tempering Steel. They wanted to see for themselves who this instructor Lei Sha was, who dared to throw down even the capital air. The number of online viewers in the live stream soared at a terrifying speed, visibly breaking the program's own records and even creating a historical high in the entire variety show live streaming field. The unwritten rule that variety shows must follow a script was thoroughly shattered today by Feng Yi in the simplest and most brutal way. The bullet comments in the live stream had become so dense that it was almost impossible to see the screen. Came here for the real men, not scripted. I'm here to see that instructor called Lei Sha. So cool. This is a real soldier. Bro in front, are you sure you've seen what he looks like? The comments are as thick as a city wall. No need to look at his face. Just for daring to throw Xiangzhua. I'll be a fan for life. 1. We need more tough guys like him who aren't afraid of capital. The direction of public opinion on the internet underwent a wonderful shift after the pinned Weibo post from Yang Group. Today's gossip has refreshed my worldview. The world doesn't revolve around traffic. Those celebrities standing on moral high ground pointing fingers, the moment their own interests are involved, they all play dead. It's truly ironic. Suddenly remembered what that instructor said before, weaklings have no right to talk about fairness. Now it seems that in front of the iron law of the military, Xiangzhua is the weak one. To be honest, Boss Xi's response is indeed wise. He is an understanding person. Through this incident, I truly realized how strict the military discipline is and how sacred the dignity of a soldier is. An unexpected event that could have turned into a public relations crisis. Thanks to the decisive handling by the boss, it unexpectedly achieved a promotional effect that the production team could hardly have imagined. It allowed more people to re-understand the meaning represented by the word military. This wave of publicity can be considered at a stratospheric level. In the temporary command center of the production team, a young staff member rushed in, his face displaying a ghost-like expression, his voice trembling with excitement. The online numbers. The online numbers. He pointed at the main monitoring screen, his fingers shaking. In the upper right corner of the screen, that bright red number was crazily jumping in a way that completely defied logic. 50 million. 60 million. This was no longer just an increase. It was a geyser. Our server, how long can it hold? Wu Tong's voice was somewhat hoarse. The tech team has gone crazy. They said our plan was prepared for a peak of 10 million. The staff member's tone was laced with a hint of tears. At this rate, in an hour, no, maybe in half an hour, it could reach 80 million. 80 million. Wu Tong felt his scalp tingle. This number was no longer something a variety show could accommodate. It was a social phenomenon-level surge in traffic. He suddenly grabbed the intercom on the table. Give me the technical director of the live streaming platform. Now, immediately, tell them to allocate as many servers as possible. Even if we have to move all their company's servers over tonight, we must keep this live broadcast room operational. Money is not an issue. If the live broadcast room crashes, I'll have their heads. The light in Wu Tong's eyes sparkled with near madness. He had bet everything, and now the return was surging in a way he could never have imagined. In stark contrast to the commotion in the command center, the training ground was eerily silent. Xiangzhua was still lying on the ground. The rough surface was scraping against his cheek, causing a fiery pain. But this physical pain was far less than the shame surging within him. He could feel the gazes from all directions piercing into his dignity like countless fine needles. Feng Yi stood right in front of him, like an unmovable mountain. His shadow completely enveloped Xiangzhua. How much longer did he have to lie on the ground? Xiangzhua gritted his teeth, nearly biting his gums until they bled. He pushed himself up with his elbows, trying to get back up. But the previous fall had been too harsh, leaving his whole body feeling like it was falling apart, unable to muster any strength. Can't get up? That sentence was like a fuse, instantly igniting all the explosives in Xiangzhua's heart. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. You, what about me? Feng Yi leaned slightly forward, locking eyes with him. At that moment, Xiangzhua saw his own reflection in Feng Yi's pupils. Disheveled, miserable. And Feng Yi's gaze was calm, like a bottomless cold pool, instantly extinguishing all his bravado. Get up. Feng Yi's voice returned to its flat tone. Roll back and stand properly. Xiangzhua struggled, using all his strength, and finally got back up from the ground. His movements were a bit unsteady. His camouflage uniform covered in dust, and the hair on his forehead soaked with sweat. Strands stuck to his face, making him look utterly disheveled. He stared at Feng Yi, letting out a beast-like low growl from his throat. I want to accept this. You want to accept it? Feng Yi seemed to have heard the biggest joke, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards. In the 5-kilometer cross-country run, you took a full 49 minutes. Let me tell you, Feng Yi's tone suddenly turned cold. In this place, strength is your only dignity. If you can't keep up with the most basic physical fitness, what qualification do you have to talk about not accepting? If you want to gain respect, then exchange it with your sweat, earn it with your results. Do you understand now? Xiangzhua half opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. He felt his worldview being completely shattered at that moment, and then forcibly reshaped by Feng Yi in a cruel way. He had always believed that his family background and status were his greatest assets. But here, in front of this man, those things were worthless. He dejectedly lowered his head, turned around, and slowly moved back to his position. His fists were tightly clenched at his sides, nails digging into his palms, the piercing pain keeping him alert. The seed of not giving up was quietly planted in the soil of shame. Feng Yi shifted his gaze away from Xiangzhua, slowly scanning everyone present. Is there anyone else who has objections to my training arrangements? No one dared to speak. The earlier scene of Xiangzhua's downfall was still fresh in their minds. In this suffocating silence, a crisp female voice suddenly broke the tension. Report, instructor. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. Louis Dao stepped forward again. Feng Yi showed no surprise in his eyes. Speak. Report, instructor. I believe that standing at attention, such static training, does not necessarily need to be conducted under the scorching sun. We can choose to train in the shaded area next to it, which can achieve the same training effect. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly became active. Sister Dao is mighty. Dare to speak out. This is the representative of independent women. That makes sense. Training is necessary, but we should also consider scientific methods, right? What if the sun is so strong that it causes problems? The saints above, stop talking. Do soldiers really fear the sun? The nature is different, okay? They are stars, not real soldiers. Feng Yi quietly listened. He did not immediately refute, but instead asked a question. Louis Dao. Yes, I ask you, why do we stand at attention? This question stunned Louis Dao for a moment. She quickly organized her thoughts. Report, instructor, standing at attention is to cultivate our military posture. However, Feng Yi let out a soft laugh. That laughter was light, but carried an indescribable flavor. He did not look at Louis Dao again, but directed his gaze toward everyone. Do you all think like her? Do you think standing at attention is just to make you look better? His voice suddenly rose, like thunder on flat ground. I tell you, you're all wrong. Standing at attention is not about posture. It's about spirit. It's about will. It's about maintaining absolute focus in any extreme environment with a steel-like willpower. Feng Yi pointed to the scorching sun overhead. Do you think the sun is hot? Do you feel it's tough? Then let me ask you. Back in the day, our predecessors, in -40-degree snowy weather, wearing thin cotton clothes, lying motionless in the snow for over 10 hours to ambush the enemy, did they feel? Back then, our predecessors, in the humid and hot rainforests, bitten by poisonous insects, their bodies rotting, drinking muddy water, and gnawing on tree bark to hold their ground, did they feel? Back then, our predecessors, in the trenches of Shanganling, lacking water and food, facing enemies that outnumbered us dozens of times, using their flesh and blood to forge the peaceful land we stand on today, did they feel? Feng Yi's voice rose higher and higher, more and more passionate. Each of his words was like a burning bullet, fiercely shooting into the hearts of everyone present. The entire training ground fell into silence. All the star trainees lowered their heads in shame. Their so-called hardships seemed so laughable and insignificant in front of the scenes depicted by Feng Yi. Compared to them, what does the sweat you're shedding now even count for? If you can't even endure this little heat, what right do you have to stand on the land that heroes protect with their lives and negotiate with me? Do you even deserve it? The last few words hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. After a brief silence, the live broadcast room erupted into chaos. The barrage of comments flooded the entire screen like a burst dam. I cried, really cried. My grandfather is a veteran of the Korean War. and he still has shrapnel in his leg. Damn, don't say anymore. I'm a big man, and I'm about to cry. Instructor Lei Sha is awesome. Do you even deserve it? This question makes my scalp tingle. It's deafening. Suddenly, I feel that our current life is too happy. So happy that we've forgotten how much suffering our predecessors endured. I used to think chasing stars was fashionable. But now I understand that these soldiers who protect our homes and country are the stars we should be chasing. They're the backbone of this nation. Today I truly felt how heavy, how sacred that discipline, that honor, that legacy is. I'm a fan now. From today on, Instructor Lei Sha is my only idol. The public opinion online reached a new climax at this moment. If the previous confrontation allowed the audience to see the untouchable dignity of soldiers, then Feng Yi's words truly ignited the deep-seated respect for heroes and the passionate feelings for the country that lie within every citizen of Yin country. This has surpassed the scope of a variety show. This is the most vivid and profound patriotic education aimed at the young people of the nation. The lingering power of Feng Yi's words weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone on the training ground. In the air, besides the scorching sun baking the ground, there was an added smell of burnt shame. His gaze no longer burned with fierce fire like before, but had cooled into an unmelting ice, slowly sweeping across the faces filled with confusion in front of him. In the army, there's only one word: obedience. His cold gaze fixed on the front of the line. Unconditional obedience. Absolute obedience. Do you understand? Yes. This time, the response was hoarse, yet uniform. Even Xiang Zhua, who had been holding his head high, lowered his proud head, his voice trembling with the realization he hadn't even noticed himself. Feng Yi's gaze finally landed precisely on Liu Yidao, the charismatic influencer who could sway millions of viewers to buy products in a live broadcast room. At this moment, her face was pale, her lips slightly trembling. You. Feng Yi spoke, using just one word, making Liu Yidao's heart leap. Now, do you still think my training is unreasonable? This question was like a poisoned dagger pressed against Liu Yidao's throat. Say it's unreasonable? She didn't dare. The deafening questioning from earlier, the images of predecessors fighting bravely, had ground all her reasons for rebuttal into powder. At this moment, whoever dared to utter a word of dissent would be an enemy of the entire nation. But if she were to sincerely say the words reasonable, she would feel utterly stifled. Who is she? She is Liu Yidao, a woman who could make capital bow down and fans go wild with just her words. She was used to being in control, used to persuading others with her own logic, rather than being forcibly changed by others' iron fists. Her mind raced, searching for the most diplomatic, face-saving response. A professional, flattering smile instinctively appeared on her lips. Reasonable. Instructor, it's very reasonable. It's that my ideological awareness wasn't high enough, and I didn't understand the deeper meaning behind her training. Her words were flawless, and her attitude was extremely humble. In any other circumstance, this response would have allowed her to easily pass. However, she was facing Feng Yi, a lone wolf who could sniff out the slightest intentions of the enemy, even on the most complex battlefield. Feng Yi looked at her, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. That smile held no praise, only the coldness of insight. Very good. Chapter 50. Using a knife to kill someone. It seems my patriotic education is quite effective. Since everyone's ideological awareness has improved and their spiritual will has been sublimated, the previous punishment seems a bit too lenient, unworthy of your current high spirits. A sense of foreboding struck everyone's hearts. Sure enough, Feng Yi's next words completely shattered their world. Everyone, stand at attention. Military posture, 1.5 hours. Chen Shanming, restart the timer. Yes. Chen Shanming's loud voice shattered everyone's last hopes like a hammer. 1.5 hours? Everyone was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been stirred up from an hour of despair by his words, only to find themselves plunged into a deeper abyss in an instant. Moreover, it was a restart. This meant that the half hour they had just stood was all in vain. An indescribable anger quietly spread through the ranks. But this time, no one dared to raise any objections. Feng Yi's eyes, which could see through human hearts, were like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. He turned and walked steadily toward the shade at the side of the field. Once the chief instructor left, the iron-like pressure slightly eased. Dozens of gazes instantly shot toward Lu Yidao like poisoned flying daggers. Lu Yidao's body stiffened. She instantly understood. She was being used as the scapegoat, and it was done so openly that no one could say a word. Feng Yi saw through her little thoughts, saw the defiance behind her smile. He didn't directly expose it, but instead followed her words, using the excuse of improved ideological awareness to justifiably increase the punishment. This move is called using a knife to kill someone. Using Lu Yidao as the knife, he killed the little hopes in everyone's hearts. At the same time, it made Lu Yidao the public enemy of all the star trainees. Every minute and second of the additional half-hour of torment would be clearly remembered on her account. In the future, in this circle, she had managed to offend everyone she could offend. What a ruthless tactic. Lu Yidao's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. For the first time, she felt how laughable and fragile her proud eloquence was in the face of absolute power. The bright red numbers on the timer began to ruthlessly tick down. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Everyone gritted their teeth. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, noses, and chins, hitting the scalding concrete ground and evaporating instantly. Even Xiangzhua at this moment was just clenching his face tightly, his jawline rigid like a stone. Silent as a tomb. Those words had also struck into his heart. He could disrespect Feng Yi, but he could not help but respect those predecessors who forged peace with their lives. After a brief moment of astonishment, the barrage in the live broadcast room flooded the screen once again. Wow, 1.5 hours. Is the instructor a devil? Haha. Lu Yidao really played herself into a corner this time. Serves you right for being clever. I feel sorry for my sister me. Suffering along with them, boo-hoo. Come on, brother. You're the best. Mommy loves you. Hey, this is the army. Don't bring that fan club stuff. Call him instructor. Xiang's didn't he blow up? It seems he has truly been educated. Don't say it. He really looks a bit handsome now. Gritting his teeth and holding on. Instructor Song Kai-fei strolled leisurely in front of the team. His gaze was sharp like an eagle, not missing any subtle mistakes. He stopped in front of Huang Bo. Huang Bo's body had already started to shake uncontrollably. Sweat soaked his camouflage uniform, sticking tightly to his body. He felt like his waist was about to break. Song Kai-fei didn't say anything, just reached out a finger and gently poked at his wrist. Once, Huang Bo didn't react. All his attention was focused on battling the soreness in his body. Song Kai-fei poked again. Huang Bo still didn't react, his gaze becoming a bit dazed. The viewers in the live stream saw everything clearly. I'm dying of laughter. Has Huang Bo crashed? Instructor, you had your chance, but you're useless. Huang Bo's reflexes could probably circle the earth. Hand. Song Kai-fei finally spoke. Tighten against the seam of your pants. Huang Bo jolted as if someone had pressed the restart button, suddenly coming to his senses. He looked down at his hand, only to realize that he had unconsciously moved his middle finger away from the seam. His face turned bright red, and he hurriedly repositioned his hand to stand straight. Song Kai-fei smirked, said nothing more, and continued his inspection. Haha, Huang Bo seems a bit silly, so cute. This is no act. Someone untrained standing at attention for half an hour might as well forget who they are. Indeed, when I went through military training, I almost forgot my own name by the end. Look at Teacher Yi and Brother Wu. Their stance is just perfect, like they're nailed to the ground. The camera appropriately focused on the two veterans in the team. Teacher Yi, though slightly older, stood tall like a pine tree, exuding a calm and steady aura. Wu Jing, needless to say, had been filming military-themed movies for years, and the mark of a soldier was deeply ingrained in him. He stood there like a silent mountain, immovable. They formed a stark contrast with the young artists around them, who were on the verge of collapse, faces full of pain. No wonder they were soldiers. Their aura is just different. I suddenly want to rewatch Soldier Assault, my youth. Brother Wu's physique, I would believe he's a special forces soldier. This is a real tough guy. So much stronger than those flowery-faced idols. Can you not pull down others? My brother is working hard too. The bullet comments erupted into a new discussion due to this stark contrast, all of which was clearly seen by Yami's sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, sliding past her long eyelashes, bringing a slight itch. Yet, she didn't even blink. She looked at the man, standing in the shadow, not far away, his posture like a gun. Her husband, Feng Yi. She understood better than anyone the purpose of this man's actions. He wasn't simply torturing them. He was using the most direct, most brutal way to shatter the superficial, fragile shell that belonged to celebrities. Then, he would gradually inject the iron will of soldier back into their bones. This process was destined to be painful, but only steel that had been tempered could become a true blade. The corners of Yang Mi's mouth quietly lifted. This was the man she admired. The hot air seemed to freeze. He Chengwang's military boots crunched on the gravel path, making a heart-stopping sound. Finally, his footsteps stopped in front of Wu Jing. Chapter 51. The flavor of a soldier. This man, even standing among a group of 20-somethings, showed no signs of weakness. Sweat dripped down his chiseled jawline, soaking into the collar of his camouflage uniform, leaving a dark stain. But he stood like a pine tree rooted in rock, completely still. Can you hold on? He Chengwang's voice carried the unique, penetrating power of a soldier. Report, instructor, I can. Wu Jing looked straight ahead, his voice loud and strong. His chest heaved slightly from the shout, but his legs remained firmly planted like iron. A rare look of approval flashed across He Chengwang's dark face. He could see this wasn't just putting on a brave face. The actor's eyes showed no signs of the struggle common among the younger ones, only a pure, soldier-like determination. Good. He Chengwang nodded and added, you fit in well here. Wang Yambing, standing not far away, heard this and grinned, nudging He Chengwang with his elbow. Hey, I say, Chengwang, don't tell me this guy resembles you a bit. His voice was low, teasing. Look at that gaze, that stubborn grit. It's like he's cut from the same cloth as you. Su Tianlong also walked over, hand behind his back, sizing up Wu Jing, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he has the flavor of a soldier. He Chengwang said nothing, merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly before quickly reverting to his cold expression. He patted Wu Jing's shoulder, the pressure just right. Keep it up. Wow, Brother Wu has gained the instructor's approval. Truly a tough guy. Instructor He Chengwang's gaze was definitely one of appreciation. I'm so here for it. Wang Yambing hit the nail on the head. The two of them standing together looked like brothers, the kind who could take on 10. Of course, Brother Wu trained seriously in the military for 18 months to film. What can these flowery idols compare? Not to mention, just the stance alone, he dominates the scene. The bullet comments exploded in the live stream due to this brief interaction. As the camera shifted, it focused on the front row of the team. The scene, there was a stark contrast to Wu Jing's side. The young idols at the front were barely holding on. Zhang Yixing's face had turned pale, his lips devoid of color. He clenched his teeth tightly, his cheeks bulging, every muscle in his body trembling uncontrollably. Next to him, Wu Yifan and Kai Kunken were in a similar state. The two looked as if they had just been pulled out of water, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had left their bodies. All their willpower was engaged in a desperate struggle against the exhaustion of their bodies. Among them, Feng Feng's situation was particularly special. He was also drenched in sweat, his body swaying unsteadily, but his gaze kept darting to the ground. What was he looking at? He was staring at his military cap, crushed flat and soaked with sweat, completely out of shape. That was a hairstyle he had spent 2 hours having styled by a hairdresser. Now it was all ruined. An indescribable frustration surged within him, even overshadowing his physical exhaustion. He noticed He Chengwang and Wang Yambing huddled together in low conversation, seemingly unaware of what was happening here. A bold thought popped into his mind. Just once. Quickly. They shouldn't notice, right? He thought to himself, his heart racing. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being elsewhere, he quickly raised his hand, making what he thought was a discreet move to take off his camouflage hat. Then, his fingers eagerly dove into his hair, ruffling it in an attempt to fluff it back up. He felt a sense of triumph at his cleverness. However, he did not notice that not far away, a pair of sharp eyes had already locked onto him. Su Tianlong, the usually quiet but keen-eyed instructor, had been watching these most unstable recruits from the very beginning. Every small movement of Feng Feng was clearly observed by him. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him without warning. What are you doing? Feng Feng's body stiffened abruptly, his hands still raised in the air, his hat falling to the ground. He felt as if he had been hit by a freezing spell. It was over. He turned his head stiffly and met Su Qianlong's cold, emotionless gaze. Report, instructor. His voice trembled, his mind a blank. I just wanted to wipe some sweat. This excuse felt weak even to him. Wipe sweat. From what I see, you were fixing your hair, which is more important than your life. Taking off your military cap to fix your hairstyle. Do you think I'm blind? Su Tianlong's voice suddenly rose. Get ready for push-ups. Feng Feng's face turned pale instantly. 10. Now. Immediately, under the gaze of everyone present, and in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, Feng humiliatingly lay down. His movements, rather than push-ups, resembled a writhing on the ground. His arms weakly supported him, his waist sagging in defeat. His bottom stuck up high, his entire body contorted into a very ugly position. With all his might, he barely managed to complete one. Forgive me for laughing, what's he doing? Electric motor butt? Laughing to death. He really can't even do a standard push-up. Serves him right. What kind of place is a military camp? Still trying to show off? Do you really think you're big shot? Big brother is already very tired. Don't say that about him. He just cares too much about his image. Fans upstairs, wake up. This isn't an idle drama. Discipline. Understand? The contrast is too stark. Wu Jing was praised by the instructor. And now Feng is punished with push-ups. It's like public execution. The barrage exploded. Meanwhile, in the women's squad, Zhao Liang was also reaching her limit. Sweat trickled down her temples, sticking to a few strands of hair that had fallen out, itchy and prickly. She could feel that her once tightly tied ponytail had loosened. Several strands of hair were swaying in front of her eyes with her breath. It was uncomfortable, but looking at Feng, who was being punished not far away, she held back the urge to raise her hand. She took a deep breath, using all her strength to straighten her back. Report. Her voice was crisp and loud, instantly attracting the attention of the female instructor, Tan Xiaolin. Tan Xiaolin walked over with standard steps and stood in front of her. Speak. Report, instructor. Zhao Liang said loudly, without looking away. My hair has come loose and is poking my eyes. I request to fix it. Her voice trembled, but her words were clear and well-structured. Tan Xiaolin's gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds. It was a small face soaked in sweat, but it appeared particularly stubborn due to her perseverance. I'll give you 10 seconds. Fix it, and return to formation immediately. Chapter 52, there is still half an hour. Yes, instructor. Zhao Liang felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Her movements were swift, without any excess. She quickly gathered the loose strands of hair and tied them tightly. Then she swiftly returned to the standard military posture. The entire process took no more than 8 seconds. Report, instructor, I'm done. Tan Xiaolin nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. This scene again ignited the live broadcast room. Why is that? Feng gets punished for fixing his hair, but Zhao Liang can? Is this favoritism? Did the blind ones in front not see that Zhao Liang reported and got permission first? This is the key. One is called a violation. The other is called a request. The nature is completely different. Feng was sneaky and clever, while Zhao Liang followed the rules and acted openly. The difference is clear. Zhao Liang looks delicate and weak, but her mind is so clear. This operation is too appealing. What can Feng Feng's fans say? This is a matter of attitude, unrelated to being tired. Suddenly feel this show is interesting. It strips away the star's halo and lets us see their most authentic side. After Zhao Liang returned to the team, the entire squad fell silent again. The sun's scorching heat seemed to be even more intense than before. The air was filled with the salty smell of evaporated sweat, mixed with the dust of the training ground. Shuang'er couldn't help but glance at Zhao Liang not far away. Why can she, but I can't? Once this thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds. Sweat also blurred her vision. Sticky strands of hair clung to her cheeks, itching painfully. She felt that her patience had also reached its limit. ISNT, it just reporting? Who can't do that? She mimicked Zhao Liang's posture, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice sound strong. Report. This shout, sharp and impatient, pierced the heavy air. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on her. The instructor of the female soldiers. Yi Cunxin turned around upon hearing the sound. Her eyes were sharp like an eagle, as if she could see through people's hearts. Yi Cunxin walked over. She stood in front of Shuang'er, her powerful aura enveloping them instantly. Speak. Schwanger felt a bit intimidated under her gaze, but the words had already come out, so she could only steel herself and continue. Report, instructor. My hair has also come loose. I request to fix it. She tried to puff out her chest, wanting to appear justified. The corner of Yi Tsunxin's mouth curled into a half-smile, but her gaze was filled with frost. No. The two words were crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Schwanger was stunned. She had not expected this outcome at all. Why? She almost blurted out, her voice filled with shock and unwillingness. Just now, Zhao lying. Shut up. Yi Tsunxin interrupted her harshly. Answer me. What is your identity? Schwanger trembled at the sudden reprimand and instinctively replied, Student. What is your identity? Yi Tsunxin's voice rose a few notches, filled with pressure. Instructor. Very good. Yi Tsunxin stepped forward half a step, her gaze like a knife. Here. Do the instructor's commands need a reason? Schwanger's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word. Do they need? Yi Tsunxin shouted again. No, they don't. Schwanger's voice had taken on a crying tone. Then remember this. Yi Tsunxin said, enunciating each word. My command is the only reason. Here. What you must do is obey unconditionally. Do you understand? Understood. Schwanger lowered her head, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. She felt her cheeks burning, as if she had been publicly slapped countless times. All her grievances, unwillingness, and anger were stuck in her chest, but she didn't dare to refute a single word. Yi Tsunxin coldly glanced at her, said nothing more, and turned back to her original position. The entire process was fully recorded by the live broadcast cameras. The barrage instantly exploded. Haha, I knew it would be like this. Schwanger is just imitating Zhao lying, but ended up with a face full of disappointment. Instructor Yi Tsunxin did great. So cool. She needs to discipline this self-important little princess. Fans of Schwanger stopped defending her. This is completely different from Zhao Lying's situation, okay? Zhao Lying is really uncomfortable, but her attitude is good. Look at Schwanger's expression. Full of why should I, she just wants to be treated specially. Exactly. She has slacked off so many times in front of the instructor. And now she wants to compare herself with others to show off? What is she thinking? She deserves it. The military camp emphasizes absolute obedience. Not your backyard where you can bargain. I feel sorry for Schwanger. She's just too straightforward, saying whatever comes to her mind. To those upstairs, this isn't straightforwardness. This is being brainless, lacking emotional intelligence and discipline. A 3-0 product. Schwanger's face was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. She bit her lip tightly and stopped talking. Only her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. At that moment, on the other end of the playground, Chen Shaming's roar erupted like thunder. All stand. There is still half an hour. His voice echoed throughout the training ground through the loudspeaker. Half an hour. Just hold on. Victory is right in front of you. Show me your perseverance. Let me see if you're just a bunch of softies who only know how to apply makeup. This speech was like a strong medicine, injected into the already exhausted crowd. Half an hour. This unit of time now carried different weights in everyone's heart. Some felt it was an unreachable chasm, while others saw it as a glimmer of light finally visible. The training had entered its most grueling phase. Time seemed to stretch. Each second felt like a century of suffering. Chen Shanming and instructor Gong Jian walked back and forth like two cheetahs patrolling their territory. When they were silent, the pressure of that silence was more suffocating than direct scolding. The sound of military boots hitting the ground rhythmically echoed, neither fast nor slow. The backs of the performers were straightened, their hairs standing on end. They knew the instructors were not watching them, yet that footstep sound was like an invisible whip, reminding them not to slack off for a moment. Suddenly, whoever that is, straighten your waist. Haven't you eaten? Gong Jian's voice pierced the silence. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their bodies instinctively tensed up. Although he wasn't scolding them directly, that tension spread throughout the team. Ha ha, this scene is too real. Just like when our high school teacher looked in through the back door window. Damn, that really has the vibe. The instructor's tactics are too deep. This psychological warfare is more effective than direct scolding. You never know who he will yell at next, so everyone has to be on high alert. This is the military's management style, keeping you vigilant at all times. Chapter 53, The Last 10 Minutes. Time passed second by second. The heat, fatigue, and muscle aches crashed against everyone's willpower like waves. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer. Report. It was Chen Chi from the male soldiers team, his voice weak. Chen Xiaoming walked over. Speak. Report. Instructor. Sweat got into my eyes. I can't open them, requesting to wipe. Chen Chi's face was streaked with sweat mixed with sunscreen, leaving comical white marks. No one could laugh, though. Chen Xiaoming looked at him for 2 seconds. You have 10 seconds. Yes. Chen Chi quickly raised his arm, wiped his face with his sleeve, and then swiftly returned to standing at attention. The whole process was clean and quick, not daring to waste a second. Next. One by one, more people reported. Report. I feel like I'm cramping, requesting to move my ankles. Report. My lips are too dry, requesting to moisten them. As long as the requests weren't excessive and the attitude was correct, both Chen Xiaoming and Gong Jian surprisingly approved, also only giving 10 seconds. Gradually, everyone realized the instructors didn't seem so inhumane after all. What they wanted might just be an attitude of absolute respect for discipline and absolute obedience to orders. Oh, I found that the instructors don't seem so scary anymore. Yeah, as long as you speak properly and make a report, they will allow it. So, it's really a matter of attitude. Look at Schwanger. That's just provocation. If she is not punished, who will be? This is humane management, a combination of carrot and stick. After the sun's shadow shifted slightly, Chen Xiaoming's roar rang out again. Listen up, last 10 minutes. These 4 words were like a heavenly sound, making everyone's spirits lift. It's finally coming to an end. Hold on for the last 10 minutes. Chen Xiaoming continued shouting. After training ends, everyone, go to that shaded area over there for a 10-minute break. He pointed to a row of big trees not far away. That dense shade seemed like heaven in everyone's eyes at that moment. All eyes lit up, as if they could already feel that moment of coolness. However, Chen Xiaoming's next words made this paradise instantly seem out of reach. But his tone suddenly turned severe. From now on, until I order you to disperse. If anyone moves again, don't blame me for not warning you. I'll stand extra 10 minutes. Did you hear clearly? Heard clearly. Everyone shouted back with all their might. At that moment, the entire training ground fell into unprecedented silence. No one dared to move again. Even if sweat dripped into their eyes, stinging and itchy. Even if mosquitoes landed on their faces, causing a prickly itch. Even if their legs trembled like sifted flour. Everyone held on tightly. Because that 10-minute cool break was their only belief at that moment. No one wanted to ruin everyone's hope because of themselves. Every second was torment. In the women's squad, Yang Mi felt her world was spinning. The scene before her began to double. Her teammates' blurry figures swayed continuously. A buzzing filled her ears, and the instructor's voice became distant and unreal. Her legs had lost all feeling, and she was relying solely on willpower to keep from collapsing. Her lips were cracked, showing an abnormal whiteness. No, I have to hold on. Feng Yi is watching. I can't embarrass him. This thought was the only one left in her mind. But her body's reactions were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Standing next to her, Baba seemed to sense something was wrong with her. She could hear Yang Mi's breathing becoming faint. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yang Mi's face, which was terrifyingly pale. Baba's heart jumped to her throat. She wanted to speak, to support Yang Mi. But Chen Xiaoming's warning of all stand. Extra 10 minutes was like a spell, binding her body tightly. Moving even a little would implicate everyone. What to do? Baba was frantic, but could only watch helplessly. In this silent torment, Yang Mi's body finally reached its limit. She suddenly went black in front of her eyes. All consciousness instantly drained away. Her tense body abruptly lost all strength. She just slumped down. Thud. That muffled sound was exceptionally clear in the silent training ground. Everyone froze. Then came Baba's heart-wrenching scream. Mimi, instructor, Yang Mi has fainted. Doctor, quick, call a doctor. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the air conditioning was running cold, making it seem like 2 different worlds from outside. Wu Tong was leisurely sipping an iced coffee, watching the monitors divided into dozens of small screens. TSK, Commander Feng, your training is really intense. He teased the man beside him who had been silent all along. Since just now, Feng Yi had been sitting there, his gaze fixed on the small monitoring square for the female squad, without saying a word. The moment Yang Mi's body swayed, the fingers resting on the armrest unconsciously tightened. When the sound of a thud came through the headset, Wu Tong only saw the man beside him suddenly sit up straight. The sudden burst of imposing aura seemed to drop the temperature in the room by several degrees. Feng Yi's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the figure that had fallen on the screen. His jawline tightened like iron. His hands, resting on his knees, had already clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from the force. Wu Tong was startled by his reaction, and then he smiled in understanding. "Commander Feng, don't be nervous. Our medical team is the best in the military district and is always on standby. It's normal for you, as the commander, to feel anxious when a trainee faints." Wu Tong thought Feng Yi's reaction stemmed from a commander's responsibility towards his soldiers. He had no idea that the soldier lying on the scorching ground was Feng Yi's legally wedded wife. Feng Yi ignored Wu Tong. His breathing at that moment was almost suspended. He wanted to rush out. He wanted to pick her up and take her away from this hellish place. But he couldn't. He was the chief instructor. He was the highest authority in this training session. Here, he was not Feng Yi, Yang Mi's husband, but the devil instructor. Every move he made represented the discipline of the troops. He could only sit there, like a statue, using all his strength to suppress the worry that was about to engulf him. On the training ground, Chen Xiaoming's expression also changed. Training can be strict, but it must never cost a life. Yi Tsunshin, Tan Xiaolin. He didn't even use the communicator. He shouted directly, "Come here." Two crisp female voices responded immediately. Almost as soon as Chen Xiaoming's words fell, the two female instructors standing at the front of the squad moved. Yi Tsunshin, being the closest, dashed forward in a single leap. She knelt beside Yang Mi, first checking for her breath and then feeling her forehead. It was burning hot. "Report. Trainee Yang Mi has fainted from heat stroke. Immediate evacuation is needed." Chapter 54. She deserves this uniform. Yi Tsunshin looked up and reported in a loud voice. Medical team, move in." Chen Xiaoming shouted into the communicator. Soon, two military doctors carrying medical kits rushed over from the sidelines. Yi Tsunshin didn't wait for them. She looked at Yang Mi's pale face, her brows tightly knitted. The next second, she bent down, one hand passing through Yang Mi's knee while the other supported her back. Effortlessly, she lifted her up horizontally. "Wow, this female instructor is so cool. Mom, em swoonin'. What boyfriend material is this?" Princess Carrie, a female instructor carrying a female star. "This scene is epic. Ye Junjin, I'll remember you. Beautiful and fierce." The comments in the live stream exploded due to this sudden scene. Holding Yang Mi, Yi Tsunshin steadily walked towards the shaded area that Chen Xiaoming had mentioned earlier. The military doctors quickly followed. After laying Yang Mi down on the cool grass, one doctor immediately took out a stethoscope to examine her. The other skillfully opened a bottle of saline and mixed it with a small tube of glucose solution. Her heart rate is a bit fast, blood pressure is low. It's acute heat stroke combined with physical exhaustion. The military doctor made the diagnosis. Not a big problem. Just replenish some electrolytes and let her rest. Saying this, he propped up Yang Mi's head and fed her the mixture of glucose and saline in her cracked lips. The sweet liquid slid down her throat like a cool spring, soothing her almost burning body. A few minutes later, Yang Mi's long eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes. In front of her were dappled shadows of trees and Yi Tsunshin's striking face. "I." Her voice was hoarse. "Did I faint?" "Himame ye junjin nodded. Her tone unuswandi softening." "You had heat stroke. Just rest. It's nothing serious." Yang Mi's gaze was still a bit dazed. She instinctively wanted to sit up. "Has the training ended? Did I hold everyone back?" Yi Tsunshin reached out and gently pressed her shoulder. "Don't move. Lie back down. The training isn't over yet, but your only task now is to rest." Yang Mi looked at her and ultimately complied, lying back down. On the other side, in the female squad, everyone's gaze subtly glanced towards the shaded area. Baba was almost in tears, anxious about Yang Mi. She saw that Yang Mi had woken up, and her worried heart relaxed a little. She wanted to go over. She wanted to run to Yang Mi's side immediately. Just as she lifted her foot, a cold voice sounded beside her. Return to the formation. It was Tan Xiaolin. She had returned to the side of the squad at some point, her expression serious and her gaze sharp. But instructor, Yang Mi. Baba argued anxiously. If you want to go over, you can. Tan Xiaolin looked at her, speaking each word distinctly. However, the moment you leave the formation, everyone will add 10 minutes. You choose. Baba's body stiffened instantly. She looked at Tan Xiaolin's emotionless face and then at Yang Mi lying on the grass not far away. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and pulled back the foot she had stepped out with. She stood straight again, looking ahead, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner worry. Wow, this instructor Tan is really heartless. Her best friend fainted, and she can't even go check on her. What do you understand? This is a battlefield. Discipline is life. Leaving the formation without permission endangers the whole squad. Although that's the reasoning, it still feels so cruel. This is the military. There is no room for sentimentality. By the way, is the training intensity really too high? It's only the first day, and someone has already fainted. Not really. I served for 5 years and can responsibly tell you. This is just an appetizer. Agreed. Yang Mi is mainly a star. She is used to a pampered life and can't keep up physically. But she has held on until now before fainting, which is already impressive. Indeed, she hasn't slacked off at all. She has been pushing herself all along. I'm kind of a fan now. This girl really has perseverance. The discussion in the comments gradually shifted from questioning the instructor to admiring Yang Mi. Under the shade, Yi Tsunxin half squatted beside Yang Mi, quietly watching her. To be honest, when she saw Yang Mi's name on the training list, she was quite dismissive. A top-tier female, star living in airbrush photos, coming to participate in a special forces selection training. Wasn't that just for show? She was even prepared to kick Yang Mi out first if she dared to complain about hardship or ask for special treatment. However, from the start of the training until now, Yang Mi hadn't slacked off once, hadn't complained a word, nor asked for any special care. Every action she took was done to the best of her ability. Even when physically exhausted and drenched in sweat, she showed no sign of slackening. That resilience, that fierce unwillingness to give up, made Yi Tsunxin see a reflection of her younger self in Yang Mi. No, she was even stronger than her younger self. Yi Tsunxin clearly remembered that when she was in the rookie camp, she had secretly moved her toes while standing at attention. She had pretended to have a stomach ache to avoid running a couple of laps. But Yang Mi hadn't done any of that. She's like a small white poplar facing a storm, seemingly fragile, but with roots deeply anchored. No matter how the wind blows, it cannot break her spine. This kind of mental strength is far more admirable to veteran Yi Tsunxin than physical fitness. For a pampered female artist to reach this level is truly rare. She deserves this military uniform. Thinking of this, Yi Tsunxin's gaze towards Yang Mi softened unconsciously. After a brief silence, the barrage in the live stream erupted again. The focus of the controversy was no longer the instructor's coldness, but Yang Mi herself who had fainted. Wait, did she faint all by herself? Everyone else is fine. Why is she so precious? Did you not see her persisting from beginning to end? Her physical exhaustion is not comparable to those beside her who are slacking off. Persisting? It looks like acting to me. Aren't there enough stars putting on shows these days? Acting? You try falling directly on the back of your head and let us see. If it weren't for the quick support, she'd have ended up in the hospital. Exactly. Those who pretend to faint have instinctive self-protection actions. They would use their hands to support themselves or curl up their bodies. Look at Yang Mi. She fell straight down. Her eyes closed. Can this be acting? What the person above said is right. Whether she's pretending or not is obvious to anyone with eyes. Those with eyes. I think you all just have too thick a fan filter. Here we go again. Every time there's a different opinion, you label it as fan behavior. I'm not a fan of anyone. I'm just a passerby who thinks Yang Mi performed well this time. Not just well. It completely refreshed my perception of female stars. Come on, why didn't any male stars faint? Women just can't handle it. Chapter 55, Return to Duty. This comment ignited the live stream instantly. Are you sick? Why didn't your mom give birth to you as a Neza? Different species don't come and play the victim. The funniest thing is these people. They demand women's physical abilities to match men's, while also using the excuse of women needing to go home to have children to discriminate in the workplace. You hit the nail on the head. I suddenly recall a post I saw before, saying some women punch online every day, claiming they're objectified as breeding tools. But when a relative asks what their value is, they proudly say, I can give birth. Ha ha ha. Damn. The imagery is too strong. So, who is truly objectifying women? It's really hard to say. It's obvious. To deal with such people, you have to use magic to defeat magic. Next time someone says women can't do it, just reply, yes, I can't, but I can give birth, can you? Learn that. Going to confront them now. The noise online did not affect the tranquility under the shade of the tree. The cicadas cried hoarsely on the trunk, making the summer heat even more intense. Dappled light fell on Yang Mi's face, and her eyelashes fluttered gently. I'm sorry, instructor. I didn't mean to. I know. Yi Tsunshin interrupted her, her tone still flat. Her gaze fell on the distant line of soldiers standing in formation. No one would intentionally let themselves suffer from heat stroke and faint. Yang Mi bit her lower lip, remaining silent. She knew Yi Tsunshin was just stating a fact, but the guilt in her heart did not lessen at all. She felt embarrassed, not just embarrassed for herself, but also for Feng Yi. Feng Yi was such an excellent soldier, a true prodigy. Yet, she, as his wife, a military spouse, was the first to fall during the most basic training. What would others think of her? How would they view Feng Yi? Just thinking about these things made Yang Mi's heart twist into a knot. Her eyes unexpectedly became hot with unshed tears. Do you think you are very embarrassed? Yi Tsunshin seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly asked. Yang Mi's body stiffened slightly. She did not answer, but her tightly pressed lips spoke volumes. Yi Tsunshin withdrew her gaze, turned to look at her, her eyes revealing a unique clarity of a veteran. Is it because you were the first to fall? Yang Mi nodded slightly, her voice very soft. Yes. Yi Tsunshin looked at her, her tone gentle. Do you know why you fainted this afternoon? Yang Mi was taken aback for a moment, instinctively answering, because I was physically exhausted? Yes, but also no. Yi Tsunshin cast her gaze to the distance again. I've seen your physical fitness data. You have a habit of regular exercise, and your core strength is even better than some of the team. Logically speaking, this level of training intensity should only have made you exhausted, not faint outright. Yang Mi was a bit confused. Then what was it? You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Yi Tsunshin's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Yang Mi's heart stirred with ripples. She indeed hadn't slept well. Just thinking about stepping into the military camp she had longed for, putting on this camouflage uniform the next day made her heart race with excitement. As a result, she had almost spent the whole night awake. On the bus this morning, she had been looking out the window, mentally stimulated and completely without sleepiness. During the lunch break, while others were grabbing a moment to nap, she was still reminiscing about everything from the morning's opening ceremony. From the moment you learned you would enter the army yesterday, you had been in a state of high excitement. Yi Tsunshin's voice clearly reached her ears, as if she were reviewing her mental journey. Insomnia, combined with a long bus ride and not resting well during lunch, all of this depleted your energy. When the afternoon training started, that burst of excitement hadn't worn off, so you kept pushing through. I observed you. Around 3 o'clock, your face had already started to pale. Your lips also lost color, yet your movements were still striving for standards. You poured all your willpower into resisting physical fatigue. Therefore, when your body reached its limit, your brain, in a self-protective response, cut off the power supply. That's why you fainted so abruptly, without even a moment of reaction time. After finishing, Yejunjin Kuyuti Yachither. Yang Mi listened in a daze, her heart churning with waves of realization. So that was it. It turned out she wasn't fainting due to poor physical condition. On the contrary, it was because she wanted to perform well too much, wanted to persist. And her spirit was too tightly wound, which led to her body's collapse. The shame weighing on her heart seemed to be gently brushed away by Yi Tsunshin's words at that moment. She looked at Yi Tsunshin, the seemingly cold instructor, with genuine gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, instructor. No need to thank me. Yejunjin avartit hergaze, sipikin lightly. I'm just stating the facts. Your persistence is noted. As a soldier, your spirit is qualified. She paused slightly when saying the word soldier, as if choosing her words carefully. But Yang Mi understood. Yi Tsunshin was affirming her. That was enough. Can I still return to duty? Yami propped herself up on the grass and slowly sat up. This time, Yi Tsunshin did not stop her. After resting for a while and hearing Yi Tsunshin's words, she felt her strength returning little by little. Her mind also became much clearer. I think I'm better now. She looked at Yi Tsunshin, her eyes no longer filled with self-doubt, but instead ignited with a renewed light. Yi Tsunshin looked into her eyes, silent for a few seconds. Then she nodded. Return to duty. Yes. Yang Mi's eyes instantly lit up. She stood up briskly, adjusted her somewhat wrinkled training uniform, and gave Yi Tsunshin a not-so-standard military salute. Then, she turned around and walked towards a nearby formation. The camera in the live stream faithfully recorded this scene. The bullet comments exploded again. Is she returning to the team already? Can't she rest a bit? Whoa, why am I feeling a bit moved? Yami, good job. This is what we want to see. Not some delicate little princess, but a soldier who can fight. This girl really has spirit. However, amidst the praise, there were always some discordant doubts. Here comes the script. What script? Can't you see? First, pretend to faint to gain sympathy. Then come back injured, showing her so-called toughness to gain favor. After this whole process, her character as a dedicated and strong person will be firmly established. Chapter 56. Routine operations in the entertainment industry? Damn, aren't you a bit too dark? This isn't dark. It's the routine operation in the entertainment industry. Okay. Agreed. Nowadays, there's nothing real in variety shows. It's all acting. Remember that girl who wore a wedding dress to Wang Yuan's concert a few weeks ago? Isn't that the same? It looked like she was charging for love. But actually, she got trending, gained views, and then immediately started live streaming to sell products. Yes, I saw that too. It was so embarrassing to watch. So, don't take everything at face value. What you think is genuine emotion might just be a well-designed performance. Entertainment to death. That's what this era is about. Can you not think the worst of everyone? I really believe Yang Mi is genuine. You think? What does that matter? When Yang Mi returned to the formation, the other artists looked as if they had seen something unbelievable, their eyes wide open. How did she come back? Did the instructor make her come back? Isn't this too inhumane? She fainted and still has to stand at attention. Standing at the edge of the line, Baba's heart twisted in a knot. Her nails dug deep into her palm, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. Yami seemed to feel her gaze and tilted her head slightly towards Baba at the moment she stood still. A silent reassurance. Baba's eyes instantly turned red, but she forcefully held back her tears. What are you looking at? Yi Tsunshin's cold voice thundered like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. All the artists trembled, instinctively retracting their gazes and standing a little straighter. Stand properly. Look at Yami next to you. This is how a soldier should be. The spirit of persistence engraved in the bones, fighting until the last moment. Her gaze swept across the entire scene. There are only a few minutes left. If anyone dares to move again, you want tea, get to eat today. Stand here until dark. A buzzing sound filled everyone's minds. So it wasn't he the instructor forcing her to return. It was her own choice to come back. For a moment, the thoughts of the people in the formation were varied. Some revealed unreserved admiration in their eyes. Others, however, curled their lips in disdainful sneers. What else with the act? Isn't it just trying to show off in front of the camera? Feigning once to gain sympathy, then coming back injured to harvest some goodwill. She really knows how to play the audience's feelings. The complexities of human nature silently played out in the quiet formation. Under the director's tent, Wu Tong's gaze was fixed on Yang Mi's sweat-soaked but exceptionally resolute face. TSK. Wu Tong took the cigarette out of his mouth and gave a thumbs up to Feng Yi, who was sitting calmly beside him. Yang Mi is really something. He sincerely praised. This spirit, this awareness, is stronger than many of the men here. Wu Tong pointed to the screen. This footage is too good. I'm planning to edit a short video, focusing on her for some positive promotion. Feng Yi's gaze fell on the screen, watching his wife's bright eyes. Good. But Wu Tong seemed to have opened the floodgates, feeling emotional. To be honest, Captain Feng, this girl is really impressive. In our line of work, we've seen too many artists, all kinds. Like her, debuting for so many years, clean without any scandals. She is kind to people and not dramatic. Yet works so hard. She is truly a rarity. This was said by a seasoned director who had seen the glamour of the entertainment industry, without any fan filters or commercial flattery. It was pure, heartfelt praise. The corners of Feng Yi's mouth couldn't help but widen. When others sincerely praise your wife, that feeling is more comforting than any military honor. Just then, a sudden urgent ringing echoed in the tent without warning. Beep, beep, beep. It was the highest security satellite phone. Wu Tong's expression instantly turned serious. He didn't even need Feng Yi to speak. With a very practiced motion, he quickly grabbed the listening headset on the table and put it on. Then he turned around, focusing 100 on the monitoring screen in front of him, as if everything behind him was irrelevant. Feng Yi picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. His entire aura changed quietly at that moment. If just now he was a husband appreciating his wife's performance, a military officer supervising the recording, now he was a commanding general strategizing. His eyes were sharp, calm as the abyss. Speak. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Major General Feng, the publicity guidance plan you requested has been fully prepared. Currently, the keywords related to the artist Xiangzhua and our military have been pushed to the highest point online according to the plan. We can start any time. Feng Yi's gaze passed through the tent as seams, looking out at the sunlit world outside. Start directly. The call ended. The tent fell back into silence. Only the low hum of the equipment remained. Wu Tong still wore the headset, motionless. Feng Yi placed the satellite phone back in its place, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table, producing a very rhythmic sound. Everything was within his plan. From the very beginning, he had his eyes on the artist named Xiangzhua, the top-tier artist with the highest status and the most fans among all participants in the show, and the most unruly top star. His previous discontent in front of the camera was not entirely genuine. It was a deliberate provocation. He needed a knife sharp enough, eye-catching enough, to instantly cut through the chaos of the public opinion arena. Xiangzhua was the knife he had chosen. He needed Xiangzhua's death to complete a grand warning to others. However, the monkeys he wanted to scare were not just the few trembling artists, but the entire internet, the hundreds of millions of netizens who had lost their way in the carnival of entertainment to death. What he wanted was everyone's attention. Almost at the same second, Feng Yi issued the command. A silent tsunami swept across the entire internet. All mainstream social media platforms. Those trending lists that were originally occupied by Xiang's angry rebuttal of the instructor, military variety show scripts, and other entertainment gossip began to show strange changes. A brand new entry, with an unstoppable momentum, started to climb rapidly from the bottom of the list. Southern Mega Flood. Countless netizens hadn't even realized what had happened. Their homepage information streams were forcibly pushed the same video. The video cover shows an endless, murky yellow expanse. There are no exquisite color adjustments, no cool special effects, and even the image is somewhat blurry. Many people instinctively frown, thinking it's just another clueless marketing account trying to ride the trend, ready to scroll away. But before they can move their fingers, the video starts playing automatically. In the first second, there is sound. Chapter 57. Successfully hijacked traffic. It's not music, nor a narration. It's the roar of a raging flood, the howl of a storm, the painful crack of a building collapsing. It is a pure, destructive force from nature. Then, the visuals appear. From a drone's overhead perspective, what used to be towns and villages has turned into a swamp. The murky flood sweeps away broken trees and shattered furniture. There are even the bodies of livestock that couldn't escape, rushing wildly. The shot changes. A small boy, looking only 5 or 6 years old, covered in mud, stands on a makeshift dam just constructed. He is barefoot, staring blankly at everything before him. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he begins to cry out in despair. "Grandpa! Where are you, Grandpa? Grandpa!" His fragile voice is drowned out by the overwhelming sound of water, sounding so weak and helpless. The shot changes again. An elderly man with white hair is assisted out of waist-deep water by rescue workers. His face is expressionless. He just stares blankly in the direction of his home. Murky tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. All that remains is a roof, faintly visible amidst the floodwaters. Another shot. A wooden door, temporarily used as a stretcher, carries a pale pregnant woman. She curls up in pain, gripping her belly tightly. Beside her, a military doctor in an orange rescue uniform is frantically shouting into a radio. Pregnant woman is hemorrhaging. Request helicopter support. Hurry. We don't have time. At the end of the video, the screen freezes. A line of black, unembellished text slowly appears in the center of the screen. Multiple provinces in the south have suffered from a once-in-a-century catastrophic flood. As of now, millions have been affected, and hundreds of thousands are homeless. This is not a movie. This is happening in reality. The entire internet seems to have been muted at that moment. The comments section, which was just a second ago filled with gossip about celebrities, suddenly falls silent. Is this real? Why haven't I seen any news? I just searched. It's true. Several cities are flooded. Oh my God, that little boy looking for his grandpa broke my heart. Stop talking about celebrities. Look at this. This is what we should care about. I was wrong. I feel ashamed for still being caught up in gossip. Is there a donation channel? I want to help. My hometown is there. I've been trying to call all day, but can't get through. What do I do? The wind has completely shifted in just a few minutes. The previous debates about differences, variety shows, and Yangmi seem so ridiculous and powerless at this moment. No one cares if the artists are acting. No one minds if the instructor is too strict. Everyone's attention has been firmly captured by the sudden, real disaster. Feng Yi's scheme has reached a perfect conclusion. He has successfully hijacked traffic and directed it to where it is most needed. The video is not over. In the eerie silence across the internet, the images on the phone screen continue silently. The murky flood washes over broken walls and remnants. A children's bedboard, decorated with cartoon patterns, spins in the water, drifting away. The camera pulls back. In a submerged cornfield, a dark-skinned man stands upright. The water has risen to his chest. He stands there, motionless, staring blankly at the corn stalks that once held a year's worth of hope, now completely covered in mud. That is no longer a crop. That is a graveyard. Then, the scene changes again. With a loud crash, a two-story brick house suddenly splits in half under the relentless wash of the flood and collapses. The spray of water is higher than the nearby treetops. In the instant the house collapses, there seems to be a blurry figure in the shot, swept away with the bricks and rubble into the raging flood. Not even a cry for help had time to escape. In the footage, survivors huddle on a slightly higher hillside. A large piece of plastic is propped up by a few bamboo poles, becoming their only shelter. But the heavy rain makes that flimsy plastic useless. Cold rainwater pours in through the gaps, drenching the people. An elderly woman with gray hair shivers uncontrollably, her lips turning a bluish purple. A younger woman nearby takes off her own soaked coat and wraps it tightly around the old woman, desperately trying to keep her warmth. Everyone's faces are filled with pain and a sense of despair, as if the world has abandoned them. I can't watch anymore. Is this really reality? Why is it so tragic? Was there anyone in the house when it collapsed? I think I saw something. Stop asking. I can't bear to think about it. After a brief silence, the comments section erupts again, but this time, there are no arguments. Everyone's emotions are tightly gripped by the heavy, suffocating despair in the video. Where is the government? Why isn't the government stepping in? Where are the rescue teams? A sudden comment is instantly upvoted. Soon, someone replies below. Bro, do you think this is a game? This is a once-in-a-century catastrophic flood. Transportation and communication are completely cut off. Getting rescue teams in is harder than climbing to the sky. Exactly, this isn't a fight among gods. This is a natural disaster. This is humanity's powerlessness in the face of nature. Wait, why does this scene look familiar? A new comment, filled with uncertainty. That flooded village entrance, and that washed-out stone bridge. ISNT this from the catastrophic flood in Nana province 5 years ago. What? 5 years ago? Is that true? It's true. A distant relative of mine lost their home in that flood. I recognize that place in the video. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. What's going on? Is a marketing account using a 5-year-old video to gain attention? That's so unethical. I thought there was no news at all. Turns out it's old news. Let us move on. Something's off. If it were just for attention, why use such a realistic old video? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The online sentiment once again becomes murky due to this 5-year-old information. And the video continues. As if to confirm people's despair, the rain in the footage grows heavier. Huge raindrops pound the ground, splashing up muddy water. The temperature drops at a visibly rapid pace. The elderly man who was rescued suddenly breaks free from the support of those around him, kneeling in the muddy water with a splash. He cries out toward his home, the place that only has a roof remaining. My dear, you let me go first. You said you'd catch up soon. Chapter 58. They will definitely come. Where are you? His heart-wrenching cries tug at the hearts of everyone watching the video. The camera shifted to the makeshift stretcher. The pregnant woman's face had turned as white as a sheet. The wooden door beneath her was stained a shocking dark red with blood. She no longer groaned in pain, only weakly gasped, her hands limply hanging at her sides. Her husband, the man who had been by her side, pressed his ear to her belly, calling out again and again, "Baby, move. Say something to Daddy." His voice was thick with an unshakable fear. He felt nothing. He felt no movement from his child. In the crowd, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, appearing cultured, tightly held his little girl. The girl's cheeks were burning red, her small mouth continuously murmuring, "Daddy, I'm cold. I'm so hungry." The man pressed his cheek against his daughter's feverish forehead, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He choked back sobs, unable to utter a word. What would he do? No supplies. No rescue. His phone had long lost signal, becoming a useless piece of metal. They were trapped here. The man who had been staring blankly at his cornfield was now crawling towards a steep cliff, lost in despair. His eyes were a dull gray. Everything was gone. His home. His family. What was the point of living? He screamed, ready to jump. Wang Erju, an elderly man with a dark complexion, rushed forward, grabbing his arm tightly. It was the village head. You fool. Get down from there. The village head, a retired soldier, had an astonishing grip, forcibly dragging the desperate man back from the edge of the cliff. Do you want to die? If you die, what will happen to your wife and child? The village head pointed a finger at him, cursing. Then, he took a breath, lowered his voice, and patted the man's shoulder. Everything is gone, but we're still here. You're still young, with strong limbs. You can make a comeback. Don't worry, the country won't abandon us. The village will support you. After calming the suicidal villager, the village head turned to face the desperate faces around him. His voice, though quiet, was exceptionally steady, cutting through the howling wind and rain. Listen up. Those who can move, come with me to find a way out. Check if there's any way to escape. The rest of you stay here and take care of the elderly and children. Who knows a bit of medicine? Hurry and check on that pregnant woman. His words acted like a command, giving this group of nearly broken disaster victims a temporary anchor. People began to take action, although their faces remained filled with sorrow. At least they were no longer just sitting and waiting for death. But everyone knew deep down, this was just a comfort. In the face of such a natural disaster, everything they did was merely a futile struggle. They were just waiting to die. The atmosphere in the video was stifling. Just when everyone thought the next scene would be another life lost, a voice of disbelief erupted from a young man responsible for scouting. Look, what is that? He stood on a high slope, pointing into the distance, his voice trembling. What is that? Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn in that direction. Following where he pointed, through the torrential rain, on a distant gray hillside, a spot of color appeared. A single, vibrant color in the entire dreary world. It was red. The camera zoomed in sharply at that moment. It was a flag, a bright red flag, fiercely waving in the storm but never falling. The flag of Yin country. And beneath that red flag, green figures were struggling to emerge from the mist in the mountains. The green of the army. In that instant, the brightest red and the most resilient green seemed like a sharp sword, piercing through the clouds of despair hanging over everyone. 3 hours of oppression, 3 hours of pain, 3 hours of despair. When they saw that flag and those figures, it all erupted. The elderly man who had been kneeling and crying, believing he had lost everything, slowly raised his head. In his murky eyes, a spark of disbelief ignited. The man with glasses, holding his feverish daughter, stared intently in that direction. Again and again, he told his daughter in his arms, "We are saved, darling. We are saved." After a brief silence, a thunderous cry erupted from the hillside. It's the army. The country's army has arrived. It's our soldiers. We are saved. We are saved. The sounds of crying, shouting, and laughter mixed together, forming the most moving symphony over this land of marshes. The man who had been holding his wife and child with a heart full of despair was now tightly embracing his wife. His chin rested on her forehead. Hot tears mixed with cold rainwater cascading down. Wife, do you see? It's the army. The army has come. He spoke incoherently, his voice filled with sobs, yet bursting with uncontrollable joy. Our baby is saved. Our baby is saved. The pregnant woman, who had been curled up in pain, her face as pale as paper, seemed to relax a bit when she saw the red flag bravely fluttering in the rain, following her husband's pointing finger. She clutched her husband's arm, her nails almost digging into his flesh. I see it. I see it. Even the cramping pain in her abdomen seemed to lessen significantly. Hope was the best painkiller. Not far away, the man who had once sought death turned to the village head. Village head, how did you know they would come? His voice was hoarse, trembling with the after-effects of survival. The village head did not answer immediately. This retired soldier in his 50s, with a straight back, simply gazed at the familiar flag. The rain soaked his hair, flowing down the wrinkles on his face. Under everyone's watch, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers together, bringing it to his forehead. A perfectly standard, solemn military salute. Damn, that salute. A big man, just burst into tears. Old soldiers never die. They just fade away. Salute to the veterans. This is our anchor. Because the village head's voice rang clearly in the wind and rain, carrying a firm conviction. They're the soldiers of the people. No matter the floods, earthquakes, or any disasters, as long as the people are in danger, they will definitely come. The moment his words fell, the man could no longer hold on, collapsing in the mud, wailing loudly. In that cry, there was regret, gratitude, and the ecstatic joy of rebirth. I'm broken, folks. I'm really broken. They will definitely come. This statement reassures more than any promise. This is faith. This is the faith of our yin country. The camera in the video moved along with those green figures. Chapter 59, United Army and Civilians. They finally set foot on this isolated island surrounded by floodwaters. Leading them was a military officer in his early 30s with a resolute face. His camouflage uniform was covered in mud, his lips cracked from the long trek, yet his eyes shone remarkably bright. Squad leader. Yes, a similarly young soldier immediately stepped forward, standing tall. Take your men, start from the east side, and continue searching for any trapped civilians. Be careful. Yes. Without hesitation, the squad leader saluted and immediately led a team into the deeper storm. Second squad leader. Yes. Gather the remaining people, immediately calm the crowd, count the numbers, and check the supplies. Yes. Medics. Medical soldiers. Go. Prioritize checking the condition of all the injured, especially the elderly, children, and pregnant women. Yes. Commands were issued one after another, clear, decisive, and orderly. The chaotic scene was instantly enveloped by a strong sense of order. The disaster victims, who were originally still immersed in crying and shouting, gradually quieted down. Their eyes filled with trust as they looked at this group of soldiers who seemed to have descended from the heavens. Just then, the husband of a pregnant woman suddenly rushed out. He threw himself in front of the officer, almost falling to the ground due to his excessive agitation. Sir, please, save my wife. The officer quickly supported him and asked in a deep voice, Don't panic, speak slowly. What happened? My wife. She is about to give birth, but she is bleeding heavily. She has lost a lot of blood. She must be taken to the hospital immediately. If we delay, it will be too late. The officer's expression instantly became serious. He quickly walked to the pregnant woman's side and saw her lying under a makeshift rain shelter. Her face was pale, devoid of color, and the mud beneath her was already soaked with blood. Medic, the officer shouted. A young soldier carrying a medical kit immediately rushed over, knelt down, and began to examine her. A few seconds later, he looked up, his face equally grim. Report. Squad leader. The mother is bleeding heavily. The situation is very dangerous. Surgery must be performed immediately. The squad leader's brows furrowed tightly. He glanced at the path they had come from. It was a mountain road that had been completely washed away by the flood. Not to mention an ambulance. Even they, as specially trained soldiers, had exerted tremendous effort to get here. Vehicles could not enter at all, if they relied on manpower to carry the stretcher out. On such a bumpy and slippery mountain road, the pregnant woman's body could not withstand it and would only hasten her death. What to do? The squad leader's heart sank. Just then, a low, powerful roar echoed from afar, penetrating the heavy rain curtain. Everyone instinctively looked up. In the distance, a huge shadow was breaking through the clouds, rapidly approaching their direction. It was a helicopter. At the same time, the roar of motors could also be heard from below the water surface. One boat, two boats, three boats, several orange assault boats were cutting through the murky flood like arrows, braving the waves. The boats were filled with figures in green military uniforms, and behind them sat rescued civilians. Old man. A hoarse shout came from one of the fastest boats. On the hillside, the old man who had been kneeling and crying, thinking he had lost everything, trembled all over. He looked in disbelief towards the direction of the voice. There, on the boat, an equally wrinkled old woman was desperately waving at him, clinging to the boat's edge. It was his old companion. At the moment the flood arrived, they had been separated. He thought she was gone. Wife, the old man shouted, tears streaming down his murky eyes. He struggled to get up from the mud and stumbled toward the riverbank. The two looked at each other across the roaring flood, unable to speak through their tears. The squad leader's face also revealed a look of relief. He immediately picked up the intercom, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Calling command. Calling command. We have reached the designated location. We have found a pregnant woman bleeding heavily. The situation is urgent. Requesting helicopter support. Requesting helicopter support. After a crackling sound on the intercom, a steady voice responded. Command received. The helicopter is en route. Expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Repeat. It will arrive in 3 minutes. Please clear a landing area and prepare for guidance. Received. The squad leader put down the intercom and immediately turned around, shouting loudly. Second platoon. Everyone, clear a space immediately. Hurry. Yes. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. The disaster victims also spontaneously joined in, some moving stones, others clearing debris. At that moment, the military and civilians worked together as one. In just over 2 minutes, a temporary area large enough for a helicopter to land was cleared. The roar of the helicopter grew closer. The strong airflow blew the leaves on the ground into a flurry. A military rescue helicopter marked with a bright red cross hovered steadily in the air. The cabin door opened, and several professional medical staff quickly descended to the ground via ropes. They wasted no time, rushing to the pregnant woman and securing her onto a professional stretcher as quickly as possible. Slow down. Steady. Elevate the head. Under everyone's watchful eyes. The stretcher was smoothly lifted and slowly sent into the helicopter's cabin. The pregnant woman's husband, with tears in his eyes, deeply bowed to the sky and to the soldiers. Until the helicopter disappeared into the depths of the clouds, the civilians on the hillside erupted into thunderous cheers. Tears still lingered on their faces, but they had already broken into long-lost smiles. That kind of smile came from the heart. It was a sense of reassurance firmly grasped after experiencing despair, because they knew, as long as that splash of red and that splash of green were present, the sky would not fall. The video concluded here, but the storm it stirred was just beginning. I declare this the best short film of the year. No, the best short film in history. No exceptions. This is not a short film. This is a documentary. This is an epic. The Speed of Yin Country. The Rescue of Yin Country. No regrets in this life for being a part of Huaxia. In the next life, I will still be a person of Yin Country. Donations. Must donate. Give rewards to the main subject. Give rewards to the soldiers. The entire internet erupted. Countless bullet comments and reviews flooded the entire video site like a tide. In a crowded subway carriage, a young office worker was holding up his phone high, the screen playing that rescue video. Around him were people packed tightly. There were white-collar workers in suits, students with backpacks, and elderly women carrying vegetable baskets. Everyone's eyes were glued to that small screen. When they saw the red flag appear, someone, not knowing who, was the first to quietly say, "Awesome." Then came the second, the third awesome. Wow, awesome. Yin Country is awesome. Chapter 60, Are You Not Afraid? The suppressed emotions were instantly ignited. The entire carriage erupted in astonishing shouts. In a clean and bright office, a middle-aged boss with a receding hairline was standing with his hands on his hips, glaring at a young man at a workstation. Xiao Wang, slacking off during work hours. Do you still dare? Do you still want this month's bonus? The young man named Xiao Wang shrank his neck and fumbled to turn off the video on his computer. But the more anxious he became, the less the mouse obeyed. The earth-shattering cries from the video rang out clearly. It was the army. The country's army had come. The boss's scolding suddenly stopped. His attention was drawn to the images on the screen. From the appearance of the red flag, to the soldiers saluting, to the helicopter rescue. The boss silently watched the entire video. Then he cleared his throat and loudly announced to the entire office, "Today, everyone can leave work early." The entire office was first stunned, then erupted into incredulous cheers. The boss gestured for everyone to be quiet, pointing at Xiao Wang's computer screen. "Before leaving, I want everyone to do one thing. Like this video, comment, share. Those with money, go give rewards to the main subject. Let more people see our soldiers." In an ordinary university dormitory, Huang Jiajun, a seemingly frail junior, is sitting in front of his computer. On his screen, the same video is playing. His entire mind is immersed in that stormy world. He sees despair. He sees struggle. He also sees that flash of red breaking through the dark clouds and that group of green pushing against the current. When he sees the retired veteran salute with all his might and hears the phrase, "because they are the people's soldiers," Huang Jiajun's body trembles uncontrollably. A surge of unprecedented warmth rushes from his chest to the top of his head. The video ends. Huang Jiajun remains still. He quietly watches the screen, his expression subtly changing. Something called faith is taking root and sprouting within him. He rubs his slightly sore eyes. When he opens them again, his gaze is resolute. In the dormitory, the sounds of keyboard clattering and frantic mouse clicking intertwine, forming a chaotic symphony. Wang Manfu, known as Old Wang, is wearing his ear-covering headphones, intently staring at the computer screen, muttering to himself. "Charge! Hit him! Hey, come on, attack!" The entire dormitory is filled with his noise. The other two roommates are either deep in sleep or quietly reading. Huang Jiajun sits motionless in his seat. His computer screen has dimmed, only reflecting his expressionless face. Suddenly, he stands up abruptly. Old Wang, who is immersed in battle, is startled by the movement, his headphones slipping to one side. He sees Huang Jiajun walking towards him step by step, exuding an unstoppable momentum. "Old Wang." Huang Jiajun's voice is a bit hoarse. "Send me the enlistment form from the recruitment website." Old Wang is taken aback. "Huh? What?" "I said the enlistment form." Huang Jiajun nearly shouts. Old Wang jumps slightly at his shout, instinctively taking off his headphones. But he can't care about that now. All his attention is captured by the light in Huang Jiajun's eyes. It's a light he has only seen in movies, in the eyes of those heroic figures. It's blood and passion. Old Wang's heart inexplicably trembles. He exits the game, skillfully finds the online registration link, copies it, and sends it to Huang Jiajun. Huang Jiajun's expression softens. "Thanks, Old Wang. Sorry for shouting just now." "No problem." He watches Huang Jiajun turn back to his seat, relight the screen, and begin to fill out the form word by word. At this moment, the other two roommates come over. "Jiajun, are you serious? You want to join the army? It's so tough, with all the training and no freedom." "Yeah, we're so comfortable in college. We can do whatever we want. After graduation, we'll find a good job." "Isn't that better than joining the army?" They all chime in, filled with confusion. Huang Jiajun doesn't turn around or respond. Old Wang, however, stops the two roommates who want to continue persuading. He lowers his voice. "Stop it. He has already made up his mind. Right now, it doesn't matter what anyone says." The two look at Old Wang, then at Huang Jiajun's determined back, and finally choose to remain silent. The dormitory falls silent once more, leaving only the crisp sound of Huang Jiajun typing on the keyboard. After an unknown amount of time, he finally stops. He carefully checks everything, confirming that there are no mistakes, then presses the submit button. After doing all this, he lets out a long breath. That breath seems to carry away all the hesitation in his body. He stands up, takes his student ID, and silently walks out of the dormitory. The dormitory door closes gently. Old Wang and the other two roommates watch his disappearing figure, remaining silent for a long time. At this moment, they suddenly feel that the sounds of battle from the headphones have become unbearably harsh. The shouts from that virtual world seem so hollow and noisy compared to the faith of the real world. The buzz online has not dissipated with the passage of time. On the contrary, due to the viral rescue video, major media platforms seem to have sniffed out the formula for traffic and began to frantically promote similar content. An old veteran interview video, long buried, was dug up again and quickly climbed to the trending list. The video quality is somewhat blurry, carrying the unique graininess of that era. In front of the camera sits an elderly man with graying hair. His face is lined with wrinkles, each one like a metal carved by time. Yet his back is straight, like an unyielding pine. The host gently asks Grandpa, "I heard you participated in the toughest flood relief battle back in the day. Can you tell us about it?" The old man's murky eyes flash with memories. That year, there was a massive flood, and the water almost reached the rooftops. Our class was ordered to evacuate the villagers from one village. At that time, there was a child trapped on the roof, crying heart-wrenchingly. The old man's voice begins to tremble. Our class leader, without saying a word, put a life ring on me and told me to go save others. He himself swam towards the child, holding onto a rope. What happened then? The host presses. The old man chokes up. He raises his calloused hand to wipe his eyes. Later, the big wave came, and the class leader held the child tightly in his arms and pushed him to us. He himself was swept away and never resurfaced. The host's eyes also redden. She pauses for a long time before asking with a trembling voice, "Grandpa, to be honest, weren't you afraid in that situation?" Chapter 61, Because we are soldiers, the old man falls silent. He lowers his head, his shoulders slightly shaking. Just when everyone thinks he won't answer, he suddenly raises his head. The light in his murky eyes bursts forth with a heart-stirring brilliance. He speaks each word with conviction. Not afraid, because we are soldiers. Behind us is the country, the people. If we don't step up, who will? The comment section of the video is already flooded with tears. These are our true heroes. This is the backbone of our nation. Grandpa, don't cry. The class leader was a hero. You are too. Without your burdensome march back then, how could we have the peace we enjoy now? Respect to the predecessors. I'm a big man, crying like a fool in the office. Immediately after, another surveillance video hits the homepage. The corner of the video shows the time, an afternoon 2 years ago. At a busy commercial street intersection, the crowd is bustling. Suddenly, a man, wielding a gleaming knife, charges towards pedestrians without warning. Screams and cries instantly fill the street. People panic and flee in all directions. Amidst this chaos, a figure in uniform rushes against the flow of people, charging forward without hesitation. He is an inspector on duty. He has no protective gear, only a walkie-talkie in hand. But he shows no hesitation. In the surveillance footage, he uses his body to tightly embrace the knife-wielding assailant, allowing the sharp knife to stab into him again and again. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Blood instantly stains his uniform. Until the supporting colleagues arrived and subdued the assailant, he finally let go and collapsed straight down. The latter part of the video features his interview after recovering in the hospital. The reporter asked him, at such a dangerous moment, "Didn't you think about the consequences when you charged in?" The young inspector, with scars on his face, smiled brightly. "I really didn't think that much. I just had one thought. I can't let him harm other people. I'm an inspector. Protecting the safety of the people is my duty." The comment section was filled with uniform admiration. People's guardian, a true civilian hero. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is out there taking risks for you. This is a true citizen of Yin country. In the face of danger, there are always those who stand up without hesitation. O salute, our people's hero. The excitement was still brewing. A video of a fire rescue reignited the entire internet. In an old residential building, a fire broke out due to aging electrical circuits and improper use of electricity. Thick black smoke billowed out, and flames licked out of the windows. The corridors were filled with desperate cries. Many people were trapped upstairs by the fire and smoke. At that moment, red fire trucks roared in. The firefighters quickly donned their gear, shouldered heavy oxygen tanks. The situation inside is unclear, and equipment may not guarantee your safety 100. Everyone be careful. The captain shouted his final warnings. But no one hesitated. They checked each other's equipment and then resolutely charged into the inferno. The needs of the people are our mission. The camera followed them into that hellish world. The scorching air, choking smoke. And the risk of collapsing structures didn't deter them. They moved like tireless warriors, going back and forth between the fire and safe zones. They pulled a terrified child from the smoke, carried an elderly person who had fainted from the smoke out of the flames. They used their bodies to create a lifeline for the trapped residents. When they rescued the last trapped person safely, thunderous applause erupted outside. But they didn't even have time to look back. They silently turned and rushed towards another battlefield that needed them. These videos, both new and old, were seen by countless people that day. It was as if people realized for the first time that beyond the glamorous celebrity gossip, there was a group of people silently guarding this country and every ordinary person. An unprecedented wave of discussion erupted online. I used to be blind, chasing those flashy stars every day, seeing what they wore today and what they ate tomorrow. Wake up. These heroes are the idols we should truly support. People's heroes should not be forgotten. Their deeds should be known by everyone. From today on, my only idol is the soldiers of the people. These heroes who serve the country and the people. The public opinion on the entire internet changed drastically within a day. That blazing fire did not extinguish due to temporary hype. Instead, it spread through the invisible network to every corner of the country, igniting countless long-dormant hearts. In a slightly old apartment, a faint smell of medicinal wine lingered in the air. An elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, was struggling to focus on a small smartphone screen. The video playing was of the young inspector, covered in blood, still gripping the assailant tightly. The old man's fingers, rough with calluses and old wounds, trembled slightly. He had once been a soldier. Gunfire and danger had never made him blink. But now, watching the young and resolute faces in the video, seeing the heartfelt respect in the comments, his eyes became moist. He rummaged through the deepest part of his bedside table and pulled out a dusty wooden box. Opening it, he found several faded military medals lying quietly inside. He ran his rough fingers over the cold metal again and again. Those buried memories, those sacrifices and contributions that he thought had long been forgotten by the world, seemed to be redefined with burning significance at that moment. Someone remembered. This country had never forgotten them. In a city park, another elderly man with graying hair set down his chess piece, drawn to a video on a young man's phone nearby. The video showed firefighters rushing into the flames. The old man watched, captivated. He had been an inspector, and before retiring, he had also charged to the front lines in countless emergencies. He had seen the most vicious criminals and the most heartbreaking disaster scenes. Every scar on his body had a thrilling story. "Grandpa, are you watching this too? These firefighters are so cool." The young man beside him noticed his gaze and eagerly handed over his phone. The old man waved his hand, a complex smile appearing on his face. In that smile, there was comfort, emotion, and an unspoken loneliness. He had never regretted his choices. It was just that occasionally, when he saw those stars with exorbitant fees, who couldn't even recite their lines clearly, being crazily pursued by countless fans, a bitterness would rise in his heart. Now, it seemed that the tide had turned. People finally began to understand that when danger strikes, when disaster occurs, the ones standing in front of you are not those idols with exquisite makeup. Chapter 62. They are the heroes instead. It is the country. It is the military. It is the inspectors. It is those ordinary people who are ready to risk their lives for you, yet remain unknown. At Shanghai University, in the girls' dormitory. "Xini, look. This is hilarious. That idiot Xiangzhua have been exposed with new dirt again. He's done for this time." Su Lily lay on the upper bunk, holding her phone and laughing uncontrollably. But the lower bunk's Meng Xinin had no response at all. Her eyes were fixed on her phone screen. The sounds in her ears were not upbeat pop music, but the chaotic cries, the howling wind, and the soldiers' desperate shouts. She was watching a documentary short film about last year's flood disaster. The raging flood, the devastated homes, and those camouflaged figures who continued to rescue others after soaking for dozens of hours. Her gaze slowly shifted to her desk. On it stood a beautifully packaged bottle of perfume. That was something she had saved up for a month to buy, the same brand as her brother S, just to support her once-beloved idol. But she clearly remembered what her idol was doing during those worst days of the flood. He was abroad at a fashion week, wearing a high-end gown, posting a black and white photo on social media with the caption, "Stay strong, we are with you." With you? Meng Xinin's lips curled into a self-deprecating arc. Who was he with? Was he with those people trapped by the flood, desperately waiting for rescue? Or was he with those soldiers who used their flesh and blood to build life-saving dikes for the people? No, he was just thousands of kilometers away, moving his fingers, easily gaining the good name of a positive energy artist, and receiving countless praises from fans for being kind. Meanwhile, those true heroes were in the mud, embodying what it means to stand together with their lives. How ironic. Meng Xinin stood up and walked to the wall. On the wall hung a giant poster of her idol. With a rip, Meng Xinin reached out her hand and unhesitatingly tore the poster in half. Su Lily, who was on the upper bunk, was startled by the sound, poked her head out, and her eyes nearly popped out when she saw the scene. Meng Xinin, are you crazy? That's a limited edition signed poster. Do you know how hard it is to get one? Meng Xinin didn't look back. She simply crumpled the torn poster into a ball and accurately threw it into the trash can. Lily, her voice was very calm. I won't chase stars anymore. What? Su Lily sat up directly from her bed, her face filled with disbelief. You're not going to chase stars anymore? Why? Didn't you like Brother Lei Sha the most? Meng Xinin turned around, looking at her with clear and determined eyes. Because I realized I seemed a bit foolish before. I gave all my enthusiasm to someone who lives in retouched pictures. But when disaster strikes, it's those people whom I never truly cared about that protect me and guard this country. She raised her phone, the screen facing Su Lily. Look, they're the real heroes. Su Lily looked at the muddy figures on the screen, then back at Meng Xinin's resolute face, her brows tightly knitted. She couldn't understand. But what does this have to do with chasing stars? Liking stars and respecting heroes are not in conflict. Besides, Brother Lei Sha works very hard. Do you know how tough it is for him to shoot movies? Meng Xinin shook her head and didn't argue further. She knew that some changes in perspective take time. But her own world had turned upside down. A similar scene was playing out in countless corners across the country. Countless young people who had once been obsessed with virtual idols, wasting time in a bubble of entertainment, were suddenly jolted awake on this day. They began to reflect, to question. They started to shift their gaze from those unattainable stars to the ordinary yet great guardians around them. Online, the wave of discussion continued. Just then, another video topped the trending list. The publisher of the video was an ordinary account. The camera shook a bit, and the quality was not exactly high definition. A seemingly honest man was nervously rubbing his hands in front of the camera. Hello, everyone. I am the husband of the pregnant woman who was rescued by the PLA comrades during the flood that year. The scene shifted, and a woman holding a child appeared on the screen, shyly smiling at everyone. The man pointed the camera at the chubby little boy in the woman's arms. This is my son, Lei Sha. He's already 5 years old this year, very healthy and very mischievous. The man's face radiated a sense of happiness after surviving a disaster. At that time, if it weren't for those PLA comrades, we might really have been gone. I'm making this video today not for any other reason, but to say thank you once again. I also want everyone to see that what the heroes are desperately protecting is the peace and safety of ordinary people like us. He paused, lowered his head, and asked the little boy in his arms, Ijuan, tell the uncles and aunts what you want to be when you grow up. The little boy, named Lei Sha, without any stage fright, shouted in a clear and loud voice, I want to be a PLA soldier, just like the uncles who saved my mom. To be a great hero. The tender voice of the child resonated through the internet, reaching the ears of millions. The comment section was instantly flooded with tears of emotion. Whoa, I'm so moved. It's really great to see your family safe and sound. Little Ijuan, you are amazing. You will definitely become a true hero in the future. Yes, everyone could be a hero. You don't have to wear a military uniform. Shining in your own position is being a hero. Exactly. I used to think serving the country was far from me. Now I understand that doing my job well and obeying the law is contributing to the country. I've already signed up for this year's recruitment. Hope I can pass. Good luck to the person above. I have received the initial exam notice for the firefighter qualification. Let's work hard together. We apologize for neglecting these contributors in the past. From now on, you are only idols. The public opinion had completely shifted. People were no longer just praising heroes. They started to think about what they could do for society. A positive, uplifting wave of thought was quietly forming. In Jinping, in a solemn conference room, A huge electronic screen was scrolling real-time public opinion data from across the internet. Red curves represented the incredible popularity of those positive videos. An elderly man with graying hair lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze profound. After a long time, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit beside him finally let out a sigh of relief. Good. This wind has finally blown in the right direction. Chapter 63. Using benefits to drive it. Going with the flow, another person nodded and pointed at the data on the screen. Old Wang, look at this popularity. It has already surpassed the peak of that celebrity incident called Xiangzhua by 3 times. And there are almost no negative comments. It's all spontaneous, positive discussions. The elderly man, known as Old Wang, smiled faintly. This Feng Yi, when he submitted this variety show promotion plan back then, I thought this kid was extraordinary. I didn't expect he could take things this far. The man in the Zhongshan suit sighed. Who says otherwise? At that time, we all thought he just wanted to take advantage of handling Xiangzua's situation to push a wave of positive models. But it seems now that his goal was never that little star. He wanted to leverage the traffic to shake the entire internet's public opinion ecology. Everyone present was seasoned in the field of publicity and could see through the logic behind it. Those video platforms initially just wanted to ride the wave of the Xiangzhua incident's popularity. But when they found that positive content could bring such huge traffic, the capital's instincts immediately turned them around. One by one, touching stories of heroism were pulled out from the material library. They were pushed to every user's phone using the best recommendation spots. They did it to seize traffic, but the result unexpectedly aligned with Feng Yi's goals. Old Wang picked up the thermos cup on the table, unscrewed the lid, and blew on the steam inside, using benefits to drive it, going with the flow. This young man always brings us surprises. The man in the Zhongshan suit paused and tentatively spoke. Old Wang, this kid is only 26 this year. He's already a major general. This time he's achieved such a great contribution. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Old Wang took a sip of hot tea, his eyes filled with appreciation. As long as he can bear this responsibility and carry this burden, age has never been an issue. Leaving the position of lieutenant general for him is not a problem. The entire conference room fell silent. A 26-year-old lieutenant general. This was something unimaginable in peacetime. Looking at the continuously refreshing positive comments on the screen, the smile on Old Wang's face gradually faded. He slowly spoke. However, it's still a bit early to be happy. This is just the beginning. Ice doesn't freeze 3 feet deep in a day. To completely turn this trend around, it doesn't rely on 1 or 2 events or 1 or 2 heroes. It relies on us to persevere. In the backstage of the live broadcast room, in the data monitoring room, a harsh alarm suddenly rang through the entire room without warning. On the screen, the green progress bar representing server load instantly turned a bright red. A young staff member, pale-faced, suddenly jumped up from his chair. Director Wu, it's bad. The traffic. Too much traffic is flooding in. The server is about to crash. The corner of Director Wu Tong's mouth, which had just been stretched due to the surge in data, instantly stiffened. He dashed to the monitoring station, staring intently at the glaring red. What's going on? Didn't the platform say they were urgently expanding capacity? The staff member's voice was tinged with a sob. They expanded, but it didn't help. Just after that clip of Xiangzhua being hit was sent out, the number of people online in our live broadcast room instantly multiplied tenfold. It's still skyrocketing. The platform's backup server activation takes time. We can't hold on that long. Wu Tong's face turned pale. He knew too well what this meant. At such a highly publicized moment, if the live broadcast room crashes, it wouldn't just be a broadcasting accident, but a huge joke. All previous efforts and preparations would be in vain. Just then, a steady and strong hand gently patted his shoulder. Wu Tong turned around sharply and saw Feng Yi. Don't panic. Feng Yi picked up the intercom, his tone calm. Connect the backup line for the fire source. I want to see the data back to normal in 3 minutes. A crisp response came from the other end of the intercom. Yes, sir. Wu Tong was stunned. Fire source? What is that? Before he could finish his thought, he saw the terrifying red progress bar on the screen begin to visibly recede. In less than a minute, the alarm sound disappeared. The entire monitoring room returned to silence. Wu Tong looked at Feng Yi in disbelief. Did you foresee this? Feng Yi put down the intercom and redirected his gaze to the surveillance footage of the training field. Better safe than sorry, he said lightly. Wu Tong opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Feng Yi seemed unfazed by his shock. His full attention was focused on the stars on the training field. How are they doing? On the training field, under the blazing sun, the stars who had just finished standing at attention felt as if their legs were no longer their own, numb and swollen, as if filled with lead. Instructor Chen Shanming's dark face showed no emotion. All present. March in place. Weren't we supposed to rest? Why do we have to move again? The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. What's going on? Didn't they say we could rest for 10 minutes? Why is this instructor going back on his word, playing with people? Feeling sorry for the sisters, they just stood for so long, their legs must be numb. Yeah. Can we let them sit down and rest? Why must we keep pushing them? However, soon some knowledgeable netizens came out to explain. Don't talk nonsense in front, this is for their own good. Suddenly, sitting down after standing for a long time can easily lead to cerebral ischemia. Marching in place is to promote blood circulation in the lower limbs. It's a scientific way to relax. That's right. This is how it's done in the military. It's called a warm-up activity. A bunch of keyboard warriors who know nothing about sports. Anyone who has taken PE class wouldn't be so ignorant. Although many understood, none of those who had previously complained came out to apologize. They just silently stopped talking. On the training field, although the artists didn't understand in their hearts, they instinctively obeyed the orders. They lifted their sore, swollen legs and began to awkwardly march in place. 1 step, 2 steps. A miraculous thing happened. As their legs alternated in lifting, that numb and swollen feeling slowly faded. A warm current began to surge back into their stiff muscles. After a few minutes, everyone felt that their legs belonged to them again. It felt like it wasn't so uncomfortable anymore. Yes, my legs aren't numb anymore. Oh my, I'd rather keep marching like this than stand at attention, right? Marching also lets me secretly move my fingers. Standing at attention means I can't move at all. It's deadly. 10 minutes later, the warm-up activity ended. Rest for 10 minutes. Chapter 64. She has privileges this time. It was a real rest. The artists felt as if they had been granted amnesty and rushed to the resting area where a box of mineral water was placed. However, some female stars frowned when they picked up the water bottles. After being exposed to the sun for a long time, the water in the plastic bottles had become warm, even somewhat hot. Zhao Yinzi twisted the cap off, sniffed it, and disgustedly tossed the water bottle aside. What kind of water is this? It tastes so bad. She raised her voice, seemingly deliberately speaking for the staff to hear. I usually only drink Fiji water. At the very least, it's Evian. How can I drink this to you on a bottle of water? The air instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on her, with various expressions. Barbara was the first to lose her patience. She jumped up, hands on her hips, and walked up to Zhao Yinzi. I say, Zhao Yinzi, are you sick? We're in the military now. Not at your 5-star hotel. Having water to drink is already good. Why are you being so picky? Who are you trying to show off to? Zhao Yinzi's face turned red and pale from her retort. I was just saying. Besides, the water is so hot. Drinking it isn't good for the body. Barbara rolled her eyes and didn't bother to respond again. She took out 2 bottles of water from the box and walked straight to Yang Mi's side. Mimi, drink some water. She handed 1 bottle to Yang Mi and casually twisted off the cap. Are you okay? You still look a bit unwell. Yang Mi took the water and gulped down several mouthfuls. She wiped her mouth, smiling a bit shyly. I'm fine. It's just that I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep all night. Barbara was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You really? The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene clearly. Good job, Barbara. That is how you should confront her. I'm dying of laughter. Coming to the military to record a show and still wanting Fiji water. Does she think she is on vacation? This kind of spoiled celebrity should hurry and roll out of the entertainment industry. Yang Mi is just too cute. She was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. You can tell she really likes the military. Yeah. I remember she said in an interview before that she wants to find a soldier boyfriend in the future. Haha. Single soldiers across the country. Your chance has come. Join the army. Join the army. Join the army. For me, I'm signing up right now. The barrage was filled with laughter and joy. However, on the training field, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The sun was getting fiercer, and everyone was parched. Those female stars who had previously complained about the mineral water with Zhao Yinzi now regretted it. They looked longingly at others drinking water, but couldn't bring themselves to go get some. If they didn't drink, their throats felt like they were about to catch fire. If they did drink, after just complaining, wouldn't they be slapping themselves in the face? Zhao Yinzi licked her cracked lips and couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't we buy some water? Let us buy some cold ones. I'll treat." The girl next to her, Schwanger, tugged at her sleeve and quietly reminded her, "Sister Yinzi, we're in the military. There are no stores around here. Where are we going to buy water? It's likely that this is the only kind of water in the entire camp." Zhao Yinzi's face fell completely. Just when everyone was at a loss, and the atmosphere was at a standstill, the usually silent Xiang Gongzhu suddenly stood up. She scanned the crowd and wore a mysterious smile. "Who says there is no other way?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's gaze abruptly focused on Princess Xiang. "Princess, do you have a way?" Wu Yifan's eyes instantly lit up. He was closest and rushed over first, his voice laced with flattery. Zhang Yixing quickly followed, looking at her with eager anticipation. Although these male artists didn't openly complain like Zhao Yinzi, their physical exertion was greater, and their thirst for water was more urgent. Princess Xiang enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, her chin slightly raised with a hint of reserve. "I have a good relationship with Director Wu Tong," she said casually, as if discussing something completely ordinary. "The director's team surely doesn't drink this scalding water, right? I'll go tell him to bring us some ice-cold water." The implication was clear. Princess Xiang, had privileges. Zhao Yinzi and Shuang, upon hearing this, burst with joy. Their previous lethargy vanished, as if they had already tasted the refreshing mineral water. "That's great, Princess. I knew you were the best." A few words of flattery slipped out. Only Xiang's wife stood silently to the side, arms crossed, watching everything. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were clear. He did not believe they could actually get any ice water. Under everyone's gaze, Princess Xiang adjusted her camouflage uniform and confidently walked toward the director's tent in the distance. "Wow, is the princess going to pull some strings? Is the power of capital about to show? I said it, variety shows of scripts. How could they really let stars suffer? Waiting to be slapped in the face. This is the military camp, not your backyard. Don't be sour. Those with connections are awesome. If I were you, I'd de-use them too." The livestream's comments were divided into two factions, arguing incessantly over Princess Xiang's actions. Inside the director's tent, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Director Wu Tong was wiping sweat with a towel, his face contorted in worry. The monitor in front of him was clearly displaying every movement on the training ground. Beside him, Feng Yi sat upright, expressionless, watching the screen. His aura of unintentional authority seemed to lower the temperature in the tent by a few degrees. "General Feng, look, Princess Xiang is coming over." Wu Tong's voice was a bit hoarse. He had cursed Princess Xiang 100 times in his heart. Why was she always making trouble? Feng Yi remained silent, his gaze heavy on the increasingly close figure on the monitor. The tent's curtain was suddenly lifted. Princess Xiang walked in, radiating heat. "Brother Wu, are you busy?" She greeted Wu Tong warmly, as if completely ignoring Feng Yi sitting beside him. Wu Tong forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Princess, why did you come here?" "Brother Wu, you make it sound so distant." Princess Xiang playfully rolled her eyes at him and sat down in a chair. "This damn weather is too hot. Look at how much I'm sweating," she said while fanning herself beside her cheek. "By the way, do you have any water here? Ice cold. Bring me a bottle." The corner of Wu Tong's eye twitched as he glanced at Feng Yi for help. Feng Yi remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. Wu Tong had no choice but to grit his teeth and sign to the staff beside him. The staff understood and quickly brought a bottle of water to Princess Xiang. Chapter 65. Let you be cyber-bullied into retirement. It was the same warm mineral water that everyone had on the training ground, heated by the sun. As soon as Princess Xiang touched the bottle, her brows furrowed tightly. She didn't even look at the brand, just feeling the scorching temperature. In the next second, she let go. With a thud, the bottle fell to the ground, rolling twice before stopping next to Feng Yi's military boots. The entire tent fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Brother Wu, what does this mean?" Princess Xiang's voice turned cold. Her previously warm expression vanished without a trace. "I said I want ice-cold water. How can I drink this?" Wu Tong broke into a cold sweat. He stammered an explanation. "Princess, this..." This is really unfortunate. The water here is the same as what the military supplies. There's no ice. Princess Xiang's face darkened completely. She could hardly believe her ears. She, the illustrious Princess Xiang, could get the brand to airlift several boxes of custom drinks overnight with a single call. Now, she couldn't even get a bottle of ice water. This was an absolute humiliation. Wu Tong, don't joke with me. She pressed on relentlessly. In this heat, didn't your director's team prepare any ice? No refrigerator? I can't believe it. Wu Tong was truly close to tears. He certainly had a refrigerator in the corner of the tent, filled with chilled drinks. But the problem was that the great figure beside him had already issued a strict order. All personnel treated equally. These 6 words were like a tightening curse, leaving him unable to move. On one side was a capital mogul he couldn't offend, and on the other was a military major general who was unyielding. He, a mere director, was caught in the middle, feeling like he belonged nowhere. Just as Wu Tong was in a dilemma, unsure of what to do, an uncompromising voice broke the deadlock. If you can't drink it, then don't. The speaker was Feng Yi. He had not looked at the bottle of water on the ground the entire time, his gaze directly fixed on Princess Xiang. Princess Xiang was taken aback. Only then did she properly look at this man who had been silent all along. A surge of unnamed anger rose from her heart. I was talking to Brother Wu. What does it have to do with you? She had never been so directly rejected before. Moreover, she felt her request was not unreasonable. I want to drink ice water. That's my freedom. Does your military not understand this basic courtesy? What is wrong with drinking a cold glass of water in such hot weather? Feng Yi's eyes grew even colder. He slowly uttered 2 words, not aloud. It was resolute, with no room for negotiation. Princess Xiang was completely enraged. She stood up suddenly, her chest heaving with anger. Not allowed? What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Are you restricting my personal freedom? She couldn't believe that in this day and age, there is still a place where even drinking a bottle of ice water was not permitted. She took this as a provocation, a contempt for her identity. A surge of anger surged within her, and she provocatively exclaimed, "What if I insist on drinking today?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Director Wu Tong's face turned pale. He silently wailed in his heart, "Please, just shut up. Do you know who is sitting in front of you? The little bit of capital behind you doesn't count for anything in front of this man." Sure enough, Feng Yi's expression visibly darkened at a speed that was almost tangible. He slowly stood up and took one step after another toward Princess Xiang. Princess Xiang was frightened by his demeanor. She instinctively took a step back, her body colliding with the chair behind her, making a muffled sound. What do you want? What was this man trying to do? Was he going to hit her? A flash of the image of Xiang as were being kicked away crossed her mind, and her heart constricted sharply. A wave of fear surged from her feet, quickly spreading throughout her body. But her long-standing arrogance kept her from showing any weakness. I'll tell you, there's a live broadcast here. Dare you touch me? The whole country will see. At that moment, she declared confidently, I guarantee I will have you cyber-bullied into retirement. She threatened with a fierce demeanor, trying to use public opinion as her shield. However, she overestimated her so-called influence and underestimated the iron discipline of the soldiers. The atmosphere inside the tent dropped to freezing point in an instant. The comments in the live stream exploded at that moment. What the hell? What the hell? Are they going to fight? Is this princess really crazy? How dare she talk to the instructor like that? Does she think she is on a film set charming the director? Laughing to death. Is she really going to retire because of online bullying? Does she think her family owns the company and she could just fire someone? Drama queen confirmed. The chief instructor is so handsome. His aura is 8 meters tall. This is how you deal with those clueless stars. Princess, run. You can't win against him. Fight. Fight. I want to see the princess being pressed to the ground. The comments were filled with schadenfreude, and almost no one stood on the princess's side. Feng Yi stood in front of her, not moving, not even making any unnecessary actions. He simply looked down at her, his thin lips slightly parted. Do you want a drink? The princess felt her scalp tingle under his gaze and instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. Fine. Now, you go outside. Starting from this tent to the entire camp, you go ask. See if anyone dares to give you a bottle of cold water. As long as one person dares to give it, I will make an exception today and let you drink your fill. Go. He suddenly raised his voice for the last word. Get out. That angry shout was like thunder in a clear sky, echoing in the small tent. The princess trembled all over, terrified by this momentum, and staggered back. Losing her footing, she awkwardly fell to the ground. Director Wu Tong didn't dare to breathe. After a second of pause, the comments in a live stream began to scroll at an even crazier speed. What the hell? That get out. My mind is blown. So cool. This is what an instructor should be. No nonsense, just overpowering with his aura. Ha! The princess is directly scared stiff. Where's that arrogance from before? The princess sat on the ground, her face pale. She knew that no one would give her water. A wave of immense shame surged up, and tears instantly blurred her vision. She suddenly jumped up from the ground, and due to her hasty movement, her knee got scraped. Who cares? She threw out that fierce-sounding remark, her voice tinged with an unmistakable sob. Like she was escaping, she covered her face and rushed out of the tent. Feng Yi watched her flee in panic. Crying? Just this? He labeled the princess as fragile in his heart. Seeing this, Director Wu Tong quickly stepped forward to mediate. Major General Feng, please don't mind. She is just a young girl, thin-skinned and easy to cry. I'll go check on her. Saying this, he hurriedly slipped out. In a live stream, although most people were mocking the princess, some different voices emerged. Chapter 66 Military Discipline, starting from the beginning. Although the princess is a bit dramatic, the instructor is too fierce. And I still don't understand why she can't drink cold water. It's so hot. The military is too inhumane. Exactly. Didn't they get a lot of sponsorship? Where do the funds go? They can't even afford a few bottles of cold water for the stars. Could it be that they're using training as an excuse to cut funds? That is terrifying to think about. Just as some people were getting carried away with the rhythm, a netizen who is always a soldier sent several comments in a row. A bunch of keyboard warriors who have never been soldiers are here, spouting nonsense. I, a veteran who has been transitioned for over a decade, can't stand it. Let me tell you why they don't allow drinking cold water. After high-intensity training, all the blood vessels expand. And if you suddenly drink a cup of cold water at that time, do you know what will happen? This comment immediately attracted everyone's attention. At best, it stimulates the intestines, leading to severe stomach pain and instant diarrhea. At worst, it causes rapid constriction of the stomach blood vessels, leading to stomach cramps, or even shock. This is playing with your life. The convenience store in the military also opens, but during training, the refrigerator is directly powered off. The water provided by the military is all at room temperature, which is the safest way to hydrate. The instructor not allowing her to drink is to protect her. You people know nothing and are questioning the military's logistic support. It's really ridiculous. This veteran's explanation instantly extinguished the questioning voices. So that is how it is. Learn something new. Wow, that's serious? Almost got caught up in the rhythm. Thanks to the veteran for the explanation. So the instructor is actually saving her. Public opinion turned around in an instant. Meanwhile, the princess cried as she ran back to the training ground. When she rushed in with red eyes, everyone was momentarily stunned. Princess, what happened? Schwanger was the first to react, quickly getting up to support her, asking with concern. The princess, full of grievances, burst into tears. He scolded me. He actually scolded me in front of so many people just because I couldn't drink cold water. She haltingly recounted what had just happened. Wu Yifan, after listening, curled his lips and muttered softly. Hey, what is the big deal? If you can't drink, then don't drink. Just endure it and it'll pass. Schwanger immediately shot him a glare, then patted the princess's back, softly comforting her. All right, stop crying. That instructor is really too unreasonable. How can he treat a girl like this? Zhao Yinzi also came over, hugging the princess's shoulder like a big sister. Don't cry. Princess, this kind of person is a typical example of toxic masculinity, abusing his power to bully others. Don't worry, from now on, I'll have your back. The princess sniffled and looked up at the few people with righteous indignation, feeling a warm current surge in her heart. Thank you, Sister Yinzi, Schwanger, thank you. From now on, I'll listen to you. She felt that she had finally found allies in this dreadful place. However, she didn't see the meaningful glance exchanged between Zhao Yinzi and Schwanger as she lowered her head to wipe her tears. This scene was precisely captured by the live stream camera. What did I just see? A large-scale palace drama scene? Laughing to death. Zhao Yinzi's acting is wasted if she doesn't T-act in Zhen Huanzhuan. This silly sweet princess being sold and still counting the money for others. These few don't look like good people at all. They clearly want to use the princess as a pawn. No wonder Brother Wu Jing advises those naive young girls not to enter the entertainment industry. They will be eaten alive by their seniors. Inside the tent, Director Wu Tong cautiously returned to Feng Yi's side. Major General Feng, she has already gone back. What do you think? Feng Yi's gaze, however, passed over him, directed towards the distant tent where the artists were resting. His eyes swept over the figures coming in and out, and his brows furrowed again. He suddenly asked an unrelated question. Director Wu, what do you think is the biggest difference in appearance between them and my soldiers? Huh? Wu Tong was taken aback, not understanding Feng Yi's meaning. The differences in appearance? There are too many differences. One is fair skin and the other dark. One is thin and the other muscular. One has a delicate temperament and the other a rugged one. But he didn't dare to say that, only vaguely replied. The temperament is a bit different? Feng Yi shook his head, pointing to his own cap, then to a male artist in the distance. It's the hat. Wu Tong followed his finger. He saw that Feng Yi's military cap was worn neatly, with the brim pressed low, looking clean and sharp. The male artist, although wearing the same type of training cap, had his hat propped up high, resembling a small mound on his head, making him look out of place. Wu Tong instantly understood. It was the hair. These artists all sported trendy hairstyles, with long and thick hair that simply couldn't fit into the hat, forcing it up. In contrast, soldiers generally had standard crew cuts. Feng Yi's voice came coldly. Military appearance and discipline start from the head. Long hair and shoulder-length hair do not conform to the image of a soldier. Notify everyone. All artists will gather this afternoon for haircuts. What? Wu Tong's face instantly turned pale, even whiter than when he had caused a scene with the princess. Haircuts? What a joke. For these artists, especially the male ones, their hairstyles were like their second face. How many fans were drawn to their looks? If they were all given crew cuts, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether the artists agreed. Their fans would tear the entire production team apart. This is a bit. Wu Tong's voice trembled. Is there a problem? Feng Yi's gaze swept over. No. Wu Tong straightened up immediately, not daring to admit there was a problem. He nervously asked, when will this be executed? I need to notify the technical department in advance to add 2 more servers. He could already foresee how the live broadcast would lag once this news was announced. Sure enough, when the words haircuts reached the ears of millions of online viewers, the entire live stream's comments exploded. It completely blew up. No, don't cut my brother's hair. I'm going crazy. Feng Yi, what's wrong with you? On what basis do you cut their hair? Is the production team dead? Come out and manage this. Does your contract include haircuts? Ha ha ha. Well done. I've been annoyed by their pretty boy hairstyles for ages. Shave them all bald. Wu Tong looked at the servers flashing red and felt like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The live stream servers crashed. Chapter 67. Live stream accident? Feng Yi's expression showed no change, merely casting him a faint glance. Is it because of the haircuts? Yes. After you announced the haircuts, the online viewership tripled instantly. The technical department said if we don't add servers immediately, the live stream won't last long. Feng Yi nodded, seemingly unfazed by this outcome. Then add them. All right. Wu Tong immediately agreed, then cautiously added, shouldn't we hire a professional for something like haircuts? Before he could finish, he noticed Feng Yi's brow slightly furrowing. Wu Tong's heart sank, fearing he had said something wrong again. I'm not looking for someone to style them. Feng Yi's voice was very calm. I just need someone who can use clippers. There are only a few barbers at the base, and they can't handle so many people. You need to hire a professional barber team from outside. Wu Tong was stunned. He had thought Feng Yi would directly let the instructors do it, as that's how it was done in the military. Unexpectedly, he had even considered hiring professionals. Is this a form of consideration? Wow, what does instructor Feng mean? Afraid the instructors in the camp are too rough and will ruin the brothers' scalps? The person above is hilarious. You're overthinking it. I graduated from a military academy. Our barbers could do a crew cut in 3 minutes, emphasizing efficiency, and when they're done, it looks like a dog chewed it. Instructor Feng, I just want them to finish quickly so it doesn't delay training. Whoa, No matter what, this is a tough guy with a soft heart. Our instructor cares about people. Before the next training session began, the artists were given a moment of rest. In the washing area next to the restroom, Teacher E and Old, who were bare-chested, happily rinsing their heads under the faucet. Ah, so refreshing, Teacher E said while wiping his face with a towel, genuinely pleased. Old, who, having already shaved his head, found it even easier. The water flowed down from his head, running down his neck, and he comfortably squinted his eyes. I told you, it's refreshing to cut it. Not far away, several young male artists were huddled together, looking troubled. Wu Yifan irritably tugged at his collar, sweat making his hair stick to his forehead, itching unbearably. Feng felt even worse. He had sprayed half a can of hairspray for styling, and now, with the sweat, his hair was sticky and hard, like having a lump of hardened cement on his head. They looked at Teacher E and Old, whose refreshed appearance, with envy. But no one dared actually wash their hair. Once the hats were off, their sweat-soaked hairstyles would surely trend online. This is the burden of being an idol. The group sighed as they walked into the restroom's blind spot. Feng looked around to confirm no one was watching, then lowered his voice. Brothers, want some? Saying this, he pulled out a slightly deformed pack of Lacoon cigarettes from a cap's lining. Wu Yifan and Zhang Yixing's eyes instantly lit up. Xiang Zhuo was even more direct, snatching the pack, pulling one out, and putting it in his mouth. He then pulled out a lighter from his pocket, clicked it, and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he slowly exhaled. The white smoke swirled around, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Feng smiled and handed one to Wu Yifan, Kai Kunken, and Zhang Yixing. Lu Han also pulled out a pack of slender women's cigarettes from the lining of his pants and handed them to Zhao Yinzi and Dong Jie beside him. You're the best, you know, to bring us this. Zhao Yinzi took the cigarette, skillfully lit it, and threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Han. The smoke quickly filled the small space. Just as Teacher E and Old, who walked in, they frowned at the pungent smell. Feng immediately enthusiastically offered them a cigarette. Here, Teacher E, brother, who have one. Teacher E waved his hand, not saying anything. Old, who directly refused. I quit. There are rules in the army. Smoking is not allowed. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. The young artists held the cigarettes, unsure whether to light them or not. It was still Xiang Zhuo who impatiently spoke up. All right, if you're not smoking, hurry up and get out. Don't be a nuisance here. The instructor will be here soon, and no one will be able to run away. Teacher E glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to leave the restroom. Old, who shook his head and followed him out. In the restroom, only a few people were left puffing smoke. None of them noticed that in the corner of the restroom ceiling, a tiny camera was flashing a barely visible red light. And not far outside the restroom window, another long focus lens was silently aimed at this spot. At this moment, the smoke in the restroom had thickened to an unbearable degree. Damn, what am I seeing? A live stream accident? This isn't part of the production team script, right? Smoking openly in the military? Are they crazy? For those in front, look closely. This is the restroom, an absolute blind spot for surveillance. Where did that camera come from? Details. This is what I want to see. All that brotherly love is just acting. This private side is what's real. The audience seemed to have discovered a new continent, staring intently at the smoke-filled, cramped space on the screen. In the footage, Xiang's smoke ring lingered in the air. Wu Yifan's furrowed brows relaxed after inhaling the first puff of nicotine. Zhang Yixing leaned against the wall, his eyes somewhat dazed. And in the corner, Lu Han, the top idol who had always presented a fresh and sunny image. A slender lady's cigarette was being handed to Zhao Yinzi's lips, and even affectionately helped her light it. Zhao Yinzi took a puff, smiled charmingly at him, the flirtation in her eyes contrasting sharply with her persona. This scene was more impactful than any meticulously designed plot. Lu Han's persona has completely collapsed today. Didn't he say he doesn't smoke? Why is he carrying ladies' cigarettes? It's terrifying to think about, folks. Don't hate on him upstairs. What's wrong with adult smoking? Is it not okay to relieve stress? Besides, who says men can't smoke ladies' cigarettes? The key point is that this is in the military. It's against the rules. How did he bring it in? Teacher E and Old, whose reactions just now were real men. Not smoking means not smoking, full of integrity. I'm a fan now. These two seasoned actors not only act well, but their character is also top-notch. Public opinion shifted dramatically in just a few dozen seconds. Teacher Yi and Old, whose refusal earned them a massive amount of goodwill from bystanders. Meanwhile, Lu Han was thrust into the spotlight. Initially, his fans were frantically trying to control the narrative. They desperately defended him with reasons like work stress. Our brother is just tired. Don't overinterpret. This must be malicious editing from a show. But as the close-up shot from the hidden camera focused on Lu Han's face, his expression of sheer enjoyment rendered all defenses powerless. In the footage, he squinted, inhaling deeply, then slowly exhaling smoke, a satisfaction that could not be faked. The trust of his fans crumbled in that moment. Chapter 68. Please have some good tea. Meanwhile, at the entertainment company headquarters in the manager's office on the top floor, Lu Han's agent and several supervisors from the publicity department were all with their heads down, not daring to breathe. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? The manager panted, his face shaking with anger. Who let her bring cigarettes in? Huh? What are you all doing, you useless bunch? The discipline we emphasized before entering the military did just go in one ear and out the other? The agent turned pale. We checked. We really don't know where he hid the cigarettes. Don't know? The manager scoffed coldly, grabbing a tablet from the desk and throwing it forcefully at the agent's feet. Look for yourself. On the screen were termination emails from various cooperating brands. The Youth Energy Drink just sent a termination letter demanding triple compensation for breach of contract. Their spokesperson cannot be a smoker in the military. The endorsement from Starshine Jewelry is gone too. They said Lu Han's image is severely inconsistent with their brand philosophy. And the film set to start next month just called, saying they want to replace him. The manager's voice rose higher and higher, almost becoming a roar. Do you know what this means? How much money did the company spend to promote him? How many resources were invested? Now it's all over. All of it has to be compensated. He paced back and forth in the office like a furious lion. Pierre, give me PR right now. A young supervisor cautiously spoke up. Manager, we've already issued a statement saying Lu Han occasionally smokes to relieve work stress. Occasionally? The manager laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. Look at how skilled he is. Look at how he passes cigarettes to female artists. You call that occasionally? Netizens are now calling him the cigarette delivery boy. Are you insulting my intelligence or the intelligence of the entire audience? The agent tried to make a last-ditch effort. Manager, Lu Han has never marketed himself as a non-smoker. Maybe there's still room for redemption. Redemption? The manager stopped, staring at her fiercely. The room for redemption is you and all of you. He pointed at everyone present. From now on, all of you get out. The company supports you not to create problems for me. Get out. In the military, in front of the surveillance monitor, Chun Shanming stood aside, watching the screen where several artists were smoking, feeling dry in his throat. This violates discipline and has a terrible impact. Feng Yi sat straight in his chair. He didn't speak, just quietly watched the screen. Finally, Feng Yi slowly spoke, his voice deep. This is not a violation of discipline. Chen Shanming was taken aback. This is a lack of training. Their bodies still have the energy to think about these trivial matters. It's my problem. Chen Shanming's heart sank. He knew that Feng Yi was truly angry. His my problem always meant a severe punishment was coming. Chen Shanming. Yes. Chen Shanming instinctively straightened his back. Blow the assembly whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent assembly whistle rang out in the barracks. What is going on? Feng dropped his cigarette to the ground with a thud, his face drained of color. It's an emergency assembly whistle. Lu Han reacted the fastest. He fumbled to extinguish the cigarette, but burned himself in his panic, hissing in pain. Hurry, get rid of the cigarette, but, quick! Wu Yifan shouted in a low voice, and everyone immediately went into chaos. Some stepped on the cigarette, but on the ground, while others desperately waved the air, trying to disperse the strong smell of smoke. Xiang's Wo was the only one still somewhat calm, slowly extinguishing the cigarette, but what's the panic? He smirked, showing disdain. The sky 1T fall. Zhao Yanzi and Dong Jie quickly disposed of their cigarettes as well. Let us go. The group couldn't care much, hurriedly rushing out of the restroom towards the training ground. On the training ground, the other artists had already lined up. Teacher E and Old, who stood at the front of the line, their expression serious. They smelled the strange odor coming from the few people running from behind and exchanged glances, both knowing the situation. Soon, all 9 artists who had smoked in the restroom returned to the formation. They lowered their heads, nervously adjusting their breathing, afraid of being found out. Everyone was present. Feng Yi stood at the front of the formation like a silent statue. He said nothing, did nothing, just swept his piercing gaze over each person slowly. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. The artists who hadn't smoked felt confused, not understanding why the instructor called for an emergency assembly. Meanwhile, the 9 with guilty consciences felt like they were being tortured every second. Finally, Feng Yi spoke. It seems some people have a strong craving for cigarettes. This sentence made the faces of the 9 turn ashen. In the line, some artists who had managed to resist temptation looked at those few with glee. Feng Yi's gaze remained calm. I don't want to waste everyone's time. Those who smoked in the restroom just now stepped forward. A few seconds later, Xiang Zhuo was the first to move. He nonchalantly shrugged and took a step forward. With him leading, Wu Yifan, Feng Feng, Zhang Yixing, and Kai Kunkin gritted their teeth and stepped forward, looking dejected. Following them, Dongjie and Shuang'er also moved forward with faces full of shame. 1, 2, 3, 7 people. Feng Yi's gaze swept over them without any ripple, then fell on the remaining 2 in the formation, Zhao Yinzi and Lu Han. The 2 almost buried their heads in their chests, their bodies stiff as stone, not daring to move. They clung to hope, wishing that the instructor was just bluffing and that they could slip by unnoticed. Feng Yi's gaze slowly moved through the crowd. It seems that the food in our unit is not good enough, allowing you to take the time to have an extra meal in the restroom. He paused, his tone revealing no anger or joy. Since you like it so much, I'll take the lead today and treat you to some good tea. A little pick-me-up. Drink tea? The non-smoking artists exchanged confused glances, completely baffled. This punishment is so humane? Even those who had already stepped forward felt a wave of doubt. In the live broadcast room, the comments began to discuss fervently. Drink tea? Did I hear wrong? Has the instructor changed his personality today? Ha ha. Maybe he saw their acknowledgement attitude was good and decided to go easy on them. Don't be too naive. I always feel this ISNT that's simple. Agree with the previous comment. Have you forgotten the instructor Feng's nickname? This tea can't be good tea. Chapter 69, Rewarding You. Also drink 2 bowls Yain Group, Chairman's office. The screen in front of Boss, she was frozen on his son's rebellious face. Boss, your son. The secretary beside him cautiously began, carefully choosing her words. Boss, she raised his hand to stop her. He looked at the instructor on the screen, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. This instructor is quite interesting. The secretary paused for a moment and tentatively said, Instructor Feng said he would treat your son and the others to tea. He probably wants to find a place to have a friendly chat. Lei Sha? Boss, she seemed to have heard a huge joke and scoffed. You underestimate him. He has been through the ups and downs of society for half his life. He has seen all kinds of people. Some words cannot be taken literally. Boss Shi's gaze returned to the screen, watching his oblivious son with a smirk. Simple? My son, if he doesn't get skinned alive today, it would be a blessing from his ancestors. On the training ground, Feng Yi's patience seemed to be wearing thin, his gaze sweeping again to the 2 struggling figures in the ranks. I'll ask one last time. His voice was as cold as ice. Are there only these 7 smoking? Zhao Yinzi and Lu Han's bodies trembled violently. They had been discovered. They had definitely been discovered. Was it Xiang Zhuo? Or was it Wu Yifan? Who exposed them? Countless thoughts raced through their minds. Lu Han's fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He was a popular young star, relying on his clean and sunny national brother image to gain countless fans. Commercial endorsements came pouring in. If smoking was confirmed, it would be a devastating blow for him. Losing fans was secondary. The exorbitant breach of contract fees would be enough to ruin him. Zhao Yinzi's situation was equally difficult. She had been following the pure image route, always presenting herself as a good girl. This label brought her huge benefits, but also became a shackle that bound her. She couldn't imagine how bloody the headlines would be tomorrow after publicly admitting to smoking. However, if she didn't step forward now, the consequences might be even worse. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Lu Han gritted his teeth and stiffly took a step forward. He lowered his head, his bangs concealing all his expressions. Seeing him move, Zhao Yinzi's tense body instantly slumped as she followed suit. Finally, all 9 stood up. The comments in the live broadcast room erupted violently. I'm dying of laughter. Just now still playing innocent. Now they're scared, right? Lu Han's image has completely collapsed. Oh my god. My sister Yinzi is also a typical case of doing it, but not admitting it. Lu has turned dark. Feng Yi looked at the 9 people standing in front of him, looking dejected, with no expression on his face. Very good. He uttered 2 words. Step forward. The 9 walked numbly to the front of the line. Feng Yi's gaze swept over them one by one. Chen Shaming. Here. He Cheng Wang. Wang Yambing. Li Erniu. Here. The 3 squad leaders responded in unison. Go. Prepare something for our distinguished guests. A faint smile seemed to appear at the corners of Feng Yi's mouth. Let them taste the good tea specially provided by our troops. Specially provided good tea? In the back of the line, He Ling, watching this scene, suddenly understood something. He lowered his voice and said to teacher Yi beside him, they are in big trouble. Soon, He Cheng Wang and Wang Yambing returned, each carrying a stack of brand new army green enamel bowls, a total of 9. They were neatly placed in front of the 9 artists. Then, they brought over a large thermos, which they placed on the ground with a thud. Opening the lid, they poured steaming warm water into each bowl, filling them halfway. Everything was ready. A few minutes later, Li Erniu came running back. He didn't have the exquisite tea everyone had imagined, only a black plastic bag. It looked plain, even somewhat cheap. Reporting. Li Erniu stood at attention in front of Feng Yi. Feng Yi glanced at the plastic bag in his hand. Is it top quality? Li Erniu puffed out his chest, his voice loud. Reporting. Absolutely top quality. This is what I bought out of my own pocket, especially for this. Furong Wang. Furong Wang? Everyone hadn't reacted to what those 3 words meant yet. The next second, Li Erniu had already ripped open the black plastic bag. With a whoosh, an entire unopened pack of Furong Wang cigarettes spilled out from the bag. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the cigarettes on the ground. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. What the hell? Cigarette leaves soaked in water? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Can it be played like this? Instructor Feng, are you the devil? I feel nauseous just through the screen. Can this be drunk? Drinking this would be like dying on the spot. The name of Lei Sha is well deserved. Today I've seen it. The 9 artists who had made mistakes turned pale. They looked at the cigarettes on the ground, their stomachs already churning. Feng Yi's gaze coldly swept over them. Who brought the cigarettes? In the crowd, Feng and Lu Han involuntarily shuddered. Feng Yi's eyes precisely caught this detail. You too. Actively contributed the materials for everyone's tea, should be rewarded. His tone was terrifyingly calm. 2 bowls each. The faces of Feng and Lu Han instantly drained of color. Feng Yi's gaze then turned to Xiang Zhua. You were the first to step forward, very courageous. I reward you, also drink 2 bowls. Xiang Zhua's mouth twitched violently. He originally thought that stepping forward first would earn him a lighter punishment. But unexpectedly, it was this kind of reward. Instructor. He tried to make a final struggle. I was wrong. I accept the punishment. Burden cross-country, push-ups. Anything is fine. Can this be exchanged for something else? Feng Yi didn't even look at him, simply giving a light order to Li Erniu. Do it. Yes. Li Erniu complied, squatting down, quickly tearing open the plastic wrap of 2 packs of cigarettes, pulling out the tobacco. Without any hesitation, he crushed all the tobacco and evenly sprinkled it into the 4 large bowls placed in front of Xiang Zhua and the other 2. The brown tobacco quickly dispersed in the warm water. The originally clear water visibly turned into a nauseating yellow-brown. Drink. Feng Yi only said 1 word. Xiang Zhua looked at the bowl, emitting a foul odor in front of him, his Adam's apple bobbing, his face turning pale. He knew that today's calamity could not be avoided. Rather than being force-fed and losing all dignity, it's better to do it yourself. He gritted his teeth, picked up the heavy enamel bowl, pinched his nose, and tilted his head to pour it into his mouth. Chapter 70. Shouldn't you show some expression? Gulp. The indescribable, nauseating taste burned down his esophagus into his stomach, then surged back up to his forehead. Ugh. Just as he set the bowl down, he couldn't help but bend over and retched violently. However, nothing came out. Feng Yi's cold voice rang out above him. Throw it up, and I'll add another bowl. Xiang's body stiffened. He forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, but his face turned even paler. The remaining 8 people watched Xiang's miserable state. Looking at the bowl of similarly foul-smelling tea in front of them, despair filled everyone's face. 10 minutes. If you can't finish it, I'll have the instructor feed you personally. Feng Yi's ruthless voice echoed. Hearing this, the remaining 8 had no more thoughts of luck. Zhang Yixing could no longer hold back and tremblingly picked up the bowl. He closed his eyes, as if heading to the execution ground. Gulp. With the first sip, he almost threw up. If you throw it up, you know the consequences. Feng Yi's voice floated in. Zhang Yixing's body stiffened, and he swallowed back what rose to his throat. Once the first was done, there came the second, the third. In an instant, the playground was filled with the sound of painful swallowing and suppressed retching. The live broadcast room erupted into chaos. Oh my God, this is too much. It's just smoking a cigarette. Is it necessary to torture people this way? The sane upstairs get lost. This is the military. Orders are like mountains. They made a mistake and should be punished. But drinking tea steeped with tobacco, isn't that a bit inhumane? What if something goes wrong? Haha, inhumane? Back in my day in the army, punishments were much harsher. If they can't handle this little suffering, how can they be soldiers? Exactly. Instructor Feng did a great job. This is how to discipline these pampered stars and let them know what discipline means. On the playground, all 9 finally finished the first bowl. Feng Yi looked around, walked to Li Erniu's side, and patted his shoulder. Erniu, you've worked hard to wake these new recruits up. You even spent your own money to buy such fine tea. Li Erniu immediately puffed up his chest and responded loudly, serving the people. Feng Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping back to the 9 artists who were on the verge of collapse. Did you hear that? This was bought with class leader Li's own money. Shouldn't you also show some expression? The 9 felt turmoil in their stomachs, their minds in a daze, and they froze upon hearing this. Show expression? What expression? In the silence, it was Wu Jing, closest to teacher Yi, who first reacted. He leaned over and quietly reminded the nearly exhausted Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing jolted, suppressing his nausea, and shouted toward Li Erniu. Thank you, class leader Li. The others quickly followed suit. A chorus of thanks erupted. But those voices were increasingly weak and distorted. Thank you, class leader Li. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude verbally, but internally they were mocking. Thank you and your whole family. I've never drunk such precious tea in my life. Li Erniu, however, didn't think too much about it, chuckling and revealing a big white smile. Feng Yi seemed satisfied with this outcome, his gaze precisely landing on 3 individuals. Xiang Zhua, Feng, Lu Han. The 3 named jumped simultaneously. You 3, each one more bowl. 3 bowls of rich tobacco tea were placed in front of them, exuding a sense of despair. Drink. Feng Yi's patience seemed to have run out. Xiang Zhua picked up the bowl, this time too lazy to pinch his nose. He tilted his head and poured it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The speed was faster than the first time and more determined. The bowl hit the bottom. He slammed the bowl on the ground, then turned abruptly, using all his strength to suppress the urge to vomit. Feng and Lu Han gritted their teeth, picked up their bowls, and poured the devilish liquid down their throats. Very good. Feng Yi watched the 3 finish their second bowl and finally showed some mercy. You have 10 minutes to go to the restroom. Gather here in 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 of them, like death row inmates receiving a pardon, turned and sprinted toward the restroom. Their speed was faster than a 100-meter dash. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. In the restroom, ugh, the deafening sound of vomiting echoed. A few minutes later, the sounds diminished. Xiang's face was pale, his steps unsteady. He walked to the sink, turned on the tap, and repeatedly splashed cold water on his face. Soon after, Feng and Lu Han also staggered out, looking disheveled. Suddenly, Xiang's slammed a fist on the sink. He turned his head, eyes red, staring at Lu Han. Lu Han. His voice was hoarse but filled with suppressed anger. When the instructor asked who smoked, "Why didn't you stand up?" Lu Han trembled at his shout, instinctively taking a step back. "I was scared." "Scared?" Xiang's sneered, stepping closer to him. "You were scared, so you let us step out as the scapegoats?" "I'm sorry, Xiangge, I really didn't mean to." Feng watched from the side, his expression not looking good, but he still stepped forward to pull Xiang's back. Forget it, Xianggu. It's already happened. It's no use saying this now. Let us just rinse our mouths quickly. Time is running out. Xiangzhua glared at Lu Han fiercely, but ultimately said nothing more, just breathing heavily. At this moment, the debate in the live broadcast room reached a new climax due to another matter. Wait, I just want to ask, why can't the military allow smoking? What is wrong with adults smoking a cigarette? Isn't that too controlling? Exactly, it feels a bit unreasonable. It's like depriving personal freedom. Are the brain-dead fans trying to whitewash this? Your brother made a mistake and still has a reason? I'm not whitewashing. I just genuinely don't understand this regulation. Just as some fans tried to shift the topic from mistakes and punishments to the reasonableness of the regulations. A comment with a special verification mark slowly floated by. I am a retired soldier. Seeing everyone discussing this issue, I'd like to say a few words. As soon as this comment appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, we caught a retired soldier. The user Forever a Soldier continued to post comments. The military does not completely prohibit smoking. Once you leave the squad, at designated times and places, you can smoke. However, there's one place that is absolutely forbidden, and that is the recruit company. Why? There are 3 reasons. First, it affects physical fitness. The recruit company is the stage with the most intense training in the entire military career, the hardest and most exhausting phase. Smoking seriously affects lung function, leading to inability to keep up with training and even causing training accidents. This is responsible for the safety of new recruits. Chapter 71. Drink as much as you have hidden. Second, it affects attention. New recruits need to learn a large amount of military theory, which requires high concentration. Nicotine can provide a temporary boost, but in the long run, it damages the nervous system, leading to scattered attention. Third, and most importantly, it affects discipline and conduct. The core of the recruit company is to grind away all your bad habits and shape you into a soldier who absolutely obeys orders. Stealing a smoke is in itself a challenge to discipline. If it is not strictly stopped, there will be a second time, a third time, and the discipline of the army will be out of the question. As for the punishment of drinking smoked tea, it indeed exists. Generally, it is used in extreme cases when new recruits are caught repeatedly ignoring the rules to make them remember. What Instructor Feng did was harsh, but the reasoning is just that. A few bullet comments floated by, and most of the doubts in the live broadcast room faded away. So that's how it is. Got it. Thanks to the veterans for the explanations. In that case, although Instructor Feng's punishment was severe, it is completely reasonable. What did I say? Support Instructor Feng. The military should have the look of a military. Most viewers expressed understanding. However, there were always some discordant voices still stubbornly resisting. What's the use of saying so much? It's just abusing our brother. I feel sorry for my brother. Right, it's just a smoke. Why escalate it to the level of national security? Laughable. Our Lu Han has stood up. Why should the instructor still punish him? Too much. Lu Han and others returned after rinsing their mouths, each with a worse expression than the last. The disgusting smell of tobacco, mixed with saliva, seemed to stubbornly linger deep in their throats. Every breath was a torment. Feng Yi's gaze slowly swept over everyone. I know that some of you have thoughts about the punishment just now and the regulations of the army. His voice was very calm, yet it made everyone present subconsciously straighten their backs. I will say it again. The army is not a prison. Under the premise of complying with regulations, smoking is allowed. As soon as this statement came out, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of several old smokers, and even their breathing quickened a bit. Lei Sha leaned forward with a hint of expectation. But not now. Feng Yi's tone changed, and the little spark that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. During the training period, your training intensity will be very high. Running, fighting, obstacles, shooting. Each item requires you to be in the best physical condition. Smoking will directly affect your cardiopulmonary function. His gaze fell on Lu Han, devoid of any emotion. I did not want to see any of you fainting on the training ground due to physical exhaustion. I did not want to see anyone suffer training accidents because of this. That is being responsible for your lives. He paused, giving everyone a moment to digest. Therefore, before the new recruit training ends, smoking is absolutely prohibited. Today is the first and last warning. If there's a next time, Feng Yi's mouth curled into a faint arc, the smile devoid of any warmth. The punishment will certainly be more memorable than drinking smoked tea. Everyone felt a chill at the back of their necks, a sense of dread shooting up to the crown of their heads. Even the usually unruly Xiang Zhua instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his atoms apple-bobbing. Report to the instructor. Lei Jiayin mustered his courage, raised his hand, his voice somewhat airy. So, under what conditions can we smoke? This question voiced the thoughts of all the old smokers. Feng Yi's gaze shifted to him. Want to smoke? Lei Jiayin nodded honestly. All right. Feng Yi replied succinctly. Look to your squad leader. Whenever your internal affairs, formation, and training can earn your squad leader's nod, he will naturally tell you where the smoking area is and when the smoking time is. He scanned the room, his voice suddenly rising. And I know there must be people hiding contraband in your luggage under the dormitory beds. I will give you time to voluntarily hand over all cigarettes and lighters to the squad leader. I will not pursue it, if I or the squad leader find it. Feng Yi paused, his gaze turning playful. Whatever you have hidden, that is how much you'll drink. Not a single one less. As his words fell, several artists turned pale, their eyes uncontrollably darting away. In the monitoring room, the chief director Wu Tong let out a long breath, slumping in his chair. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the tall figure on the screen, his eyes filled with relief. Just now, the fans in the live broadcast room were almost about to erupt in anger, nearly overturning his production team. Fortunately, there was that veteran's explanation. Even more fortunately, there was Feng Yi. This man used the simplest, most brutal, yet most effective way to instantly turn public opinion around and quell the situation. Everyone learned from this. Wu Tong said sternly to the group of equally pale staff around him. Do you see? This is called crisis public relations. If there is ever another sudden situation like this, whoever dares to panic, cut the signal, or delete comments, I will make them roll up their bedding and get out. Yes, director. The staff replied in unison. On the training ground, the lingering taste of smoked tea seemed not to have dissipated yet, but the artist's thoughts had quietly changed. Seeing them all deep in thought, Feng Yi knew the timing was right. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All right, stop looking like you're all mourning. Want to smoke? It's not something to be ashamed of. But in the army, if you want to get anything, you have to earn it yourself. From now on, those who perform well in training will be rewarded, and those who perform poorly will be punished. Do you want to hold that cigarette proudly in your mouth, rather than sneakily like a thief? Yes. This time, the response was no longer sparse but filled with long-suppressed desire. Especially for the tough actors like Wu Jing and teacher Yi, their expressions changed. For them, this was no longer just a cigarette. It was face, it was honor. Even the girls were infected by this atmosphere, their eyes filled with competitiveness. Everyone's fighting spirit seemed to be completely ignited at that moment. Feng Yi nodded in satisfaction and turned to Chen Shanming behind him. Continue training as planned. Yes. Chen Shanming stood at attention and saluted, his voice loud. Feng Yi said no more, striding directly towards the nearby tent. For him, today's incident was just a small episode. Feng Yi, who had served for 8 years, went from an ordinary soldier to an elite of the special forces and now becoming the youngest general in the history of Yan Nation. His life story could be described as legendary. Chapter 72. Even a pig's trotter is more coordinated than you. Being sent by superiors to serve as the chief instructor for this variety show could also be seen as a form of indirect rest. After all, he had been too tense over the past 8 years. On the training ground, Chen Shanming had already taken over the command. Everyone, listen to my orders. Stand at attention. Align to the right. Look forward. Count off. 1, 2, 3. The command and counting voices echoed back and forth. The most basic formation training, halting, and marching began. Seemingly simple movements became a nightmare for most of the artists. Zhang Xiao Xiao. Is it your left foot or right foot? Can't you tell? You're off balance. Even a pig trotter is more coordinated than you. Li Ernie's voice shook the ground. Chen Chi. Raise your hands. Align with the comrades in front. Is your waist made of noodles? Straighten up. Yi Chengwang dashed over and slapped Chen Chi hard on the back. Xiao Zhan, don't move the pivot foot when turning. How many times have I said it? Use your heel to exert force. Wang Yanbing's face was full of impatience. Even Dongjia, who usually performs well, was criticized. Princess, is that marching or shopping? Show some military spirit. The princess's face instantly turned red. Despite the numerous mistakes and the instructor's constant shouting, no one dared to complain this time. Perhaps they were frightened by Feng Yi's methods, or perhaps it was for the honor of being able to smoke openly. Everyone put in their utmost effort, desperately learning, memorizing, and imitating. Sweat dripped down their cheeks, soaking their collars. In a live broadcast room, the fans who had been defending their brother fell silent. Although there are many mistakes, it's clear that everyone is taking this seriously. Xiangzhuo is so handsome. Look at that focused expression. Ooh, my Feng is sweating. I feel so sorry for him. But it's also so inspiring. This is how a real man should be. I support this. In the office, Boss Yang looked at the screen, at his son's side profile drenched in sweat, yet incredibly focused. A smile slowly appeared on his face. What he wanted was not a rich second generation who only knew how to enjoy, but a real man who could weather storms. On the training ground, having just endured the torture of stationary movements, the artists hadn't yet caught their breath when Chen Shanming's next command came crashing down. Altogether, next, we will conduct a breakdown training for marching in step. Listen to my command. When I say 1, everyone steps forward with the left foot about 75 centimeters, toes up, heels about 25 centimeters off the ground. At the same time, swing your left arm forward to shoulder height, right arm back. Maintain this position. Do not move. Is that clear? Understood. The responses were uneven and weak. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Li Ernie's voice boomed again. Understood. This time, the voices were finally a bit louder. Chen Shaming's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Prepare. 1. Swish. Dozens of legs stepped forward simultaneously, arms swinging along. However, the movements were bizarre and pitiful to behold. Some stepped with their right foot, some moved both arms and legs on the same side, some took 2 big steps and lost their balance, teetering dangerously. Stop. Maintain this position. Who told you to move? He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing immediately rushed out, correcting the movements one by one. Feng, look at your hands. Is that shoulder height? Do you want to go to heaven? Zhang Yixing, your legs. Keep them straight. Shen Teng, suck in your stomach. Stick out your chest. Your stomach is higher than your chest. The few young artists who were called out turned red under the instructor's angry shouts. They had thought that breaking down the movements would be easier, but when they really tried to hold a simple movement in position, they experienced real torment. In the first 30 seconds, everyone could barely hold on. After a minute, the arms began to tremble uncontrollably. After 2 minutes, the soreness spread like electric current from their arms to their fingertips. The raised leg felt as if countless needles were stabbing it, burning with pain. Report. Chen Chi finally couldn't hold it in anymore, his face turning bright red, sweat rolling down his chubby cheeks. Speak. Chen Shaming's gaze was sharp, slicing through the air. Report. Instructor, my hand is about to break. Break. Chen Shaming sneered and slowly walked up to him. If your hand breaks, the military doctor will reattach it. If it hasn't broken, keep it up. For more minutes. What? Chen Chi's eyes widened in shock. For more minutes? This is like a thunderclap. Not only him, almost everyone gasped. That last minute felt like a century. 5 minutes? This was an impossible task. Feng let out a miserable cry, his arm dropping suddenly, almost causing him to fall. Who told you to drop it? He Cheng Wang dashed over, eyes fierce. Report, instructor, I really can't do it anymore. Feng felt like his arm had completely lost sensation. Can't do it? You must do it. He Cheng Wang ignored his pleas, roughly lifting his arm back to the standard position. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Right now, your order is to remain still. Anyone who moves will be punished with an extra 10 minutes. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the spirits of everyone who was fidgeting. An extra 10 minutes? That was worse than killing them. For a moment, the cries of despair diminished, leaving only suppressed groans. Zhang Yixing's lips were bitten white, veins on his forehead throbbing. Shen Teng simply closed his eyes, seemingly trying to block out the pain. In the live broadcast room, the fans' hearts were twisted in knots. My God, this is even harsher than standing at attention. Feng is about to cry. I feel so sorry for him. What kind of terrible show is this? Look at Brother Shun. Is he about to faint? His face is pale. Hang in there. For smoking. No, for honor. However, amidst this scene of suffering, there were a few figures that stood out. Teacher Yi was also sweating profusely, but his posture had hardly changed since the beginning. Old Hu's body trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with an indomitable spirit. Even the two girls, Yang Mi and Baba, performed exceptionally well. Their faces were distorted in pain, but their movements never slackened. In the corner, Yi Tsunshin crossed her arms, quietly observing everything. Her gaze lingered on Yang Mi for a few extra seconds. That spirit of not giving and made her somewhat admire her. 30 seconds left. Chen Shaming's voice sounded like heavenly music. Everyone perked up. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown began, everyone started silently counting along. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Chapter 73. It refuses to adapt. The moment the command was given, it was as if the pause button was released. Thud, thud. More than half of the artists, as if their bones had been drawn out, collapsed to the ground. The aching sensation in their arms and legs washed over them like a tide. My hand is ruined, completely ruined. I feel like my legs are no longer my own. Various cries of despair echoed. Altogether, rest in place for 5 minutes. Chen Shanming dropped this sentence and turned to walk to the side of the field. He Cheng Wang and the others also put away their fierce expressions. They gathered together, whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at the artists sprawled on the ground. The artists, however, completely ignored the instructor's gazes. Chen Qiqi lay on the ground in a big letter shape, staring blankly at the sky. This is only the first day. I can go on like this, really. 3 months. I feel like I might not survive to the day we leave the camp. Feng rubbed his arm, his eyes still red. Teacher Yi, how come you're acting like nothing happened? Zhang Xiao looked at Teacher Yi, who was still standing steadily, with admiration. Teacher Yi just slowly moved his wrist, smiled at the comment, and though he was slightly out of breath, he was still relatively stable. Good foundation. Chen Qiqi weakly retorted. What good foundation? Yours is reinforced concrete, right? Everyone let out a weak laugh. Yang Mi and Baba helped each other sit down. Both of them were sweating profusely, their hair sticking to their cheeks. Mimi, you're amazing, Baba said sincerely. Yang Mi just tugged at the corner of her mouth, wanting to smile, but found that the muscles in her face were stiff. What is so amazing? I almost gave up. She turned to look at Teacher Yi and Old Hu not far away. They're the real amazing ones. This is just the beginning. You'll adapt slowly. Teacher Yi's voice came, carrying a calmness of someone who had been through it. Adapt. Shen Tung collapsed on the ground and rolled his eyes. I feel like my body has issued a serious protest. It refuses to adapt. The others let out a bitter laugh. However, the atmosphere in the live stream was completely different from the gloomy training ground. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Look at them all looking hopeless. I take back my previous sympathy for them. Now I just want to laugh. These celebrities are used to a life of luxury. They deserve this kind of training. Who do you think will be the first to light a cigarette? I bet a pack of spicy strips. It has to be Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi is indeed steady. Old Hu also has hope. I like that fierce energy. I'm actually betting on Gu Yin and Peng Yin. Their physiques are so good, their stamina must be fine. Who cares who goes first? Anyway, they'll definitely be strutting around with a cigarette in front of others. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. Exactly. Even if they don't smoke, they have to hold one. It's a symbol of honor. The number of online viewers in the live stream not only didn't decrease due to the tedious training, but actually increased steadily. The audience found that watching these glamorous celebrities being tortured seemed much more interesting than watching them walk the red carpet. Everyone thought that on the first day, the production team would at least ease them in with some lighthearted interactions. Who would have thought that from the moment they got off the bus? It would be a show of force. First, the luggage was thrown, then they were scolded for standing at attention, and now they were doing these devilish breakdown exercises. This was completely different from the military-themed variety show they had imagined. As the break time was about to end, Chen Qiqi looked at Teacher Yi, who was standing up, and suddenly weakly shouted, Teacher Yi, if you really get a cigarette later, Chen Qiqi swallowed hard, eyes full of desire. Could you give me a puff? For the first time, a crack appeared on Teacher Yi's calm face. He looked down at Chi, fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. Teacher, we're recording a show now, a serious military-themed show. Yes, I know. Chi blinked, looking sincere. That's why we need to strive for it. He paused, his tone filled with a sense of solemnity. This cigarette is not an ordinary cigarette. It is honor. It is a symbol of victory. As soon as he said this, Tung, who was collapsed beside him, laughed out loud. Chi, you're really a talent. You can make even this sound poetic. Chi huffed in dissatisfaction. Feng Yi, don't laugh. Dare you say you don't want it? Tung's laughter caught in his throat. He stroked his chin, his gaze drifting. Back in school, the bathroom was our social sanctuary. A few of us would pool money to buy a pack, each get one, light it up, feeling like the protagonist in a movie. Yin also rarely spoke, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgic hoarseness. The first time I smoked was while filming a gang movie. The director said my aura was too upright. I didn't look like someone who mixed with the crowd, and told me to learn to smoke for the feeling. And what happened? Old Who asked curiously. Yin smiled bitterly. I ended up choking and tearing up. I coughed for ages, and after that scene, I never touched it again. The group erupted in low laughter. This brief chat seemed to lighten their physical exhaustion. Only a few younger ones, like Xiao Zhan and Wang Yuan, couldn't join in the conversation, quietly listening. All right, enough chatting. Teacher Yi's voice interrupted their nostalgia. He had stood up straight at some point, now twisting his ankles. Everyone get up, move your legs and waist. Chi wailed, still moving? I feel like my legs aren't even mine anymore. Listen to me. Yes, Teacher ES expression turned serious. The breakdown exercises were just an appetizer. Next, we'll practice the march. That will show you what despair really means. Despair? This word made everyone's hearts sink. The previous breakdown exercises had already made them feel like they were dying. How terrifying could marching be? But looking at Teacher ES face, which didn't seem a joke, everyone felt doubtful, but obediently followed. After all, he was the only one here who had actually been a soldier. Xiao Zhan struggled to lift his leg while quietly leaning towards Wang Yuan. His face was all scrunched up, sweat dripping down his forehead into his eyes, stinging so much that he kept blinking. This is way too exhausting. I feel more tired than when I was a trainee, spending all day in the dance studio. Back then, he thought that 10 hours of dance training a day was already the limit. But now he realized that compared to military training, that was nothing. Wang Yuan's face was equally pale, his lips a bit chapped, but his eyes were bright. Hang in there, he patted Xiao Zhan's shoulder. The beginning of anything is the hardest. After a few days, your body will adapt. Really? Xiao Zhan's voice was filled with doubt. I feel like my body is screaming, it wants to go on strike. Chapter 74, Did you never think about dating? Wang Yuan looked at him and suddenly smiled. Did you forget why we're here? Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Why are we here? When Wang Yuan first approached him, he mentioned a military-themed variety show. Without much hesitation, Xiao Zhan agreed, partly out of brotherhood, and partly because he thought the topic was novel and challenging. But he never imagined the challenge would be so direct and intense. We're the traffic, right? This term sounds glamorous, but actually, it's like a beautiful bubble that bursts with a gust of wind. Wang Yuan's gaze drifted far away, his eyes turning distant. We don't have solid works. No roles that audiences remember. When people mention us, they only think of data, trending topics, and fan reviews. This isn't right. He turned back, staring directly into Xiao Zhan's eyes. This isn't the original intention for us to enter this circle. I came here to tear off that label. I want to show everyone that I can endure hardship. I can take on challenges. I want to settle down and do something truly meaningful. Xiao Zhan looked at Wang Yuan. He remembered when he first debuted. His biggest dream was to stand on stage and sing his own songs for everyone. But then he became popular. An overwhelming tide of fame and fortune swept in, pushing him forward. Participating in various activities, shooting various commercials, his schedule was packed. It felt like he hadn't touched that guitar in ages. The original intention. He realized that he had forgotten the most important thing along the way. Xiao Zhan's throat felt a bit dry. I understand now. For these 3 months, I'll be with you. Not just with you, but together. Wang Yuan thumped his chest hard, his face revealing the same determined smile. In that moment, the comments in the live stream were continuously scrolling. Whoa, Wang Yuan's words just broke my defenses. Yeah, being popular isn't a sin. Not having works is. He really has grown up. No longer that boy who just knew how to smile foolishly. Actually, it's a pity for Wang Yuan. If it weren't for that incident back then. Are you talking about the smoking incident that got caught on camera? Yes, at that time he was at the peak of his career with his sunny boy image. But then he was caught smoking by paparazzi, and his image collapsed all of a sudden. I remember that a lot of fans unfollowed him, and he lost many resources. He was silent for a long time, but later he gradually recovered by participating in public welfare and releasing a few decent songs. Now he's smarter. He knows to downplay his idol label and focus on music, letting his work speak for itself. Exactly. Being able to participate in this program shows that he really wants to change. I hope both he and Xiao Zhan can stick it out and prove themselves with their strength. On the other side of the training ground, the situation for the female artists wasn't much better. Baba looked at Yang Mi's pale face. Mimi, how you feel? I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Yang Mi shook her head. You say you're fine. Look at your face. It's almost scaring me to death. Baba's eyes turned red from anxiety. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? This is just a variety show. It's not like you're going to war. Yang Mi fell silent. She turned her head to look at the red flag fluttering in the distance. After a long while, she finally spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. I don't want to embarrass him. Him? Baba was taken aback, then quickly realized. You mean him? Yang Mi gently nodded. As soon as Baba heard about this person, she immediately got furious. You're still thinking about him? What kind of magic potion has he put you under? A man who can only write letters and doesn't even make a phone call. What is so worth you working so hard for him? Baba. Yang Mi's voice became a bit firmer. You can't say that about him. It's not that he doesn't call. It's that he can't. There are rules where he is. He is defending the country, doing the most noble thing. Since I am his wife, I can't hold him back. I can't let him be laughed at. Baba looked at Yang Mi's stubborn expression, feeling both heartbroken and helpless. All right, I won't talk about him anymore. Baba sighed and softened her tone. But you have to take care of your own health too. Don't worry. A faint smile finally appeared on Yang Mi's face. I believe he will give me the grandest wedding. Her gaze fell on her empty ring finger. I've had the marriage certificate for 5 years, but we haven't had a wedding yet. She turned her head and looked earnestly at Baba. So, when we have the wedding, you must come and be my bridesmaid. Baba looked at Yang Mi, her eyes sparkling with happiness. All her worries suddenly became unspoken. Okay, Baba no dit havidi. I'll definitely be there. She couldn't help but mutter softly again. I just don't know when your man will have time to give you a wedding. Yang Mi just smiled, with 2 shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks. Soon, in front of the monitor, Xiao Lu, beside Wu Tong, looked excited. Director Wu, this is big news. Yang Mi has actually been married for 5 years. And it's a military marriage. If this gets out, it would definitely be a headline. Wu Tong glanced at him, his expression calm, not as excited as Xiao Lu imagined. He picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button. Attention all units. The conversation between Yang Mi and Baba just now is classified material. No one is allowed to leak it without my permission. Huh? Xiao Lu was completely stunned. Director Wu, why? You're just going to let this traffic go to waste. Wu Tong put down the intercom, leaned back his chair, leisurely lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it, just held it between his fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze seemed a bit profound. Xiao Lu, you're still young. Some traffic is good to have, but some traffic is too hot to handle. Wu Tong recalled the time he wanted to use the news about Yang Mi possibly getting married to guide public opinion and boost the show's ratings. The aura of authority that Feng Yi exuded back then still lingered in his memory. Feng Yi's warning to him was still fresh in his mind. If he leaked the news about Yang Mi's marriage now, would Wu Tong still want to stay in this industry? Moreover, doing Feng Yi a favor was far more worthwhile than making a quick buck. Listen to me, cut this footage separately, encrypt it, and store it. Wu Tong instructed Xiao Lu. It might be useful in the future, but for now, anyone who mentions it can get lost. Yes, I understand, Director Wu. Xiao Lu nodded repeatedly, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood where the gap between himself and these seasoned veterans lay. On the other side, Yang Mi had recovered quite a bit of her strength and was in the mood to care about her best friend's lifelong affairs. What about you? Have you thought about dating? Yang Mi gently nudged Baba with her elbow. Me? Baba pouted, looking disinterested. Forget it. What's good about men? They only affect my career. Stubborn. Yami saw right through her. Who was it last time that watched a hero saving a beauty on TV and was mesmerized?